Volume 15, Prologue. Prologue. It was on the throne. In that place where only the king was permitted to sit, Seals made herself at home, as she rested her legs on the back of a kneeling Remus. The one who entered the scene adorned himself with the armor of a knight who once stood against Seals, having made it his own, and with his black hair grown longer than before, a young knight with his hair parted in a 3-to-7 ration, braid vamper. In the past, he was lover of the Circry Viscount House, currently Baron House, Astoris, but at present, he was of Seals' royal guards, looking at Seals alone. Having accomplished the promotion he desired, he was charged with 30,000 of the soldiers stationed in Central. Seals Sama, I, Braid, shall set off for Bime, the land that besmirched you, with 30,000 elite soldiers. Please await good news. Before setting off, he showed off his prided armor, and reporting to Seals, he thought he could make her look his way. But near her holding a large platter, Rufus, the crown prince was feeding her fruit. With a pose that indicated she was mildly in thought. Her mouth moved to chew, and around were men whose faces turned red with that gesture alone. Wearing dangerously exposing clothes mismatched to the room, those men that surrounded her. They were all beautiful, and they all loved her. No, they were her prisoners. Giving up their once wives and lovers, at the moment, they were Seals' toys. Bime? Oh right, come to think of it, I did say something like that. These days, the number of nobles with the disposition to rebel has gone down, so it's grown boring. But moving all the way to Bime is a pain, so, yeah, Braid, I'll leave it to you. Yes. Even if it costs me my life, I shall eradicate all humans of Bime without fail. As he said he'd use their lives to redeem the sin of insulting Seals, the royal guard's morale was quite high. Yet it was a group whose lives had already been thrown away to her charm. Seals seemed uninterested. If you find anything interesting, bring some back, Kay? Today, one of the hostage men I'd always been interested in finally bent to me. So I'd like to return to the inner palace already, you know. Braid hurriedly apologized. My deepest apologies. I shall depart at once. Seals simply giggled to herself. Wait. Come to think of it, that piece of trash is in Bime. Braid, bring that medicine with you on your travels. When nothing else works, make use of it. That medicine, it was brought from Zayin, and with repeated human experimentation in Bonsium, it was a medicine to unite man and monsters. On those words, Braid experienced a fright. But Seals Sama, there's no need to go that. Seals stood herself up on Remus, and looked down on Braid from a high place. Who asked you to talk back? This time's isn't a medicine that will kill you at once. And weren't you to risk your life for me? On those words, the surroundings showered malice on Braid. Those countless sharp glares continued falling down on him. Perish the thought. I merely wanted to answer to your expectations before a need for such a medicine arose. All of me is yours, Seals Sama. If you order it, I shall fulfill any mission for you. As he gave a forced excuse, Seals showed a smile. She had immediately seen through that it was a lie. A face that understood Braid simply didn't want to end up in a pitiful state. A cold sweat flowed down Braid's back. Very well. I'll forgive it. In exchange, you will work to the bone for me. As she said that, she stepped down from Remus, and returned to the inner palace so early in the morning. The men around her. And Crown Prince Rufus followed behind. After feeling relief, Braid thought in his heart. It's the chance I've finally grasped. I want to serve under Seals Sama for all eternity. I don't want to use something that would make me such a thoughtless monster. Now then, if that's how it's going to be, I need some achievements in Bime. And voila, perfect timing. There's that man in Bime. Lyle, you're going to be dying for me. I'll present your head to her, and I'll enter her inner palace. Then as a man, and as a vassal, Seals Sama will finally look at me. His sense of values warped, Braid swore in his heart to get hands on the head of Lyle, who'd clearly shown their gap in ability last they'd met. Bonsium's frontmost line. In that place where a neighboring country once stood, Blois Cadel looked over the armies that arrived one after the next. Large-scale forces of thousands. Small forces of dozens. An extensive gathering of nobles from knight to duke had gathered. Blois looked at that army, and let out a sigh. When we were so short-staffed here, they had this many men to spare, I see, but... Alongside his adjutant knight, they looked out at the gathering armies from the office the country's king once used. Preparations to receive them has greatly derailed our schedule though. Blois laughed. Exactly. We were prepared to take a few 10,000, and gathering the documents for those anti-Bime strategy meetings was hell. Now then, if another problem were to pop up, it would have to be. The adjutant nodded with a serious look on his face. It would have to be the royal guards and elites coming from Central. It's true they have achieved results, but I've only ever heard bad rumor about them. That they massacre by choice, and such. They aren't giving the slightest thought to post-war rule. Blois returned to the desk, and took some documents in hand. Braid vampire. Born to a night house without any heritage. Raising his status with military exploits, he became an official knight, and went right into the royal guard. Looking at his history alone, he's splendid. The knight he defeated was a noted name in Bonsium, and all. His adjutant knight made an unsatisfied expression. It seems he participated in that Griffin subjugation unit. He may be an acquaintance of the Walt house's eldest son in Bime. Should we proceed with caution? On those words, Blois shook his head. The adjutant knight had never seen seals in close proximity. Some part of him was making light of her. That's not happening. He's a man who got as far as her royal guard. I'm sure he's madly in love with Seal Sama. Of course, the problem is how he's never properly commanded a squadron before. Yet despite that, he was granted 30,000, and this large-scale war is his first real war. It would be nice if he doesn't intrude. Blois half expected him to throw the battlefield into disorder. Before the black lines of troops before them, the two men predicted just how terrible the impending invasion of Bime would become. Blois spoke. I'd like to keep casualties as low as possibly, you know. Though I know there's no way in hell that's happening. Having headed to Fonbuse to request cooperation, we used a sea route through Cartafs, and returned to South Bime. Arriving with Veritrace on a fully loaded Veritrace, we met up with Novum's unit that had arrived beforehand, and with a Delsan's group. With her pink hair in a ponytail, Leanne was wearing clothes easy to move in. With a travel case stuffed with goods she had gotten together in Cartafs, she descended the gangplank. Her appearance didn't look like a princess, but she did have the atmosphere. So this is South Bime. I'd heard of it, but it's quite developed. Quite a few ships anchored, and plenty of goods moving around the port. She was giggling. I was aware the contents of her luggage all pertained to war. After Bonsium declared war on Bime, South Bime had started preparing in a great rush. When Novum approached us, Miranda waved her hand at me. And she looked at Shannon, who'd disembarked with us. Shannon, you didn't cause them any trouble, did you? To Miranda's smile, Shannon averted her eyes. Oh, of course not. How many pinches do you think my quick wit saved us from? Lyle was the one dragging us through hell. I won't argue with that. The pink-haired demon smiling beside us strangling my neck with that blood-curdling expression on her face was the biggest pinch we went through. But the one who saved us wasn't Shannon, but Parcelina-san the hostage. Seeing Shannon sending eyes looking for some backup around, Clara dismounted, and decided to nod. But Miranda sensed it was just for show. So you did trouble them? Well, not like I didn't see it coming. I did my best. Lending an ear to the sibling conversation, I received Novum's report. I had gained the information through Monica, but I still wanted to verify it. No, perhaps I just wanted to talk with Novum. Any new info? None. Bime still seems to believe it can do something by itself. Like reinforcing Fortress Red Ant, with Bime's residents joining in, they've gathered a force that exceeds 100,000 and such. That sort of talk has drifted in. Surrounding countries were hesitant to assist Bime. Bime had cut me off. That action alone had dragged those surrounding lands into the situation, driving Bime into a corner. I looked at Novum. I do hope Bime does its best. I really need them to persist as much as they can. Novum nodded. Everything is going as you anticipated. After this, if our devices work well, it should bring about the expected result. Novum seemed to think the plan the ancestors and the Jewel and Malia-san had thought out would definitely work. And I spoke to Novum. Hey, Novum. Yes? Seeing her face as she waited for my words, I swallowed them down. Do you love me? Leaving out the Walt in my name, I mean. Seeing myself about to say that, I felt a little ashamed. Damn it, I wasn't getting anywhere. What's more, it wasn't something to discuss in a place like this. No, it's nothing. Since we've all just returned, let's rest a bit. And this is Leanne-san. Though you've already met before. Leanne gave Novum her greetings. It's a pleasure, Novum-san. As my senior, I hope you'll bring my up to speed. I couldn't help but put Ludmila-san of Cartafs on guard, and we weren't able to talk about much. But I do hope we get along. Novum smiled at Leanne. It's a pleasure. Let's get along, Leanne-sama. Leanne is fine. Then you can call me Novum in kind. Their smiling exchange, to the uninitiated onlooker, it may have looked pleasant. Why is it, I wonder, it looked as if they were putting checks and balances on one another. I'm sure I'm just tired. No doubt about it. Must be because all I'd seen in the jewel was the fifth's threatening, and the sixth's failures. Shaking my head, I looked between Novum and the other side of me, with Arya, Clara, and Miranda and Shannon. And Shannon spoke. It's amazing. Their mana is violently clashing. Novum is redirecting it to the side, but that Leanne princess is going on an amazing offense. Miranda looked at Leanne. A troublesome foe. I can't think I'll lose, but taking her on will break my bones. Looking at Miranda as she said such a thing, Arya looked fed up. Can't we all just get along a bit? Rather, why do I have to be so mindful among allies? Clara addressed her. You're mistaken, Arya-san. It's precisely because we're allies that we have to be so mindful. It's the same within family. As we had such a conversation at the port, Vera and Monica descended the ramp. Ha! You're still here? I recommend you go back and rest soon. Once it gets busy, you won't be getting any proper rest, I'm sure. Experiencing a worried Vera's kindness, I reassured myself Novum and Leanne were definitely not carrying out politics. Bime. Manning the reception's desk, Tanya pushed her hair back behind her ear. Managing her usual desk as her other face, her sweeper face felt how quiet the guild had been as of late. Feeling a little lonesome at the East Branch's situation where there were still just as many troublemakers around, she let out a light sigh. After Lyle's party had left Bime, they had grown considerably busy. And the atmosphere in Bime was becoming more inclined towards war by the day. At this point, many adventurers had been requested for city defense and station long-term. Because of that, there were less adventurers returning to the guild after a successful day's work. Tanya felt it was the calm before the storm. If only it ends without anything too great, Lyle's actions, and the large country of Bonsium. As all of them tried to swallow Bime up, Tanya felt it all tightening. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 15, Chapter 1, Core of Iron Pipes. Core of Iron Pipes. The Bime invasion force of close to 300,000 before them, the main members gathered to hold a meeting. There were nobles exceeding Baron class joining in, and generals and Knight Brigade chiefs sent from the center. On top of that, Braid of Seal's Royal Guard joined in on the meeting. And as expected, the meeting's topic of discussion concentrated on Red Ant Fortress. If they avoided breaching it, the march alone would bring out victims. Rather than sending in a fragmented number to put out casualties, they wanted to breach the fortress and proceed straight to Bime, or so was the general consensus of those discussing. Dragged into it with his force of 5,000, Blois listened to the discussions, as he thought over this time's march on Bime. Now then, the main members are almost all folks that worship seals, and the most troublesome would have to be that head of the Royal Guards, Royal Guard. It was something seals had arbitrarily gathered in Central from those that yearned for her, and stuck a name on. It's not as if they had any particular job, and they merely tried to stay by her side. While they fell short of the handsome men that surrounded her, they were a group that was as if they were grouped from the make of their faces. Among them, Braid was the one with actual achievements, so he was considered the leader. He had participated in suppressing a number of civil uprisings, and with those merits, they didn't have any particular complaints. No, even if they did, no one voiced them. Because it was something seals had decided. However, that Braid was now leading 30,000 men, and participating in the invasion of Bime. A considerable authority, with the backing of Seal's Royal Guard, it was quite a large force within the current Bonsium. As Braid put out more opinions than necessary at the conference, Blois was disconcerted. I believe it best we have another force cross the mountains, and circle around back for a pincer attack. If a pincer was possible, someone would have said that from the start. It's because that's impossible that we're conquering them head-on, is what we're trying to say. Even if we did traverse those mountains, just how much casualties would come out, and just how much time do you think that would take? Lacking in experience leading a unit, and Braid was the type to put himself in the front of the front. It would be a saving grace if he had the ability to back it up, but unfortunately, the problem lay in his lack of it. The other generals and knight chiefs and lords upon hearing his opinion. A wonderful proposition. But we have not the equipment to scale mountains. Even if we wished to volunteer for the task, we are insufficient. I am the same. I wonder just many forces are there among us with enough training to accomplish such a feat? As expected of Central's elites. Then why not Braid Dono cross the mountains and circle around back? The rest of us will be attacking head-on as planned, mind you. Being handled so lightly, Braid's expression changed. He directed a glare around. With the numbers we have, if we clash head-on, we'll win quite plainly. Or rather, Braid Dono seems to favor scheming a bit. It's quite hard for a small force to break through so many. Does he understand that? Generally, battles were of numbers. At times, there were existences that could overturn a difference in number, and such existences were weak to underhanded means, or so was Blois' opinion. By the strength of their power, they couldn't help but find conceit most of the time. Braid hit the table to gather everyone's eyes. Very well. Central's elite force shall circle around the back for you. You all need only put out your mountains of casualties as you fixate on your frontal assault. Blois looked at Braid as he touched a hand to his chin. I heard he had achievements in the Griffin extermination, but does that mean the commander was a talented one? I believe they had a commander called Norma or something, but by rumor, you can't call her anything great. As I thought, that boy of the Walt house was involved. The force that accomplished a task as large as taking down a griffin. There was a time when that had caused a bit of a panic at the palace. Even now, Blois could remember that time, and with Braid on his mind, he had investigated it again. But by the merits he had been given, it couldn't help but seem the man was lacking in ability. It's not like his military prowess is anything special. No, by the documents, he's supposed to be a relatively proficient knight, but with Lyle conceding the achievements, and by landing the finishing blow on a knight mainly defeated by seals, Braid had earned himself quite a high evaluation. This is more troublesome than I thought. Blois thought, as he listened in on the continuation of the conference. Fortress Red Ant. In it, adventurers and soldiers of Bime. And with a means of gathering volunteer soldiers from its residents, a means Bime had never used before, troops exceeding 50,000 had gathered. The reinforced fortress had reduced the 3 layers of walls it once had to 2. But they were more outfitted than before, and their strength and function had been sufficiently enhanced. To continue employing 50,000 would be difficult, but even so, it was more than possible temporarily. And Bime seemed relieved at the number of soldiers at the fortress. The fortress has grown stronger than before, with more troops to boot. It's taken down an even larger force of monsters before. We'll be the victors this time. If there's anything to be frustrated over, it's that the previous situation was so harsh that even if we win here, it would be hard to get any evaluation, I guess? Reinforcements will be coming from the city. Once we turn Bonsium back here, it will be the end. Thought it would be nice if they concentrated more on this point rather than the city. The volunteer soldiers equipped armaments made by Bime's craftsmen. However, by those craftsmen, the various stores put to work, their outfits were all over the place, and their weapons weren't uniform. They gave off the impression of a gathering of mercenaries. Observing them was Rano, dressed in equipment he had found inside the fortress. Their guard was too lax, and their soldiers lacked tension or consistency, so he was easily able to slip inside. As he sat atop a wooden crate, he drank with unfamiliar soldiers as he gathered information. So is any information coming in from Bonsium? To Rano's surprise, one of the soldiers' ale-reddened face turned, and made fun of him. You don't even know something so basic? They've got mercs on their side. Friends, and the ones with debt to Bime are passing on info. For that army of Bonsium, it'll all be over once they flee before the miracle of Red Ant Fortress. The miracle of Red Ant Fortress. It was the heroic tale of Lyle annihilating an army of several hundreds of thousands of monsters, spread and embellished by minstrels. Rano sent a glance around to make sure no one noticed him. Taking some small sips of his drink, he took in surrounding movements. They're considerably in for it. It may be the case this fortress gets breached faster than expected. With that Bonsium lot bringing so large a force, I'm amazed they can forget to lay the groundwork to such an extent. From Kartafs to Bonsium's north and the east, he had gathered information, and having infiltrated the fortress, Rano was set to gather information there before returning to South Bime. Their equipment is in order, but their atmosphere and the command line are screwed. This is going just as Lyle's party anticipated. Even Bime had soldiers. But it's not as if they had a chance for proper training. The volunteer soldiers were the sorts that had only ever gone out to the surrounding villages and defeated monsters. Even if their equipment was nice, the contents were low in quality. To melt into the surroundings, Rano played the drunkard as he felt a grave sense of danger at the fortress lack of it. South Bime. There, I met the heir to the Randburg house's main branch, a young man called Baldwar Randburg. It has been a while, Lyle-sama. Pledging loyalty on a knee in knight attire, Baldwar had met me 8 or 9 years ago, apparently. After that, he ventured out from his house for training. On top of that, once he returned, he helped the head, and spent his time on his territory, so he was an individual uncharmed by seals. Even with the 6th skill, Baldwar's reaction was displayed in blue. Good of you to have come, Baldwar. My apologies, but I'll be putting you to work for my sake. He stood. Leave it to me. Outhead has told me to fight for you. And the Randburg house is a house with a debt to the Waltz. You'll certainly see how useful I can be. Order however you will. I didn't have the memories of meeting him before, and I felt a little bad for not remembering. But to be honest, I was too busy at present to talk about that. Hearing that is a relief. In that case, the 350 troops you brought will come under my direct command. While I do feel sorry, I'll be swapping out their equipment. I'll properly return their original equipment, and you can do as you please with the armor I'm handing out. However, don't sell it off. In the office of my simple estate in South Bime, Baldwar was a little confused. I understand that you're short on troops, but are you certain? If you have the money to pay for the equipment of 350 men, should you not hire more? I sat in a chair and faced the desk. I had been processing the mountainous pile of forms on it, and after finishing another of them, I turned my eyes to Baldwar. No problem. I'll procure the troops I lack from the Eastern Front. And I've already gotten the equipment for 3,000 together. The craftsmen under Old Latarda, and the ones that migrated in, on top of the smiths of the Four Country Alliance and Cartafs, I had already put in the requests. I was curious as to how far they'd gotten in my time away, and when I asked around, it seems we had 3,000 ready. By the way, there's a weapon I'd like to entrust them a bit. I'd really like to start drilling for those 350. Baldwar gave a strong nod. The Randburg house has never been negligent in basic training. Whether it be sword or spear or bow, they will handle them well. Tough luck. What we assembled wasn't sword, spear, or bow. It's a bit different. Truth be told, I'll be having them use this. I handed a gun to Baldwar. Lyle-sama, this is, well, a gun, is it not? Oh, you know of it? That makes matters fast. To be totally honest, outfitting them for your numbers was our limit. We didn't have the leisure for any more, so it was a huge help. Your men are of high quality, and I can entrust it to them with relief. Now then, shall we get to training at once? Baldwar held up the gun in both hands. I do know of them, or should I say the previous generation of the Walt house made use of them, so there are a number of guns kept at our house. However, saying there were too many problems to use them, Maisel-sama proceeded in a direction away from utilizing them. There were quite a few problems. It was possible to block them with a simple magic shield. And the biggest problem was money. The training of soldiers who used them required bullets, so money would go right down the drain. It's fine. There are also magic tools engraved with skills. To add to that, the money is something I've borrowed from an acquaintance, so worry not. Seeing me avert my eyes, Baldwar looked worried. Hearing that Baldwar knew of guns, yet that my father had prohibited their use, the seventh let out a conflicted voice. No matter the time, the average man fails to understand the ones moving forward. To him, the fifth gave a fed-up tone. We were able to carry it out because we have the craftsmen of Bime and a labyrinth under our wing. Realize we'd never be able to amass such a number originally. On top of how it couldn't help but cost money, the effect is too questionable. Maisel's decision was spot on. Money wasn't enough to maintain them. You needed to gather all the consumable rounds, the craftsmen to maintain them, and those with the necessary knowledge, or you'd never be able to apply them. Baldwar carefully held the gun as he sought verification with me. By the way, Lyle-sama, how many troops are you assembling apart from us? I returned back to my paperwork. From the entirety of the alliance, 30 to 40,000. I've already borrowed close to 10,000 from Cartafs. Under my actual control, including your men, close to 500. With the entire force of South Bime, not even 2,000. Hearing those words, Baldwar cried out. Hold it right there. You plan on fighting the armies of Bonsium with those numbers? It's true, they had forces exceeding 300,000. If we fought that, victory would be a dream of a distant dream. No way. Don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to breach a massive foe with a small force. Baldwar was flustered. In that case, you aim to break it piece by piece? But with such a difference in number. This time's war had a meaning of supplementing my insufficient military force. Of all else, there was meaning in using soldiers of Bonsium. If I were to borrow soldiers from other countries, it would create a large debt post-war. What I hated most was the fact that matter was directly related to the power balance of the harem. No, I guess that didn't matter for now. Piece by piece is standard fare. But right now, Bonsium's true aim isn't me, but Bime. There are ways to go about it. Well, I won't do any reckless charges. There, Baldwar laughed just a bit. What? No. I just thought Lyle-sama was a splendid man of the Walt house, is all. For some reason, his words did not sound like a compliment to me. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 15, Chapter 2, Fortress Conquering. Fortress Conquering. Taking a detour from Red Ant Fortress in favor of the craggy mountain road, the elite force of Central led by Braid proceeded forward, sending local guides and hired mercenaries to lead the way. The single-file line traversing the narrow trail seemed to carry on endlessly, and when that road that was rarely ever used was marched on by so many, it became an exceedingly dangerous one. Enough that once they'd found a place to rest and spread out tents, the mercenary chiefs and local men intruded on Braid, and pleaded for him to retreat and rejoin the main force. Any further is impossible. 100 in scale is one thing, but a large force exceeding 10,000. I went ahead and scouted out, but there are quite a few treacherous points. I can't think you'll be able to transport so many people across them. Before the mercenary brigade, an organization practically a gathering of adventurers, Braid was annoyed. Trash. You aren't thankful that I'm even hiring you in the first place? In the past, he was worked hard by Lyle, and as a result had his achievements conceded to him, yet Braid held animosity towards the boy. By transitive, he hated adventurers as well. Before he met Lyle, he had looked down on them regardless. Still, at this point, they had become targets great enough for hatred. The reason he hired them despite that was because he thought he was of the caliber to do the same as Lyle, or accomplish even greater feats. The local guides were those that hunted in these mountains. They hunted in small teams, and when moving, had only experience of traveling in few. Dear Knight, moving in these numbers is impossible. There have already been injuries, and with all the narrow parts of the path, I can't think I'll get you there by the appointed date. In his tent, Braid sat on a chair, as he listened to their opinions. I know how absurd it may be. But only by accomplishing such a deed do we leave our names in history, correct? If we break through and circle around the fortress, we can largely decrease the casualties of Bonsium. While his mouth let out a proper-sounding argument, within his mind, the memories of his griffin subjugation with Lyle were playing back. He thought he could have done more. And yet Lyle had left him on the reserves the entire time. The boy was formerly of a count house. A driven-out incompetent. Yet the one who performed on the battlefield was Lyle, and Braid had only been promoted with those merits conceded. He didn't want to accept that fact. Now that Seals had given the order, Braid harbored a feeling you could call unjust resentment towards Lyle. The mercenary brigade chief addressed him. Any more is impossible. If it's now, you can still turn back and meet up with the main body. If played poorly, the fortress'll have fallen before we get out of the mountains, but... On those words, Braid's brow moved. While making sure his opponent couldn't discern his irritation, he nodded a number of times. Understood. Then we shall divide the army. 5,000 shall proceed ahead. In that case, we should be able to arrive ahead of schedule, I'm sure. The guide hunter still seems unsatisfied. The mercenary chief as well, but the right to decide lay with Braid, so he abided it. Seeing the attitudes of the two, Braid thought in his head. Incompetent lot. Why can't they understand the importance of my plan? If this plan succeeds, among the others commanding armies of 30,000, I'll stand at the top. Seal-sama will rejoice, and I'll be a man who exceeds Lyle. To Lyle, who'd use ploys to defeat a monster army larger than his, Braid burned with a rivalry much greater than is healthy, as he failed to see what was around him. On the other side. At Red Ant Fortress, an army exceeding 200,000 marched down the narrow paths. From the start, it was a terrain that didn't let one make the best of numerical advantage, on top of being a place for battle advantageous to the other side. From the fortress, the cannons blew, and magic and arrows fell like rain on the armies of Bonsium. But commanding from the front line, Blois looked at Red Ant Fortress attacks, as he touched a hand to his jaw. I can't think they defeated that monster army with something of this level. As I thought, the presence of a commander is a vital thing. If they had a commander who knew the fundamentals, they'd surely give us greater casualty. While Blois laughed as he made himself meet behind the large shield he'd prepared, his fully equipped adjutant looked fed up. General, quit laughing, and hurry up and breach already. We've already investigated all their trap placements, and decided the route of advance. If we disable traps for the sake of retreat, our role will be over, but... The role of Blois unit was to go out front, and take care of the traps, scout the mercenaries that had flowed out of Bime. They had paid a pretty penny to buy the information. And even now, there were personnel within the fortress gathering its internal affairs. Blois took off his helmet, and scratched his head. But keeping it off was dangerous, so he swiftly slammed it back down. Oh dear, when they're giving us such a grand and sporadic reception, I wanted to expend them a bit for the men to come, you see. But as a practical problem, the cannons are troublesome. To defend against the cannon shield, they used a magic shield to kill the momentum, but as they were on a gentle slope, the balls of iron would still roll and trip up soldiers. Let's dig a hole to ditch them. Let's make it so they'll naturally end up in it if they roll. Blois immediately put up countermeasures when magic impacted the defensive line of shields. A dust cloud rose, and perhaps Blois had inhaled it, as he broke into a fit of coughing. The adjutant issued orders around, and once night fell, they would start into work. Now then, before the ones behind us start shouting for us to do our job, let's do a plain advance. Move forward avoiding where the traps are placed. But they've already prepared rocks to drop down the cliffs, so until another force removes them, we can't get too close. Blois unit, advancing bit by bit. They disarmed trap after trap, and prepared a path for the following force to go down. The adjutant looked atop the fortress. Still, it really is terrible. I think we'd be more troubled if they shot more professionally, or incessantly. There were times the arrows they fired were burned up by the magic fired alongside it. They were attacking blindly, and it was unthinkable they had gotten any decent training. Once Blois looked upon the scene his adjutant took in. Oh my, they've broken into a quarrel top the wall. Adding onto magic and arrow efficiency aside, thinking of their personnel and the consumables they'd have to gather, as I thought, Bime is a threat. The adjutant looked at him and smiled a bit. Revising your evaluation? You did say they're scarier in times of peace, did you? On those words, Blois shook his head. Sorry, I've no intent to take that back. Look, it seems we've finished removing the traps. Let's advance. Issuing commands to his subordinates, Blois made another plain advance. South Bime. By the time Bonsium's armies arrived at Red Ant Fortress, I was putting our gathered info in order alongside Monica. There was a sofa in the place I used as a workroom. There, having returned from the fortress, Rano sat and drank his tea. I'd prefer you'd give me ale. Monica smiled. I thought you'd say that, so I laced the tea ever so slightly. But right now we're in the middle of work, so please take it seriously. Pushing his back into the sofa, and shrugging his shoulders, Rano-san put down the cup, and leaned forward. His expression turned serious. I've already gotten my information together, so you need only read through it. But about Red Ant Fortress I dropped by along the way, it'll be breached sooner than anticipated. People of the mercenary brigades have already infiltrated within. The one who did it was Blois Cadel. You know, that general who established stable rule next door. Looking over Rano-san's materials, I nodded a few times. A former Central general uncharmed by seals, is it? I heard he volunteered for his current station, thought? Monica put an eye through the documents, informing me of an interesting thing she found in its contents. None of his unit was gathered from Central, they're all from elsewhere. From places uninvolved with seals. How interesting. Rano-san nodded. If you plan to lure anyone out, General Blois is the one to shoot for. His evaluation in Central is low, but seeing his worth ethic, he isn't incompetent. It's more proper to say he ran from Central and moved east. But of all the forces they've sent, the elites of Central alone are no good. They're a group centered on seals charmed. Luring them away is downright impossible, I'd say. There were other individuals likely charmed by seals he picked out. The safe one was General Blois, is how it seems. It didn't look as if he was acting for her sake. And if he were only playing that part, there were a number of strange points on the contrary. Monica looked at the papers. The main members have been charmed. Of the rank and file, the 30,000 elites are a given. Other than that, the feudal lords, generals, night brigade heads. Chicken dickwad, there's an overwhelming lack of usable commanders. When increasing personnel, a lack of people on the management side became a problem. Borrowing them from elsewhere was also a problem. If you pulled them from their original post, it would raise problems where I took them from. In the duel, the fifth took in Monica's opinion, and spoke earnestly. Even if you can gather just the numbers, if you don't educate people to lead them, it's no use at all. There are quite a few out there who can get together a few, but the more you get, the less you'll find. If you grow it even further, there are even less who can take charge of a scale of thousands. With Baldwar's inclusion, we had more people capable of commanding to an extent. But just adding one wasn't enough. The best option would just be to pull General Blois out, unit and all. Rano-san agreed with that opinion. Right. I'm sure that's best. That general has his subordinates, so perhaps he'll be able to command up to 50,000. Rano-san randomly threw that out, but it did seem he had the ability and the men to move that scale. Of all else, when he first entered the ruined land, he was commanding several tens of thousands of troops. I thought over my own comrades. Novum is magic specialized. She's capable of leading troops and fighting, but is possible, I want to keep her on the back lines. Clara is back lines without a doubt. Shannon is not applicable. Eva, if it's only a few, no, could she lead her brethren elves? It's not possible for May. The members who could lead a considerable scale were considerably limited. Arya and Miranda, I guess. Maxim-san said he had led a few hundred before, but while we're at it, I'll have him lead some thousands. Monica gave advice. If you station Valkyries as aides, I think they'll be able to lead to an extent. Well, it seems those piles of scrap have had a version upgrade, so they've gotten just a bit useful. Of course, the one you need by your side is this Monica alone. I let the nonsensical later hauled slide. And at the end, Rano-san spoke to me. And I investigated the point you specified. It's true if it's battle, that place would be best, but there are folks invading, and a war's just begun, you know? I think it's a bit soon to think of what's to come after that. I looked at Rano-san. I'm sure. But it's already begun. The one to end it will be me or Seals, only when one of us dies will it be graced with a stop. My fight with Seals had already begun. Within the jewel. Conceding his own chair to Millie, sitting on the round table, the fifth sent a glance to his daughter. Hey, how long until I can give my skill to Lyle? I think it's better I just hand it over already, you know? While Lyle had begun his fight with Bonsium, the fifth was thinking of handing his own skill down to Lyle. But saying there was something he had yet to say, Millie had stopped him. However. Millie looked blankly at the fifth's face. And she averted her eyes as she broke into a sweat. Oi. The fifth jumped down from the table, approached Millie, and grasped both her shoulders. Millie smiled with just her mouth. Dear me, father, didn't I already tell you that I lifted the restrictions ages ago? The third and seventh looked upon that exchange of father and daughter from the side. And they sent looks of sympathy towards the fifth. The third even. I wonder what it is. I get the feeling he's missed his timing by a large margin. If the fifth entrusted his skill much sooner, it would have been a nice scene. It's not like there was a rule that they had to give a cool parting. But it was clear up to that point each had his share of drama, and they had made a clear parting with Lyle. The seventh as well. Terrible. This is all Auntie's fault. Though she's always terrible regardless. Perhaps Millie understood, as today she was unable to point her gun at the seventh. And that alone made the seventh look lonely. But the fifth took his hands off of her shoulders. If that's the case, then say something sooner. It's true it feels I've overstayed my welcome, but I fulfilled my goal, is all. Then I'll give Lyle the skill when it seems convenient for him. Acting like he didn't care, he clearly cared. Seeing him like that, Millie sweat harder. I'll do something about it. It's father's all-important parting, so this Millie will definitely put on a moving performance. There, the third. Something like that contrarily fails to rouse the audience, or rather, it'll feel quite forced in various ways. It'll just be trouble to both Lyle and the fifth. Perhaps the fifth was imagining a scene of when it failed, as he covered his face with his left hand. Millie, I've had enough. This much is more than enough for me. So I'm begging you, just let me go. There, pressed by the three men, Millie stood. Once you've said that much, I can't stay silent. If it's come to this, I'll open the grandest of parties. The fifth panicked, as he grasped Malia's shoulders again. I'm fine. Seriously, don't. I get the feeling it'll take the turn for something worse. Within the jewel, a large problem was breaking out irrelevant to the war. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 15, Chapter 3, Fame. Fame. A small building prepared in South Bime. Constructed nearby the labyrinth in South Bime, the Adventurer Guild was smaller than any branch in Bime, and the number of receptionists working in it was very small. The ones dispatched by the guild began with Marianne, and went on to Rua and a few others. And they were dealing with the problem by hiring hands from the local area. Very few adventurers set South Bime as their home base. But that wasn't to say it didn't have work. Today once more, the residents of the city brought their requests over to the guild. To one of those residents, Marianne spoke. I truly apologize. Our South Bime branch isn't yet ready to accept requests. So we are in a state where we cannot accept your request. The one she dealt with was a middle-aged woman. That would be troubling. Over here, we're busy with moving on top of raising a child. It's a simple request, so just send someone already. Wife of a craftsman who'd moved in from Bime. Or perhaps a woman from a nearby village. Marianne explained the same thing a number of times, before she finally stood and left. The number of adventurers, even if there was a first-rate party when it came to labyrinths, other than that, there was only Erhardt, and some dreaming youths who'd gathered from around. Not knowing the fundamentals of adventuring, it wasn't thinkable they were capable of clearing requests just yet. To add to that, the branch had only just been set up, and there were various problems to be dealt with. Marianne-san, a complaint from the merchants that materials are insufficient. When one of the personnel apologetically reported, tired as she was, Marianne coped with a smile. They will have to bear it. If they want something, they'll either have to make a personal request to an adventurer's, or raise the sale price to lower. This time, the one who entered the guild was Rua. Marianne-san, it's about the magic stones in our custody. At this rate, there is a possibility we'll run out. When winter came, the expenditure of magic stones went up. At present, craftsmen were expending a large quantity of them in their crafts. So it couldn't be helped that the stones managed by this small guild were insufficient. If you called her the branch head, it had a nice ring to it, but it was sought from Marianne to work harder than anyone in this newly set up adventurers guild. At that moment, it was Damien's turn to make his way in. Taking along his 3 automaton maids, and hanging his large staff against his shoulders, he pushed his glasses up with his fingertips. You're in quite a hurry. Rather, just what is happening here? The magic stones I asked for have yet to be delivered, you know? At this rate, my research shall lag. From behind him, Litarta the dwarf made an appearance. Oi, you got any rare metal on you? If it's money, that Fidel Whelp or Lyle Whelp are in debt to me, and they said they'd put out any amount, so I'd like all you've got. The ones who brought trouble one after the next were always those related to Lyle. It's no good, can I really make it here? Every time Marianne dealt with a painstaking wave of trouble, she felt the fatigue creep in. A complaint from South Bime's Adventurers Guild. While I read the bitter outcries transcribed on paper, I listened to the reports. The reports were coming in from the Valkyries stationed all over to check the state of the war, through Monica. Chicken dickwad. The Bonsium army has drawn near the walls of Red Ant Fortress. They're conducting some plain harassment, as they accumulate weariness within. Making an approach bit by bit, and they've even shown movements to retrieve their enemies' arrows. In the office, I stretched. Red Ant Fortress hadn't shown any effective movements, was it? How fares the fortress's insides? Monica replied immediately. It seems they've requested for reinforcements. But movements in Bime are dull, it seems. Hearing that, I decided to retreat the Valkyries. Pull back the Valkyries lurking in Bime. We need only continue watching Fortress Red Ant. That the movements in Bime were slow might mean the opinions of merchants was divided. As long as there wasn't a clear top dog, I've heard it was quite a pain if opinions diverged. Even if there was a lord or king, it was still trouble when the views of vassals and advisors didn't align. Then what of merchants who prioritized their own profits? I had anticipated from the start, but this was too terrible. I pity the soldiers of Bime. Monica shrugged at me. The chicken who only watches Bimes fall to hell from his perch is guilty of the same sin. Isn't that splendid? It's set in stone you're going to hell when you die. I laughed. Sorry. I've already known my destination for a while, it's not going to scare me at this point. Since I decided to fight seals, I had killed many humans for the sake of my own fame. At this point, I doubt any argument of I don't want to go to hell would pass. Of course, that's only a talk of, if it exists. Monica pinched her skirt's hem with her fingertips, and gave a bow. In contrast to the foulness of her mouth, her gestures were perfect. In that case, this Monica shall accompany you there. Good for you, now feel relief, you easily lonely pitiful excuse for a man, this is where you should be rejoicing, you know? That didn't make me happy at all, okay, maybe it did, but personally I feel doubtful over whether automatons have anything to do with the afterlife. Now then, let's end the jokes here. A complaint came from the guild. On top of a lack of adventurers, there is too much demanded from it, they say. Now who should I send? Monica immediately corrected her posture, and looked at me. Why not Eva, May and Marina, those 3? In regards to May, there isn't any urgent business she has to attend to at present. As long as Eva calls out to her brethren, it's thinkable she'll be able to gather people and challenge the labyrinth. Eva hailed from a famous tribe among the elves called the Nihil, and she was relatively trusted. Apart from minstrel elves, the dark elf tribes that lived in and maintained the forests also took a favorable attitude towards her.
Then we'll have them gather and challenge it.
Gather some folks with time on their hands, and put them to work in the labyrinth.
Other than that, as I thought over who else to send, Malia-san made a rare request to me. Lyle, do you have a minute? Bime's Conference of Merchants.
Once the war with Bonsium had reached a full-blown beginning, the main members all gathered. Calling forth the head soldier who had seen the battle from the fortress, he was in the middle of pleading to the merchants for reinforcements. Bonsium's army, while moving slowly, is disarming traps as it proceeds forward. We have been attacking them, but they have put up countermeasures, and there is no sign their march will come to a halt. At this rate, they shall attach themselves to the first wall.
Please send reinforcements. In regards to the head soldier's desperate plea, one of the merchants posed a question.
Panicked as the soldier was, the merchants had yet to show any panic themselves. Because they had plenty of soldiers to defend themselves, and they trusted in the walls of the city called Bime.
You've made no mention of it. What are the casualties within the fortress?
The head soldier made a bit of a troubled face. Within the fortress, there are only a few injured, and there have yet to be any deaths.
But at this rate. There, one of the merchants let out a sigh. Even if we did some work on the fortress, even its current numbers have exceeded maximum capacity, have they not?
Even if we send reinforcements now, it will only make a narrower space to fight.
From there, various opinions to deny reinforcements came out. Reinforcements when there hasn't been a single casualty.
Last time, it was even more terrible, yet it defeated a foe several times greater, correct? Though a sprinkle of cowardice was involved.
We've sent goods there en masse.
And we should be fighting with terms advantageous to our side.
Receiving those chastising merchant eyes, the head soldiers persisted that reinforcements were needed regardless. He knew this would happen if he asked for reinforcements before any casualties. That's why he didn't include them in his report.
But Bonsium's troops were disarming traps as if they were aware of their location beforehand, and their steady approach was more than enough for one to know they were dangerous.
The man's shouts fell on deaf ears. However, to such a meeting room, a messenger soldiers hurriedly raced in. What is this? We're in the middle of an important meeting.
When one of the merchants criticized the runner, he raced over to the head soldier. Perhaps he had ran in a hurry from his steed, as the messenger was terribly tired.
What's wrong? What happened?
The messenger spoke on out of breath.
The first wall has been breached. The close to 20,000 soldiers stationed on it, less than half were able to return to the fortress.
In a mere few days since the start of the war, the first wall had been breached.
Red Ant Fortress.
On top of the captured first wall, Blois stretched out on a job well done. His adjutant knight had removed his helmet, and was holding it under his right arm. When our information is so precise, the other generals began showing motivation as well. The Knight Brigade chiefs even chased the retreating forces until the fortress was before their very eyes, but all the way to the wall's capture, Blois had been on the front line, and by its capture, the other generals confirmed there was no mistake in the information, now volunteering for the front line one after another to nab up the achievements. They had already obtained the information, and they only needed to overcome the small sporadic resistance Bime could offer up.
They were no enemy to Bonsium. Because there's few chances for knights to perform in a siege. Only when we invade, or on their horses to give chase, perhaps? Come to think of it, there are quite a few chances. But I doubt Bime will come out for a battle on the plains, so I can understand why they'd be burning for merits. Seeing Blois so relaxed, the adjutant cleared his throat. Because there were soldiers of Bonsium around, and they were looking at their general. Blois cleared his throat as well. Well, we've allies within the fortress as well, and they'll launch attacks from the inside as planned. But Bime sure is luxurious. They've mountains of goods in those walls. If that's how it's going to be, then we who were worried of our own supply can fight in peace. From the get-go, Blois planned to steal the enemy Bime's supplies as he marched. Their insufficient arrows were supplemented with those retrieved from Bime, and he planned to collect food and armor in a similar fashion along the way. Because if he didn't, the feudal lords who entered Bime would go right into attacking the surrounding towns and villages. We've got ample supplied in our hands. I do hope this lessens plunder a bit. The adjutant tilted his head. We were able to distribute plenty, haven't we? I'm sure the lords understand anymore is meaningless. Blois halted that opinion with an ominous laugh. That's how you thought of it? You're still green. They all have different circumstance, but to feudal lords, plunder in war is a valuable source of income. I'm sure they've heard of Bime's abundance, and I'm sure it'll become something terrible. What's more, the mercenaries from Bime know the locations of villages, and even the finer details on them.
They said they hadn't been earning for a while, so just what will come of it? As Blois thought over the deeds Bonsium's army would commit once it was released from this fortress, he let out a sigh. And he felt a disappointment at his confidence that he wouldn't be able to stop them. We were ordered to wait on standby here, but was that for better or worse? Seeing Blois worry, the adjutant could only look on from the side. South Bime. I took Eva, May and Marina-san, and dove into the labyrinth. It was a labyrinth that expanded downwards, and another adventurer party had already reached its lowest layer. It had more than 10 floors to it, but it was relatively easy to conquer, abundant in a large array of monsters. For that sake, it was an easy labyrinth to manage. That's precisely why we had let it remain. Eventually, it would become an important source of income for South Bime. Eva looked at me in worry. Lyle, didn't you say you were busy? Didn't Monica go on a rampage when you said you were going off to the labyrinth? Monica had work, and taking her out of it would be troublesome, so I left her behind. And when I did, she merely asserted that she would go along as well. There wasn't any rampage. She was simply too annoying when she tried showing off all her functions that I left her behind. And I don't plan on spending more than a few days earning in here. I wasn't an adventurer, and I wasn't getting a reward for this. Though I did plan on paying Eva, May and Marina-san for coming along. Or rather, are you alright here, Marina-san? They tried to keep you in Bime, didn't they? Wearing a fur coat as usual, with metal protectors on her arms and legs, Marina-san shrugged her shoulders. I want to fight the strong. I lost to May, but I want to fight with you as well. She had gone from calling May girly to just May. It seemed she was a musclehead who would obey because she had been defeated. A woman increasingly like the first. I'm sure they would have gotten along if they talked. May looked at me. Even so, what do you want to do in this labyrinth at this point? From your point of view, wouldn't it be too easy, Lyle? As she said she didn't get what I wanted to accomplish, I gave a simple explanation of the guild's present state. The guild came crying. It looks like Marianne-san is at her limit, so I have to lend a hand. It will really be troublesome if that person collapses. The only decent person we had with the know-how to manage a labyrinth was Marianne-san. Rua-san came as well, but even if she was good at her job, she was a receptionist and nothing more. A person whose future I could count on, but wasn't at a stage where she could move people. May shook her head. But for some reason she looked a little sorrowful. That isn't what I meant. Even if you didn't come, anyone else would have been fine, is what I'm trying to say. Trouble will come from you slipping out of your job, Lyle. I silently walked forward. The jewel. Malia-san's request was for me to spend some time in the labyrinth with May. The truth is, the guild matter was just the official reason. On Malia-san's request, I was accompanying May. It was faint, but even I could understand it. It's about time. There's a person who's about to go away. So I wanted to make a little time before that. May seemed to understand, as she gave a short reply. So that's it. And she muttered to herself. I see, so we're parting again next time. I doubt there'll be a next time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 15, Chapter 4, Betrayal. Betrayal. Red Ant Fortress. The first wall had been taken, and the armies of Bonsium were in formation before them. They were lined up in a narrow space, but made sure to avoid the cannon's line of fire. The commander of the fortress, a commanding officer of Bime, watched as he grit his teeth. How in the... The traps they placed were thoroughly disarmed, and they weren't able to afford much casualty to Bonsium. The rocks meant to fall from the cliffs were removed before Bonsium could pass under, rendered completely useless. How in the hell are we losing? In this restricted space, a tactic of numbers wouldn't work. So surely Bonsium was fighting at a disadvantage. It was common sense in this world that the defending side held an advantage over the offense. And yet before Bonsium's advance, the fortress had already put out casualties close to half their numbers. Deaths and injuries. Even if they had supplies in excess, they couldn't even use them to stall the enemy. The quality of their equipment didn't fall short of their foe. More so, theirs was of a higher quality than Bonsium's. When the first wall was breached, a rescue squad had been sent from the fortress. But they had lost to Bonsium's knights. They were numerous. They had the better equipment. Yet they lost. Deputy Commander offered counsel to the commander. Commander, at this rate, we're on a one-way road of falling morale. Why not move the injured to the back, and draft more for the front lines? We've already done that. It's because the merchants were so frugal that it came to this. With expensive armor over his body, the commander was the third son of a merchant house. His body was of large build. When he found he had no business ability, and was unable to help out his house, he had aimed to become a soldier. From there, he received the support of his house through promotions, and now he was appointed commander of the fortress. The commander whose heart danced at the prospect of moving over 50,000. But reality was cruel. Into the conference room of the fortress burst a messenger. Bonsium's army has infiltrated the fortress. Both sides are clashing on top of the walls, but so many Bonsium soldiers are climbing up that we cannot handle it. Reinforcements please. Please send reinforcements. In a limited space, both sides sent troops into close combat, it seems. But the soldiers of Bonsium were defeating the soldiers of the fortress and moving on. Have the adventurers deal with them. At those words, the messenger seemed vexed. Well, most of the adventurers have already been taken out. There are some whose leaders were assassinated on the premises, rendering them immobile. Alongside the start of the attack, the mercenary members lurking within had made their move. Assassinating the main adventurers, they had brought about Bonsium's advantage. Assassination, you say, how? How did the enemy infiltrate us? Following on, a beaten messenger fell into the room. Bloodstained, and of feeble breath. What? What happened? The messenger tried to let out his voice. But perhaps he hadn't the strength, as only a small sound came out. When the irritated commander carelessly approached, the messenger man gave a grin. He clung onto the commander, and stuck a sword through the gaps in his armor. Thanks for that. I never thought the commander would be the one to come close. Right after, men wearing the armor of Bime's side surged into the room one after the next. Che, so he's the one that gets the commander's head. Got to make do with the rest, I guess. Even if the fortress conference room was wide, it was still a room. With dagger and shield, the mercenaries took over Bime's command room. And the weapons of the commanding soldiers were swords and long swords, and other armaments too long for the task. Bastards, you turned coat. Hearing those words, the mercenaries hesitated a moment, before suddenly bursting into laughter. Turned coat? That's wrong. The other side had better conditions. And since I got the feeling they would win, I chose to side with them as all. From the start, we were on the other sides. But your naivety really was a huge help. So, die for the sake of our riches. The upper command faces fought the mercenaries in the conference room. The guarding soldiers tried to surround them and take them out. The mercenaries certainly faced casualties, but without paying mind to such a thing, they continued slashing on. The deputy commander was stabbed by 3 men's daggers and fell to the ground. Spilling blood, and with a pale face, he looked up at the man managing the mercenaries before his eyes. Do you know what you lot are doing? Bime will, the guild will never forgive you guys. On those words, the mercenaries laughed harder. As the deputy looked around, one of the mercs leaned over to look into his face. Oh, how scary. But listen here, the guild you speak of is Bime's guild, right? Could it be you seriously believe no one can lay hands on the guild? Bonsium has seriously come to crush Bime, you know? The deputy opened his eyes wide. It couldn't be you guy plan on. Bime. Do you understand? If Bime is gone, you are all the ones who are going to be troubled. The deputy commander was kicked to the side by the mercenary mediator. You sure are loud with those condescending eyes. We aren't the dogs of the merchants or the guild. We helped them out when things were going well between us. If we can't earn bread in Bime anymore, then we have to go somewhere where we can, right? Oh, already croaked, have you? Losing interest in the silent deputy commander, the mercenary gave orders to establish contact with Bonsium's side. Oi, tell Bonsium we took out the general. With that, our reward's going to become something extraordinary. The laughing mercenaries. Ironically, the fortress of the city of merchants and adventurers had fallen by the hands of adventurers, by mercenaries. By the time Blois moved himself to the fortress, everything was over. There were traces of blood everywhere you looked. That's just how intense of a battle it had been, but even so, it had ended quite one-sidedly. Looking at the result, it was Bonsium's complete victory. Without any conspicuous casualties, and obtaining a large quantity of supplies from Bime's camp, Bonsium's army could march straight to Bime's city districts without anything of value lost. Entering the cleaned-up conference room, Blois gave apology to the generals who'd already arrived. Shucks, looks like I came in late. My apologies. One of the generals overlooked his light air and attitude. Their victory had put him in a good mood. You were at the first wall after all. There's no helping you be late. Now then, to continue the conference. The supreme commanding officer opened his mouth.
We will march straight to Bime. And also,
the feudal lords have their demands.
We will be procuring goods from the area. On those words, Blois thought. So human desires are never sated. As expected, it's come to this.
The lords of Baron and below who took part all rejoiced at the words of pillage. Even if there were supplies within the fortress, we're an army of over 300,000, after all.
It's a tad lacking if we wish to take Bime. For the shameless Viscount taking part, a count who'd been silently folding his arms voiced his approval. We've kept the soldiers waiting.
If we keep them contained so long, it will be beyond our power if they run amok.
A baron still young in years immediately nominated himself. In that case, we will proceed north from here. There, the other lords raised voices of disapproval. The north is the most developed part, is it not? A baron will surely be shot down. Why not let us take charge of it? How rude. You saw the weak men of Bime, didn't you? Losing to that would be the disgrace of a feudal lord.
Jovial voices ruled the room.
Within all that, Blois alone looked depressed.
The lords were laughing, but what was to come from it was a tale laughs wouldn't atone for. Based on how things went, some may even burn whole villages and kill off their populaces. The reason the lords were so serious over the matter was because they had heard that Bime was a land without any lords where each village was guaranteed prosperity. Unable to offer any proper resistance, and the adventurers they relied on were busy with defending the city. It wasn't by much, but they couldn't think they would lose. From what Blois had researched, it was the perfect hunting ground.
It's true I'm not quite pleased. But it's not like saying that will stop anyone. And our capital really plans on annihilating Bime.
If I speak out of turn, I'll be the one punished.
Blois didn't think the world turned on nothing but pretty words.
But still stood the fact he felt unsatisfied with himself. And the supreme commander looked at Blois and opened his mouth.
By the way, General Blois, you performed splendidly in that battle before.
I'll report to Central that your contributions were great. I'm counting on you in Bime's capture as well.
Blois smiled. No, I've only done what I could. Rather than me, the other generals are.
The moment he tried to humble himself and pass the evaluation on to others. The door to the conference room opened.
There stood Braid.
The scornful eyes of generals, knights, and lords concentrated on him. The supreme commander held his head and gave a grandiose gesture of shaking it to the side.
Good grief, how pitiful. Not only did you ignore opposition to move independently, you didn't even make it for the battle. The polar opposite of General Blois. Blois thought inside. Really, stop it. Braid Dano is staring daggers at me. With that, you've definitely made me his enemy. Even for Blois, it was difficult to follow through for Braid, who leapt off saying he'd take a detour and didn't make it in time. If there was something he could say. Supreme Commander, I doubt anyone would have imagined we could take the fortress in such a short time. The work of the other generals in its fall was brilliant. I don't think it fair to blame this untimeliness on Braid Dano alone. More so, isn't it everyone's responsibility for doing such a smashing job of taking it? When Blois said that, the surrounding general, knight chiefs and lords burst into laughter. He has a point. If they knew the enemy would be so weak, I'm sure the royal guard and elites would have stayed behind. They traversed such a treacherous mountain. It would be cruel to treat them so coldly. They must have faced considerable casualty as well. That's right, it wasn't that they didn't make it, we were simply too strong. There's nothing that will come of criticizing the head of the royal guard. Within the surrounding laughter, Braid was glaring at Blois more and more. Blois wanted just a bit of his gratitude for having changed the subject. The supreme commander called for Braid to sit. The only open seat was the one furthest from him. Now then, we'll be moving as scheduled. And we'll be dispersing our troops, but make sure to keep a firm grasp on the reins. We cannot do something if they go out of control. Don't forget to gather them at the meeting point by the time we're set to march as one. Once the supreme commander stood, the lords and generals gathered for the meeting followed suit and left the meeting room. While looking at Braid. Good job making it to the meeting. If it were me, I'd be too embarrassed to live on, It's because he's Seal Summa's favorite. That alone made him captain. Isn't it a tad too harsh for us to depend on his competence? Blois was the last one to leave the room, and as he passed by Braid. You dimwit general who became one merely by being born to it. Don't be so conceited over a moment's merits. Standing right after, Braid pushed past Blois and left the room first. Blois let out a sigh. No matter what I do, he hates me. Good grief, why am I in such a troublesome standing again?
Shrugging his shoulders, he left the room last. There was a single baronet observing the state of that conference room.
Braid kicked his belongings in the personal room in the fortress he'd been assigned. Each and every one of them. It isn't my fault. I was late because the guides and mercenaries were so hesitant. If they hadn't been like that, I would.
The furniture left in the room was in tatters. Braid didn't feel his rage subsiding at all. But he planned to rampage until it was contained. To his room came a knock at the door.
Who is it?
The door opened, and the ones in the doorway were two baronets. From Braid's point of view, they were foes not worth his time. The soldiers they brought into the fray numbered 100 or 200 at most. As they weren't anything special, he didn't bother to greet them.
What's your business? I'm busy. Those two baronets. One was the baronet who'd made a promise with Adele.
There's something I'd like to pass to the Royal Guard captain's ears.
Though I was mulling over who was the best person to inform.
What was presented was a letter. Braid took it as if snatching it from the man's hand, and confirmed its contents. As he read on, he gradually lifted it in both his hands, the corners of his lips folding up. That letter with the seal still intact had yet to be read by any. He spoke to the two who'd shown it to him.
This is a letter of betrayal.
Written in it was a cooperation request from a member of Lyle's party known as Adele. With his past debt to Lyle, the letter called for his cooperation as he had promised.
Braid looked at the two baronets. Judging by this letter's contents, I assume the two of you are already conspirators.
The other baronet, the one who'd pushed an impossible request onto Adele, explained the situation.
Betray an army of 300,000 and join Lyle's side with only a few? We aren't so foolish. The baronet with a long-standing relation to Adele's house spoke.
We have already distributed these letters to a number of night-class houses. Well, there was some profit in it for us if they agreed to cooperation. But thinking of our own futures, there's no need to even think over who we'll side with. That being the case, you have cooperated with him once before.
So we would like to ask if you'll intervene in Central.
Lyle's party had betrayed him.
With that on his mind, Braid listened to the two. Very well.
I shall intervene from my side.
And will they offer me their own cooperation for the task? The two baronets nodded.
Of course.
However?
As he stood on guard to what the baronet was about to say, the two began talking about Lyle's plan. There may be those who feign betrayal and hand the letters in.
Lyle's conspirators makes use of quite some dirty means. I only wish to warn you about that.
Braid wondered if that was all. But at the same time, he thought it was possible. The two of them had handed the letter without cutting the seal. It would be fine to trust them to an extent. Then the moment they bring this tale to another, it's certain they are traitors. I see.
Understood. I'll deal with it. And about this letter. I would like to continue correspondence from here on. The baronet looked perplexed. You'll continue.
A single plan had floated in Braid's head.
To drag Lyle's party out, surround them, and strike them down.
Seeing the men before him fail to comprehend that, he made fun of them to himself.
They can't even think of something so simple?
Yes, that's right. Because it's an important plan. I'd like the two of you to cooperate.
And does anyone else know of this?
They shook their heads.
And they put out Blois' name. That general called Blois isn't suited.
Well, the other generals are more or less in the same boat. But we thought the captain of the Royal Guard could understand the value of this letter.
You actualized the mountain crossing no one else would attempt.
While you may not have made it in time, that was merely because Bime was too frail. Under normal circumstance, you'd have made an opportunity to pincer, and your achievements would have been greater than anyone's.
Put in a good mood, Braid smiled and nodded. Well then, I'll have to think of a response. If a letter comes, please inform me at once. And like that, the battle of Braid and Lyle had become unavoidable.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Volume 15, Chapter 5, Plunder. 7's 265, Plunder. A village in the territory of Bime.
There, the armies of Bonsium had flooded in, and gathered the villagers in one spot.
Before the anxious-looking villagers, the armed soldiers entered the buildings, grabbing various things, and heaping them up in one pile. Starting with food, ornaments, and going on to weapons and the like.
Around the villagers, the armed youngsters the soldiers had killed were placed in plain view.
The notion that resistance was futile on their minds, they abided by fear.
The baron who assaulted the village spoke with his vassal knight.
What is this lenience? In Bonsium, they'd either put up a more intense resistance, or present the goods from the start. The vassal knight looked at the fearful villagers.
The clothes they wear and what they carry on them isn't something you'd think to find in Bonsium. I heard the tax was low, but it's as if they aren't being managed at all. What's more, the youth lot that came at us were no good at all.
Could it be they were grouping us with monsters?
As expected of Bime, city of adventurers.
They don't understand a goddamn thing. The soldiers looked satisfied at the abundance of goods to pilfer.
At a glance, you could see the soldiers holding up the clothes and decorations they had found.
Oi, trade that with me. My place's daughter is going to be married off soon. I want her clothes to be the best of the best. In that case, give me that pendant you've got there. I wanted to make this a present for my wife.
They were quickly treating what they took as their own, and exchanging them amongst themselves. Among them were some who even broke into fights, but the knights broke in between to mediate them.
The baron looked around, and scoffed. Load what we've gained on the wagons.
And we've no further business, burn it. Hearing those words, the villagers cried out.
Wait. When you've taken all you could, what need is there to burn?
An arrow stuck into the villager who rose to his feet in protest. A soldier near the baron had fired it, and other soldiers were also ready with their bows.
And what of it? You lot aren't my people. And I've no interest in any of you. With so much taken from you, how can you expect yourselves to live on?
It's the least amount of mercy I can give.
You'll be killed on the spot.
A number of knights cast magic, and set the surrounding buildings alight. With the buildings burning up, the villagers burst into tears. And the soldiers fired their arrows without question. But a majority of them were aimed at the men, and a majority of them missed the women. Seeing that, the baron shook his head to the side, and laughed.
When it comes to you lot, good grief, make sure we can depart on schedule. And don't fight amongst yourselves.
Saying that, he headed towards the mountain of piled pilfer. The soldiers raised cries as they held their fists in the air, pulling the women off by the arms.
Redan Fortress.
There, Blois saw off the feudal nobles who had departed one after the next since the early morning. He was filled with a complicated feeling. But he didn't have a good enough reason for them to stop. And for more or less, it was nothing rare to find in war, and Bonsium was no exception. More than that, the land of Bime that had never let itself experience warfare was the greatest hunting ground any lord could ask for. If he poorly tried to stop it, there were surely some who'd even go as far as assassinating him to get their way. Good grief, it's at times like these that one's powerlessness feels so painful. There were times he had thought to get promoted and stop them. But it wasn't as if promotions were accomplished with pretty words alone, and he hesitated to dabble in the injustice and pillaging he so hated in order to rise in rank. There, from atop the fortress, he noticed a soldier moving strangely.
While remaining wary of their surroundings, they were headed his way. From build and movements, it was likely a woman. An enemy?
Blois immediately entered the fortress, and taking a few of his men along, he searched out the black-haired woman he had spotted before, only to find her inside the fortress.
Leaving a certain room, and moving in the opposite direction from him. A moment of your time? What is your affiliation?
Blois called out in a gentle voice, but his hand was gripping the hilt of his blade. The knight and soldiers around him were wary of the woman as well. But there, a troublesome individual appeared on the scene.
How noisy! What's going on here?
A voice came from behind Blois' party, making him turn to find Braid. Blois kept it in his head that this was going to be a pain. I spotted a suspicious individual, so I was only calling out to her. And this is one of the rooms lent out to the feudal lords. There are quite a few things I'd like to ask her. As Blois seemed cautious of a lord's betrayal, Braid showed a laugh. Unlike in the meeting the other day, his air was one of leisure.
She's no one suspicious. I'll guarantee it. Now be on your way.
The black-haired, red-eyed female soldier lowered her head without a change in expression, and left the spot with swift feet.
Blois spoke to Braid. Then will you be the one talking?
He had a bad premonition, and Braid's answer was just as he expected.
It's all part of the plan.
Well, my personal plan, I'll have to add. I'd much appreciate if you wouldn't barge into it, Saying that, Braid entered the room the woman had come out of. Blois decided to faithfully report this matter to the other generals.
Confirming that Blois had left, Braid complained to the baronet.
I'd really like it if you made these letter exchanges less conspicuous.
My apologies.
And I had the one you just saw write a letter as you specified for delivery.
Braid belittled the baronet internally as he nodded. It's troublesome that Blois was the one to spot it. But do these guys have no sense of crisis? Even if they're abiding my words, I can't have them dragging my feet.
In that case, I should take charge of managing future exchanges.
Good grief, incompetent subordinates sure are a pain. Braid made the proposal. Let me stand witness to the next letter exchange as well.
He didn't think he had been outwitted, but for the 1,000,000 to 1 chance, he said as such. There, the baronet didn't look particularly troubled.
Understood. That's how we'll arrange it henceforth. In that case, next will be.
Seeing the baronet move as he predicted, Braid was put into a delightfully good mood. And once the meeting had finished, the baronet spoke to him.
By the way, Captain. What is it? It's about General Blois. He may try to probe around our affairs.
Based on how things go, he'll report it to the other generals, and he may take these merits away from you. It is a situation where we must doubt if the captain of the Royal Guard can guarantee our safety.
Why not take some measures against it? Braid immediately replied. Assassination, eh?
The baronet hurriedly denied that notion.
Perish the thought.
If an assassination scandal breaks out in a time like this, our plans will be brought to light. Sealing General Braid's movements and explaining the situation once you've earned your achievements sounds best. Braid thought it a pain, but he nodded at the baronet's opinion. If it's after I've gotten my medals, no one will be able to ignore my opinion. We need only get rid of Blois after that, huh?
Understood.
I'll make some moves of my own. While he was at it, he planned to take care of, kill that hindrance Blois when all was said and done.
We had helped out the guild in the labyrinth. But the first thought that came to mind once we got out. What's the meaning of nothing at all?
I had braced myself for the fifth Sparting, but he hadn't said a single word the whole time. Malia-san was also troubled, and May, who felt it would be the end, was sending me a chastising glare as if she'd been betrayed.
Within the jewel. Surrounding the fifth, I asked about the situation in the jewel. Malia-san spoke. He locked himself in his room, and wouldn't come out. After I'd prepared for it so much. The fifth glared at Malia-san as he spoke. Don't use May as an excuse.
Listen here, saying goodbye in that sort of atmosphere contrarily raises all the hurdles, damn it. If that's how it was going to be, a normal goodbye would have been several times better. When I wondered what it was, it seems the fifth didn't want to go out into the goodbye party Malia-san had devised. It's true the ancestors up to now had never parted with such an atmosphere. To this point, they had left when it was necessary. No, because of me, the second alone wasn't able to give a proper farewell.
Malia-san hadn't permitted the succession of the fifth skill.
But because I had learned his past, she had lifted the restriction. Failing to inform the fifth of that fact, he had slipped up the timing to pass the skill to me.
The seventh spoke. Hey, why not just give it to him here and be over with it? Don't want to make too much a ruckus out of it, and you've already imparted everything you wanted to, right?
The fifth was sullen. I was forced to impart everything I didn't want to as well.
Alright, let's go Lyle. While the fifth tried to lead me into his room of memories, Malia-san stood in the way. That's no good at all. If it's my responsibility, then I have to do something about it.
The fifth looked at her.
Anne. I'm saying. You're being a bother.
Listen, well, I don't really care about the timing and so forth. My role of passing on my skill to Lyle is an important one.
It's true I can't look cool anymore, but what's more important is giving this skill to Lyle. So Millie, just drop it already.
Within that dubious air, such a conversation came to pass, but I felt there was something I had to tell the ancestors as well. I'm sorry, it seems Bonsium's made its move, so I'm going to have to hurry on my side. It seems I'll be busy, and I don't think I'll be coming back here for a while. Work's just been so hectic lately.
I really am sorry. As I ran to leave, the fifth extended his hand towards me with an indescribable expression on his face.
A village in Bimes North. There, the adventurers hired as guards, and the adventurers that hailed from the village were collapsed on the ground, having been defeated by soldiers. The red blood seeping into the earth gave proof of all the place the fighting had taken place. A young soldier lifted up one of the adventurers.
This one's wearing really nice armor. Since I beat him, it's alright if I'm the one who takes it, right?
Perhaps the soldiers alongside him were from the same town as him, as they laughed. I don't mind, but I don't recommend trying to stand out more than our general. Stand out too much, and you'll be the first one aimed at on the battlefield. In that case, you'd better sell it, and build up some funding for yourself. Listening to such voices from the surroundings, a young baronet looked around.
Good grief, they needlessly wasted our time. Did they really think such crude attacks would work on fully armored soldiers? The young baronet kicked an adventurer who still drew breath. Likely in resentment for a soldier that had died, that single adventurer was being harassed by a number. The adventurer didn't seem to grasp what was going on. The labyrinth's 30th floor. Adventurers who had breached the 30th floor. They were truly proficient. Adding on the premise of, as adventurers. The baronet laughed. Having your magicians put on a show like that is just asking for them to be aimed at. For a lot at your level, there are any number of ways to deal with you once surrounded. With your numbers that don't even reach 10, adding deaths and injuries, I'll admit you took out more than 20 of our men. But that's all. Even so, the sword in your hands is truly a splendid one. A magic tool. I'll be the one using it from here on. There were more than 100 armed soldiers and adventurers whose magicians were walking targets for arrows. After that, they need only have those capable of ranged attacks surround and take down any adventurers that jumped out. The young baronet used the sword he took from the adventurer to impale its former wielder. You seem delighted at your abilities of monster slaying, but you were too oblivious of the battlefield. This is why those misunderstanding adventurers are so troublesome. Testing the sharpness of his new blade. At that moment, some mercenaries drew close. Boss, please don't forget our services. To the grinning mercenaries, the baronet directed a smile. Of course I won't. I give my thanks for guiding us all the way to the village. You can dispute how to distribute the promised loot amongst yourselves. Now then, once we're done here, where shall we head next? Around, the soldiers pillaged and assaulted women. When the village men who couldn't stand to watch took their weapons in hand and came at them, the soldiers impaled them on their spears and shot them through with their bows. The mercenaries looked at that baronet's men. Even so, you've even less mercy than us mercs. The baronet spoke with a smile. I've experienced even crueler battlefields in Bonsium. But when their resistance was so weak, even my heart starts to hurt. Of course, even if that's the case, I've no intent to go light on them. Now let us make haste. If we linger, the other lords will snatch our prize away. There were problems in Bime. Using the power of money, they had experienced too long a period of peace. Exchanging the blood of surrounding lands for money, and sucking it up for its own prosperity. The thought process that they themselves were safe was always prevalent somewhere in them, and when it came to a situation like this, it made an environment where they couldn't put up a decent resistance. To Bonsium, it was an environment where they could take what they wanted. The colors of the Lord's eyes had changed, as their horizons expanded before them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 15, Chapter 6, Obligation. Obligation. Near the border of Bime and Zayin, Zayin's side had sent out forces. The one left to the command of over 1,000 troops was Krite Ben Aini. With a neatly set hairstyle, he rode his horse on standby at the border. It was because of predictions that Bonsium had sprung to action and was going around looting. But they weren't deployed to protect Bime's villages. They were there to protect Zayin territory, the people of Zayin. Krite's subordinate rode his horse up close. Captain Krite. What's wrong? There are more people flowing in from Bime. Seems they want safe haven. And they were also there to block the flow of people from Bime. It's not as if they were denying them. But the treatment of people in Bime and Zayin was different. That was something Bime's side didn't understand. Turn them back. We cannot move any further from our station. Seeing Krite's mortified face, the subordinate raced his horse off. At first, Zayin had tried to offer relief to the people flowing in from Bime. But Bime had a particular national color. Ruled by the merchants, its armaments made of adventurers, their sense of values were too different. The safe haven they spoke of was a request for the army to protect their village. And as long as they paid the reward, they thought they would help. We are already knights of Zayin. Why can't they understand that? Unlike Krite, who yearned of knighthood, the people of Bime knew little of kings and knights or the affairs of other lands. Zayin's temple. There, Aura Zayin sat in an extravagant chair as the Holy Maiden. On one side sat former Holy Maiden Thelma Zayin. On the other side, the High Priest Gaston Bonini. It was a meeting room-like space with a table in the center, and before them was a merchant who held a large shop in a town of Bime. He also had a role of something like a town chief, and he was a man who carried out commerce in a relatively large town in Bime's northern quadrant. With Bime city sector the further of the two away, he had come to seek help from Zayin. Thinking he didn't want his status to fall below any merchant who did business with this so-called Holy Maiden, and having never traded anywhere outside of Bime, there was a problem with his attitude. Why is it? We'll pay the reward.
The surrounding villages have already been attacked, and there are even some that have been slaughtered entirely.
I won't ask for thousands. Even 500 is enough. I would like you to put out troops.
Desperate as he was to protect his life and fortune, Aura stuck her elbow into the armrest and rested her face on her hand. Her posture crumbled, and while Gaston condemned her bearing, she ignored.
Aura thought that disrespect should be repaid in kind, that was all. I understand the severity of your situation.
We have dispatched troops to our border and prepared ourselves. That's how our situation is, so we cannot spare troops for you. To add to that, if I may, there's no **** in way in hell we're arbitrarily dispatching troops to Bime's territory.
And dude, why is there a need for me to send troops for your sake in the first place?
There, Thelma beside her came in to stop it.
Aura. My apologies.
But please understand our standings. Crossing the border of our own accord will be to Zayn's disadvantage. People who've lost their homes have flowed into Zayn, and our situation is one where we can accept your village as well.
But that's the most we can do,
The merchant, unsatisfied with Thelma's explanation, tapped his staff on the ground and explained the situation.
Why can't you understand?
Once Bime falls, they may target Zayn next.
Is overlooking the barbarity of Bonsium the will of your goddess?
There was some sense to his words.
If Bonsium was left as it was, Zayn would be exposed to danger. But would saving a town and maybe a few villages in Bime's territory really change that? It would not. Gaston opened his mouth. I understand your sentiment. And it is true we cannot ignore that matter.
We cannot, but the one who invited in Bonsium's anger was Bime.
What do you want to accomplish by dragging us into the mix? Do you think we can send out troops and win against an army that numbers over 300,000? We don't want to make any needless attacks on Bonsium. Please understand. The merchant's face turned bright red. Then what should I do? Say you I just wait to be killed.
While singing praise to your goddess, you'll tell us to die off.
Aura snorted at the merchant. Of all else, the words coming out of his mouth were right.
And it was precisely that righteousness that made her laugh.
You sure are assertive.
After making Zayn your battlefield and cash cow for so many years, it sure is different when it comes to Bime. You're asking us to go and fight in a battle without any prospects of victory. When you're that arrogant, it crosses into the realm of refreshing, let me tell you. The merchant averted his eyes from her.
Perhaps everything they'd done to Zayn had just crossed through his head.
There, Thelma threw out a lifeboat.
But we cannot continue ignoring Bonsium's brutality like this. Then let me offer a condition. A condition? What is it? If it's money, the amount we can prepare at a moment's notice is.
Thelma kept up her smile as she spoke.
Accept the rule of Zayn.
If you do, it will create a reason for Zayn's soldiers to move.
It will be to protect their homeland.
Hearing Thelma's words, the merchant found himself unable to open his mouth. Before the town the pillaging force set as its next destination, the march had halted, and discussion had begun. A tent was prepared, and the ones talking were a baron and his vassal. A mercenary brigade chief was called out to verify the situation.
Wasn't that part of Bime's territory? I can see Zayn's flag, you know? The mercenary shook his head. Until just a while ago, it was undoubtedly Bime. And it's across the river that marks the border.
Crossing it after so long is just strange. Hearing those words, the baron heard out his vassal. Now then, that's how it seems to be, but if they're really part of Zayn, it will become something troubling.
The vassal knight gave a belligerent opinion. We need only attack them.
We've an army surpassing 300,000. There's no need for us to mind a small country like Zayn.
However, a different vassal, an elderly knight, advised the opposite. We should step down. We've country soldiers there.
If we fight, on top of facing casualty, Zayn is a country that's tied a pact called the Four-Country Alliance, it seems. And what we have here isn't an army of 300,000, we only have ourselves. The mercenary chief spoke to the knights.
It's a bluff. Just attack it. And with how close the town is to Zayn's border, it's sure to have made a fortune. But the answer the baron gave was a safe one. The day we must meet up isn't far off. It's out of the question to be late. If it will be a lengthy battle, then we shall prioritize rejoining the main force. What?
The mercenary chief looked displeased at his inability to pillage the town he had been counting on. Having returned to South Bime, I heard the information that Bonsium had dispersed through Bime to pillage, and moved on to the next stage of the plan. In the meeting room, I called Miranda and Aria, having Adelsan and Maximsan in attendance as well.
Any requests for aid from the nearby villages? Adelsan shook her head. It's because you made an enemy of the top brass. I don't think the surrounding villages will request any aid. Arya looked a little vexed. Why's that? The rumor's already gone around. She seemed annoyed that she couldn't help them, but from our point of view, there was a necessity for the people of Bime to shed some blood. Individual emotions were a separate problem. Saving them was possible. If they sought refuge, we'd accept them. But the people of Bime wouldn't accept that. And their movements were surprisingly dull. Miranda sighed. Having too much peace is something to think about. Maybe they're dull because they still can't believe it, or they were making light of it. Maxim-san folded his arms. Their situation is different from Bonsium, where they have a skirmish somewhere every year or so. Even so, close to 150,000 soldiers aren't pillaging, huh? Attacking their main force won't work out. I didn't plan to do so from the start, but that really was troubling. If the people of the main force remained, then the 150,000 moving around must be the armies of the feudal lords. Perfect to take them down one by one. The seventh looked over the pieces laid out on the map draped over the table. If we move around crushing the pillaging units, the main force will make a move on us first, or they'll send a number we won't be able to deal with. If possible, I want to properly knock down the Royal Guard elites. It wouldn't be strange if they moved any time. As the seventh waited for a movement, some Valkyries entered the meeting room. The mass-produced Valkyries all shared blue armor and black hair. However, I could see more variations in their armor and mechanical parts than before. Because of Damien and Old Latarda, their specs were rising. The one beside that Valkyrie was Shannon, who had brought tea to the meeting. Everyone was busy, while Shannon was helping out. These things, they're automatons, yet they put me to work. Shannon directed teary eyes at Miranda. Miranda smiled. Then work, Shannon. Shannon put the tea she'd brought in on the table. I am working. Goddess, I'm working the hell out of it. Swelling her cheeks in rage, she poured enough cups for those gathered before leaving. The Valkyries confirmed that everyone had seen Shannon off with a smile before speaking. Master, a letter from the fortress. So it's here. Accepting it, I read its contents aloud. Successful first contact. Objective, isolation, target is hurriedly seeking merits. This is it. In my delight, I turned a smile to Arya and Miranda. Let's save the nearby villages. Arya, Miranda, and let's send Baldwar too. Let's make an excuse for a merit-starved enemy to head our way. Prepare to surround them and beat down the enemy. Set up traps as well. The Valkyries looked at me. What about our allies in the fortress? If we don't inform them, there is a fear they will be drawn in. I didn't even have to think about it. Inform them of the trap placement, and have them take a detour. If they rejoin the main force just like that, we can greatly chip down Bonsium's military force. There, Adelsan looked worried. Will it really go that well? Personally, I'll say it because I've met them before, but there are quite a few dangerous people. A worried Adelsan. Everyone in the meeting room looked at Maxim-san. There, Maxim suddenly realized something, and moved to cheer her up. In these times of cruel battle to come, I felt just a little relieved. Red Ant Fortress. There, cutting the seal on Lyle's letter, Braid laughed before the two baronets. It seems Lyle is moving because he cannot overlook this situation. Perhaps he thinks we're panicked, as he calculated we wouldn't be able to move very great of a force. He even politely wrote out the placement of traps. The two baronets praised Braid. This is all because of you, Captain. The knights who moved for Lyle's plan, and that there seems to have been an effect in spreading the rumor that General Blois is trying to disperse the other generals. By that rumor's outbreak, some doubt is falling onto General Blois. I'm sure this much is enough for now. Get some achievements as Royal Guard Captain, and if we prepare some official proof. Braid smiled as he held up a hand to silence them. You make it sound as if I'm forging evidence. It would be troublesome if you misunderstood. The one who recommended I cross that mountain was Blois, you hear. By Blois' plan, he had chosen mountain crossing, and that he didn't make it to the battlefield was Blois' fault, was the outline Braid had drafted out. Eliminating the knights who made contact with the generals when they heard of a letter from Lyle, and isolating Blois. In the letter was written if it was up to 5,000, they'd be able to deal with it, and seeing that, he couldn't stop his laughter. Braid looked at that letter marked with Lyle's ambush stations and trap placements, touching a hand to his chin. Lyle's party will move, and when the feudal nobles face casualty, I will volunteer to subjugate him. Of course, you'll follow me, won't you? The two baronets nodded and smiled. Of course. As long as you'll report our achievements to Central as well.
Braid swore he'd definitely honor that promise as he laughed in his heart.
Lyle, this is the difference between you and me. You've lost your head in your schemes.
I'm sure you thought all was going well, but I'm several levels above you. Knowing Lyle's plan, and imagining himself coming out on top, Braid was excited.
Standing to prepare for his assault, he took the two baronets along to move.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Volume 15, Chapter 7, Network. Network. Lyle's Manor in South Bime.
In a room, Monica was stationed surrounded by 3 Valkyries. She had drafted up a special device, and the ones she was loading it into were the first ones activated, Unit 1, 2 and 3. The room didn't particularly have anything in it, it was just a space needlessly wide. With those 4 gathered in that room, there was a reason they were surrounding Monica like that. They opened their mouths in order 1 and up. On the Zayan front, they took in a town to their south. They went ahead to dispatch and station soldiers there.
On the Lorfis front, they absorbed a territory to their south.
There is an insufficiency of personnel to manage it.
They are requesting assistance. The squadrons that dispersed to plunder are beginning to reassemble.
However, a portion of feudal lords and mercenary brigades show no signs of stopping. The information entering from the Valkyries station through Bime was passing through Lyle to Monica, where it was organized.
That role was being left to the 3 units.
The Special 3, the Valkyries had their abilities raised by the work of Damien and Litarda. Because of that, they were given the roles of host computing automatons to the system.
Monica gathered information from them, and sent the final results to Lyle.
If she didn't, there was so much coming in that even Lyle wouldn't be able to process it however hard he tried. Because of the great expanse of information, its management was left to Monica and the Valkyries.
As expected, we can't fight them individually.
Even if it's as planned, it sure is troubling. And we'll need the Lorfis front to endure.
At present, we don't have the leisure to send around personnel. Tell them to dismantle Alet's unit, and instate its members as commanders. We haven't the time to keep them an elite force. From its stream of bad luck, Lorfis aimed to make its war potential based around an elite few. However, come this far it was becoming a problem.
Unit 1 transmitted the movements of Fortress Red Ant.
Movement in Red Ant Fortress.
Entering preparations to march on Bime.
Unit 2 gave the situation on Bime's side.
By accepting refugees, the population of the city sector is experiencing a dramatic rise.
No sign of a sortie. Unit 3 brought it together.
From South Bime, Aria's unit, Miranda's unit and Baldwar's unit have each sallied forth with 500. They are marching towards the villages around South Bime. Monica got their information together, before packaging it and sending it to Lyle. The Chicken Dickcat is also preparing to advance.
Let us hurry on the final checks of the scheduled destination.
While not moving an inch, Monica's group was shouldered with a vital role in this battle. The one invading Bime's southern area was a count house with numbers exceeding 6,000.
However, the count's soldiers were half of that.
The remaining 3,000 were made of vassal houses and mercenaries, and those additions were attacking the villages. Perhaps they planned to push their plundering to the limit, as there were no signs of their planned return. They were occupying Bime South, and as there weren't any other Bonsium lords in the area to clash with, they were acting however they pleased.
One of those units.
A few dozen men gathered under a night house attacked a small village. Gathering the villagers in one spot as they broke into houses around, mercilessly killing whoever opposed to chip away the villagers' fighting spirit. A man of night standing spoke. It's as if they've no resistance at all. If something like this happened in my village, even the women and children would arm themselves to attack. Another knight who'd been smiling and listening opened his mouth. Thus spake the man who gets chased around by his wife with a spear. But truly, like this, it feels like we're going against nothing.
On top of that, the results are superb. I can't stop laughing.
Their whole force didn't reach 200, but to a village with only that many members itself, they were a threat. There, a soldier came running to the gathered knights.
Message. There is an army headed our way. Their scale exceeds 500. The knights looked at the messenger, fed up for a moment on the words coming out of his mouth. The reason was simple. Bime didn't have any decent soldiers. And since the moment they arrived in Bime, they hadn't even caught a glimpse of an adventurer force with that scale. They couldn't understand why they'd come out at this point in time. You sure you didn't mistake our allies? Is the Count's unit headed our way? The messenger had a desperate look on his face. It hoists a different flag. And where they came from is from further south. One of the knights stroked his chin. So South Bime, eh? It's been set up quite recently according to the mercenaries.
As if recalling something, another knight spoke up. I heard the son of the Walt house is there.
Of all things, he was driven out of the Adventurers Guild as well.
It seems Sir performed well at Red Ant Fortress, but in the end all he has is a gathering of adventurers.
No enemy of us, what shall we do?
Looking around, the pile of plundered goods had yet to be loaded up.
After thinking a while. Retreat.
They have the numerical advantage. I won't say we'll definitely lose, but facing casualty here is of no benefit to anyone. Set fire to the village at once.
He said and gave orders, but the messenger spoke. That's impossible. The enemy has already come all the way to. In the next instant, the messenger's head was pierced through by arrow, helmet and all. Why didn't you say that sooner?
Even if they wanted to shout at him, the man had already expired. The knights drew the swords at their waists as the soldiers waving a flag they had never seen before came at them on their horses.
A cavalry.
Generally, Bime had a lot of adventurers turned mercenaries.
Because of that, there weren't many trained in riding a horse.
When adventurers used horses, it was mainly to carry loads, and come so far, it was the first these knights had seen a cavalry force. But one of the knights spoke up.
That can't be. That flag is of Cartaf's, is it not?
The knight in red armor pressing forward as if to cut out a path for their allied soldiers. Behind them, the banners were waving, and on them were an insignia they had never seen before. A blue circle surrounded by a silver pattern. Yet some banners were the flag of Cartaf's. Cartaf's, a land that had warred with Bonsium for long years, and an army of a country that knew war.
The knights immediately went pale.
A glance at those knights brandishing their spears on their horses was enough to know they were elites.
Retreat! Retreat at once! As their allies carried on sporadic battles, the knights ran towards the place their own horses were tethered.
However, the red knight who took the vanguard cut off their path.
It's a woman!
The knights with swords drawn got at the red-armored female knight.
But the female knight thrust out her spear, impaling and cleaving to their demise.
Once she had slain the armored knights in an instant, other horseback knights approached her.
Among them were two black-haired, red-ice knights wearing blue armor. Arya-sama, a portion of the soldiers have taken flight. Leave them be is the order.
Around, the knights and soldiers of Cartaf's were still fighting the soldiers of Bonsium, but the outcome was already determined. From a situation where Bonsium's side had to take on 3 foes per man, it grew to 4 and 5, with the soldiers even giving up their resistance at the end. Once she confirmed things had died down, Arya removed her helmet.
It isn't the best of feelings.
Looking at the fallen knights, Arya muttered. Miranda led the soldiers of South Bime, rushing into their third village.
The plaza at the village's center.
There was the horses and wagons of the baronet house she just fought.
Sitting on a wooden box, there were 2 Valkyries stationed nearby.
Around her, Bime soldiers were cleaning up the horridly dismembered corpses of the soldiers of Bonsium. Miranda turned her eyes to the village chief before her. While being village chief, the man who was also a merchant using the village as his base complained to Miranda.
Why didn't you come sooner?
Because of you, the village has been damaged.
Reimburse us. You're paying for it.
Miranda expressionlessly looked at the man, crossing her feet as she Saturday.
What's with your attitude? Don't you know I'm acquaintance of an influential merchant in Bime?
Around, the villagers were sending condemning eyes at her.
But Miranda wasn't flustered. She stood from the crate.
This place won't work.
We're retreating.
Take all the luggage loaded here. There, the village chief grabbed the blue mantle of her emerald armor.
Wait.
That's their luggage. It's necessary for the revival of this village. We're the ones who faced damages.
And you need to protect us.
Miranda grasped her mantle, and yanked it free of his grasp.
Look out for yourselves in the future. My apologies, I've no interest in any of you.
I'll just say it, but I've no obligation to you either.
Of all else, I'm a woman of South Bime. That much should be enough for you to know my meaning, right? The chief's mouth opened and closed in silence. Surely he thought they were adventurers or perhaps mercenaries dispatched from Bime. No, that's what he wanted to think. Miranda spoke to the Valkyries. How's Arya doing?
At present, she is headed towards her second village.
Hearing that, Miranda sighed.
She sighed thinking of how Arya-esque that was.
She's a little behind schedule. I'm sure she pushed herself in trying to persuade them, right? How Arya-like?
What of Baldwar? The other Valkyrie answered.
In battle with a marching force.
He has seized victory on the plain, and will soon head towards his destination village. He is moving as ordered, but it looks like he will accomplish his objective ahead of schedule.
Miranda sounded glad. How talented.
I'd like to marry Doris or Lucy to him for connection's sake, but I wouldn't wish that fate onto anybody. Looking at the anxious villagers, Miranda decided to set off for her next destination at once. It wasn't as if she left South Bime to save a small village. She was waiting for a larger target to make its move. Or perhaps to flee.
So how is the all-important Count doing?
On Miranda's words, the Valkyries spoke. It is thinkable that he has already been informed. But he shows no signs of retreat.
Miranda laughed.
Oh my, when his number's gone down so far, he sure is taking it easy. A Valkyrie spoke. It is unthinkable he has a precise grasp of the casualties.
And it is doubtful he thinks of South Bime as a threat.
It is not as if the Count is incompetent. It is surmised he is lacking in luck and not overly competent, but if he fled, perhaps his life would have been spared. But if he fled and rejoined the main force, he would likely be called a coward from those around. It was because they knew that Miranda and co. were going to make a march on that Count. I hope he turns out to be good bait. Miranda put on her helmet and made sure the smile on her face wasn't visible to those around.
Make them think South Bime was a threat.
But having 300,000 attack us would be troublesome. So we wanted the enemy to dispatch just enough of a scale that they'd be able to defeat us. For that sake, there was work being done on Bonsium's side. If that went well, I would lead our 6,000 troops forth. We'd defeat the Count plundering in the south, and have Bonsium's army dispatch another. Doing it while the main force marched on Bime was the situation we hoped for.
Novum came to my side.
Lyle-sama, the preparations are in order. Novum was carrying her staff, but she was in full armor. Clearly making her out as a magician, and having her targeted would be troublesome.
Looking forward, I saw Clara wearing unfamiliar army by Porter's side. Shouldn't I ride a horse too? You know, as a commander.
I complained to Novum, but she wouldn't accept it.
No, you shouldn't. And you've lent out your horse to Arya-san. We're lacking in goods, so please give it up. My shoulders dropped. From the jewel, I could hear the seventh's voice.
Well, it's ideal if Lyle doesn't have to move himself. If the general is gripping his blade on the battlefield, we cannot win this battle.
A sound opinion.
And I had enough achievements for soldiers to follow me even if I didn't go out front. I didn't have to force it. However, the third spoke.
Have some rest before the target comes. Leaving things to his men is also the general's job.
The fifth muttered.
And when will he have that sort of time? No matter how you look at it, he's busy as hell. Ha. Malia-san spoke apologetically.
Father, don't be so depressed. It hurts my heart. Lyle, if possible, when you have the time, I'm leaving it to you to give the fifth a grand send-off.
Isn't it because she keeps saying things like that the difficulty level keeps going up?
For some reason, I felt sorry for the fifth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Volume 15, Chapter 8, Scant Difference. Scant Difference. Split into 3 forces of 500. By the actions of Arya, Miranda and Baldwar, the Count whose vassals were being attacked made his move. Unable to step down before a mere enemy of 1,500, the main force was springing to action.
However, the number of troops they were able to regroup into had decreased to 4,000.
Their drop in number was due to the squadrons who failed to return from plunder.
Arya and the others' work had largely chipped them away. Both sides held camps on small knolls, and as they faced one another, a field battle was about to begin. However, once our 3 forces merged, along with a force of my own, I stood before the enemy with our close to 8,000 troops, and thought,
we're close to twice their numbers.
Even so, going at them up front will have a bit of a high casualty count. With them being borrowed soldiers, if possible, I didn't want to injure them too much. I could tell the enemy was hesitant before a force beyond their imaginations. If I closed my eyes, through the fifth's dimension, the battlefield was displayed in my head as a 3-dimensional terrain map, while allies and enemies were identified with the sixth's.
Search.
I really think if you use the fifth's and sixth's skills together, it enters the realm of downright unfair.
But if you didn't put those skills to effective use, there wasn't any meaning.
Sitting on Porter's roof, as I thought over what to do next, the seventh gave some advice.
Lyle, look closely at the enemy's formation. Take in more precise information. You may be economizing with mana consumption in mind, but the enemy's organization is something you should know. The first I'd angered him in a while. You're right. Then real spec it is. The sixth's third stage skill. Real spec, let me gain further details on the other party. Alongside intensely increasing the info coming it, the sensation of it all flooding into my head, and by temporarily diverting the flow to Monica, she processed it, and sent it back in a way easier for me to understand. Basically, they have a vassaled army covering both flanks of their main house's force. Their cavalry is gathered in the center. The third read their movements from within the jewel. Oh, if they're gathering like that, it's true that in morale, training and equipment, we have the upper hand, but perhaps they're planning to go straight for Lyle's head. Our saving grace was that our foe barely had any of our information. If we wanted to, we could provoke the enemies out to the center, surround them, and take them down. The fifth gave a serious voice. Lyle, call back Baldwar's unit to the center. Concentrate cavalry on both sides. Station Arya and Miranda at the flanks. Novum and Maxim by your side, and if anyone breaks through, have them clash. I abided his word to give orders. Novum. Yes? Novum nearby approached me. And once I informed her of the fifth's directions, she headed towards the runners. Looking over that, the third spoke in an intrigued voice. Come to think of it, it's Lyle's first time on a battlefield of this scale, isn't it? Up to now, I had fought in Zayn and Lorphes, but it seems the ancestors weren't satisfied with that. When I gripped the jewel, and third laughed. Then you've got to watch properly. What happens in the case that your foe possesses a level of competence? And considerable magicians as well, it'll become flashy. Listening to the third's words, I faced forwards. When the Count mounted his horse, the surrounding elites, his vassals and soldiers, hardened their formation. For better or worse, it was a military house. The Count at the head of it looked at the army before him. So we were lacking in information. To think Southbime had so many soldiers. To his side was a retainer knight he trusted. Similarly, riding a horse, his hand held an axe, a battle axe. Count just by the numbers, we're at a disadvantage. Just looking at enemy movements, breaching through the center will be most difficult. In this battle, why not look up the option of retreat? The Count snorted, and fastened down his helmet's mask. Full plate armor, his horse wore metal protectors as well, and he was truly fully armored. One of his hands held a large sword, and through his daily training, he was easily able to hold its mass against his shoulder. If I did such a thing, it would tarnish my family's name. If that's all that would happen, then so be it, but a majority of my vassals have been crushed. If we run just like that, even if I can return to the territory, the problems will remain. What vassal would follow such an unreliable lord? If it goes poorly, then they will change sides to the lords we skirmish with. If only his name was on the line, he would have retreated. But the merits that would come from that wounded name, and the rumors that would spread of him not being able to avenge his vassals, would make further management of his territory difficult. I need the fact we did go and fight. Once we clash once, and the enemy receives light injury, escape would be most favorable. But on the Count's tall order, the knight also fastened down his mask and answered. You ask for too much. Just how much casualty would that afford us? The Count, in a small voice. If we run away, we'll face even greater casualty. Breach the center, and once that's over, gather up and pull out. That I moved is the important part. Please understand. And also. Yes? Even if he was driven out, he's a man of the Walt house. Don't you want to try fighting him? After the knight silently nodded, the Count raised a loud voice. Holding up his large sword, and once the surrounding soldiers answered his call in kind, those cries slowly made their way to the furthest edges of his army. Attack! With the cavalry at the center, and the soldiers following behind, the armies ran to collide. The Count looked at both armies from under his helmet. Lyle, was it? Now how will you fight? The knights around him raised their left hands, and deployed a magic shield. To block magic and arrows, thin as it was prepared to cover a vast expanse. The army raced under that umbrella of light. It was the fundamental of Bonsimian assault. The knight was looking at the enemy movements. He could follow them by skill as well, and he raised a loud voice to the Count. It looks like they plan to wait for us. Their flanks are moving to enclose us in. But they're making a wide encirclement, and won't be able to keep up with our movements. The Count laughed in his visor. Slow. Before you can do that, we'll break through the center you thinned out yourself. Whelp of the Walt house, are you a letdown? As both armies gradually drew closer, an enemy force was waiting up front. What? Are those golems? Dolls of iron were prepared with their large shields. They could see the enemy force through the gaps between metal plates, and seeing the weapons they had on hand, the Count. Don't fear those swords. Prepare shields on the front line. Holding up their shields, the knights directed the magic shield towards the front.
The soldiers had been racing behind the horses from behind, but they were slowly growing further apart. Seeing the enemy soldiers and their guns, the Count thought his men could handle something on that level, having no fear even when the gunshots rang out.
However, what happened?
The knights at the front were sent flying backwards. A spray of blood rose, and the horse collapsed thrashing about. There was a possibility the gunshot startled them, but even for that, their movements were strange. The Count urged his own steed to jump over the collapsed horse, but following behind him, some knights failed to do so, falling to the ground when their horses' legs tripped up.
Count!
One of the young knights who went up front had his chest shot through alongside the bang. His armor of iron had been pierced, blowing him backwards.
Coup! We have a chance of victory if we can approach. Attack without hesitation.
Send attacks from our side. Unable to turn and run at this point, the knights capable of magic fired shots at the enemies before them. Fireballs, lightning, and blades of wind assailed them. But those heavy-looking golems holding their large shields in both hands had impaled their ends into the ground. Behind them hid the enemy soldiers and their guns. When the magic hit the golems, it raised an explosion, but even if their surfaces were damaged, it didn't go as far as to reach the soldiers behind them.
The Count looked upon the scene.
You mean to change war, whelp of the Walt house? It wasn't a tactic that had never been used. It wasn't as if there weren't any other magicians capable of using golems, and such methods had been thought out. But on a financial and production front, there were too many problems that they were never fully actualized. Both enemy and ally shot magic, and as it was blocked, he heard an incessant stream of explosion around. The Count turned his eyes to the knight beside him.
There's no longer any victory. But I won't be their prisoner.
On the Count's words, the knight nodded.
I shall accompany you.
And the horse he rode leapt over the golem before it, bringing its master into enemy lines. Behind him, knight and horse crossed over the golems one after another.
Among them were some unable to cross, their horses colliding with the men of iron.
And nearby a conspicuously shaped golem, they could see what looked to be the enemy commander. The armor he wore, and the knights around him, making a judgment from those, the Count held up his sword.
This war is my loss. But I won't let it end with that.
At the very least, bringing him down with him. Thinking that, the Count spotted a lightly armored man with a spar beside the man with white and blue armor.
Around that man, sand began to gather and take the shape of armor. It couldn't be. Maxim Dan Hell. A famous knight of Bonsium.
By the rumors, his whereabouts were unknown, but who was to think they would find him here? The Count's right-hand knight rushed at Maxim. When he cutted Maxim's armor of sand, the blade stuck in, and to avoid it pulling him down from his horse, he had to discard it and pull his sword.
Your enemy is me. Very well.
As the two of them fought, the Count made his way towards Lyle. Slowly drawing the saber-like weapon at his waist, the enemy gave orders for the surrounding members to step back. The same sort of weapon as the current head. But like hell, I'll fall short in close combat. Whatever the case, they were surrounded, so he would be captured afterwards. From the Count's point of view, the question was whether he could take Lyle's head or not. He thought it would make a large difference in how he evaluated himself from the world beyond. But seeing his enemies so unflustered under this situation, he felt a bit uneasy. When he swung his large sword at Lyle, it was turned aside by his thin and slender blade.
You've got a nice weapon.
But the Count let go of the reins, and prepared magic with his left hand. It wasn't like he specialized in magic, but there were no absolutes in war. For that sake, he had polished just a single magic as a trump card. Perhaps because of that, the skill he manifested wasn't an enhancement skill, but a magic specialized rearguard skill. Turning that left hand towards Lyle, a large fireball appeared on its palm, and danced in the air alongside his left arm.
The severed arm fell onto the ground, and scattered flames around it.
As the enemy magicians went into extinguishing the flames, the Count looked down at his hands. His left hand was no longer there.
My armor was a magic tool, you know. You cut it.
Giving a sigh, the Count looked at Lyle floating in the air, and pointing his sword his way, and laughed. As expected, the Walt house is a gathering of monsters. The Count received Lyle's attack and rolled along the ground. He watched the sight of his own body straddling his horse as his consciousness grew faint. Maxim Sand stuck his spear in to give the final blow to the knight who'd cut in alongside the Count. In the chest, a single stab to the heart, and the foe spat blood from his helmet, dying with a grip on his spear.
I've heard his name before.
A support who had a skill to overlook his surroundings or so. Known as the Count's right-hand man. As Maxim Sand evaluated the man, I looked around. The knights that breached through were taken out by we laying in wait. The enemy soldiers had yet to break through the golems with shields, and with the loss of their commander, they tried dispersing and fleeing, but Aria's force had already surrounded them, so there was nowhere for them to run. The count's headless body fell from its horse. When I looked at the katana, it was sticky with blood. Novum approached me in worry, but I couldn't take my eyes off the count.
Hey, why was he smiling?
Unable to understand why he laughed to his death, and as I muttered that, Novum grasped my arm.
It means that for better or worse, the count was a knight. A warrior, I'm sure. Lyle-sama, if you remain too mindful of it, you'll bring unrest to your surroundings.
You're right.
I couldn't understand him. From the jewel, the third let out a sigh. You may not be able to understand it, Lyle, but there are those sorts of people out there. The sorts will die if they don't fight. The sorts that love war to death. They're out there, I tell you. Is it really no good not to fight if you don't have to fight?
I confirmed the battlefield with the skills.
And I confirmed the enemy remnants fleeing around. That's fine. With this, Bonsium can't ignore us.
I hope they give an accurate measure of our scale. In regards to my failure to understand, the fifth called over.
If looked at as individuals, there are those you'll think favorably of. But I wonder what it is, there are people who seek battlefields. It's different from wanting to plunder and wanting to go wild. They just want to fight, want to enjoy fighting. In the Walt house, that trend was strong in the first, right?
I don't want to think the first was that sort of person. But I could picture him laughing as he charged at a strong foe.
Malia-san spoke to me. Lyle, remember this. There are people with thought processes you won't be able to understand. And to look at it the other way, there are people who won't be able to understand us. You cannot deny them. Because it's a fact. After shaking my head, I looked forward.
But the seventh looked on from the side. I'm sure we look quite belligerent ourselves.
Well, I doubt I smiled to the end though.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Volume 15, Chapter 9, Wit.
Wit. With the battle with the count over, we retreated to the plan point and began our preparations. Our main approximately 10,000 men army need only wait for the forces of Bonsium to come. In a tent of our camp, I looked over the words Shannon was copying out. In the letter that came from Red Ant Fortress, it was written a force of small scale was coming to investigate.
However, in the letter's margin,
around 30,000 preparing to depart. The Royal Guard and feudal lords close to Seal-sama are taking part.
A few betrayals on this side. Already disposed of. Target is to defend Red Ant Fortress alongside unit.
Various things were written briefly.
The target was General Blois.
He was talented and a valuable personnel uncharmed by seals. Born to imperial nobles, and with his talent, he received too many promotions in his youth that they began treating him as a troublemaker. By Rano-san's investigation, the individual himself didn't strongly wish for promotion, and he just got them naturally as he completed the jobs that were given to him, apparently.
Within the tent, I returned the letter to Shannon. Have you gotten able to properly read them?
She averted her eyes. These people have a peculiar style of handwriting and around 80%. I could surmise it from looking at the characters she copied over, and it didn't seem that was mistaken. If Shannon could read and write a little better, she'd be able to read the letters written in mana-imbued water on her own, I'm sure. Touching her light violet hair, I spoke to the distracted lass.
I do want perfection, but for now, this is enough. Good job. Perhaps relieved, she pat her chest.
A little away, Baldwar peered at the letter and offered his piece.
All I can see is them writing whatever was convenient, and I can't tell anything else. He was touching his chin in thought. Miranda offered him a kind explanation.
Shannon's eyes are special. With this, we can drag our mark onto the battlefield.
But Baldwar's expression wasn't the greatest. Seal-sama, no, Seal's Royal Guard.
And the elites of Central, you say? Just by rumor, I've heard they are throwaway soldiers resolved for death.
A man resolved for death is scary.
When you've got 10,000 of them, outnumbering their foe, and the battle won't end until one side is completely annihilated. Charmed by seals.
An army that didn't fear death.
It had surpassed troublesome into the realm of scary.
No matter how many allies fell, it wouldn't dent their morale.
I'll have the Alliance and Kartaf's dispatch manpower.
Even if we don't reach 50,000, we'll have more than the enemy.
We have a need to annihilate them on favorable conditions, so I have gotten the preparations together already. I looked at the blue-armored Valkyries standing around. In a sense, those girls were also soldiers resolved for death.
Eva looked at the map and pointed out a marked point. We'll properly do our job, but there are too many of them. We won't be able to thin them out too much.
I looked at her nervous air.
If it's dangerous, fall back.
No, you only have to put them on their guard. I only want to chip away their stamina a bit, and whittling their numbers isn't the objective.
What's important is to irritate them.
Eva looked at me, her face twitching. You really are good at thinking up these sorts of means.
What a foul personality,
There, from the Jewel, the fifth who proposed this plan.
Reacted.
Right, the one who thought it up was the fifth, and it consisted of a night raid to put them on guard, and quite plainly drain away their stamina. We had various other plans in place to incessantly chip away at their strength. Noticing the fifth, Malia-san spoke.
Don't worry, father. Coward is a compliment.
There, Eva looked at me, while Baldwar fidgeted. He had yet to grow accustomed to the air around us. Or rather, he was amazed when he heard a large majority of the female camp here were my wife candidates. And it seems he was lost for how to interact with them.
Eva-sama? Lyle-sama's tactics are effective ones.
This is for the sake of victory.
Eva looked at him a little troubled.
She likely never expected an earnest explanation. She had intended for some light banter.
Maxim-san nodded. I get it. I get you, Baldwar Dano.
At the start, I had my troubles with this peculiar air.
But it's fine. This is normal. I spoke to Baldwar. These light exchanges are an everyday thing. You don't need to be mindful of them.
Their Baldwar seemed even more troubled.
That's a bit, but if a problem comes from me opening my mouth, however my lord's honor is at stake in. Looking at Baldwar, the third in the Jewel was laughing. Aha, this kid sure is earnest.
He resembles the first Randburg who became a knight in my time.
He was a bit too earnest and awkward. But I guess this is fate and such for you. The seventh seemed to be nodding.
The Forks' house, and the Circry house, it's true some have been lost, but some still remain.
And the new ones Lyle gained are. The seventh sounded a little glad.
In order to get myself back on track, I clapped my hands.
Now then, let's continue the meeting.
I don't think this time's a battle we can enjoy, but it's one that's definitely necessary.
It carries a large significance in largely thinning Seal's personal force, but...
Right, the elites were soldiers from Central. If I could put a large chip in that war potential, it would make future battles easier. And if I sent deathbound soldiers at Bime, there was a possibility Bime would be completely wiped off the map.
The war has only just begun. But if we lose here, there won't be a next.
Why don't we strengthen our resolve? At Red Ant Fortress, Blois approached the general serving as Supreme Commander.
Entering the room he used, he made his inquiry. I would like to ask.
Lyle Walt of South Bime is dangerous. Why are you sending 30,000 troops centered on the Royal Guard of all things?
Here, you should send 50,000.
No, 60,000, or ignore them entirely and set course for Bime. The Supreme Commander spoke disinterestedly. It isn't particularly a bad plan.
We are heading for Bime ahead of our initial schedule.
And we lost the army of one count. Damage to our total forces exceed 10,000. Lords who had the tables turned in their plunder aren't few in number. On top of that, there are idiots who refuse to return after setting out to pillage. In such a state, we don't have the leisure to send 60,000.
So we'll have 35,000 seal off South Bime's movements.
I'm sure they can do at least that much. Better than having South Bime attack us from behind in the middle of our assault on Bime. Blois took in the Supreme Commander's words, and thought there was no mistake in them. In the end, he believed there wouldn't be a problem even if the Royal Guard lost.
The Royal Guard and the elites, what squad would be selected to fill in the hole they left behind?
The army of the Eastern Front returning from Bime, with their victory still fresh in memory, the Supreme Commander thought he could get even closer to Seals in Central upon his return. Or so Blois surmised. But in the case South Bime has war potential exceeding our expectations.
General Blois. It does seem there are some bad rumors spreading about you.
Hearing his words, Blois made a vexed expression. It didn't seem the Supreme Commander actually believed the rumors, but he planned to use them to refuse this talk.
I've left the fortress defense to you.
With your soldiers and 3,000 from the main body, you will be commanding 7,000, but please proceed with the utmost caution. What, as long as you can pull off a good job, those bad rumors will fade away just like that.
Blois left the Supreme Commander's room as if driven away. Led out by the arm by the Commander's guard.
Braid supplemented the soldiers he lost in the mountains with some from the main body and feudal nobles before setting off from Red Ant Fortress. His royal guard. And the elites had gone down to numbering 28,000. 2,000 had died in the mountains, or were too injured to move. But taking in 7,000 more to reinforce his fighting force, he headed for South Bime. There were mercenary brigades among them, but they were to lead the way and nothing more.
There are more monsters than I thought.
On Braid's words, the mercenary brigade chief who came to report shrugged his shoulders.
Aren't they going up because all the adventurers are gathering in Bime? Because those things pop up everywhere.
Braid sought the opinion of the baronet stationed nearby.
Regardless of merit, he was stationed nearby for Braid to seek his counsel. Baronet, if we're to disarm traps as we proceed, it will take time for our arrival. Can we push through the traps?
The baronet spoke without any fluster. That will lead to expenditure. If an army of our scale marches, it will reach their ear whether we like it or not. If it doesn't, that means our foe is incompetent. There is no need to worry. Even if there are more enemies than reported, we have over 3 times their number.
There is no way we will lose. Braid took in that opinion, and thought.
If we put out casualties, and keep troops lost to a minimum, there's no way they'll press us into a disadvantage. The reports say they don't reach 10,000, but our side has 35,000. Normally, I'd have liked 4 times their forces, but if it's for Seal's sake, the elites have no fear of death. This ability to break through isn't something so easily defended against. The probability they'll go out into a field battle is low, but we've prepared siege weapons as well. Even if they hole up in that South Bime place, we'll have the advantage. Braid determined that if he was going to win either way, there was no need to push his forces to march on. So he decided to avoid traps as the main force proceeded forwards.
Night.
Eva led an elven clan, what's more, a clan that lived in the forests, to approach the enemy camp camping out. There were dark elves stationed around to protect her, and the ones swift on their feet had just returned from recon. Wearing not black, but deep blue cloth, they had slipped into the darkness and scouted out the enemy forces.
And they were reporting to Eva. There's no doubt about it. Those of the baronets have put up the mark. If it's like this, we can aim with ease, even if it be flaming arrows. Eva looked afar. I can't see a thing. The surrounding elves laughed. And while apologizing to Eva.
If we don't use our night eyes, it'll be a problem to our lifestyles. Unlike the clans that left the forests, our legs and eyes and bows are our pride. The dark elves dispersed, prepared flaming arrows, and fired them. Eva ran off protected by them, as she witnessed an arrow pierce the roof of a carriage, setting it alight. The oil or something similar within caught light, burning up supplies. The elves immediately extinguished the flame, and headed for a nearby forest, an arrow fired from a completely different place into where they were before. In an instant, hundreds of arrows had been fired, showing the elves the difference in their supplies.
How envious. They can keep firing those for so long. Even so close as we are, their aim is completely off. They're lacking in skill. Eva followed so as not to fall behind anyone.
I had a bit of confidence in myself, but you've exceeded that. There, a dark elf woman near her spoke.
You don't need it. Just do your best to be liked by that man.
If you do, the chief said it would be linked to a rise in our status.
It seems the reason the elves helped Eva wasn't just because she was of the Nihil.
Eva smiled, having attained such determined comrades.
Just leave it to me. Even like this, I've a beautiful voice.
I'll use songs to grab Lyle's heart through the ear.
More importantly, it seems the horses are coming.
Looking behind, the knights were riding horses, waving lanterns around, and inspecting the environment.
But the dark elves shot arrows as they ran. No problem.
And we're just about to enter a forest. If we get that far, the horses are just another target. The knight dropped the arrow-pierced lantern, and a different arrow hit his horse, causing it to rear and throw him off.
Not bad.
This much is only natural.
Look, we're entering the forest. Stay close. Surrounded by dark elves, Eva entered the forest. A village near Bime.
As the adventurers and soldiers wouldn't come out of Bime, a baronet had led his own 150 troops towards it. And now he was crumbling at the knees. No, 150 was a story of a few moments prior. Around the baronet, there were only a few knights and soldiers remaining. A small girl sat atop the roof of the carriage he had brought. And a large woman stood on the ground. With only 2, they had annihilated the baronet's unit barehanded. The large woman hit her right hand's fist against her left palm.
No resistance at all. When you had us surrounded, that's the best you can do?
Surrounding them with spears, and with the support of archers, the baronet's soldiers had lost to just 2 women. What's more, one was a little girl. What are you people? Even if they were close to Bime, that was looking at Bime's territory as a whole. When the little girl jumped down from the carriage, she landed before the baronet's eyes. But as she did, the surrounding knights and soldiers were blown off their feet. Blown away, and as they rolled along the ground, they stopped moving. On that moonlit night, the baronet thought he was seeing a dream. He fell onto the ground, and looked up at the girl with the full moon at her back. Sorry, but you all rampaged however you liked, and you don't need anyone to hold back, right? You came all the way here just to fight, you're already resolved for death, right? Seeing something sharp come out of the girl's right hand, when she swung it, the baronet's line of vision took a sudden turn. And when he saw his own body collapse limp, his vision grew dark. Once the fighting was over, May looked at the village chief who approached. It seems he was formerly an adventurer, but lately he had gained flesh around the stomach, and perhaps he could no longer wear his old armor, as he came with his weapons alone. Why, you're adventurers, right? The way you fight, you've got considerable skill. I beg of you. Protect our village. In regards to the chief's pleas, May shrugged her shoulders. Marina didn't have any intent to do the negotiations from the start. Though Marina should be more suited to this sort of thing than me. Unfortunately, you're mistaken. We're members of Lyle's party, former party members, I guess. We've been driven out by the guild, and we just happened to pass by. But we do have business elsewhere, so we must be on our way. The man knew of Lyle's name, and knew the fact he had been driven out, so he dropped his shoulders. I see. When it comes to Lyle, he's the guy from Red Ant Fortress. Yeah, I don't have the money to hire such an amazing adventurer. But why did you save us? May folded her arms. Because we couldn't leave you be. But we can't protect you forever. So you're going to run. Bonsium is raising ruckus all over the place, and most of the attacked villages have been completely annihilated. After May said that, Marina accompanied her out of the village. And far enough away from the villagers, May took on her Kalin form and raced across the sky. Marina rode on her back looking down at the ground. That boy really is thorough. If the folks we saved make their way to Bime, the rumors will definitely spread. Bime, no, the guild and merchants will definitely see hell. May marveled at those actions of humanity. That's how Lyle does things. Humans, really are scary. Saying that, May searched for another village under attack. May and Marina were going around saving villages being attacked by small-scale forces. Mainly to have their residents flee to Bime and spread the rumors. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 15, Chapter 10, The Worst Man. The Worst Man. The number of refugees flowing into Bime grew by the day. Today once more, a party made its way to the strict and sturdy gate to seek help. Seeing that, a young adventurer on guard duty clenched his fist. Why did we abandon them? If we went out, those Bonsinian cowards wouldn't have been able to do as they pleased in Bime. While he was right, he was just as wrong. It's true there were loads of skilled adventurers in Bime. Comparing them one at a time, a majority of them possessed abilities exceeding the average soldier. But the adventurers who had never experienced the place called the battlefield couldn't understand it. The one on duty with the young lad was a 40-year-old adventurer considering his retirement. He was an adventurer without anything particularly special about him, but he had packed in various sorts of experiences. He had stepped onto the battlefield out of a want for money, and had seen how things went there. He was told to lead some young adventurers, and the guild had given him the role of getting a few parties together. But from that man's eyes, the young adventurers around were complete amateurs. They had taken on monsters in the labyrinth. They had taken up requests and gone out to slay monsters. With only that level of experience, they truly couldn't understand a battlefield. It was hard when both sides had even 1,000, so when it came to a war with scale exceeding 100,000, the man looked at the young adventurers. What will come of dispersing our war potential? How many people do you plan on taking to save them? The young adventurer spoke. That goes without saying. As long as there's 100, we'll be able to do it. To save the villages, and turn back those Bonsium dogs. From the villagers that had taken refuge in the city, they had learned the pillaging forces acted in units of a few hundreds. On the words of the young adventurer who had just heard that, the man shook his head. If you go out with those numbers, you'll just be surrounded by double that, and beaten to the ground. Bonsium had greater numbers from the start. And their side had mercenaries knowledgeable on the terrain of Bime. If you thought about it normally, Bime was cornered. But there were many among the adventurers who didn't understand that. It was as if they couldn't grasp that not against monsters, they were fighting against the same humans. No, the scale was so large, they couldn't fully process it. We fought our way to the 20th floor and survived it all. Our ability is enough to take us all the way to the 30th. There's no way we'd lose so easily. Seeing the young adventurer's overflowing confidence, the man touched the iron helmet over her head and pulled it down to cover his eyes. Do you guys know who's in charge here? There, the adventurers looked at the man. What? You're telling us to do what you say? Sorry, but no matter what an unskilled adventurer says, we won't. Before the young adventurers looking down on him, the man spoke. Wrong. I mean the guy in charge of this place. The guy above me. The one responsible for this gate. As the adventurers made faces that showed they didn't understand his meaning, the man confirmed his suspicions as he resolved himself. Do you think we have a guy up there who's carried out war on this scale? When our enemies won that wars for breakfast, lunch and dinner? Bimes Center. In that place where the merchants and guild executives would gather, complaints of the villagers who'd taken shelter came in every day. Demands to put out money for the villages that met damages were of the better sort. The more troublesome ones were the claims that they were the victims, and should thus be treated better. They booked out most of the inns, but no matter how many rooms they prepared, it wasn't enough. If they stuffed people into unused buildings, the complaints flooded in. Within that terrible situation, the most troublesome thing of all was, why was Lyle exiled? Or so they protested. That he defended against a large army of monsters and pulled off what was being referred to as the miracle of Red Ant, it was all recent events, and fresh in the people's memory. Now Red Ant Fortress was so easily slipped through, and voices for them to take responsibility for these casualties piled up by the day. The meeting room, there, they should have been carrying out discussion on how to deal with things henceforth. But the reality. It isn't my responsibility. You were the ones who agreed to his exile verdict. But it's true the South Branch forced it through. And the mercenaries of the South Branch even took the initiative to invite Bonsium in. I won't let you say you have no responsibility in this. The South Branch executive was being condemned by the other executives and merchants in attendance. If they heard the ones guiding Bonsium were mostly mercenaries of the South Branch, anyone would want to shout at him. And day after day, these meetings would never get on track. Now isn't the time for such things. We need to think up how to deal with Bonsium at once. The refugees who entered the city are going to raise a rebellion before they even get here. So we have a need for someone to take responsibility for it. I heard they're pillaging around. Why not send 10 to 20,000 out for relief? Who will lead them? And Bonsium's army has already reassembled and begun its march on the city. As their meetings didn't go anywhere, their response was delayed. In order to protect their trade enterprises in the city of Bime, the merchants didn't want to send soldiers out. The guild had its face, so it wanted to send out adventurers to assist the residents of Bime's territory. Opinions were divided, and at the end of every meeting, the same line would come out. Why don't we send an envoy to South Bime? If we use sea routes, Bonsium won't be able to do anything about it. Voices to seek out Lyle's aid were rising, and when their own positions finally began to feel dubious, it flowed towards seeking help from South Bime, from Lyle. But anyone in Bime understood. They were the ones who exiled the boy, and from the eyes of a third party, Lyle was completely the victim. The merchants starting up new enterprises in South Bime had been exiled from the city themselves. Just by asking for help, would help really come? And the most important thing was, even if we seek their help, South Bime doesn't have that amount of troops. And what will they demand in exchange? The one who watched this repeat every meeting was the East Branch's executive guard Tanya. The head of the East Branch. Tanya's superior spoke. This situation is dangerous to South Bime as well, so there is a possibility they will cooperate. No, perhaps I should say there was one. Now that we've come so far, they won't make it in time. Tanya to her superior. Is it no good to give him reinstatement and favorable treatment from the guild alongside an adequate reward? The superior laughed a bit. Will that man move for something like that? Tanya, what does the Tanya who manned the reception's desk think? Tanya thought a bit before shaking her head. Her silky black hair that extended to her shoulders swayed. It's not happening. No matter what you present to him, I can't say for sure that Lyle will save Bime. Her superior nodded. To such a meeting room, a notice came in. A guild personnel out of breath violently threw open the door. With an army of approximately 10,000, South Bime has crushed the forces plundering Bime's southern regions. It was better news than Bime could have wished for.
Braid was irritated with the attacks that came every single day.
When night came, he would suddenly hear loud noises. The neighs of horses, and the clashing of metal.
The toll of the bell.
On top of that, with the attacks under the cover of night, they were facing a shortage of supplies.
It wasn't like they didn't have enough to get through the journey.
Looking at it as a whole, it was a trivial matter.
But the soldiers' exhaustion was accumulating by the day. The baronet was on horseback, lined nearby Braid. Braid sent a glance towards him. Is Lyle's party really unprepared for this?
To his voice lightly mingled with uncertainty, the baronet answered boldly.
It's the opposite.
Before these numbers, without any proper methods to choose, he can only carry out this sporadic harassment. I'm sure you'll face casualty if you lower your guard, but it doesn't sway the outcome of your inevitable victory.
They just don't have any other means.
If they did, they'd have attacked us a long time ago.
Braid thought.
It's true, there's a sort of sense to his words.
If they could attack, then they haven't.
And they're only going to the level of harassment.
Understood. I'll increase the number on watch during the night. Raising the night watch even further was Braid's countermeasure for Lyle's harassment. Night.
Seeing the increase in guards, Eva thought a bit. The elves around her, the harassment squad, awaited her orders.
The dark elf woman called over. Now then, what shall we do, princess? Eva was surprised. Wait, what's with princess?
Of the Nihil tribe. And our shining star of hope.
Being a princess isn't so bad, right?
Eva thought that was a little off, as she stuck out her chest and put a hand on the large breasts that came out with it.
Stop it with princess. Right, let's go with songstress. Best songstress in the world.
She had intended it as a joke, but the dark elves all at once.
Understood, songstress. Songstress, huh? You sure are grandiose, songstress.
Well, as long as you're an elf, perhaps that's the better one, songstress, but... Before the elves who earnestly tried to make songstress a thing, Eva shook her head.
Her expression was a little embarrassed. I'm sorry. That one was a joke, so stop it there. That was my bad.
There, the dark elf woman spoke to her.
Now then, what shall we do today, songstress? Make a loud voice or sound with your skill? Or perhaps an assault with arrows?
Seeing that the songstress wasn't going anywhere, Eva lowered her shoulders. She spoke to the dark elves.
With the enemy numbers, that's enough for today. I think we've harassed them plenty. Let's proceed ahead, and get some rest. You sure? It doesn't matter.
Lyle did say to make some moderate space at times to make them feel safe.
It seems that way is more effective. Eva's squad's harassment was gradually exhausting Bonsium's army.
As we lay in wait for Bonsium's army, preparations were underway while we held a meeting with the forces that joined us. The forces that joined us were the main body from the Alliance.
A portion of them didn't know of Bonsium's movements, so they wouldn't part with valuable war potential.
However, as Bonsium was setting Bime alone as its target, the forces that were sent were able to quickly arrive BC. Mainly due to the hard work of the trace houses and other merchants' ships. Letting her silver hair sway as she approached me was black-clad Gracia-san.
No, Gracia.
She was making a bit of a stern expression, but once I directed a smile, her pale skin was flushed.
I'm happy we could meet, Gracia.
I spread out my arms, and embraced Gracia once she had nervously made her way towards me. It was to indicate my existence and standing to those around.
Something extremely favorable for me. But Baldwar, who'd met up with us recently, opened his eyes wide.
Beside him, while he wasn't assigned to educating him, Maxim-san explained various things.
Maxim Dano, just how many women has Lyle-sama enclosed in his camp? Calm down, Baldwar Dano. He hasn't enclosed them. They've enclosed him. Make sure not to be rude.
Of all else, she's putting out a considerable number of troops. Her country is lending out 10,000, the same level as Elsa-sama of Russworth. Within the Alliance, the ones giving out 10,000 were Galleria and Russworth.
Zayn was lending 8,000, while Lorphes lent 6,000.
While their scale was the smallest, that was because they couldn't find the personnel to spare for it. An army of 34,000 had amassed in South Bime. For Kartaf soldiers, even if I had just made use of them, 9,000 were fit to move.
That 43,000 on top of my own forces in South Bime, we were in a state where we could move around 45,000.
While I was only holding Gracia-san lightly, the large sensation of her chest was. Lyle, getting a big head won't set a good example to follow.
Keep it together.
If you aren't yet used to women, then just put in a quick word to Miranda, and she'll take your virginity away at once.
Malia-san pretended to give advice as she strongly advocated for Miranda.
But the fifth's opinion was different.
Okay, let's ignore her. Settle on Novum or Arya. Those two won't light a spark for their surroundings, so they're relatively safe.
The one who opposed that opinion was the third. Whoa, it would be troublesome if you forgot my number one Clara-chan.
Arya-chan isn't bad, but her personality can't lie. It's a given that the information will leak from her. Here, you should settle for Clara-chan or Novum-chan.
But the seventh wrung out his voice.
You fools. This is all linked to the vital issue of legal wife.
Lyle take some measures with Ludmila or Leanne.
Just what is this? Their opinions don't align at all.
The early days were the same, but the opinions in the duel never coincided. I separated from Gracia, and spoke as her face reddened.
Please lend a hand to me again, Gracia.
There, mindful of surrounding eyes, Gracia stroked her hair.
Leave it to me.
I'll swing my spear for your sake.
That's, as your woman, it's my.
Once she had said that much, Elsa hastily burst onto the scene.
In contrast to Gracia, she wore white clothing.
And her light blue hair granted a cold impression around.
I offered Gracia my thanks before turning to Elsa.
I was waiting for you, Elsa.
Why yes.
I wanted to come in a hurry, but my retainers wouldn't allow it.
However, now that I'm here, you can be relieved.
When she opened her arms and hugged me, Baldwar spoke up again.
Lyle-sama, I'd like to think not, but could it be? Maxim-san let out a dry laugh. How about it? Isn't he amazing?
It's our saving grace there are so many female rulers in our time.
Lyle Dano is amazing.
He can take down whatever prey he aims at without fail. I'm worried for Adele-sama, so I never let them stay alone in the same room, mind you.
Baldwar looked seriously into Maxim-san's face. It couldn't be that Lorphys and Zayn are. Unfortunately.
When Maxim-san said unfortunately, Baldwar looked relieved. However, Maxim-san's further words made him hold his head.
Zayn is a work in progress, rather even I don't know what's going to happen there.
By rumor, it seems he has relations with the current and previous generation of holy maidens.
And Lorphy's royal princess was refused by Novum Dano. Isn't that nice?
I don't know what's all this about precepts, but it seems all the ones but Lorphy's have cleared the conditions.
Baldwar muttered. The Walt house family precepts, is it?
Certainly, as long as they've cleared them all, and Novum Dano of the Forks' house recognizes that, there shouldn't be any doubt about it, but there's definitely going to be a problem with succession, just like in the generation before the one before mine. Father, what shall I do? Why is it? It's starting to become intriguing to observe Baldwar's reactions.
Should I just introduce him a few as well?
Or so I began to think. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 15, Chapter 11, Dead Men.
Dead Men.
While avoiding the maintained roads, Braid managed to march his army all the way to the destination point. But when he finally thought he was growing closer to South Bime, what he saw was more than 40,000 enemies ready and waiting. The battleground was set for noon, and the elites and soldiers scraped up from the feudal lords were in the midst of total exhaustion. By the daily attacks and loud noises, they weren't able to get any satisfactory rest. Their horses had been set free, so to carry their supplies, they had to put humans on the job, causing even greater exhaustion. Within that situation, Braid looked around himself. The two baronets who had approached him at Red Ant Fortress, and the knights they got to follow them. Before he had realized it, they had stuck on a reason, and withdrawn from the force, unit and all. The worst of it was that they had taken off with valuable supplies.
Arrows on top of spare equipment.
But still, it wasn't to a level where they were incapable of battle. More than that, Braid had enough power to overturn this numerical disadvantage. For these soldiers he brought along were the elites who had sworn absolute loyalty to Seals. These men would easily throw down their lives for her sake. With a numerical difference of this level, and even this great disadvantage, they had enough perseverance to easily break through.
However, there was something Braid couldn't forgive.
That ascending the incline, on the defenses above solidified like a fortress, stood Lyle looking down over them in blue and white armor.
So you set this up? You tricked me, you. Braid's anger was immense.
More than that the baronets had betrayed him, he couldn't forgive that he was dancing on the palm of Lyle's hand. The reason being that to Braid, Lyle was his detested idol of loathing itself. Just the thought he was from a count house made him detestable. What's more, hearing he was a driven-out incompetent, he ridiculed him within. But he had defeated a griffin, and acted as if he had no interest in that achievement. He had conceded the merits Braid was dying to get his hands on. It felt as if he was just being tossed the leftovers. No, it was fact that Braid had gotten his current status by chance. By chance, he had stabbed the knight Seals failed to kill from behind. His black armor was the armor that Knight wore over his body. That gallant knight who swung about his spear on his horse, the knight Braid aspired to be. Out of a desire to be closer to that knight, he had fixed up the armor and draped it over himself. Wearing that armor with a contrastive coloration to Lyle's, Braid extended a hand to the hilt of his sword. He was tired, but with the enemy before his eyes, his fighting spirit didn't fall short from that of the throwaway elites.
You incompetent washout! Captain of the Royal Guard. Braid Vampire will teach you what it means to be a true knight. Attack! There was no such thing as a plan. Braid chose to simply charge at the enemy before his eyes. But that itself was the fighting style with the highest possible rate of success at these elites' disposal. K or Argi. Everyone reached for the medicine concealed in their pouches. Opening the lid, they all chewed up and swallowed the solid masses within. At the defensive lines we prepared for emergency's sake, our arrows, bows and magic were overcome by the soldiers, who successfully breached the first wall. The scene of over 30,000 attacking was quite a masterpiece, but now wasn't the time for that. I looked upon it as I mutter. What's going on with them? The soldiers who joyfully leapt in front of the loaded guns. Using those soldiers as shields, the ones in the back pushed their way to the wall, and stuck themselves to it. Pierced with spears or cut with swords, it looked as if the only thing on their minds was to breach this wall. Not dying so easily even with fatal wounds, they gripped the soldiers on our side, making an opening for their allies. They broke into a fighting style that easily sacrificed their comrades. I couldn't call their perseverance anything but abnormal. Do they know no fear?
The unit stationed at the front was attacked by the enemies that breached the wall, bloodstained as they were. What's more, they were all laughing as they fought.
From the jewel, the fifth clicked his tongue.
Che. Lyle, have the forces step back. This is worse than I thought. They were more dangerous than the fifth had anticipated. I had the forces retreat.
To create an opening for that, I sent those two out. Have Gracia and Elsa step out.
Don't let the soldiers get close by any means. Just blow them away. Originally, I planned to have those two come out when the enemy had been stalled at the wall, but we were going to make some time for the front force to retreat. Riding their horses, they lead their own battalions at their flanks to provide relief to our allies. When they fired their magic at the enemy, soldiers were sent flying through the air.
But an enemy that wouldn't stop even upon witnessing that scene.
They were deploying a shield through magic to keep casualties down, but they didn't show any fear to the magics that easily burst through it.
Soldiers burned through by Gracia's pale flames.
Jumping over the open gap, the others let their bodies be clad in flames as they pressed on. The enemy soldiers frozen by Elsa's ice, the soldiers pressing behind paid them no mind as they shattered them underfoot. Just press forward, just kill the enemy before your eyes. Before the enemy force with that mindset, I clenched my fist. They were supposed to be exhausted, yet this force that wouldn't stop their assault even come night. Normally, we were supposed to have an overwhelming advantage, but we were being psychologically cornered.
Night.
While the front line was still fighting, I stepped back a bit and gathered all the main members. Within the tent, I sought the opinions of those who had actually witnessed the force of our foe. Even with our greater numbers, we're being pushed back.
The enemy's casualties are greater than ours.
But we're losing psychologically.
I want to do something about it. Hearing that from me, Maxim-san folded his arms. I've clashed with the enemy soldiers a few times.
But those really are dead men. For an army as large as 30,000 to attack resolved for death, it may overturn our numerical and terrain advantage. The enemy casualties haven't reached 10,000 yet, and even if it does, their hearts won't fold.
If we put out any more casualty before that,
our hearts would be the first to break, though Maxim-san didn't say it through to the end. Everyone who'd been out on the battlefield understood it. I had prepared thinking they were an army with the power to overcome, but I never thought they would be that abnormal. No, if it was mere abnormality, that wouldn't be a problem, but all their soldiers were undoubtedly elites with a certain level of ability. Having defeated many enemies, Gracia made an unmerry expression.
Are all Bonsium soldiers something like that? That's plain bizarre.
Without even thinking of the deaths they suffer, for them to simply press forward.
Elsa shared her opinion.
I can understand when someone knows this is where they will die. But it truly is abnormal to be able to accomplish it with those numbers.
Seals, you called her?
She really is dangerous. I tried thinking over what Seals had done to those elites. It's true dead men were a threat. But I couldn't understand how it brought about such an aptitude to break through.
There, Monica entered the tent. Pardon me. Chicken dickwad, there is something I need to inform you of.
What?
I looked at Monica.
She straightened her back and spoke without any of her usual jokes. About the soldiers on Bonsium's side, it has been determined they have ingested a sort of drug.
Result of analysis shows it is something that puts them into an excited state.
Magic analysis is out of my expertise, but according to Professor Damien there is a possibility it's bestowing them a pseudo-skill effect.
Everyone's eyes opened wide.
Even in Bime, I'd never heard such a medicine existed. And if such a convenient drug existed, every country out there would be seeking it out.
But Monica spoke.
At the same time, its design has a toxic nature. It is thinkable that they aren't displaying more than 10 to 20% of the skill, yet after use their bodies won't be able to adapt to it, and will perish as a result. There is a high probability monster materials are being used as ingredients.
I've heard of monster materials being used in medicine before.
But by Monica's tone, they were using things not meant for medicinal purposes, and conducting war by shortening lifespans. I witnessed Novum's expression warp as she grit her teeth.
How long until they die? A day or two? Monica shook her head.
No, at the very least, it will take 3 months.
Soldiers set to die is exactly what they are.
From the jewel, I heard the third and seventh voices.
She's really done it. Who the hell goes that far?
Her elites were to be thrown away.
To plan to kill off 30,000 of your soldiers from the start.
The third's voice was lower than usual, and scary. The fifth seemed to be thinking over something as he spoke to me.
Lyle, make a bit of time. It'll end at once. Malia-san raised a surprised voice.
Father.
The fifth spoke. Don't stop me. Now is the right time, it seems a meaning has come to my way of life. A ship from Bime arrived at South Bime.
It was a ship managed by the Trace House, and the ones aboard were Roland and Gina. Those two that brought a guild executive from Bime had come to seek reinforcements from South Bime.
In the trace manor prepared in South Bime, Fidel and Vera were carrying out negotiations with the three. They sat across a table, each side seated.
Roland and Gina were lowering their eyes, while the executive frantically explained the present situation. Fidel Dano, please rescue Bime from its current predicament.
That lovely lady said she was Lyle Dano's lover, did she not? This is a chance for the Trace House to return to Bime.
The other party promised reinstatement as an adventurer, preferential treatment, and a great sum of money if Lyle came to offer relief to Bime.
At the same time, they said they would revoke the Trace House's exile sentence from the city.
Vera stayed silent. But Fidel was different.
He dealt with them smiling. That sounds nice.
If we return to Bime, we won't even be comparable to what we were before, but we'll have a more stable stronghold than what we have here.
It will be easier to do business.
Seeing Fidel smile, the executive smiled in kind. But Fidel's face turned serious. But just returning the status I lost in Bime holds no meaning. The merchants I've dealt with over my long years, and the customers have already moved far away.
You say you can bring everything back to how it once was? That would be difficult.
But we will put the utmost effort towards. It goes well without saying you'll be applying yourselves.
And so? Did you plan to be evaluated on such an obvious fact? As he troubled the other party, Vera looked at Gina and Roland and opened her mouth.
I heard rumor at the harbor. You've both been abused quite well by your surroundings.
What were you trying to do by making the Trace House's scale average even in Bime? Gina, in regards to her. Do you want to be number one that badly?
I didn't want to marry someone I didn't even love to maintain that. I just wanted to live with Roland in a house that fit his stature.
Vera replied. Can you really say those words to the ones working under you? You're already in a position where you have to protect the ones working for your house. See, could the two of you put that on hold? The executive soothed Gina and spoke to Fidel once more. We don't have any more time. I would like to call Lyle Dano back.
Bime is in need of his power. Fidel placed both elbows on the table and folded his arms to conceal his mouth.
Sorry, that's impossible. Fidel-sama. Roland stood forcefully. Are you fine with your homeland of Bime engulfed in flames?
Or his eyes seemed to chastise. But he had enough rationality not to put that to words.
Fidel held in a laugh.
I don't have the right to decide.
This isn't Bime. Everything is managed by that brat here.
And his current representative is... Pardon my interruption. With her pink hair fluttering, a woman surrounded by black-haired maids opened the door and entered the room. The woman stood before the three and gave her greetings. The management of South Bime has been left to me. I am called Leanne.
My surname will eventually become Walt, so there is no use in saying it. Fidel turned to the guild executive. This place doesn't follow the same rule as Bime. So no matter how hard you plead to me, it's impossible. But I've prepared your opportunity. Why not try making your case here? Fidel and Vera stood from their seats, while the maid-clothed Valkyries seated Leanne before the three visitors.
Leanne leaned forward and smiled.
We're wasting time, so let's get to it. Now then, just how much do you plan on doing for us? The executive, panicked as he was. As I've just stated, Lyle reinstatement as an adventurer, and rejected. Why would we want adventurer status at this point? It's a problem that comes even before negotiations.
Now return at once, and tell them to give us everything.
Money and status, fame and land and authority.
Give us everything, and next time you come, have everyone here to kneel before Lyle Walt.
Do you understand? Now off with you. We're not going to negotiate.
Either accept our conditions, or reject them and perish.
Choose whichever one you like. We're fine if Bime is destroyed. More so, it would be better for us if it did. I mean, you're the ones who drove him out in the first place, aren't you?
While the executive attempted to say something, Roland spoke to Leanne.
We understand that. So Bime will promise the maximum reception and...
Leanne leaned her back into her chair.
If that's the maximum, then Bime isn't anything special. If you can't protect yourselves, then fall. You can't get by in the world so easily. The weak will collapse. Underestimating the surroundings, failing to get their cooperation, and betraying your old allies, it's all your people's responsibility. And all is over once the responsible parties take responsibility. Before Leanne's smile, the three abandoned hope of any further negotiations. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 15, Chapter 12, Merciless Blade. Merciless Blade. Atop the wall enclosing Bime, there were soldiers firing arrows.
But before Bonsium's army that surrounded them on all sides but the port, even if they had the bows and guns, they couldn't get in any decent attacks. When it came to magic attacks, it felt like Bime was the one pushing. The skilled magicians among the adventurers shot off their prided magics one after the next. And Bonsium could only endure, occasionally sending magic counterattacks of their own. If things continued like this, would Bonsium eventually be blown to magical bits?
Bime's morale experienced a slight recovery.
The leader of a large adventurer party taking command at the scene fought boldly where Bonsium's offense was the greatest.
Let's show these dogs of Bonsium. The monsters we take on every day are scarier than they. That wasn't wrong.
But it was a statement forgetting who they should fear more.
As his party members shot one magic or arrow after the next, Bonsium incurred.
Deploying a magic shield, they were giving their utmost effort just to ward off the attacks, or so it seemed.
Headquarters of Bonsium's Bime invasion force.
In it, the generals gathered, hearing the explosions and feeling the shockwaves as they held their meeting. Not a single one of them stood fearful before Bime's intense assault. More than that, they even showed their leisure. The Supreme Commander opened his mouth. Now then, this Bime lot is showing its mettle, but I'm sure we can go at it the usual way.
Because if we just wait here, the enemy will exhaust themselves.
One of the generals spoke up.
The boats are prepared to attack from the sea. They're plunderers that took a village with a coast, and it will take a little time before they are used to it. The commander nodded. Let them get some firm training in. It's better than rushing in taking a tumble. Our larger force need only put pressure on the enemy from here. Seeing us not crumbling no matter what they do, just how long will it take for Bime's heart to fold in?
A night brigade chief reported the surrounding situation. Bime supposedly took in a considerable number of refugees from the surrounding towns and villages. I'm sure they have enough food, but can they hold out with so many mouths to feed, and they've never experienced a war of this scale before.
They may be surprisingly fragile,
Bime had used its mercenaries to intervene in war for its own prosperity, but the city itself had never fallen into a position where it had to experience war firsthand. There weren't any leaders among them who'd experienced battle on this scale, and Bonsium's side was aware Bime had yet to think up any effective means. No, they could feel it in their bones. They should have sought out a retired general, and invested their money into getting his teachings. I can't understand why Bime won't take such a simple measure. The one to answer the Supreme Commander's question was a young general.
Were they making light of it all?
Even if they intervened in wars around, a majority of them were on a smaller scale.
From what I've heard of the pillaged villages, they're putting too much trust into the abilities of the adventurers. Do they think each one is a match for 1,000?
Adventurers who took on monsters, the people of Bime were largely mistaking their abilities. The merchants running businesses out of Bime were the same. One of the generals laughed.
Match for 1,000, eh? 'Twas what I wanted to be when I was a wee lad. But reality isn't so sweet.
There's not an incompetent here who'd force the whole burden to a man with such skill to his blade, Supreme Commander. Battle reliant on a single exceptional, to say it the other way, as long as that one was lost, they would crumble too easily. If the adventurers were the strong of Bime, they need only wait for those adventurers' hearts to cave in. The Supreme Commander smiled lightly.
That right. Well then, will Bime's heart fold first, or will the plans we prepared be pulled off first? Taking bets here, gentlemen.
The generals of Bonsium raised bursts of laughter.
Late night. Stepping back a bit, I lay down gripping the jewel.
I had ate, wiped down my body, and when I entered the bed, I closed my eyes. We had taken measures in advance.
May should be prepared as well.
I felt the sensation of my mind entering the jewel, and when I next opened my eyes, I was in the jewel's round table room. The one waiting for me was the fifth, who was sitting on the table. He was making a serious expression.
So you've come. Follow me.
I'll teach you my skill, and hand you the weapon necessary for this situation.
Take up my Galient blade.
Bring an end to this detestable battle at once. The fifth skill map, it was a skill to grasp the surrounding terrain. I'd given a bit of thought into why he came out with such a skill.
The first's enhancements.
The second skill to let others use your skills. The third's was for the psyche. The fourth's for movement, and the fifth gained the ability to grasp his surroundings. I thought the reason he needed it lay in the situation at the time.
Bandits were storming into the Walt house's territory and wreaking havoc at the time.
Rather than the sixth skill to search out enemy presences, the fifth needed his terrain understanding to set up defenses and predict enemy invasion routes. As he hopped down from the table and headed off for his room, the third and seventh saw him off from their seats. When the fifth sent them glances, they both nodded.
But sitting in the fifth's chair, Malia-san didn't look fully satisfied.
No, I'm sure she understood. Insisting to give him a grand send-off wasn't important in our current predicament.
She stood.
The fifth looked at her.
Malia, don't stop me anymore. I won't stop you. But won't you be lonely alone?
There, the fifth shrugged his shoulders.
I'm not alone.
There's already someone waiting in my room. Malia-san shook her head, and muttered something like, there really is no helping you.
As me and Malia-san headed for the fifth's room, I could hear the seventh's voice. Auntie.
To his worried eyes, Malia-san smiled and waved. No need to worry, I won't get in his way anymore. And Broadkuin, that part of you hasn't changed either.
Makes me remember the past. Remember what? That was something only Malia-san and the seventh would understand.
I rounded the doorway, and entered his memories. Ashen clouds covered the sky, a battlefield where rain might fall at any moment. No, the battle was already over. There were corpses fallen around, and the bodies presumably from the Walt house were carefully being handled. In contrast, for the enemy fully armored self-proclaimed bandits, owing to the possibility there may be some playing dead, the Walt house soldiers were going around stabbing in their spears. But there were many tattered bodies around, enough that it even made me curious as to how they were killed. The fifth looked at Fredericks, who was sitting in the chair taking a glance at the bandits. The surviving ones were stripped of their equipment and bound with rope. They were brought before Fredericks, where they cast their eyes down.
Fifth, are these people bandits? The fifth laughed a bit. Self-proclaimed bandits.
In truth, they were one of the Walt house's vassals, and the folks they let in from the territory they neighbored. They used the vassals as a bridge to lay waste to my territory. And they only called themselves bandits whenever they were running amok.
Well, lords are little different from bandits, is how the saying goes. You can see why. In the battle, the guys of Bonsium pillaged their hearts out, right? That's something you can find anywhere. It's nothing rare.
When I made an unpleasant face, the fifth and Malia-san laughed. It didn't look like they were making fun of me, they were truly glad.
The fifth nodded. That's how it should be. That feeling is important. Though I've forgotten it. Father.
The surrounding scene began moving. One of the presented bandits was a tag-along of the noble boy who once made fun of Fredericks. He had grown into a young man, but now he was being presented to Fredericks as a bandit, kicked around by the surrounding soldiers.
Be bastards. Don't think you'll get off lightly for doing this to me.
We may have lost here, but once I return home.
I tilted my head. Home? He planned to return from that? While I couldn't believe it, Malia-san explained. At the time, the surrounding lords were conspiring. Though that was gone by the time we grew up.
Based on how things went, we'd have to take him to Central, and use him as a witness in the king's arbitration.
No, as evidence I should say. It was gone. The reason it didn't continue was.
The fifth spoke in an emotionless voice.
Because I thoroughly destroyed that rule. An outskirt-specific rule.
You'll find it elsewhere, but to summarize, it was mediation.
Between nobles, I'll add on.
Those guys were treating it as some form of game. I harbored some unpleasant feeling towards the bound young man that came out in the fifth's memory.
Malia-san read my emotions, and nodded. By Walt House's rule, all bandits were to be executed. Decapitated.
The corpses hung up and made an example of. A soldier carrying a large axe stepped out in front of the bandits. The young man gave a voice as if he couldn't tell what was going on.
Stop. I won't crumble under your threats. If you do that, a war will break out with the Walt House.
The vassal nobles who pillaged with the young man were the same. Their expressions had changed from brazen to hurried.
Please stop it.
If you do it, there really won't be any going back. We swear never to do anything like this henceforth.
What an unsightly scene. I couldn't even laugh at it.
But the fifth was laughing a little.
Terrible, right?
That was the state at the time. Thinking the area's rule was absolute, they had done it believing there was no risk at all. There were various causes and factors, but mainly because there weren't any foreign threats at the time. If there were, it was at skirmish level. The third had done too good a job in threatening that war-loving half-wit. It ushered in an extreme change of course for the country. These guys were bored, pretty much.
They should have just quieted down and focused on developing their territories. Frederick stood from his seat and pulled the sword at his waist. There was a trigger-like thing on the hilt portion. Lines ran across the blade, and that peculiar sword, the Galient blade, showed off its form.
I can't hear a word you're saying.
The ones here are bandits.
I can't see anything else.
You'll present your necks here.
And also, I'll be crushing a vassal house of mine.
If they have a complaint, I'm sure a certain someone's son will go crying to Central.
That a father playing sham bandit was slain by his lord.
Fredericks used his sword.
With a swipe to the side, its blade moved like a living animal hunting out the heads of the vassals' knights and soldiers.
Heads fell one after the next.
The sword they turned red from the blood it took and went limp like a whip, before returning to the fifth in its sword shape.
The bound bodies of bandits around spurted blood as they fell.
Seeing that scene, the young man burst out.
Stop it. You won't get your hands on any ransom. But with me, you can at least get a few hundred gold from.
The young man screamed, and while he was bound, he frantically writhed to flee. His own remaining soldiers were watching his pitiful plight. Fredericks held up his blood-reddened blade as he stepped on the man's back to pin him to the ground.
The Galient blade touched his neck. I don't need something like that. How much money do you think it takes to set up a single village? Then I'll rebuild this village. I'll make it how it was before.
It was a small village.
It wasn't anything special, but my house will put out money to reconstruct it.
Don't get so angry over a single small village.
Or are you still angry about the past? Then I'll apologize. I'll give a formal apology.
So sheath your sword. A single small village, its yearly tax yield wouldn't even reach 100 gold coins. Even if you let it be, its population would increase, and it would begin cultivating so it could support itself. To the young man, that's all a village was, it seems. He had a different way of thought than the one fostered in the Walt House.
Fredericks spoke. I see.
So you'll make this village just as it was before.
So you understand? Then how does this sound? Without the slightest bit of difference, bring it all back. Revert the buildings and tools you burned, and bring all the villagers back to life. If you do, I don't need a ransom. I don't have any interest in the past.
I'll send you back to your beloved home at once.
Now have a go at it.
The young man opened his mouth in silence.
Don't screw with me. There's no way I can.
His head flew through the air. The face of the young Fredericks who swore his revenge was terribly grim. Fredericks parted from the man before wiping off the blood stuck to his blade. And he spoke without any interest.
Kill them all. Make an example of their bodies. Skewer them and position them so his house will notice. If that leads them to invade, we'll retaliate. He was indifferent.
That he continued checking the mechanisms of his weapons, that rather than the ones he had killed, he was making sure it wasn't broken anywhere was because he truly was more interested in the sword. The soldiers with axes headed for the knights and soldiers calling themselves bandits, and I could hear screams.
Malia-san sounded a little tired. Back then, father really was cruel. The fifth, quietly. I couldn't think of any other means. No, I didn't want to think of them.
Within the scene, there was a group approaching Fredericks.
The villagers. Frederick-sama.
In their hands, everyone held the weapons of the bandits. Old men, women, children, in their eyes filled with hatred, they pleaded to Fredericks.
Please let us kill them. Hearing those words, Fredericks called out to the axe-wielding soldiers doing their duty. You can stop around there. Leave the rest for these ones. And we'll be hanging up all the bodies. Please think of what's to come when you kill them.
The villagers nodded, and with weapons in hand, they approached the soldiers. I could hear their voices ring out. It was something where just listening made me want to clench my eyes shut. I couldn't understand the reason the fifth had shown me this scene. The fifth folded his arms. Truly, I shouldn't have done something like that. I do regret it. But the me of the time who'd sworn vengeance thought that was the absolute right.
I to the fifth. And it was wrong? Who knows? There's no way to find out, is there? They did thank me for it. I saw villagers regretting it as well. I can't tell you what would have been right. But this alone I can say. Lyle, don't be like me. You can have a heart of vengeance. But don't carry out revenge like me. For me, the regret is the strongest part that remains.
It was only Sunny for the slightest sliver of it all. There, the scenery changed. It was the Walt house's mansion. Urged on by the surroundings, Fredericks headed for a certain room.
Frederick-sama, quickly. It's a healthy baby boy. Now hurry. Don't drag your feet like that. I know. I get it already.
There were women with large stomachs. They were the fifth's mistresses, and around them were retainers looking after them.
Don't run. I'm begging you, don't run like that. Frederick-sama, please say something to everyone too.
What would happen if they fell and were injured?
The wife and young master aren't going anywhere.
When I thought I heard a voice almost exactly like Baldwar's, I saw Fredericks being pushed on the back by his mistresses into a room. In it was a baby who'd just been born. He was crying energetically, while the woman who was the legal wife embraced him with a smile.
Dear, it's an energetic baby boy.
Perhaps happy she was able to safely give birth, the woman was tearing up. Looking at the baby, Fredericks looked as if he was trying to conceal his happiness.
I see. You did your best. Gee, good job.
He reached out his hand, and the moment he tried to touch the boy, Fredericks pulled his hand back and looked at his palm. The fifth conveyed his sentiment at the time. I didn't want to touch him with my bloodstained hands.
I thought he would be tainted too.
At that moment, I felt intense regret. Naturally enough, the ones I killed had families of their own. From the point of view of their families, I was their target of revenge.
I wonder why it was, when I thought that, it felt as if I was going to break. It was something so obvious. I had enough reason to do it all, yet I wonder why. Fredericks was crying. Dear? Good job. So get some good rest for now.
I'll send a notice to your house.
I'll go and give my thanks. I have to go.
Wiping his tears, Fredericks left the room.
Within the jewel.
The fifth's room of memories. What I saw there was the reason the fifth couldn't be honest to his children. The room of memories took on the shape that left the strongest memories to him. It displayed the stable for his animals.
The fifth turned to me. Now then, that's about all I can teach you.
It's a bit late, but I get the feeling I could have gotten away without showing you, but I'm sure you'll be fine.
Fifth.
At that moment, from the Quillen's room in the deepest part of the stable, a fully grown Quillen emerged. Approaching the fifth with swift steps, she nuzzled him.
Fredericks. May, I caused you quite some trouble. Of course not. I had lots of fun. Because I got to see Fredericks again. Malia-san looked at the fifth with a bit of a conflicted expression. The fifth looked at me and smiled. My final skill is map model.
To put it simply, you can move the map form being centered on you to show any point you want.
There's a limit to its scope, but it's quite convenient. You can seek out people who are hiding. And you can scope out good spots to hide too.
While fighting bandits and mercenaries, being attacked by his surroundings, I'm sure this is the skill the fifth desired.
But he let out a light sigh. Well, what I really wanted to give you this time was this. Look.
Saying that, what he handed to me was a silver Galient blade.
However, unlike the others, it felt as if the sword was a real live animal, and I got the feeling it was hungry. Perhaps because of me. This one's considerably dangerous. Unlike the first's giant sword. Fine's halberd is quite obedient. The second's bow reliably does its job. My dad's daggers, well, they're fitting of my dad. But this one's simply specialized to kill. It isn't the first's type of strength.
I'm sure it's most effective in group battles. The eyes he looked at the sword with were a little conflicted. There were no mechanical gimmicks to the silver Galient blade. There were lines running across the metal, and when I gripped it, it let off a faint blue light. Blue lines ran across it like veins, informing me of its hunger. For some reason, that ominously shaped weapon looked like the sword of some demon from a fairy tale. Lyle, you have to master it. It'll surely prove useful in times to come. But don't become obsessed with killing.
May spoke to the fifth. It's fine. Lyle has me and everyone else with him. Malia-san also smiled. Right. The current Lyle isn't alone. Father didn't let anyone get close to him.
The fifth scratched his head and hung his head.
Even when I knew I was wrong, I couldn't turn back.
And while I couldn't find out what I should have been doing, I had built up this stable.
I'm sure I was tired.
I'm sure I caused a lot of trouble.
Nilia to you as well.
Malia-san gripped the hem of her skirt and lifted it lightly to give a neat curtsy.
Just hearing an apology from father makes me glad I became a guide. And Lyle.
When I turned to Malia-san, she smiled and held out my hand.
When I held out mine, she opened hers to show a blue jewel. Septum-san. Lyle. And Malia-san. This is the third.
When I lifted my face, Malia-san smiled as she embraced me. Wrapping her hands around my back, she whispered into my ear. Our plans have been largely thrown off.
We were thrown around by Lyle quite a bit.
But perhaps that was for the best. As this jewel's guide, I recognize you, Lyle.
So accept your last skill.
As the jewel absorbed into my body, the words floated in my head. But it was hazy, and I couldn't quite understand it. All I could tell was that my third stage skill was quite unique. Just once, if I used it, it was the skill that held the compensation of the jewel losing its power.
Malia-san, could it be? Malia-san kissed my forehead.
As her face grew close, I could tell from looking up close that she was holding back tears.
Lyle, I leave Miranda and Shannon to you. Miranda has weaker parts to her than you think. And in contrast, Shannon has strong parts to her.
So the two of them don't take the wrong path, so they don't turn out like me, you have to firmly hold their hands. At times, pamper them a bit. The fifth scratched his face with a finger.
He was looking at May. Sorry. This is it for me. I have a lot of things I want to say, but I've only one request.
May looked at the fifth.
What is it?
I leave Lyle to you.
He's a descendant too good for me.
At the start, he was unreliable, but now he's stronger than me. He's our pride. I gripped the hilt of the Galient blade.
My tears came out. Say something like that sooner.
It's because you say it at a time like this that I'm crying.
I was going to see you off with a smile at the end. Malia-san wiped my tears with a finger. Cry from time to time. It's fine to show your weakness.
Not to your surroundings, to Miranda and Shannon and Novum and the others.
They'll be surprisingly delighted. And this is a gift from me.
Saying that, Malia-san touched the silver Galient blade. It felt as if she had put something into it, but I kept looking at her smile. I thought she had resembled Miranda, but as expected, she did have a trace of Shannon. No, the two of them had traces of her. I smiled at her words.
I'll remember it. It's a valuable female opinion. Good. If you can buy cynical, I'm sure you'll be fine. The jewel is full of power. You have to learn to master it.
I'm sure you have enough power in you.
Malia-san's words were as if the jewel itself was cautioning me.
I nodded and took her words to heart. May looked at the fifth.
Fredericks, I promise. I'll watch over Lyle. For your share as well. And I don't hate Lyle.
The fifth smiled. And he started walking off, not towards the stable's insides, but towards the entrance.
Malia-san walked beside him. Father, I'll accompany you. And a final request from your daughter. What? As he acted a little fearful, Malia-san held out her hand. Would you hold my hand?
The fifth tilted his head as he held out his hand. Malia-san grabbed it and led him off. As they walked towards the stable's entrance, Malia-san's figure grew younger and in a bit of youthful voice. Doing this had always been my dream. The fifth was awkward. And happy. I wish I could have granted it while we were alive. I'm sorry, to all of you. The fifth's gaze turned from a young Malia-san to face forwards. It made me curious, so I wanted to try looking out myself as I walked forward. As me and May headed towards the entrance, outside we found 5 women, with young children around. The animals were waiting for the fifth as well. They were all smiling. Fifth. Fredericks. The fifth answered with a wave without turning around. Idiot. There's no way I can turn around now. Like it'll be any fun watching someone like me cry. Do your best, the both of you. The round table room. My hand extended, I looked at the round table, the place the fifth once sat, and the Galient blade floating above it. May wasn't there. I'm sure her mind was returned from the jewel to her own body. And the blade that floated there looked a little different from when the fifth had handed it over. A little of its sinister feel remained, but its shape really did look just a little different. The one waiting for my return was the seventh. Sitting in his chair, looking at the ceiling. Once upon a time. The woman I first fell for was my aunt. Malia-san. Maybe that's why. Why I took up a gun in the first place. Seventh, I. The seventh stood, and headed off towards his room. Lyle, you were recognized by the fifth, and by my aunt. Was I recognized in the end or not? I wonder. Once he had left, I was the only one remaining in the round table room. Fifth, Malia-san, thank you. Saying that, I wiped my tears on my sleeve. Every time the weapons within the room increased, the number of ancestors went down. Every time I got stronger, I grew lonelier. At the start, the fifth gave off a cold impression, but I found out later what sort of person he was. He was awkward. Completely different from the image of him passed down. And he worked hard. And Malia-san was, this and that, but to I who lacked memories of my own mother, she was a mother-like person. Noisy, playing around with the seventh, at times even surprising the ancestors. Once they were gone, the loneliness started to well up. Really, why is it? When I thought they were so noisy, why won't my tears stop? It was terrible at the start. There were times they would insult me. There were times they would make fun of me. And yet, when everyone was gone, I grew lonely. I let my eyes take in the floating silver weapons before me, letting them rest on the Galient blade. When I reached out my arm, my hand touched the hilt. When I gripped it, I found it was less hungry than before. Perhaps that was because of Malia-san. Please lend me your strength. Right now, I need your power. Feeling a pulse from the sword, I returned my mind to the world of reality. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 15, Chapter 13, The Demon's Medicine. The Demon's Medicine. When I opened my eyes, I saw light streaming in from the gaps in the tent. What I could hear from outside were the voices of our allies still fighting against the dead men of Bonsium. All through the night. When you think of how they'd fought through it, you could only question their sanity. No, I doubt they were sane from the start. If this is what it meant to be charmed by seals, then I really have no words other than madness. Raising my upper half, I covered my face with both hands. Monica. What could it be? Entering my tent, Monica was carrying a bucket of hot water, with all the preparations to outfit me in order. Her face was red, and I'd like to think it was just my imagination. She looked excited. I'll get ready. Tell everyone to gather up. I'm going out on the front lines. Monica immediately went into preparations. Leaving the bucket on a nearby wooden crate, she got out the armor she had polished yesterday sometime when I hadn't been looking. When I rose from the bed, I asked her for a report on the situation. How are we faring? Monica prepared as she reported to me. There wasn't any time, so she continued her explanations without stopping her hands. At present, a change has yet to come to our position as superiors. But if things continue like this for a few days, it is thinkable that the situation will reverse. Casualties have exceeded our predicted numbers. At this rate, a snag will come out in the plan. So it wasn't a situation where we could win without much input. Then I'd no choice but to move, and I had received the power to do it from the fifth.
Could it be that rather than accepting his power, I'd have liked to accept his advice surely means that I'm weakening emotionally? Shaking my head, I let out a sigh. Is something the matter? Are you unsatisfied with this, Monica? What a luxurious chicken you are. Just say it. I'll correct it at once, so out with it. Seeing her so desperate, I smiled a bit. It's nothing. Just be as you are. You're the best.
There, Monica silently stared at me.
Please say it one more time.
Like, it was a surprise attack, so I wasn't able to turn on the audio and visual recordings in time, so if possible, once more with that smile. No, I do have it stored, but I'd like to preserve it in the highest resolution possible. She was saying more incomprehensible things, so I brought my hand to my chin in thought. In the end, I decided not to answer to her request.
Sorry. I get the feeling it'll be more interesting if I don't say it, so I won't. Monica bit down on her white apron regretfully. So that's how you plan to toy with me? How unfortunate.
Vexed as I am, don't make light of this, Monica, who can even enjoy this treatment from you.
Now toy with my affections more. As always, her high specs didn't alter her unfortunate parts. The same Monica as ever. I outfitted myself in the early morning and stepped onto the battlefield.
Today, May said she wanted me to ride her Kalin form, so I equipped a harness and mounted her. Around, Maxim-san, Arya, Miranda, Gracia, Elsa, Marina-san, as logistic support, Novum, Eva, Clara, and Baldwar were stationed in the back. After the attack, Novum's group was to counteract magic and to provide ranged support. Before the hurriedly constructed gate, we waited for the moment we were fully prepared to attack. Maxim-san rode his horse to my side.
Lyle Dono, today I've come with a personal request. Couldn't you have said it at the meeting? Maxim-san's face was serious.
And he spoke plainly. In the past, I had a rival with whom I competed in skill. I fought him countless times, and I've more losses to count than wins. He wore black armor over his body, and his skill with a spear on horseback was splendid. That unity of rider and horse type deal. There's a man who's killed my friend, and has taken his armor for his own.
I looked forward. I've heard. Braid Vampire, an acquaintance of mine.
A bit, no, he had a considerably strong lust for status. Maxim-san fiddled with the positioning of his forehead protector.
Could you concede him to me?
Of course, I don't mind if that's after you determining it's possible for me.
If I cannot accomplish it, I can only give up.
The knights right in front of the gate fired their magic at once to blow enemy soldiers away. The impact rang out all the way here, and I could see a dust cloud rising on the other side.
The sound of guns and arrows wouldn't end as the flags waved violently. Based on the situation. That's plenty.
As the gate opened, we held up our weapons for our assault.
Gripping the jewel, I imagined the Galleon blade in my mind.
The silver ornaments surrounding it melted down, swelling until they took the shape of a sword in my right hand. It was an ominous blade, but it had lost a bit of its sinisterness. There were slender lines running across the metal, many thorns down it that made me feel I'd prick my finger on them.
Lyle Dono, that's sword it.
A weapon suited to this situation.
Well then, let's be off. Attack!
As I held up the silver sword, May raced off. We crossed the gate faster than anybody, to find soldiers who wouldn't stop their assault despite the wounds on their body leaping out of the dust. They stuck out their spears and leapt towards me.
You're in the way.
As I swung the Galleon blade so it wouldn't hit May's neck, with the edge connected by thin blue veins, the sword separated and cut at the surrounding enemies. Its form slicing as if it had a will of its own looked as if the sword was alive. As I clenched the hilt, I could almost hear a voice.
Next. The next one. Let me cut more. Let me kill more.
Next I tried thrusting it straight. The sword's point proceeded in a straight line towards the group of knights in front of us, impaling 3. Going right into swinging it to the side, the blade turned, skewered knights and all, to lop off the heads of their soldiers. This blade that could cut down many in a single swing truly was a weapon suited to this situation.
May, could you position us so we won't drag any allies in? Leave it to me.
May raced off, discharging electricity around. That electric charge clad the sword, and when I swung it, those sent flying by May's charge were cut down, and many were rendered immobile by a mere graze. And when May took to the sky, I leapt down, and tried extending it to its maximum range. Every time it grew, the metal sword portions increased in number. As it swung its rage screaming it wouldn't let a single one get away. It sliced regardless of armor, flesh and bone. The blood dancing through the air was an impossible sight, even on the battlefield.
In that one swing, just how many people had died? Just how many had I killed? Those thoughts floated through my mind, yet still my body swung the Galliant blade.
It felt as if something was possessing me. One who luckily escaped with only an arm lost, laughed as he used his spear in place of a cane to stand.
Behind him, the next wave of soldiers were ready with their pikes. They just keep on coming.
Lightning rained down from the sky. The lightning that fell around was discharged by May, it seems. Even so, the soldiers set aim on her with their bows, while the ones with spear and sword headed for me, trampling over their allies' corpses, without even feeling a hint of fear.
Sorry, but I've no mind to apologize. Hate me all you want.
When I swung the sword, a large number of people were cut up once more. I swung it for it to spin around me, and once I pulled in the expanded sword by its blue threads to return it to its original form, those unmoving soldiers fell to the dirt again.
At that moment, mounted knights trampled over the soldiers. You're in the way. Move. Full plate armor.
And the large war hammer in his hand might have been his prided weapon. Taking a large stance with it, he tried swinging it down on me. From the jewel, I heard the seventh's voice. He's using such a large weapon, controlling his horse with his lower body alone.
As a knight, he's trained considerably.
I'm sure he was a skilled knight.
But you're the one in the way.
The sword took distance from me as it swung it downwards, its snake-like expanse bisecting the foe horse and all. There, the knights flooding in from all around attacked at me with their spears. As I held the sword to my side and waited for it to retract,
the heads of 2 knights fell. It had taken their necks on its way back.
It really is reliable on the battlefield. But like the first's weapon, it sure does use up my mana.
It expended it. But it supplemented its use by supplying itself from the enemies it cut down.
This ability.
It's Malia-san. She's as ill-natured as ever.
It was reliable, but for some reason, Malia-san's boasting face crossed my mind. There, taking along his knights, a black-armored man made his appearance.
Lyle. How dare you waltz yourself before me?
When I thought the soldiers had stopped flocking to me, it was Braid who made his entrance. I understood that he hated me, but this was a bit too prudent.
The third in the jewel was laughing. He's that kid from the Griffin subjugation, right? He's matured in a bad direction.
The seventh inquired.
By your tone, I'd have to assume you knew he would only get worse, though?
The third sighed. No, the possibility wasn't zero, you see. He had the chance to rise up from there and become someone decent. But now that he's stepped in front of Lyle, it's the end.
We can only defeat him here. The third's defeat meant to kill. You're wearing some nice armor there. How does it feel to be so high and mighty?
When I tried riling him a bit, it was quite effective. He raised his left hand, before lowering it towards me. The surrounding knights began their charge.
I could feel those knights activating a skill. Half-wit. With these numbers before you, charging in alone is what a fool would do.
I'll crush you at once, and display your head to the enemy. Seeing him look so certain of his victory, I ended up giving a smile.
Because doing that would piss him off more. I'm here because I believe I can win. And even now, that feeling hasn't wavered.
I swung the Galliant blade to suck up mana from the surrounding corpses.
Malia-san said the jewel was increasing in power, and it seems an influence was coming out in the ancestors' weapons.
The ominous point of the blade took on the shape of a serpent's head. That sinister silver snake's form was as if its body was growing from the hilt.
Devour them.
With a word, it launched out to attack. That large silver blade imitated the moves of a snake, dragging in and killing the approaching knights and soldiers. The blood soaked into its silver body seeped in, decreasing the mana it took up. Once there were no longer allies around him, Braid was clearly confused. I had aimed for all but he, and the Galliant blade had followed my orders.
What? What did you do? How cowardly.
Like that, you stuck UPS hide behind your powerful weapons. Using those of lower birth like me as your stepping stones.
When I've come all the way here. As his allied soldiers came in succession, Braid tried to retreat behind them.
I thought for a moment he hadn't been charmed by seals, but it seems that wasn't the case.
The seventh sighed. Good grief. Using his birth as an excuse, and this is the outcome. He won't even be good feeding for Lyle.
I returned the sword to its original form. Seeing that, Braid likely assumed I was tired, as he stopped his retreat.
All right. There's no way you can keep on with attacks like that. It's my win. After showing so much leisure, you're going to lose.
The soldiers advancing around.
But I didn't move the blade. That's wrong. I don't need to anymore. Did you think me rampaging in the center was because I thought I could take everyone on alone?
If chaos broke out here, it would bring an influence to the clashing front lines.
And the one who'll take you on isn't me. Lighting fell around me.
May had been plainly continuing her attacks from the sky, and on top of that, fire and ice came from behind me to swallow up knights and soldiers.
And riding a horse, a single knight passed me by.
The surrounding sand following behind him as he advanced, the knight trampled down soldiers, as he clad his own horse in an armor of sand.
I could tell the allies coming from behind with the 5th and 6th skill.
An assault with lessened momentum held no meaning against our current state. Maxim San, who attacked Braid, leapt up and lowered his spear to knock Braid off his horse.
Stand. Your opponent is me.
Braid fell to the ground. As he used his sword to stand, his black hair was in a mess. His helmet had fallen off, and looked at Maxim San. He wrung out his voice to those around.
What are you doing? Kill him.
He sought help from the surroundings, but even receiving enemy attacks, Maxim San didn't falter. Because the swords and spears wouldn't pass through his armor of sand. Sand arms protruded from his back, cutting down the surrounding soldiers with their weapons of sand.
I know I may look like a fighter, but I'm good at magic too.
While I got the feeling there was something clearly wrong with his use of magic, if the man himself was fine with that, then let's just call him good at magic. Braid looked at the knight before his eyes.
Now take your stance. Maxim was a famed knight of Bonsium. Upon receiving a single attack from him, Braid understood he couldn't win. He had enough ability to understand that.
As he looked around, he found his allies taking on other enemies, with few left to save him. And those few were cut down before Maxim as well.
And not yet.
Taking on this many soldiers resolved to die, no matter how hard you lot struggle.
Right after came a movement at the front. A large golem emerged.
It bore the head of a lion, wearing armor with numerous hands extending from its back. Each hand held its own weapon, and it began mowing down its surroundings.
That's.
Seeing Braid open his mouth wide, Maxim stuck out his spear. Braid rolled to avoid it, while knights and soldiers flocked around Braid to be cut down.
Maxim looked at Braid's face.
Originally, we wanted to avoid a fight like this. I've some complaints with showing our trump cards so soon, but more importantly, we're at war.
Our policy was not to take down an army with a small force.
Braid sat himself up on the ground, as he pushed himself backwards.
Don't screw, you mean to say you were going easy on us? No, that's wrong.
I'm only saying you weren't the foe we were saving up our power for.
Be proud. You've brought out Lyle's party's seriousness.
Hearing those words, Braid slammed the ground.
Again, and again. Like that, you lot, like that, you look down on everyone below you. Pedigree and talent are the ones who have it really so special. Then the one who can win against you can only be someone with nothing like me.
Braid took out the medicine he'd received from seals, and touched the bottle to his mouth. Drinking it all down, he looked at Maxim with a smile.
Maxim didn't provide an opening for him to exploit. That leisure of yours will be your downfall. This demon's medicine is the completed product of the researchers that flowed in from Zayin. For the sin of angering me, shall.
As Braid's skin was dyed a shade of purple, his blood vessels grew visible on its surface as he spat up blood. His red blood turned violet, before changing all the way to green, his body gradually growing as the clothing and armor he wore snapped off.
Maxim looked at him as he offered a line. So that's your trump card? But what a pitiful form.
Seeing the sliver of expression visible through Maxim's armor of sand, Braid couldn't tell what shape his own body was taking. Looking at his two hands, they were horribly swelled. They had become purple, their thick blood vessels pulsating. He looked down on its body, seeing it continue to grow.
But that form was. What is this? What's happening to me, Seal Sama?
A purple hornworm's head, as if something had been glued onto a human's upper body.
There stood the body of a monster no one could think of as a success.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Volume 15, Chapter 14, Sand Giant. Sand Giant.
Fighting the elite forces of Bonsium, Maxim clad his body in sand armor as he took in the sight before him.
Zialezazamae.
Before that giant purple something, Maxim reaffirmed his grip on his spear. That growing purple hornworm drew in and crushed all around it regardless of friend or foe as it enlarged, its head portion just barely retaining traces of humanity, yet that fact only serving to amplify its eeriness.
Maxim had his allies stand back. I'll take this one on. Everyone stand down.
Even in this situation, enemy soldiers came at him. bloodshot eyes. And while they knew there was no further salvation for themselves, the soldiers gleefully fought. Maxim swung his spear to knock away the surrounding enemy soldiers, holding up his left hand.
Without relying on some drug, humans can become strong.
Polishing their technique, taking up arms, making skills emerge, learning magic.
Maxim thought there were any number of ways for one to get stronger. It was fact.
But power one couldn't control was meaningless, and a far shot from anything you could call true strength, or so was his opinion on the matter.
I'll have to show you.
Why my name became known through Bonsium.
AGHIAAAAAAA.
While Braid could no longer even speak human tongue, Maxim took in the rising dust cloud, sucking up sand and dirt from the ground as his form grew larger. The skill Maxim manifested was Sandarm, a rearguard magic he had devoted his study to and improved. Its second stage sand armor let him coat himself in an armor of sand, and by the third stage sand giant, he could produce a colossus of it. A form of an armored warrior, a single step of that sand giant was enough to crush and knock enemy soldiers aside. In a sense, you can expect this once you reach the third stage of most skills.
No real need to rely on a medicine for it. The sand giant held up its large spear.
The purple apparition spat up emerald liquid from its mouth to attack. When the liquid hit the ground, it let off smoke alongside an irritant odor. It would surely be dangerous if it had splashed him, but Maxim was currently within his sand. He was in the colossus's mouth so he could see, but he could easily guard its entrance.
Have some back. With a side sweep of the spear, the purple monster rolled, dragging Bonsium soldiers in.
When its body was wounded, the green liquid spouted out and melted down soldiers. So if you attack it directly, it spits up liquid.
What a troublesome monster. Maxim had the giant hold its spear up high.
Normally, perhaps all I'd have to do would be to blow it to bits with magic, but
I'm going to be using that property of yours.
If you're to hate anyone, hate seals for making you such a fiend. Sand swirled around the hoisted spear, making it look as if it were a spinning drill. Once that was plunged into the monster, Maxim deployed a sand shield in front to protect himself and his allies. The thrust spear spun, continuously dispersing that liquid around.
Jaya-B-Ga-Ah.
The purple monster stopped moving after it had sprayed its green fluids on Bonsium soldiers around. Besides Maxim, there were fire, ice, and beast-shaped colossi spreading death and destruction across the battlefield. Seeing that battlefield ruled by giants, I hung the leaned blade against my shoulder. I had May pick me up, and was watching the scenery from the sky.
I looked around. Monica, there's a unit concealing itself. Send forces there. Found them. They aren't the type who won't stop attacking by any means.
But now that we've come so far, we should have just shown our trump cards from the beginning.
Monica's opinion was spot on. But after we'd done so much, it's not as if this reaction was unexpected.
An extreme mana expenditure, what's more our valuable skill holders, what's more, the ones who had attained their third stage skills would immediately have to retreat to the backlines. To we who lacked people fit to take commander roles, it was an exceedingly large problem. It's because we couldn't do that we, with this, the Four-Nation Alliance and Kartafs should notice that Bonsium is dangerous. Monica immediately swapped to carrying out orders, as I let a sigh into the air.
I looked at the sights below May. It sure is convenient.
Even so, you inherited quite a few things from Fredericks, didn't you, Lyle?
Quite a few. You mean the skill and this?
When I lightly lifted the sword, May shook her head.
Wrong. That's one thing, but there are plenty more.
Even now, you're using skills to look over and give orders to all your forces.
Strong people, you know.
A lot of them can't help but put themselves at the front of it all.
Hearing May's words, I understood what she was trying to say. May meant that I was carrying on the Fifth's teachings. I see, have I gotten a bit closer to them? Bime.
Warding off intense assaults from the city day after day, once their foes had begun showing signs of fatigue, Bonsium's generals held a meeting in their marquee.
Now then, let's hear the results. One of the generals stood.
They conducted a night attack with the plundered ship, but as expected there were adventurers stationed on the port as well. Naval is one thing, but it did seem they had adventurers capable of activity in the middle of the sea, so the plan was a failure. However, with this, they won't be able to continue directing all their forces to the wall alone. From what I've heard, they've diverted considerable war potential to their harbor. The Supreme Commander touched his chin.
I can't understand it. Bonsium's naval force is infinitesimally close to nothing.
With that failure, the difference in abilities should have become clear enough.
Why did Bime distribute so much forces to the harbor? One of the lords participating answered his query. That's how Bime is. The merchants hold strong power, and the authority lies with them. Couldn't they have imagined their own ships being attacked?
I visited Bime a few years back, but back then, it was nothing but surprises.
I mean, they've no king. Of all things, a gathering of merchants is determining their course.
Everyone present had some knowledge pertaining to Bime, but they were reminded they didn't have a precise understanding of it. And the Supreme Commander muttered.
I see, so that's why they keep playing nothing but poor hands so late in the game.
Without any experience with wars on this scale, a military force dependent on adventurers.
We're being made light of.
The feudal lords looked at him.
Supreme Commander, is it not about time we got serious? We have a grasp of their power.
I want to flood in with all due haste.
Before the time we'll be busy, I'd like to bring an end to this war.
For the feudal nobles' troops in Bonsium's main force, a majority of the soldiers were workers. Using the territory's population as soldiers meant that was precisely how many hands they were taking away from the territory, especially when it came to the breadwinner men. From their point of view, with future territory management in mind, they wanted to put a swift end to this war. The Supreme Commander was an imperial noble of Central. His standing was different, and it wasn't as if he had a territory to hold and manage. It's true, any further would be difficult. Once the cold sets in, our battles will give out greater casualties.
We'll also need to procure firewood in large quantities.
I'm sure it would be best we made haste.
The feudal nobles seemed just a tad irritated with his attitude. Because maintaining their troops didn't fall under the Supreme Commander's duties. From the Lord's point of view, it looked as if their commander didn't understand a thing.
Of course, from the commander's point of view, it would be better if the Lord's forces whittled down some more. He was an imperial noble of Central, after all. He didn't think too highly of feudal nobles holding power. If we invade, they'll charge in headfirst to plunder, and whittle themselves down of their own accord, I guess.
In that case. Very well.
Then I'll prepare some large-scale magic on my side.
In regards to the attack.
Kicking off his words, the feudal nobles raised their names.
If that's the case, then leave it to me. Your troops are unreliable. I'm more worthy. Don't be so hasty.
I've heard the prosperity of Bime is massive. The generals looked at the feudal lords whose minds immediately turned to plunder with cold eyes. The Supreme Commander addressed them.
For Bime's representative merchants, you'll have to leave them to us. There are negotiations to be had. Do what you want with whoever else. Oh, if possible, don't destroy buildings we could use for lodging.
I don't quite like the tent lifestyle we've had all the way here.
Within the tent. Bonsium's side was showing smiles of leisure.
But that was something backed by their prospects of victory. There were many adventurers in Bime, but they were specialized to battle in the labyrinth.
The power to overturn a level of numerical difference was latent onto those adventurers.
But for that, they had grown specialized in fighting within confined spaces. The knights on the battlefield were different.
When it came to the skilled ones. Before night was to open,
Tanya wore the guild uniform as she hurriedly moved around the East Branch. They had to look after the adventurers rotating onto break, but on top of that, arrangements for food, and stationing people. By order from headquarters, they had to prepare food for the refugees gathering in front of the guild.
The guild's employees were working in haste.
There were few adventurers who'd been injured, but day by day, you could see the lights fading from their faces. The adventurers who'd laughed at Bonsium's cowardice at the start, before these days of endless battle, their hearts were at the breaking point.
Rotation time's coming. Are we good on food?
When one receptionist struck up a conversation, another came carrying in a large load.
We are, but, well,
the smell is leaking outside the guild, and the refugees are demanding for us to fork it over to them as well. We can't prepare so much food in our provisional kitchen, so we've told them to wait.
Refugees flooding into Bime.
They had begun quarreling with the city's original residents, and the city's mood had taken a terrible turn.
There, a staff rushed over to Tanya. Tanya! The executive's calling for you. Wants you to come urgently, it seems.
After telling the personnel whose conversations she'd listened in on to prioritize the adventurers, Tanya headed for her superior's room. At the executive's room, the executive with bags under his eyes reported the present situation to Tanya.
It's been decided that we are refusing South Bime's demands. You're telling me this now?
It's already been a few days since they returned from negotiations.
What were you talking about in the meetings?
Tanya's words were mingled with anger, but the executive didn't find fault in her. At present, by Bonsium's failed attack on the port, most in attendance have come to believe this will become a drawn-out war.
In that case, Bonsium will have to pull out within the next month.
Maintaining a large army required considerable supplies. At the same time, Bonsium's troops consisted of their populace, and once they returned, they had their own work to do. That the feudal lords would pull out was what Bime's merchants had decided. And if this situation continued on, Bime would be able to hold out. Among the adventurers, they are developing a sense of crisis at Bonsium, who shows not the slightest sign of crumbling.
Morale is falling day by day, and at this rate, Bime will be the first to.
Tanya complained, but she couldn't get her words out to the end. Because in the middle of the conversation, the room shook. It was a small tremor, but to that which was different from an earthquake, Tanya felt a sense of dread.
Something strange. I'm going to take a look. What's wrong?
It's true that tremor was surprising, but Tanya said she'd look outside, jumping out the window, and transferring herself to the tallest building around. Looking from there towards the wall, she saw a black smoke rising. As the area gradually grew brighter, she tried to make out just what had happened. Bonsium's army slammed a number of large-scale magics into Bime's wall. Overcoming the half-hearted adventurers' shields with pure numbers, they fired shot after shot.
With their first offensive move after all this times, Bime's adventurers didn't make it to redeploy.
Countless magic bursts collided with the wall, but all it did was scrape at its surface. Seeing that, the Supreme Commander spoke to himself.
It's quite sturdy. Well, that's fine as it is. Right after, he issued orders around.
Hearing his orders, the surrounding forces aimed their magic not at the wall, but at the adventurers on guard duty atop it. Lightning, fire, ice, water, stone, numerous magics rained down on top of the wall.
The adventurers incapable of casting magic shield were blown off of it.
A few adventurers remained, but that wasn't a problem. Now then, you can use flashy magic like this too. Bonsium's magicians, meaning their nobles, prepared stairs of magic up the wall that could no longer resist. For such a large legion to climb such a tall wall, extremely wide stairs were prepared. The earth swelled up, and once those giant stairs were prepared, the army units who had been waiting for this moment started their race up it. On top of the wall, adventurers fought the knights and soldiers of Bonsium, but they were surrounded with numbers, and defeated. The Supreme Commander watched it.
How disappointing.
Watching the large gates of Bime open up, he murmured. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Volume 15, Chapter 15. The Capital of Dreams. The Capital of Dreams.
Bime was a city without a king, let alone any nobles. It was the city of merchants and adventurers, and a city that had continued to grow. For that sake, there were remnants where old walls once stood.
Abandoning the outer regions, the city's residents retreated.
At the port were the figures of merchants stuffing their own assets on their ships in an attempt to flee. And at the port, various people who'd witnessed the barbarics of Bonsium cried out for the ships to let them on board.
Please let us on board. It's my ship. We're already departing. You're inhuman.
At the chaotic harbor, ships lifted anchor one after the next. Among them were ships that, unable to take the sheer weight of their load, slanted and sunk to the depths. Some crashing into and dragging other ships of the crowded harbor as well. The chaos of Bime was truly a depiction of chaos.
Having left to the outside of the guild's east branch, Tanya equipped her own equipment, and fought the Bonsium soldiers penetrating into the city.
Holding a spear and shield, she took their archers' support fire as she rushed at the soldiers waiting for her. Their expressions were fearful.
This woman.
Not on the main street, they were a unit that moved aside to plunder. They weren't too numerous, and from Tanya's point of view, nothing to write home about in strength.
Too soft.
Running horizontally across the buildings, and dodging enemy fire, she landed in their formation. Now that their formation had enclosed themselves in, Tanya put a hand to the ground.
What's this? My legs are floating. The soldiers began rising, their legs bicycling in midair.
Even to swing their weapons, they didn't have anywhere stable to plant themselves, spinning circles in place. To them, Tanya pulled out the dagger at her hip, and cut a line across their necks. A force of a few tenths ended with carotid rupture of their knights and soldiers.
Once no one was left moving, their remains fell to the ground.
Tanya looked around with her mask on her face. The fearful residents of Bime watched her from the alleys.
Flee from here at once.
Pass through this road, and head for the heart of Bime. On those words, she dashed off again, racing across the building's walls, climbing up to the ceiling.
Around she could see adventurers and soldier fighting. But their resistance wasn't unified.
They hadn't anticipated a fight within the city.
Tanya looked around.
When she spotted Bonsium soldiers slipping by the adventurers, she'd go and finish them off. She saw other sweepers out fighting, but they were of shallow experience. They were feeling the reverberations of most of the skilled ones being taken out by Lyle's party. Whatever the case, we can't overturn our loss. It wasn't on a level where something could be done with individual ability, yet here was the land with so many excelling individually. They were too ignorant of war. All had eventually flowed towards negotiations with surrender in their field of visions. But Tanya's eyes narrowed. The Bime merchants who had gone out to negotiate had their heads displayed on the main road. Surely an indicator of Bonsium's stance towards negotiations. Something like this is. Tanya moved, and an arrow stuck into where she had been standing. Those arrows that burrowed deep into the building's roof were fired several at a time. The ones moving as if they were flying across the tops of buildings were Knights of Bonsium. Found one of those sweeper fellows. You think this'll earn us a bonus? Cover me. It'll be troublesome if the small feudal lords are eaten up. We'd best crush it quickly. That party of 3 that looked at Tanya as if she were only prey were clearly different from the one she had been taking on to that point. Tani started off towards those 3 stillholders, drawing a knife from her pouch. One of them knocked her knife aside with her sword, but the sword shattered. The knight immediately discarded his hilt and took distance. The knife pierced into a building's roof and pierced through it. It terribly heavy. Is that her skill? These guys really have all sorts of strange skills. The knight pulling out his spare dagger. The knight poised with his bow. Tanya resolved herself beneath her mask. I can't let any skill holders proceed past this point. On Tanya's words, the 3 knights smiled. Tanya had intended to leap the moment they showed an opening, but the folks of Bime truly are interesting. It's true we're skill holders, but it's not like we're particularly special or anything. Tanya watched the men as she took a step in. Using a skill to manipulate gravity, as the knights were surprised by the speed of her lightened body, Tanya used her weight and knife to cut through one sword and all. From her breast pocket, she produced a sack or iron, and held it aloft. Tossing it right above the knight with the bow, it suddenly grew heavier, as small lumps of iron rained down on him. And the knight with the dagger approached to cut at her. You're quite the strong one. Coo, and you're quite carefree with your comrades taken out. As the foe slashed at her consecutively, Tanya parried. Comrade? Are you crazy? Those guys were nothing but trouble to me. A coward who'd hold a bow despite being a knight, and that damn cheeky brat, to me, they were just in the way. I'm sure the feeling was mutual. Her foe's power had increased, and no matter how heavy she made her knife, he repelled it. His dagger cut through her mask. What, you've got quite a cute face there. But Tanya was able to plant a kick in his abdomen. The knight had some peace of mind with his armor, but Tanya's kick pierced a hole into it, embedding deeply into his flesh. Seeing her opponent spit blood, Tanya sat on the spot. As she confirmed, there were no other enemies around. I can't fight for much longer, she muttered regretfully, as she began moving to return to the guild. South Bime. As I was reorganizing troops and doing paperwork in the office, a report came in from Monica. Novum had come to the room as well, as a vital point had come. We've already begun to encounter merchants fleeing from Bime. The walls were breached, having become nothing but an ornament, as they've holed themselves up in the walls protecting the city's center. Fights are breaking out on the streets, and both Bonsium and Bime have put out considerable casualties. Putting both sides together, around 400,000 were clashing. Of course, thinking of pure fighting force, it was lower than that. Even so, that both sides had burst into muddled battle was something for me to sigh about. They really planned to kill them all. And it doesn't seem Bime has finalized its policy on whether it's going to put up resistance or flee. And it didn't feel as if they were buying time for others to flee. They were coming at them, so they fought. Even surrender wasn't accepted. In such a situation, Bime's soldiers were dead men walking. Bonsium wouldn't get out unscathed either. Monica looked at me with a serious expression on her face. It does not seem Bime's brains will be able to fulfill their role. Originally, they'd have lowered their heads to us, but the walls were breached before news of our victory could reach. They are in chaos. Bime was frilier than we had anticipated. Based on how they went about it, they'd have even been capable of making Bonsium retreat. That's how much of a force they had, but I felt I got a lesson on how fragile everything became when the top was brittle. The third in the jewel laughed a bit. It's scorched earth. When they could have just had all Bime's people retreat somewhere in a few months, and taken off with all their food and wealth. It's true in next few years, no, 5 to 10, whatever the case, they'll need some time to get back to normal. Even so, they can get back on their feet. Bonsium had a problem with supplies, and they're somehow fighting on with their plunder from Bime. It would have been an interesting fight. The fleeing adventurers chose to hide out in the labyrinth. Unable to accomplish their goal, through food problems, Bonsium would face a declining war potential and lose control of its assets.
It's true, that was a valid way to go about it. The seventh nodded.
Well, it's too late to speak of what ifs. If it were me, I'd either create a situation where the surroundings would cooperate, or prepare to defend alone. I can only sigh at Bime, who chose not to depend on anyone, yet acted as if they weren't thinking of defense at all.
The third to that opinion.
To be honest, the ones who made it so they couldn't get any cooperation were us though.
He said and laughed. Novum looked at me.
Lyle-sama, what shall we do? Even if we abandon Bime like that, there is a possibility the armies of Bonsium will make their way towards South Bime eventually.
So it was only a problem of where we would fight.
Even if South Bime was sieged, the difference in numbers would make a terrible situation.
I can't say we'd be able to breach Bonsium's actual army with a small force. I looked at Monica. We were recruiting volunteer soldiers from the area, were we? How many have gathered?
Without changing her expression, Monica relayed the number. They must have felt a great fear, as there had been few to take up the offer.
It doesn't even reach 1,000. It wouldn't even fill the hole left by fighting Braid.
After reorganizing our forces, we will make way for Bime. But there's somewhere we shall stop by on the way. We'll send an advance force straight there.
It's best if we can get them to fight under my command. I nodded.
And how large a mountain of corpses would I have to pile to reach up to Seals, I wondered.
Novum looked towards me. Then what will you do, Lyle-sama? I moved as planned.
As planned. I would head for Red Ant Fortress. Our plans have gone amiss, but still, the preparations are in order. We'll take along the nobles who've chosen to assist us, and their soldiers, and head for Red Ant Fortress. As the battles raged on in Bime, a few ships arrived at its port. There wasn't any signs of anyone around, and seeing it so terribly littered, Vera couldn't think it the same port of Bime she knew.
So this is how bad it can get.
Standing beside her, the one watching the soldiers rise to deck was Novum. The soldiers, the Valkyries, had small differences in appearance.
But even so, there was no change in the blue armor they wore.
Seeing the Valkyries made of the monster who'd once pained her so, Vera made a conflicted face. I never thought that Trident Serpent would end up looking like this.
I'm sure these girls are strong, but is it enough to turn Bonsium back? Novum addressed a smile to her. That would be difficult.
If we had the same numbers, it wouldn't be a problem, and we could even fight a few times that, but when they have several tens of thousands, it stops being a battle.
But
among the Valkyries, Novum had taken along the especially proficient Unit 3. But Unit 3 was making quite the reluctant face. Please don't pull my leg. Why am I here, when I wanted to go to Red Ant alongside my master? More than that, I should have been the one to take him on my back, and carry him all the way.
I don't feel like doing anything.
As Vera watched Unit 3 cradling her legs as she sat, her head began to hurt.
Are they really that strong? Novum gave a bitter smile.
Yes.
There's no doubt about that.
And Bonsium's soldiers moving through this sprawling city can't carry out coordinated actions. Rather than fighting 10,000 once, if we fight 100 times, we won't lose.
Arya came out on deck.
Her preparations were in order, and she was wearing armor.
Yuwa, there's smoke rising over there. So we just have to plainly go around Saban Jibime's soldiers, right?
From behind her, Miranda emerged.
I won't call it easy.
We've got to prove to them that we're allies.
Want to go to the East Branch first?
We can explain our situation there, and make sure we don't get attacked by Bime's soldiers. That advance force taken on a few whips didn't even reach 1,000. But their goal was to provide assistance, and to buy time until Lyle could lead the main force there. Miranda looked fed up as she stroked her hair, staring fixatedly at Bime.
They could have held out just a little longer.
Because of that, we couldn't get any decent rest in. As Bime had crumbled faster than they had imagined, Lyle had to organize another force to send. Originally, they should have been set to fight a more exhausted Bonsium.
Vera looked over the members.
Then the ship will be returning to South Bime as scheduled. And make sure you don't lose until Lyle gets here. On Vera's words, Novum smiled a bit.
What? No, I just thought Lyle-sama has met some good people.
We'll be fine over here, and Lyle-sama won't have any problems on his side.
I'm sure right around now.
Right around now, Lyle was. I wore the armor of the elite forces, playing the part of an injured soldier to infiltrate the fortress. Looking around, I could see the faces of the others similarly playing the injured soldier roles.
That baronet did good work.
Or rather, it felt as if they already thought the elites would lose. Did some remnants return beforehand? Standing straight, and taking the weapon he brought in hand, Baldwar kept wary of his surroundings.
Lyle-sama, you're too calm. This is enemy soil. What's more, we don't even have 500. We were putting on a play of return after defeat to gain entry to Red Ant Fortress. Baldwar was nervous.
Maxim-san, who infiltrated in a similar fashion, hit at Baldwar's shoulder.
Don't be so tense.
When it comes to this sort of thing, Lyle Dano's a master.
I'm really glad I didn't make an enemy of him.
He was smiling, but I really couldn't rejoice at that evaluation.
I pulled my sword as I looked at the entrance. Ah, my bad.
Our plans were probably seen through.
Gathering behind the doors were the armed soldiers of Bonsium.
Maxim-san took his spear in hand, while Baldwar pulled his sword. As the soldiers we brought along reached for their weapons, a door opened.
I was waiting for you, Lyle Waltkuin. No, would you prefer Adano? Or perhaps Sama?
The one who entered the room was the one onto whom the responsibility of Red Ant Fortress was pushed onto, General Blois. Oh my, for the person I wanted to meet to go out of his way to greet me. In the duel, the third was impressed.
His head turns nicely. No, were we negligent?
If that's how it'll be, it's troublesome that we have no choice but to take some strong measures. With my current power, I'm sure it would be possible to cut my way out of this situation. But on top of being unarmed, the other party was shrugging his shoulders.
Sorry.
I know you all seem so revved up and all, but
I'd like to surrender. You already have forces waiting outside, don't you?
I turned a glance to the soldiers behind the doors. General Blois fiddled with his hair as he gave orders for them to stand down.
My apologies.
They follow me around no matter what I do, or I guess that excuse won't work. Well, if you're going to accept our surrender, a majority of this fortress war potential will come under your command.
Majority?
No, you see, I'm not quite trusted here.
So there were people left to keep watch on me. Did my best to restrain them. He was speaking fluidly, but this man.
The third sounded interested.
Ho-hoo, he's selling himself out. No, he's got a good grasp on his own situation, I guess?
I put away my sword and looked at the general.
You'll betray Bonsium, and come under my command?
General Blois scratched his face with a finger.
Isn't that your goal?
I mean, you used the baronet to move various pieces and all.
I was really in awe, and I've got nowhere left to run.
If it's no good whether I win or lose, then I can only pick the third option. Even if General Blois had won against me, the man had no future. If he lost, of course, he didn't have a future either.
If it reached a stalemate, he'd surrender. Understood. We'll accept the offer. But we'll be putting you to work right away. On my words, General Blois nodded. Very well. Shall I send message that Red Ant Fortress has fallen? With him stealing my line, I felt a slight sense of defeat.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Volume 15, Chapter 16, Pincer Attack. Pincer Attack. Bonsium's main camp.
Still carrying out battle within the city of Bime, their heads were troubled with the war progress that wouldn't go anywhere come so far. The order from Seals was a vague one along the lines of crush Bime, and the word slaughter them also came out.
But to what extent would they actualize it? And how far did they have to go for Seals to be satisfied?
Those were the questions. It was a battlefield with uncertain conditions for victory.
But to Bonsium, rather than a battleground, Bime had been a hunting ground. But come this far, Bime was gaining its own flow.
The Supreme Commander tapped his index finger against his staff as he contained his irritation.
Can't we drill magic into the city to silence them? The moment we could no longer use our numerical advantage, we've stagnated, have we not?
One of the generals folded his arms as he looked down. But if we destroy all of the city's functions, the labyrinth managed by the city will become unmanageable. In the worst case, there is a risk of it running out of control. It's a labyrinth that exceeds 100 floors down, so we can't even predict the damage from that. The reason they couldn't just annihilate Bime at once was the existence of the labyrinth.
Offering any unskillful stimulus to it could worsen, or perhaps rampage it.
By a labyrinth much smaller in scale than Bime's, a country once their neighbor had fallen. That in their minds, once Bonsium's side secured the labyrinth, there was a necessity for them to manage it. But the city's interior fell under the terrain advantage of Bime's residents, and a confined space was an easier combat field for the adventurers. Even so, in number and quality, Bonsium's army wasn't losing out, but
That Royal Guard kid hasn't come back either. Having casualties spread across the main force any further would be.
As the Supreme Commander murmured, a messenger burst into the tent.
Message. The forces within the city led by the Viscount have faced annihilation at the hands of adventurers. The form of a female knight in red armor was confirmed at the scene. Again. A knight brigade chief stood, and hearing the report, a wrinkle descended on his brow. When we solidified the knights and baronets to move together, they target the barons and viscounts next. Continuing on, a pale-faced messenger raced into the tent. Message. Our camp within the city has taken. A female knight in green armor flooded in with a few thousand soldiers, causing our unit to retreat. One of the generals cried out. Send reinforces. Coup, they're on a roll. And once more, a messenger burst in.
Covered in mud, and borrowing the shoulders of 2 soldiers, the messenger was terribly exhausted.
What is it this time?
Out of breath as he was, the messenger relayed the message. The elite force led by Royal Guard Captain Braid has faced defeat. Their survivors number a few thousand.
Lyle Walt of South Bime went right on to occupying Red Ant Fortress.
South Bime's troops number in the low 30,000s, by estimate. Their army waves the flag of Kartafs, rescuing Bime's people as they head this direction. That report made the Supreme Commander stand in surprise. He spoke to the generals in the marquee.
You mean to say he prepared such numbers? Pull out the units within the city at once. We need to reorganize our formation. At this rate, we'll face a pincer. Just how many soldiers remained in Bime? And within the city, Bonsium had received casualties they couldn't ignore.
On that battle where Lyle had cut off their path of retreat, the expressions of leisure were blown off the faces of Bonsium's generals. I split my force and left some in Red Ant Fortress, to give a bit of insurance. I don't think they'll betray, but those sorts of people are too proficient they bring harm, is what I think, but... Writing Porter, I lay down and turned my eyes not to Valkyrie Unit 1 and 2 glaring at Monica, but to Eva, who had a memo pad in hand. Hey, when you're the one who requested I make a song of your ancestors, don't think about anything else.
So Frederick San met that Kalin, right? Rather, despite being so cold to his children, what do you mean he was an animal lover? Hey, just how do you expect to turn this to a song or story? Hearing her complaints, I lay across the sofa. Sorry. But I've got a lot to think about.
And the 5th had his reasons.
He was a kind man. Kind, and awkward. Eva shrugged her shoulders, writing down some more notes.
And looking over her memos, she spoke.
Aren't you overthinking it? We entered Zayan territory, so they can't follow so easily. Well, there's still the possibility they'll invade. As Eva worried over Bonsium's movements, I turned her a smile. Don't worry about that.
It seems their forces have already reorganized, and they're waiting for us over there. Fearing a pincer, they split their forces in 2, but even so, they still have a greater number than us. Even if Novum's unit in Bime was doing its best, we had a need to hurry of our own. In the duel, the 3rd thought to himself. Even if we had a ship, just how many could we send in one trip? I think dispersing war potential and sending it successively is a bad move. The 7th laughed. I'm sure they can't shoot any flashy magic out of fear of the labyrinth. We have Novum on that side, so I'm sure they'll overturn an extent of absurdity.
No, as expected of a former goddess. No, evil god, was it? Well, it doesn't really matter either way.
They really were loose people. Facing Monica in Porter's loading tray area, Unit 1 reported to me. Oh, a report from my sister in Zayan.
It seems Zayan has prepared a rest stop for us. Once we get that far, we'll be able to give the soldiers some rest. Hearing that, I raised my torso. That's a huge help. Give Aura and Thelmasan and Gastonsan my thanks.
By the time they were looking for us in Bime territory, we had entered the Four-Nation Alliance, and set course for the port. The reason being that I felt sorry for conducting a surprise attack every time, and I wanted to fight them head-on for once.
That one was the 3rd suggestion.
Having thought up Scorched Earth, he was considerably dirty.
The 3rd generation head was extremely dirty.
Miranda took charge of 30 Valkyries alongside the soldiers they had brought in from South Bime, and the adventurers and soldiers who joined them in Bime. Looking only to numbers, they didn't have 3,000, but their equipment was in order, and they were fighting while circulating any needless personnel to the back. Looking at a map of the city, they kept watch for enemy movements as they surrounded any foe they found to beat them down.
Miranda lined up some crates, spreading the map on top of that, and sticking in an indicator. So I'm sure the evacuation is proceeding, right?
When she asked a bearded veteran-esque adventurer, he nodded.
We're doing it. However, this is the first I've heard of evacuating to the labyrinth. Is a nest of monsters really someplace you can take refuge in? Miranda looked at the adventurer. There's no helping it, is there?
We don't have any ships to evacuate them on.
The merchants fled to save their own skins, didn't they? Then we can only do what we're capable of.
A population too high, it had developed by magic, and magical treatment was also a factor of the increase in population.
On top of that, Bime's supplies relied heavily on import.
But they were even able to expend their massive imports, exporting other things for income. The reason they were able to do so was because of the massive labyrinth they managed. And their increased population was, at this point, just dragging their feet. There were insufficient locations to shelter them, so Miranda's unit chose to use the labyrinth.
And the labyrinth is too unexpected they'll hardly notice. If they do enter it, that in itself is the unchallenged realm of adventurers, right?
On those words, the adventurer nodded,
placing a hand on his head and smiling a bit. It's true, I don't get the slightest feeling we'll lose there. And right now, we're fighting within a mountain of rubble.
Magic and fire, but then, the flourishing cityscape of Bime had collapsed, with rubble rolling around the roads. There were many buildings that had caved in, and now they were merely ruins.
Around, the soldiers of Bime were looking at Miranda.
And the adventurer who'd had the role of getting them together until her arrival offered a word.
If only folks like you guys had come sooner. Did he hate Miranda, or perhaps the upper echelon that ran away?
There was no mistaking that his feelings were complex.
Miranda let out a light sigh.
I've got to skillfully guide them towards hating Bime's merchants and guild higher-ups. But even so, they keep sending goods and soldiers in succession, but now that the enemy's offensive force has weakened, it may be a good idea to step back and regroup.
On the encampment prepared by Zayn, we let the soldiers rest.
From there would be a forward march to Galleria's port, and the ship there would take us to Bime.
With those plans unfolding, in my tent lay Clara, who was worn out from operating porter.
Monica put out snacks and drinks for our guests. In that tense tent interior. It was twilight outside, and perhaps the soldiers were drinking ale, as I could hear some rowdy voices. The energized voices outside, and the sound of Monica preparing tea, I could hear it well.
In that tent where I could even hear Clara's sleeping breath. Eva had escaped from the tent at full speed, successfully fleeing from this dangerous air. The third in the jewel was exhilarated. Hooray! It's getting interesting around here.
A tea party with these members, if it were me, I'd have refused.
Good going, Lyle. That didn't make me happy. That didn't make me happy at all. Lyle Dono? You've been quite busy these days, but how is your body faring? Thelma-san who came over to greet us.
Naturally enough, she had soldiers of Zayn, she had come over to raise our morale.
Perhaps Ora-san was too busy to move, so the previous generation's holy maiden Thelma-san had come.
But in Zayn, the songs of me and her were in fashion, and with their spread, it seems Thelma-san had become conscious of them. At times her face went red. The ones looking at her were Gracia and Els. Zayn's minstrel elves were performing their songs to the soldiers, and when they heard our song, they had rushed into the tent.
What's more, when Thelma-san was there. Lyle, what is the meaning of this? I heard you didn't particularly have anyone in Zayn. Gracia looked at me with a frigid expression.
Elsa with cold, emotionless eyes, no, she was a little teary.
It hurt the herd.
No, that was just a song.
I'm telling the truth.
When I saved Zayn, there were strange rumors of Ora-san as well, but it does seem that one is on the decline, or rather.
There, Elsa stood. So there's more. Just how many women have you laid hands on? I did hear the number was high, but this much is.
From the jewel, I heard the seventh's grim voice.
Now how will you overcome this crisis, Lyle? I can't think up any plans to overcome this one. How will you cut through this disadvantage? Prove your worth, son of Walt. He was definitely enjoying this.
The third's voice was serious.
Why don't you just push them down already?
I'm sure it'll become a pain, and it'll trouble you for years to come, but that's just what I'd like to see.
No. Turning to Clara-chan here is also valid, don't you think?
These guys really were the worst. Within that tension different from the battlefield, I tried to think of what sort of excuse I'd give, when my body suddenly lost its power.
Ha?
There, Thelma-san approached me.
Are you alright, Laldano? Elsa spoke. Gee, get away from him. Think of the age difference, former holy maiden. And for Lyle to use such transparent means to throw smoke over the topic. Wait, Lyle? Elsa peered into my face. And Gracia looked at me. It couldn't be, with this timing? Why?
No, I'll admit it wouldn't be strange for it to happen in that situation. There, Monica looked at me as she quivered.
Fever time. It's time for fever time.
Finally, the time has arrived for the true chicken dickwad to come out.
Gracia looked at Monica, tilting her head. Fever time? No, I get what you want to say. But it's downright dangerous to send him at the enemy in his postgrowth. Elsa seemed to understand, as she nodded. All right. We need to isolate Lyle.
So let's use Russworth's.
Gracia grasped Elsa's collar and lifted her up.
Bitch. What did you plan to go with those words?
Out with it. Look me in the eyes and say it. Elsa averted her eyes.
Thelma-san rested my fallen head on her lap and tried letting me rest.
This is troublesome.
It feels so motherly, extremely comfortable.
Within that boisterous tent, Monica spoke to Gracia and Elsa. Quiet down.
There's no need for such ruckus. For the chicken dickwad, never has it happened that he's failed through postgrowth. More than that, you need only think this is where it gets serious.
My body gradually grew heavier. And feeling that intense fatigue, I spoke to Monica. Wait. Wait a second. Don't phrase it as if the postgrowth me is the true me. Please don't.
From the jewel, the third in a shaking voice.
What timing?
Lyle truly is a man who's got it. It seems the seventh shared his opinion.
Wonderful.
Thinking of our boat ride from Galleria to Bime, I thought that time-wise, just maybe, this is that best timing thing.
Wrong. It's definitely not.
There's no way this postgrowth will last until we arrive in Bime, probably.
That's what I'd like to think.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Volume 15, Chapter 17, Festival. Festival. Bonsium's army robbed of Red Ant Fortress by Lyle's force of South Bime. Receiving the report, they sent almost half of their movable forces, a force of 60,000, in the opposite direction from Bime.
The main force did so, in order to prevent a pincer from Bime and South Bime. Proceeding to Red Ant Fortress, they searched for the South Bime army as they marched. That half of the troops, none of them were the forces of feudal nobles. To the lords, not being able to plunder Bime was a problem. And the supreme commander had set the lords' armies on Bime first, meaning they were the ones with the largest casualties. Soldiers unable to move having lost their lord. Among the feudal nobles, a system of vassal and vassalor existed. Houses of baron class and above held a hierarchical relationship with baronet and knight houses under them. For that sake, in the case where the lord of the vassal state was defeated, their forces would be absorbed into the higher order of power.
But when the vassalor was lost, that couldn't be so.
Bonsium's army tried to get together and reorganize the soldiers who had lost their lord. But they weren't able to get on like Central's soldiers, or if the commander was defeated, they'd just be assigned to a different unit.
The relations between territories wasn't always favorable.
There were cases where the villages they hailed from were in hostile relations. Some whose relatives had been killed, with various reasons, the reorganization wasn't getting through. The supreme commander received a report from a man under him. About the newly reorganized unit, a fight broke out within the unit, and has given out injuries. The situation was one where they were ignoring the orders of the knights we dispatched, saying they wouldn't listen to any orders besides their lords. The supreme commander's head hurt.
What sort of situation do they think we're in?
This is why I hate those feudal nobles.
Dead or alive, they're nothing but trouble.
Say we'll grant troops to the lords who are alive, and lend them out.
There, his subordinate shook his head. The thing is, they won't accept any reinforcements that aren't from the main force. The current consensus is that they aren't going to babysit the soldiers of another territory.
And there have been some betrayals among the feudal lords, so everyone is on their toes.
By the report, there was a betrayal from a baron-class noble house.
Because of that, the lords were hesitating to accept troops from other lords. For the vassals that lose their vassalors were just added together without having to look after one another. The territories themselves and their military drills were different, so they tried to avoid hurriedly fighting alongside one another. Normally, they'd be moving to gather up as many troops as possible, but after receiving the report from Red Ant Fortress, the feudal nobles had become shrewd.
And message.
The encampment prepared in Bime was burned to the ground. What the runner racing into the tent informed them of was that the space they had recaptured and set up base it was burned down once more.
Coup, so they had planned to invite them in to take us down. What was the commander at the site doing?
He should have been able to figure something like that out in no time. The runner spoke to the Supreme Commander. However, if he didn't do it, there would be nowhere to rest within Bime. The commander of the site retreated from the city, and after reorganizing forces, he has proposed to try invasion again. Battle within the city was more restricted by buildings than they had anticipated, and open spaces were limited. Therefore, a situation extremely easy for adventurers to fight had formed. Even when surrounded with numbers, with ones unfamiliar with the terrain around them, the adventurers knew how to slip away. On the contrary, isolated units were being taken out one after another. Of course, Bime's side wasn't unscathed. If they continued pushing like this, Bonsium would come out on top. But in the back, a force of 30,000 that had defeated their elites was marching on them. Any more damage would mean a drop in the Supreme Commander's evaluation. Respect the opinion of the one in charge of the site. Retreat, and let them reorganize their forces. The Supreme Commander put more of his effort into the reorganization of troops. The 60,000 troops searching out South Bime's troops dispatched units around from a point a little away from the city of Bime. Many of the mercenaries with a feel for the land were defeated in the invasion of Bime, so they instead used multiple units to search out enemy movements. If any unit didn't return, it was thinkable there were enemies there. All units have returned right on time. But we were unable to find the enemy. General, should we proceed straight for South Bime? If we aim for their base of operations, they will have no choice but to come out. Hearing his subordinate's words, the general with 60,000 troops assigned to him thought to himself. Not even a year has gone by since the start of South Bime's development. If we attack such a place, what are we to do if they simply abandon it? With us out of the way, they'll easily be able to approach the main force. Thinking of South Bime's development from a time perspective, the general thought it wouldn't be much lost if they cast it away. And protecting the main force's back was his greatest duty. All we have to do is protect our forces' backs. If an army of 30,000 is moving, they can't help but be limited in the routes they can take. An enemy whose arrival they couldn't predict before them, Bonsium's army continued in a state of high tensions. Entering Bime's port one after the next were ships carrying reinforcements. As the first wave arrived from Galleria's port, Arya came out to greet Lyle. The Veritrace that had been on standby in Galleria entered port, so she watched the reinforcements disembark as she waited for Lyle. Horses and supplies were unloaded one after another, and once Vera stepped down, Arya called over to her. "Hey, what's up with Lyle? Did something happen?" To Arya's worry, Vera's face turned a little red, as she averted her eyes. "Why yes. He's fine, but if I had to say something happened, his timing is, He was dead tired from a few days ago, but when morning came, he suddenly..." Arya looked at Vera's face. "Wait a second. Say it clearly. What exactly happened? Could it be that at a time like this, Vera spoke in resignation. When morning came, he suddenly started laughing loudly. "At a time like this? I thought, but we were right on the verge of reaching port. See, we came in a hurry. If possible, I want to let him calm down a bit in the ship, but..." From the ship, Vrasia and Elsa disembarked with smiles on their faces. Seeing them head for their subordinates, Arya covered her face with her right hand. Why does that guy always do this at the crucial times? Right after. The sound and shake of an explosion rang out, causing Arya to survey the area. She thought it was an offense from Bonsium, but as the surrounding Valkyries were perfectly calm, she presumed that wasn't the case and lowered her guard. And in Arya's field of vision, she could see the building that had exploded. Right in the middle of Bime, the guild building had blown up. As the black smoke rose, the splendid symbol of Bime began to collapse. When another explosion occurred, Arya sensed Clara standing behind her. "Ah, he sure did it, that Lyle-san. He should be flashier with it." "Clara." Seeing Clara with a different atmosphere than usual, Arya looked at Vera. Vera shrugged shoulders as she spoke. She was doing best with taking care of Lyle, and various other things. And then, you see, she collapsed a few days ago, This time, seeing Thelma standing beside Clara before she had noticed it, Arya was surprised. "And why are you here?" Thelma touched a hand to her face. Her cheeks were a little red. "I mean, Laldano collapsed, and I thought they'd need some assistance. Even like this, I was the Holy Maiden, so I've various sorts of medical knowledge in me. I had the relevant magic tools as well, so I thought I'd be of some use, you see." Clara looked at Thelma and laughed. This woman was also ridiculously easy. Well, everyone was easy. But if Lyle-san was that aggressive on a regular basis. Arya grasped both of Clara's shoulders, violently shaking her back and forth. "Oi, what happened? Tell me."
Hey, wait. When I'm shaken by your superhuman strength, a frail girl like me can't. Monica jumped down from the ship. As Arya looked her way, Monica spoke regretfully. What a blunder. To think the chicken dickwad had such a trick up his sleeves. Because of you all, I got a late start. Coo, because he said, "Oh Bime, the time hath come to fall by my hand." With a pose like that, I preserved it with such excitement, and yet it had to come to this. Saying that, Monica raced off. Monica Units 1 and 2 chased after her. Like that, you always get in our way. For now, chasing is our top priority. Monica's group running off were headed for the exploded guild headquarters. Arya watched over them as she lightly tapped Clara's dizzy face. Hey, just what is he planning? Suddenly blowing up. Thelma answered her question. Apparently, Bime needs no symbol. From here on, I myself shall be their symbol, or so he said. Lyle Dono truly is heroic. Arya carefully put Clara to bed on the ground, before giving chase to Monica's unit. Fenton-tastic. I spread out my arms as I watched the exploding, burning guild headquarters, before turning to the heavens and crying out. Ah, this and that happened, but when I see the guild headquarters blow up like this, how refreshing it feels. The 7th in the Jewel was overjoyed. The performance of gunpowder has increased. What a flashy demolition. But Lyle, no, Mr. Lyle sure is artistic with his explosions. For it to be blown away so cleanly. The 3rd was also rejoicing. It's been a stream of best Lyle candidates since he woke up on the boat, but to think he'd actually come and blow up the symbol of Bime, how dynamic. Shucks, this time's another splendid harvest. His ability in cutting through the scene of carnage between those three was splendid. He makes battlefields on his own, and resolves them while he's at it. You're perfect, Mr. Lyle. I felt the impact of the blast in crumbling building with my body, as I watched the roof portion fall down to earth. The barrels of gunpowder stuffed in the building were still igniting, or so the vibrations told me. Well, it was in the way. To me, and to Bime Huron. This is, in short, the festival to celebrate the birth of a new Bime. Smoke rose around as I watched from my box seat. Leaving the symbol of Bime standing was quite inconvenient for me. And when I thought to get rid of it, if I was going to do it anyways, then I might as well make it flashy. And arriving here with a skill, Arya shed her sweat as she landed on the roof where I stood. With leftover momentum, she slid, shattering roof tiles on the way. I found you. Oh my, I've been found. Arya, good job finding me. This must be love. Oh, wonderful love. Arya, I love you too. Whoa. As Arya approached me, she lifted up my lapels. Her face was mildly reddened, so I'm sure she was hiding her embarrassment. And that part of her was extremely cute. What are you doing? Do you know what period we're in? The rebuilding was finally going smoothly, and all the preparations were in place. I gripped her hands grabbing me, and spoke with a serious expression. I'm sorry. I wanted to stand out. Arya's face turned red, so I held her tight. Did you think you'd be forgiven for a reason like? Well, listen. There weren't any people in the building. No one around either, and while it was firmly locked, all valuables had been carried off. It seems the merchants and guild executives seriously do intend to abandon Bime. Arya put up light resistance to my embrace, but she didn't resist seriously. That's why we came in first and put up a resistance. Precisely. If the situation changes for the better and we win, they will return. And there's a possibility Bime will accept them. Even if they don't, Bime may use this place as the center to go independent regardless of our intentions. For that sake, I need to destroy the symbol of Bime, and plant a new symbol in its people. The 3rd in the Jewel let out his voice. Even if they don't accept the merchants who fled, there's a possibility they won't accept Lyle either. I see, so that's why he destroyed the symbol of the city first. The 7th sounded impressed. So he went to break down their hearts. In a hopeless situation, where the preliminary preparations were already completed, well, the rest is all up to Lyle. Arya whispered. It couldn't be, so that's why you. I parted a bit to look at Arya's face, placing my hands on both her shoulders. I directed a smile to her as I spoke. Don't worry. It's definitely succeed. The reason being, I'm everyone's Lyle. Oh, it's right about time the people start gathering. Looking around, I could see soldiers racing over alongside Miranda. Climbing the roofs, there were adventurers wary of us as well. I turned to them. Everyone rejoice. Lyle Walt has returned. I've come to get rid of whatever desperate situation you may be in, and to reach victory. Now rejoice. Victory is my companion. As I waved one hand to appeal around, I received some blank looks. Arya grabbed me. Like hell they can rejoice. Without telling them anything, you're laughing like a madman at an explosion. Just how much trouble do you think we've gone through?
The gathering residents of Bime looked at me. They looked up at my existence, and I was in the process of becoming the new symbol of Bime.
What, you wanted me to praise you?
I'll reward you with a lap pillow later.
I don't need one.
More importantly, just what did you do to Clara and the others? Their faces were strangely red when they came down from the ship, and they seemed somewhat happy. Boy, look me in the eyes when you speak. As Arya looked me straight in the eye, I looked deeply into hers.
It would be rude for me to lie here. You want to know?
Then come to my bed tonight. I'll take my time teaching you.
Arya's face went bright red, so I parted from her.
And looking over the city of Bime, I looked at Bonsium's army beyond.
The numbers in Bonsium's encampment on the other side of the destroyed wall were terribly low.
I pointed at their army.
Now, you all shall be the next to fall. Just you wait, gentlemen of Bonsium.
This Lyle Walt will take you on, up front, fair and square.
Fwa ha ha ha.
The seventh sounded delighted.
Well, if you look at our numbers including Bime, we have the upper hand. Bonsium has divided its army in two. It's courtesy to take them on up front.
As I raised a laugh, Arya muttered to the side.
Fair and square at this point, are you a loony?
No, I'm sure you are in this state, but...
I spoke to Arya. That's not quite right. The wrong one isn't me, it's the world.
I'm convinced there's no world in existence that won't recognize a man as cool as me. Yet if they fail to recognize me regardless, I need only make it so they do.
Arya's face cramped up. You can properly win, right? It's not just victory, we have quite a few conditions, like increasing our allies and such, right?
And yet, you're always like that at the most important times. I lifted up my right hand, and looked to the heavens.
It was an extremely nice cloudy sky. I got the feeling the heavens were blessing me. Fret not.
I'm a man loved by the heavens, no, an existence loved by the world. And this Lyle Walt, whether it be women or countries, I'm a man who'll definitely take down whatever I set my sights on.
My success rate is 100%. There isn't a 1,000,000 to 1 chance I'll fail.
Thought the majority of those I'm seducing this time around will be men, mind you. From the jewel, I could hear the thirds laugh. So you finally learned to make tasteful jokes, Mr. Lyle sure has grown. Though his very existence is already a joke. Now, from here on's the real battle.
As people continued gathering around, I spread out my arms. Feeling everyone's gaze, I spoke. This is the real deal, let's all enjoy it, gentlemen.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 15, Chapter 18, Lyle Walt stands.
Lyle Walt stands. After blowing up guild headquarters, I headed to the plaza.
It was filled not only by the Alliance and Kartaf soldiers cooperating, but by Bime soldiers and residents as well.
A cloudy sky.
Before the people who gathered so early in the morning, I declared. Ladies, gentlemen, you've now experienced war firsthand.
How did that go for you?
On my riling words, there was some who gained malice alongside the building clamor. I could sense their indicators change from yellow to red with the sixth skill as I continued talking.
Oh, are you angry?
When you were all fighting without the slightest intent to win, I was completely convinced you were just waiting to get trampled down. Arya and Miranda, acting as my guards nearby, looked at me. I'm sure they were thinking of how unbearable it would be if a riot broke out here.
It's true, it would be easy to make an ally of Bime by appealing to safety, justice, and misfortune. What poor people. No one could have predicted something like this. Next time we'll be there to help you out, wonderful. It was so easy it made me want to laugh. But that would be troublesome.
Currently, my standing was one where I was simply borrowing soldiers, from the Alliance, and Kartafs, Janpir and Fonbus. Especially from the eyes of Zayn and Lorfis of the Alliance, alongside the former people of Selva, Bime was nothing but pure villainy. The people's dissatisfaction spread, and they directed hostility at me.
How wonderful. Coming back at this point. You're too late. Give them back. My family, my house, give them back.
There are children here whose parents have been killed.
Hearing the voices of Bime's residents, I scoffed. And so? When you've used these means all you wanted to harvest money from foreign lands, this is what you say when you're on the receiving end? What a self-centered lot. I see, so you don't need my help. Then we're leaving. Let Bonsium trample you down with dignity.
I think killing yourselves before you're toyed to death is a valid option.
Good grief, when I came to help out, it was all for naught. When I said that, I heard some incoherent words from the townspeople. Why, you're running away. Coward. To hell with hero. You fraud. How terrible. Any decent person would be thinking how words weren't getting through to them.
But the third offered some advice from the jewel.
Well, that's just how it is. They can't think level-headedly in this sort of situation.
They aren't actually thinking rationally about the words coming out of their mouths. Atop the temporary stage set up in the plaza, I called Thelma-san over.
On the appearance of the former holy maiden, the surrounding rabble quieted down a bit.
When I directed her a smile, she nodded. I never intended to bring her along, but this was truly a nice play by me. As I thought, I'm a man who's got it. Spreading out her arms, Thelma-san addressed the residents of Bime.
People of Bime.
In this war, it truly is a terrible situation.
My country of Zayan has heeded Lyle words and dispatched soldiers. Even among the soldiers gathered here today are some hailing from Zayan. But the moment Zayan's dispatch was decided, many soldiers showed their disapproval. For many years, they were tormented by the mercenaries sent by Bime.
To stand a fair chance, we had to pay money to hire them, and by the enemy countries that employed them, our villages were attacked, our families killed, and our lands pillaged. That we sent aid to Bime even so was because of the words of our country's savior, Lyle. I heard some objecting voices from the surrounding residents, but their voices were fewer than when I was up there.
The armed soldiers of Zayan glared at Bime's inhabitants. The reason we came into Bime is because the merchants and the guild's top executives have fled by ship. If they had not, we wouldn't have even been able to come running to the city's aid. The one who called us to action was Lyle.
As expected, when a beautiful woman was persuading them, there were less objections. Around the time it went quiet, I decided to rotate into my address.
Rather than the talk's contents, I wanted to get a beat in. Listen well. Abandoned gentlemen. Will you drive me out and be trampled by Bonsium? Or otherwise, will you follow my words and hand Bime to me? Give Bime's everything to me.
If you do, I shall grant you all the grace of victory.
I will drive Bonsium out and breathe life back into Bime.
Now choose to me as your king, or prepare for your deaths here. I'll just say it, but just pushing back Bonsium once or twice, looking to the country's national power, it's more than possible for them to send a force of equal scale again.
It was possible, but I didn't say they would do it.
At the very least, it would require a few years, but I didn't have the mind to grant them that time.
Or will you take back your merchant's law, and put those that run away at the top? Will you leave defense to adventurers, and lose once more to be trampled? Let it be known.
I shall not abandon my people. If you're to obey me, then get on your knees. As I put in my gestures, Eva activated her skill All Mine language from behind. It was a certain sort of skill similar to brainwashing. To Eva, who wanted her songs heard, it was a skill that could be called the strongest. What it called for was a voice to be brought across in a way the listener could understand. It brushed away the wall of language, among various other things, and made words resound with the heart. To a singer, there wasn't a skill to be found as convenient as this. Eva had hesitated to use it, but having the current me's voice delivered was our first priority. Nothing would start if they didn't listen to me. As always, the shills got on their knees. I had a considerable number of shills mixed in, and as they kneeled one after the next, their number increased. Eventually, only a few hundred were left standing in confusion.
Are you lot sane? Bime is the independent city of merchants. You'll silently let it be played by that brat. He's a man of the very same Bonsium that's invading us now. That guy's sister is the Bonsium's queen-to-be.
As I thought, even if I used skill and shill, there were people who resisted.
But a majority had decided to follow me.
I spread out my arms and wrung out my voice.
Very well. From this day forth, Bime belongs to me. Gentlemen, this is the tale of a hero. For you shall be following the marvelous me. Fwa ha ha ha. Ah, being watched by tens of thousands of people, I raised a loud laugh as I thought
of how wonderful it felt. The knight-leading Bansinian soldiers of reorganized unit and changed weaponry stared at the scene before his eyes as he cried out.
What the hell is this? Why are you all? This is the opposite, is it not?
The occupied road was of a moderate width. Thinking field battle equipment would make it difficult to fight in the city, they had abandoned the long spears they had held up to now for their invasion. As they couldn't establish movements for too large a force, they were moving in smaller numbers. It was in order to combat adventurers.
But what stood before the soldiers of Bonsium was a fully armored cavalry. Holding shield and sword, they commenced their attack on the confined street. The knight fired magic, but it was easily defended against by the magic shield deployed by the cavalry. Having a magic shield out was a fundamental tactic for cavalry, even in Bonsium. But they couldn't believe the scene of Bime actualizing it. And seeing their assault from the knight's eyes, they had to be considerably trained. You're all soldiers of Bime, and in the confined road, the unit of Bonsium run down by the cavalry suffered serious damages. So they blocked up the smaller roads and removed the rubble on the major ones. Not bad. From atop a building, I watched the charge of the cavalry headed by Arya in admiration. Surrounded by Monica, Valkyrie units 1 and 2, and 3 who met up with us, I confirmed the surrounding rooftop situation with Miranda. In green armor, Miranda removed her helmet and shrugged her shoulders. It's something Arya thought up. She's capable when she's up to it, so I'd have preferred she got up to it sooner. She was fed up, but she seemed a bit relieved as well. In other places as well, reinforcements arrived one after the next, and now that the difference in numbers had been filled in, Bonsium's superiority was crumbling. Miranda stroked her hair. So what are we going to do next? I showed a fearless smile. I'm sure it fit me too well. We'll turn Bonsium's army back from the urban areas, and then breach them head-on. This is the important battle of my war declaration against seals. I can't think of any other way. Miranda let out a sigh. Playing fair and square at this point, even if you say head-on, from the enemy's point of view, they'd definitely object. I flipped my hair. That isn't my fault. I went out of my way to circle around to Bonsium's front lines. It's their fault for splitting their forces in two. I'm not at fault. The 7th and the Jewel agreed with me. As expected of my grandfather. That's right. While we devised it to go that way, the ones who handed down the decision were, in the end, Bonsium's side. Yes. The ones at fault are Bonsium's generals. I pulled the katana hung at my waist. Miranda traced the line of my eyes. I spoke to our guests. So you formed a unit centered around Bonsium's remaining elites. It isn't bad, but because of that, your other units are going to have it rough. Before our eyes were full-plated knights. We were standing somewhere conspicuous, so they had spotted us. One of the knights spoke. The knight in green armor, there's a blue one there too, but he doesn't matter. We'll be the ones to kill you. Those were likely magic tools. Their equipment was centered on magic tools, and they came at us with their specialized weapons. Miranda upped on her helmet and waved her left hands. Wires came out of her fingertips. Those sticky threads failed to capture the knights. You think that's enough? One of the knight's armors blazed up, burning away the wires as he attacked. Was that the specs of his magic tools, or perhaps a skill? Interesting. Then When I took a step forward, a knight wielding a large sword attacked from my left. Valkyrie caught the attack with her wing-like binder. I won't let you. This bitch. Easily taking the attacks of that knight, who boasted both speed and power, Valkyrie Unit 1 pulled her own sword from her binder. She sent the enemy knight sliding back, while Units 2 and 3 took their weapons on hand as well. Meanwhile, Monica. Looks like there's no need for me to step in. She shook her head as she watched the fighting Valkyries. Miranda let wires out of the fingertips on both her hands. Wire frame. Can you burn through this one? Towards the knight who'd burned through her threads, Miranda wound up her wires and shot a weapon made of them. The dagger pierced through the blazing armor, and Miranda went right into tugging the wire attached to the dagger, slamming the knight at a building. Everyone was doing their best, so I reluctantly returned the katana to its scabbard, gripping the jewel. There's no helping it. I'll have to announce myself. As I changed the jewel in my left hand to the shape of a bow, unlike before, its silver limbs sprouted ornaments. The portion I gripped had an ornament like the head of a hawk, and it had become a weapon worthy of the hunter, the second. Monica looked at it. Its shape has changed from the last time. Isn't it cool? Saying that, I pulled its string, forming multiple arrows of light. Its form was different than it had been. As I let the arrows loose on the knights coming at me, the arrows spin as they made their way forth. Disperse. When the supposed leader said that, the knights began moving separately. Perhaps they had determined the arrows of light to be dangerous, but too bad. These ones are special. The pursuing arrows followed the knights without losing momentum. Piercing through them, one of them even blew through a different building. For the knight who sacrificed his arm to somehow block it, the arrow of light pierced through and exploded. The leader man ran up to me.
Perhaps he had a similar skill to Arya, as he was able to shorten the distance in an instant to lower his sword at me.
Naive.
I swung the bow in my hand. The ornaments on both its limbs were sharp, making it capable of cutting foes. It cut through his armor into his body, and the silver weapon began absorbing his mana away.
Monica looked at my fighting style. Your output's risen even further. Looks easy to use.
I leaned the silver bow against my shoulder, looking around.
Looks like we're done. Now then, let's get about collecting their magic tools.
I can't use them, but granting them to the ones who perform well may be nice.
Miranda looked at me.
Thinking you're irrelevant to magic tools, you're quite out of the norm yourself, Lyle.
I spoke to her. Let me tell you something.
It's all about mastering the skills themselves. Even if you keep a number of magic tools on you, there's no point at all if you can't master them. And you see, as expected, they still fall short of skill holders who've reached their third stage skills.
Right.
The strong point of magic tools was that they could grant skills to anyone, but there were very few people capable of using magic tools with powerful skills engraved onto them. Like a me of times past, it was often the case their weapon would suck away most of their mana and render them useless.
Well, it's also the case that I'm simply too strong.
There, Miranda removed her helmet and stared intently at me.
And we're weak, you mean to say?
I looked at Miranda, reverting the silver bow to its jewel shape, and rehanging it around my neck.
Don't be stupid. I became strong because I wanted to protect all of you, didn't I?
Just let it slide as a boy's bluff of courage.
I love you, Miranda. Monica and the Valkyries whistled.
When he opens his mouth, he pledges his love.
Good grief, the chicken dickwood's quite the smooth one. Please say it to me too.
I'll record it in the highest possible resolution and bitrate. I'll replay it for eternity, while bragging to my younger sisters all the way.
Now. Pledge your love to me.
I wouldn't mind saying it, but teasing a girl who wanted it was a fun thing to do.
I turned to Monica.
Don't be foolish, you're making me blush.
You should be able to tell even if I don't say it. Now let's return to our jobs. Monica spoke.
I see you're having fun playing with my feelings. This Monica has already told you she enjoys it this way as well. It's a reward, please rile me more.
You sure are cute.
Okay, once this is over, I'll give you a lap pillow.
How about you, Miranda?
I had quite a few takers inside the ship.
Miranda looked a little troubled. And staring at me. I'll be asking you for it when you get your sanity back. I raised a laugh. Come anytime. It's my duty to accept all of your love.
My love is great enough to envelop the world. Monica and the Valkyries started clapping as I broke into a grand laugh on the spot. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Volume 15, Chapter 19, Wonder Child of the Walt House.
Wonder Child of the Walt House. In Bonsium's marquee, he held his head at the continuous stream of reports coming in.
Why? Why can't we push through with numbers? Our foe should number much less than we. Wait, they'll run out of breath soon enough. Here's where we should reorganize the feudal noble soldiers, even if we need be a little forceful.
The reason for their confusion was that Bime had finally put up a unified offense. For battle within the city, no matter how great the adventurers' advantage was, their numbers were different. When they thought they'd be pushing through with numbers, there was no helping that they faced a close fight. They soon reorganized their forces, switched out their equipment, and attacked again. And yet, the report they received was one of the annihilation of their forces. Could it be they received reinforcements? Just as South Bime received reinforcements from Kartafs, couldn't Bime have as well? On a general's words, the feudal noble count who was forced to retreat from casualties affirmed.
But he seemed considerably irritated. Isn't that why I reported it? You're the ones who ignored it.
Don't forget you're the ones who said the Alliance would never be able to dispatch much of force.
The Four-Nation Alliance, it was a gathering of small countries.
Their entire military force may number a few 10,000s, but from Bonsium's point of view, they weren't a threat or anything.
But in their war with Bime, they were a foe whose intervention they didn't welcome. As if a mere 10,000 reinforcement could crumble us so.
There must be a possibility they're getting reinforcements from elsewhere as well.
If Kartafs got serious, they'd be able to send 100,000.
The Supreme Commander lowered his clenched fist onto the table.
Stop your rash remarks. Do you think it's possible for Kartafs to transport a force of such numbers?
It's true, if they used every ship in Bime it would be possible, but Kartafs is glaring at Bonsium from the north. They haven't the leisure to dispatch such forces to some foreign land.
The tent went quiet.
They had already investigated the surrounding situation before their invasion. The alliance was overly cold towards Bime. Such so that it wouldn't be strange if a war broke out between them. Even if they had dealings with Kartafs, it wasn't thinkable Kartafs would go that far for them. Whatever the case, we cannot stand by and do nothing here.
Message.
Within Bime, a large-scale force has begun its march.
They're planning on attacking this point.
The generals and lords stationed there, and the supreme commander stood. They immediately went into preparations to intercept, but their expressions were well varied.
So they've gotten impatient and come for us. If it's a field battle, we have the advantage. Make mincemeat of them.
Why? Why did they come out? Why would they discard their advantageous battlefield? Each of them had their own impressions as they exited the tent. There, the unit in front of the gate was breached by Bime's cavalry. Their numbers continued streaming out without any sign of interruption. But more importantly, the banner they flew was one the generals could not believe. Why are Kartafs in the alliance, and even Jampir taking part? That large banner with blue circle surrounded by a silver crest in the center, was placed in the center of the others. Atop the wall of Bime, I mounted May. I looked down over the battlefield at the enemy surpassing 100,000 before my eyes. In contrast, our numbers were less than 100,000.
Looking at number alone, we faced a minor numerical inferiority.
But now that reinforcements had arrived from Jampir, there was no point in buying any further time. By my side, a Janpiran general of Tanskin spoke to me.
Bime sure is cold. Looks like I'll need to wear something thicker. I laughed. It's true it isn't as far south as Jampir. Now then, it's about time I went out. It's not like I take the front lines and fight. I didn't have such a need.
Gripping the jewel, I plucked it off its chain to form the halberd in my right hand. It was the one with the lowest mana consumption, and the most conspicuous weapon.
And as I held up my left hand, the blue jewel embedded into the weapon let off light. I've got to make use of it properly one of these days. Select.
Using the second skill select, I was able to designate my attacking allies, and use my own skills on them. They were too numerous, so I couldn't use any skills that were too powerful, but full over, speed. I used the first's full over, and the fourth's speed on all allied forces. Even if my mana pool had grown, when using it on an army of tens of thousands, it consumed a considerable amount. However, the current me was able to bear it. Standing on the opposite side of me from the Janpiran general, Novum held up her staff.
It's coming. I'll defend.
Novum deployed a magic shield to defend our allies, and perhaps my skill had elevated her abilities, as it blocked the enemy's magic and arrows. Under the umbrella cover of extensive magic shield, our allied forces attacked the enemy camp. Their breaching force was formidable.
Looks like you've got some talented pieces under your control, Lyle.
That man called Maxim, even in Jampir, I've heard of him, if but by name alone. The one cutting open the lead was Maxim-san. Apart from Arya and Miranda, the Valkyries were participating as well.
We're an allied force, so we can't help but be unable to choose any complicated military formations. We can do nothing but straight-up attack.
I want to raise their coordination a bit more for the real deal.
Now I'll be off. Novum spoke to me. Lyle-sama, won't it be fine, even if you don't go to the front yourself? I nodded. It's completely unnecessary. But it's important to let Bonsium's side know about the existence that is me, right? And also, while it's unnecessary, it's better the more results we get. Lightly tapping her stomach, May raised her forelegs and raced forward. Seeing me race from the top of the wall, the Janpiran general was a little surprised. Even if he knew Kalin could run through the sky, there's no helping he'd be surprised. Do I just keep going straight?
That's right. If it's now, our allies are eating into their main force, and there's no worry of being surrounded.
Lyle, aren't you a bit petty? Petty? Call it cowardice.
As I had that conversation with May in the air, May made a straight line towards the enemy headquarters. The fifth and sixth skills precisely relayed the affairs of the battlefield to me.
I swung the halberd to cut down the knights guarding the tent. After May blew the top away with magic. The supreme commander of Bonsium's army was standing before me.
Holding up my halberd on Quillenback, I looked down at the commander.
I apologize for speaking down from up here. I'm the new ruler of Bime. Lyle Walt. I've come to take your heads. Now then, anyone wishing to surrender? I'd think not.
Once the generals caught sight of me, they pulled their weapons in indignation. Soldiers gathered around, but our allies were approaching the tent, and it was only a matter of time before they were surrounded. The Supreme Commander stood, taking a nearby ornamented sword in hand. "I heard you were Seal Sama's elder brother, but I see, so you're the one behind this, but..." The surrounding generals were the same. When they heard my name, they put Seal's name to mouth. So they're under her charm. As expected. I'm sure the army's mainstay is under her rule as well. And the people in Central were naturally those under her influence. I jumped down from May's back, spinning the halberd, and swinging it down on the Supreme Commander. Bisecting him alongside his ornamented sword, I went right into swinging it at the generals who approached. The surroundings were dyed with blood, and the halberd sucked in mana. The surrounding soldiers stood immobile. There was that it was a moment's happenings, but the Supreme Commander they were to protect was dead. Confusion began to spread at once. As I thought over that, with allies in tow, Arya raced to the tent on horseback. "Hey! Why are you at the front again?" Perhaps she had hurriedly forced herself there, as she was out of breath from pushing herself. "Don't worry. I shan't lose. More importantly, it's time to raise our cry of victory." I took a deep breath before wringing out my voice. "The Supreme Commander of Bonsium's head has been taken by this Lyle Wayalolt." A soldier hiding behind the pillar of the ruined tent peered out this way, so I threw the halberd. It spun as it cut into the soldier taking aim at me, before returning to my hand. Arya spread my cry, the surrounding knights and soldiers following along. As they did that, Bonsimian soldiers began running, surrendering, or attacking, resolved for an honorable defeat. I looked down over Bonsium's Supreme Commander. "Curse your ill fortune of making an enemy of me, is that what I'm supposed to say?" Dismounting her horse, Arya commanded her subordinates to protect me. And perhaps she had heard my mutterings. "You're definitely going to regret this." Novum watched the overrun force of Bonsium from atop the wall. A wind blew, and releasing the hair caught against her face with a finger, her violet eyes focused on the space Lyle was. "Lyle-sama, you've really grown up." Holding a jewel with skills recorded from the 1st to 7th generation heads, and capable of handing his ancestors' weapons, the current Lyle was Novum's pride and joy. To succeed the Walt house, a house with a special meaning to Novum, she saw that he had grown into a worthy young man. Standing on his own feet. And that form in battle. "Lyle-sama, this Novum is delighted." With tens of thousands of casualties coming out. While looking at such a battlefield, Novum was smiling. "Knight. In Bime's Adventurers Guild, its East Branch, I borrowed a meeting from. Baldoir reported the present situation to me. A few tens of thousands of Bonsium's soldiers have fled. I don't think all the surviving forces will be able to join up again, but at present, I think the area's bandit numbers will rise to something incredible. Also, Bime's soldiers we've taken in are using violence on Bonsinian soldiers taken as prisoners of war. The soldiers of the Alliance don't seem to hold too good sentiment towards Bime's side, the scuffles aren't dying out." Lyle-sama?" Baldoir looked at me with a troubled look on his face. "What? No, I'm not quite sure what to think about that appearance. I do understand they're tired, so if possible, I'd like them to return to their rooms, or rather. I don't know where I should look." Seeing Baldoir's reddened face, I looked to my sides. Having gone to the baths to wash off the grime, Arya and Miranda were sitting to my sides in clothing close to undergarments. I sat in the center of the sofa I'd carried over, and there were two women leaning on my lap. "Aren't they cute? Want me to introduce you someone to?" "I've just thought of something. How does the Princess of Lorphys sound?" "Please stop. That's too far beyond my status." "Rather, really, what are you going to do about Lorphys?" "Within the Alliance, Lorphys is the only one that doesn't have anyone that'll tie the knot with you, isn't it?" Novum rejected her. "Even I can't force her to be my bride. I can't go against Novum. And wait, that one's, yeah, she's no good. Please don't try to shove no good people onto me. I hope Maxim Dano comes back soon." I recalled Maxim-san. Holding his friend's helmet in one hand, and a bottle of ale in the other, he had locked himself in his room. Adele-san went to cheer him up, but I don't know what's happened to the people in question. Baldoir looked over the report. Within the next few days, their surviving forces should regroup and reorganize. "What will you do, Lyle-sama?" I looked at the two faces leaning on me. "I can't leave Bime yet. There's a need for me to crush the ones showing restless movements at this stage. Because it'll be troublesome if they win over the merchants." Baldoir looked mildly impressed upon hearing my opinion. "I'm a little impressed. I was anxious as you were, but you'll do what needs be done. As expected of the Walt house, I guess."
I don't hate pretty words, though. I always hold ideals in my heart. Eventually, I'll get the continent together, lower war, and aim for world peace. That's a bit. You've got to dream high. And I'm taking the first step. Do you hate pretty words? Baldwar laughed a bit. I loved them as a kid. But to be honest, when I became an adult, I was taught just how impossible it was for my ideals to be granted. Do you still believe in them, Lyle-sama? I looked at Baldwar's face. Even I know it's impossible as things are. But in a few hundred years. Or thousands even. I'm taking the first step for what's to come, . I don't think war will go away. But I don't think it's a bad thing to wish for peace. And also, don't I need a goal that grand? I mean, that's how grand a man I am. And see, such a man has got to do his best for the world. Baldwar gave a bitter smile. I heard some voices of contained laughter from the jewel, but they were much fewer than they had been before. 1,000 years, is it? I can't even imagine it. The seventh agreed with Baldwar's opinion. Well, our lives have been spent fighting, from our founder to Lyle. Even if you talk about peace. It's true I can only think of strange situations. The third laughed. But it wasn't a belittling one. Peace, really depends on what state Lyle can call peace. In all actuality, Bime that scattered sparks to its surrounding countries for profit could be called peaceful if you wanted to call it. Certainly, but I got the feeling that sort of peace was different. If we have that much time to spend, we'll surely have the world of our ideals. As Baldwar said that, I nodded. But looking at Arya and Miranda. Well, I'm facing war amongst my harems every day regardless. I need to do something about this situation first. Baldwar, do you have any advice? Baldwar looked at me. Why can't you just let it end on a good note? I don't have any good ideas. Rather, you have way too many. Exercise a little prudence, please. The former hold maiden's in her 30s, isn't she? Looking at Baldwar, I tilted my head. Oi, love is irrelevant to age. And my love in infii. As I laughed, my body was grabbed on both sides. It seems Arya and Miranda were awake. Oh, it's so cute how they get jealous like that. Baldwar covered his face with his left hand. For now, I understand that it will be hard to actualize your ideals, Lyle-sama. For starters, work hard to remedy your own surroundings. I wonder why it is. Baldwar let out a deep sigh. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 15 Epilogue. Epilogue. Bime, a room in the guild's east branch. In that large, orderly room, Adele Belgi looked at the lines of desks. There were 5 lightly equipped Valkyries stationed. Also present were the guild personnel, and the merchants who didn't run away alongside their men. In order to fight Bonsium's remnants, Maxim had marched off, so Adele currently had no allies. The one to mercilessly thrust that reality at her was Monica. The leader of the alliance is about to enter Bonsium's east, the land that once belonged to a nation neighboring this one. So the management of Bime shall be left to all of you. Adele looked out the window. Bime in ruins. And the city's residents taking refuge. On top of that, the smaller problems, all of them were being shoved onto them. Adele raised her hand. What is it, Adele-sama? Monica's forced addition of the sama irritated Adele. I have a question. With Bime facing such ruin, its management shall be left to we alone? Monica nodded expressionlessly. Yes. Affirmative. You've exactly right. For the main forces entering the land east of Bonsium it's a pain, so let's just saying they're entering the country formerly known as Ruvens. There, they'll likely start into full-blown preparations. Worry not. Maxim Dano will remain behind in Bime. Lyle's force was to enter Ruvens under General Blois' rule, and prepare to counteract Bonsium from there. That she understood. But Adele spoke. I get the feeling we're short-staffed over here? Monica smiled. We're short-staffed everywhere. Well, we've gotten together whoever seems cooperative, so do your best. I've high expectations of your municipal abilities, Adele-sama. As Monica stuck up her thumb and smiled, Adele ruffled up her hair. At the very least, leave Liansan or Novum-san. There's no way I can manage the city of Bime alone. Monica shook her head with a smile. There, she became expressionless again. Maintain the status quo. Make revival and labyrinth management the bare minimum goal. Henceforth, Bime shall be split into South Bime and North Bime, its interests shared. A large portion of the guild's rights will be confiscated, so please work hard as proxy leader. Taking the guild's rights. That was an important thing for Lyle. On top of that, by splitting Bime between North and South, his goal was to chip away at the power merchants held as he fostered a greater sense of competition. The ruined North Bime. The developing yet still small in scale South Bime. It was the birth of twin Bimes. But from Adele's point of view, hectic work had simply been shoved onto her. Can I refuse? Monica remained expressionless. Do you think you can? Rest assured. It's not like everyone's going to Rovens at once. There are various jobs that remain, such as adding the prisoners of wars to our forces. But Leanne-sama made her way to Rovens first. While she wasn't the same type as Adele, if she had to say, Leanne was the type more suited to desk work. While Lyle was away, her ability was abundant enough to act as agent leader of South Bime. But if that Leanne had already made her way out, Adele was the only one left. They couldn't borrow anyone from the Alliance. Zayn and Lorfies were busy with their expanded territory, while Galleria and Russworth had been lacking in domestic affairs staff from the start. Kartafs and Janpir would be difficult, and having come to this point, the lack of people capable of working the backlines was become more severe. Adele hung her head and offered a word. Curse you. Lyle-san. Where the Tracehouse Manor once stood was in tatters. Perhaps some noble had made use of it, as its furniture had been taken, and there were traces of battle left behind. Entering such a manor, Vera and Fidel were surrounded by their subordinates who'd followed them all the way to South Bime. Fidel-sama, there are also areas devastated by fire. This manor is no longer. When one of his men muttered disheartened, Fidel gave an, I see, as he looked at the manor in nostalgia. Vera could only watch her father. There, a knock came to the mansion's broken door, causing everyone to turn. There, with black hair and red eyes, stood a Valkyrie in maid's clothing. Behind her, a slightly worn Gina and Roland, alongside Fidel's former subordinates who'd driven them, stood looking at the ground. Gina. When Vera called her name, Gina raised her face. Everything was taken. Some ships were caught in the chaos and capsized, the employees betrayed, and took the others. If you want to laugh, then go right ahead. Isn't that why you searched us out? Gina, stop. As Roland held her back, Fidel looked over the two. The subordinates behind them couldn't look Fidel in the eye. Perhaps they were embarrassed. Vera addressed Gina. I just wanted to see you if you were alive. I'm glad you're safe. Lyle's goal, the situation encircling Bime, and Bonsium's declaration of war. In the worst case, Vera thought Gina may have died. But she was relieved to see her alive. And Fidel was the same. But he spoke. How unsightly. When I think of how I was driven away by you all, I can only feel more shameful of myself. Gina and Roland's bodies twitched. Time continued going by like that, until Gina hung her head. We'll accept any form of punishment. But accept the people who worked for us in South Bime. I beg of you, father. In regards to her daughter's lowered head, Fidel took a cold attitude. Accept them after they drove me out? Your credibility rests at zero. After one betrayal, saying you want to serve under me again is. Looking at Fidel's attitude, Vera covered her face. He really did want to help them. But having only just started up a new business in South Bime, employing any more hands would be difficult. Simultaneously, South Bime currently held a deep rooted animosity centered around the belief Bime had thrown them away. As South Bime was, it was impossible for the driven outside accepting merchants of Bime. A number of large mercantile ships that had abandoned Bime made their way to South Bime, but we turned them all away. That was South Bime's answer. Do you understand? South Bime will not accept any of you. That is fact. Fidel walked off, everyone following behind him. Vera stopped beside Gina and Roland. Fidel followed suit. But their subordinates continued walking on. Fidel spoke. That whelp has a few debts to settle with me. I negotiated to have him let you set up a business in North Bime. I'll prepare an extent of money. The stolen ships have been secured in South Bime. We're using them to transport cargo, so come to receive them at the port in 3 days' time. That's all I will do for you. Roland, I leave Gina to you. He said, and walked off. Normally, he'd have wanted to help them, but the surrounding environment, and the feelings of his subordinates. On top of that, the opposing representative merchants of Bime were to be crushed for the sake of Lyle's plan. Gina raised her face. Father. Vera walked off as well. He pushed himself quite a bit. Now do something about it for yourselves.
Using all Lyle's debt to him, he had forced him to recognize Gina's business in North Byme.
That was the most he could do. The top floor of an inn of Byme.
In that room with a high-class feel, I wrapped a blanket around myself. It was getting dark outside the window, and one day was on the verge of ending. It was a darkness unthinkable of Byme, the city whose streets were once lit at night. The stars looked pretty, but I felt terrible.
It's not my fault.
From the Jewel, I could hear the thirds laugh. Golly, this time was a huge harvest. To think right after collapsing, you'd take the former holy maiden to go, I never even imagined it.
The seventh was the same. He gave a similar laugh.
For me, hearing Lyle's grand goal of doing good for the world was quite satisfying.
No, was that Mr. Lyle's goal?
These guys, they're having fun teasing me.
I heard a knock. As my body reeled back in shock, I let out a voice.
Why yes.
Pardon my intrusion.
Lyle-sama, I've come with today's reports. It seems you've received various reports for Monica-san, but there are some other specifics as well.
The one who entered the room was Novum.
There was no worry of her teasing me, so I was relieved, but when I recalled how she had seen my post-growth state as well, it was awkward. I'd shown it to time and time again, but every time only increased the past I wanted to bury.
Sorry. I wanted to be alone for a while. I'll come out tomorrow. Novum smiled. It would be a big help if you did.
Lyle-sama, you're the leader of the alliance.
It's a huge difference just if you make an appearance or not. And Liansan headed for Ruvens.
She did have guards, even if they train up troops there, it will only be to the minimum level.
It's already winter, after all. They shouldn't be able to move for a while. I looked out the window.
That's right. It isn't snowing, but the cold is becoming harsher. We'll have to reconstruct the surrounding villages and distribute people a bit.
There were too many people gathered, that goods expenditure was becoming something extraordinary.
Even if we stole back what we could from Bonsium, the problem was that there was less than expected.
Novum took a seat on the bed.
According to Liansan, she's going to gather people who endorse you in Ruvens. For that occasion, she'll try to shake off as many spies as possible, but perfection will be difficult. I'll do something about that when I make my way there. I have the appropriate skill for it.
Novum sounded delighted. That would be Fine-sama's skill, right? She said.
I was surprised she knew it, but it was Novum after all. It wouldn't be strange for her to know, and it was natural for the Forks' house to have documents on the Walt house. There was no use in minding it. There, Novum's face turned serious. Also, I heard from Baldwardano, but I cannot recognize his marriage to the Princess of Lorphys.
Baldwardano is an important retainer who will support you henceforth.
Novum, you're quite terrible yourself.
Aren't you just saying Lorphys' princess is plain terrible? Well, they're too far in status, so I do think it's impossible.
As I said that, Novum gave a giggle. I was led along by her into a laugh, and the two of us exchanged some more friendly banter.
Within the Jewel.
Looking at Novum happily conversing with Lyle, the third looked a little relieved. There were 5 silver weapons floating around the round table room, and now it was as quiet as if its once boisterous atmosphere was a lie. I was a bit worried for Lyle, but it looks like it will work out.
Perhaps it's best his mind is focused on Mr. Lyle right now. The seventh nodded.
No matter what reasons he has, his feelings of guilt will come out soon. When so many people have been killed, I'm sure he'll have to take quite a bit upon himself.
Well, he's got Novum and the others with him, so perhaps he'll be fine? Though that Novum is a bit suspicious.
The third touched a hand to his mouth as he smiled.
I assented fine?
It's a bit heavy, but that's still love. Now the problem is how Lyle plans on having Novum-chan turn his way in the truest sense.
The seventh sounded worried. If he could do that, most problems would be settled. Well, the major problem would still remain, thought. The major one, it was seals.
In order to fight seals, the ancestors were entrusting their knowledge and their skills to Lyle. They were preparing for a determined and certain victory.
If there was to be a problem, it would have to be what came after winning the war.
If Seals was able to escape, it would be a problem. There was no point in surrounding him with people who would end up charmed. In the end, Lyle would have to fight Seals. He was gathering members for that sake, but the ancestors hadn't the slightest clue what his chances of winning were.
And there was a problem they knew.
The Eastern Front is wide open.
Other countries are marching their lines towards the superpower. You think they'll show up?
On the third's question, the seventh nodded with a serious expression.
They're coming.
The Walt army we trained up will definitely move.
At soonest, right when winter breaks.
But it all depends on the situation. The third touched a hand to his chin and looked up at the ceiling. Even if a rebellion breaks out within the country, as long as it's small in scale, they'll prioritize Lyle. There are feudal lords in Bonsium who'll side with him, but those hostages in Central are troublesome. And there was something that intrigued the third even more. He looked at the seventh.
Now then, it's about right time I asked. Seventh, no, Broad, do you think you can watch over Lyle's fight with Maisel?
That the Walt house would move meant Maisel.
The 8th generation head of the Walt house would make his move.
There was a possibility he would send a representative, but that didn't change the fact they would be fighting the Walt house's army. From my point of view, my heir is too far removed.
To be honest, after we got Baldwar Kuan's cooperation, I've barely any lingering attachments.
But what about you? There's no guarantee it'll only be traitors like the Verdun house. The seventh looked down.
Sure enough, it may be something painful to watch.
But if the Walt house is going to fall at this rate, it may be best for Lyle to be the one to deliver the finishing blow. The third looked down as well.
That may be ideal, but I'm emotionally.
The seventh looked up at the ceiling.
We've finally come all the way here.
The preparations to fight seals were reaching their final stage. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Volume 16, Prologue. Prologue. A dim, cloudy sky.
As snow fell over Central, the capital of the Bonsium kingdom was strangely quiet. There were few youths among the people walking the streets. Male youths were especially low in number. It wasn't as if the snow was the only reason no one wandered.
The light leaking from buildings was similarly few.
When it should have been the main street of the capital, a number of stores had closed the doors, with notices of absences posted up front. It was surely cold out the window, but watching the outside scenery from the room, such a thing was irrelevant to Seals. The heating unit magic tool was operational, and the room was warm. The rapier she held in her left hand, from the shape of the scabbard, and the ornamentation of the hilt, it was made to look like a staff. From the yellow jewel embedded in its hilt, a voice came toward Seals, who looked out the window with a grin on her face.
War piling on war, heavy taxation. How does it feel to watch the insects working for your sake wear themselves away? Unlike Lyle's blue jewel, there was only one mind recorded in the yellow jewel.
Agrissa, who inherited a portion of Septim's memory, and dropped the continent into hell. She carved her own memory into the jewel.
It's terribly interesting. But seeing them weaken so much in such a short period of time.
Seals looked down, a sorrowful expression on her face. Her gold hair carried a light wave, covering her expression as she looked down. That glimmering hair, and sorrowful blue eyes, but as she slowly raised the corners of her lips, she produced a coarse smile. They really are insects after all. While calling themselves the capital of Bonsium, this is all it takes to ruin them, after all.
I'd have liked it if they entertained me more. Agrissa was a little impressed. Not at Seal's current form.
For she was once called the beautiful siren of the country herself. Carrying on only Septim's memory of pain, she had chosen to wield her power for her own sake, and that alone.
It's more fun to torment them by wringing them bit by bit. Well, you're still young. Having a bit of flexibility in your heart is a good thing.
But it sure is amusing to see Bonsium fall like this.
Watching the city of Central lose its energy day by day was an extremely amusing thing for Agrissa. They were once enemies, but that wasn't all. Bonsium had once sworn allegiance to her.
Meaning he was a provincial feudal noble who obeyed her rule. Even while receiving her grace, he had changed sides the moment the situation took a turn.
When Seals spoke with Agrissa, she would use the room at the very top of the palace.
No one was allowed to enter, the two of them could enjoy their little chats alone. Seals smiled as she spoke, as if remembering something.
Right. Father is going to return from the territory soon. I have to prepare to welcome him.
Mother stayed with me, but father had work, so he can't always be around.
Age-wise, it was around time for her to develop angst for her parents, or resentment for her father. But Seals held affection for her parents alone.
And Agrissa was the same.
Ah, right.
Your father sure is busy. My dad was a lower-end imperial noble, but he did quite a bit for me. My siblings were in the way, so I drove them out, but after I made it to the inner palace, I gave him a government position in this and that to return the favor. Parents were special, this did not apply to brothers and sisters. Seals and Agrissa shared the sentiment.
It was all due to the influence of the goddess memories.
It'll have to be a party, and I'll have to prepare a present. Oh, I'll have to get mother a new dress as well. Seal's form as she gleefully spoke, rather than charming, she was like a child. There, a knock came at the door. Once Seals gave permission, the automaton Bert entered the room. A butler model automaton, with the appearance of a charming young man. His red hair and blue eyes were exceedingly pretty. If someone who didn't know better caught sight of him, they would surely believe he was human. Seal-sama, Bonsium's army on the Eastern Front was breached. It was a crushing defeat, it seems. The Royal Guard was also annihilated. Captain Braid is confirmed dead. Our casualties number in the 10,000s. Hearing that, Seal smiled at Bert. Is that so? But right now, I don't have time for such trifling things. My father told me before, you win some, and you lose some. More importantly, father is coming to Central. In order to see me. So we need a grand welcoming. Bert, could you arrange it for me? It seems she was uninterested. Bert showed a fed-up expression. If anyone else did that in front of Seals, the torture would start on the spot. But Bert was an automaton. He was capable of all sorts of work, and was Seal's favorite toy. I thought you would say that, so I've already made the preparations. But the national treasury is in dire straits. A life of luxury, and with large wars raging on all over the place, the national treasure of the superpower Bonsium was in a terrible state. Not that Seals cared. More importantly, father. We need to give a grand welcome to father who does his work, and kills the insects who don't obey me. To Seals, Bert spoke. It will affect the official ceremonies of Bonsium. His Royal Highness, and the other royalty down the line are expectantly waiting for you to make your appearance. Seals tilted her head. I'm not showing up at something like that? Why would I do that when father is coming? I can't believe it. I definitely won't let Rufus into my bedroom anymore. Bert shrugged. He offered a rebuttal to those words. You've never even let him in once. As far as I know, and I've heard never before then either. When you let all your favorites in, I'm surprised you can say such a thing. Seals showed an angry face. An angry expression that was cleverly made to look cute. As Bert was an automaton, his rude attitude was permitted. I mean, once I stole him from that woman, I just lost interest. Poof. A laughing voice came from the jewel. It's the theft itself that's interesting. I guess it's a common tale. But the current me has something I want to take no matter what, though they always keep it by their side. Letting Agrissa's voice slide, Seal spoke words of the grand party she would hold for her parents as she waltzed out the room. So the theft itself was the fun part. The one who let out such a voice from the jewel was the third. The Reuven's kingdom, a room of its under-repair castle, had become my office. It had originally been used by General Blois, but saying he had to go train his soldiers, he had shoved his work onto me. The mountain of paperwork before me were the reports of Rovens and Bime alongside Adelsan's complaints. Short on hands. The merchants won't listen to me. The residents are loud about money. At this point she was just complaining. I was looking over such papers, the only other one in the room being Monica. The rule of Bime, divided into north and south. On top of that, Reuven's. I held my head at the overwhelming lack of personnel. Having come so far, the seventh spoke. Well, with territory problems, it's usually because you have abundance of people that you go out and invade thinking you can handle it. If you have a firm selection of retainers, and rely on blood relation to gather people, I'm sure your rule will be possible. As I has unskillfully gotten my hands on a large territory, our shortage of hands only became even more severe. After you take it, it's just a pain. After fierce battle was over, there was much to do in post-war processes, and new rule and such. What's more, the land ruled by Bime's merchants and the Adventurers Guild, they weren't used to a system with a ruling class. The door opened, and there came Liansan taking 2 Valkyrie units alone. Her face was smiling, but she looked somewhat worn out. Now, Lyle Dono, here's your second serving. Keep on hammering those forms out. The Valkyries placed their new paper mountains on the desk prepared to receive new documents. Ah, by the way, these ones are the urgent ones. She said as she left a smaller mountain before my eyes. Seeing my face, perhaps she sensed what I wanted to say as she opened her mouth. I'll just throw this out there, but I did check over them already. After removing everything that wasn't completely necessary, this is what's left. If you become a ruler, you should understand how much responsibility and obligation comes with the title, right? And, if you plan to reign over the entire continent, your workload won't be anything as measly as this. It's around time you start thinking up a way of rule with higher efficiency. I could only nod at Liansan's words. From the jewel, I could hear the third and seventh. As expected, a princess who knows how to govern a single country is different. I'm sure she's got quite a bit of know-how with her. Serious talk here, the backline, or rather the desk side shorthandedness is becoming more severe. Lyle, once you get your hands on the continent, no matter how tedious, you have to prepare a system of rule that can be passed down the ages. A country ruled by a hero, with the fame, it was an easy way to go about it. But when generations piled up, problems would come out. At this rate, I'll be tasting the pain of the first and second simultaneously. The first who built up a village where there was nothing. And the one who got the first's village in order and followed behind, the second. The third sounded impressed. I'm surprised you noticed. If you had those two with you, you might get some surprisingly interesting advice. But that's impossible for us, mind you. Leanne made a perplexed face, so I said, it's nothing, and said she could go. But she didn't leave. Come to think of it, right before I came here, I heard. It seems your post-growth has quite a gap or something. I heard rumors that you'd laid hands on the former holy maiden. Eh? From who? Rather, I didn't lay hands on her. Leanne left the paperwork behind, and looked at the Valkyries that had gone into cleaning up the room. You too. The two Valkyries touched their mouths. Master, it was a little game. A game of make-believe. We were supplied with maid uniform, and our tensions high, we merely started gossiping a bit amongst ourselves. And Leanne-sama just happened to be in the immediate vicinity, there wasn't anyone else around. Expressionless with black hair and red eyes, the Valkyries used the cores of the maid automatons who were originally Monika's sisters. For that sake, they had some strong lingering attachment to maid clothing, it seems. Leanne scoffed. When they suddenly started gossiping in my room, I had no idea what was going on. Well, it was a report they sent out to all units, it seems. It sure is convenient. It's quite a skill. If you station Valkyries all over the lands, you'll get your hands on all sorts of information in no time. Hearing that, I let out a sigh. It's because it's me that it's possible. Even if it's possible to use it in rule, that will end with my generation. So if possible, I'm looking for a way to rule without it. They were proficient automatons, but there was a problem. At present, their exchanges with faraway parties was realized through my skill connection, and if it wasn't active, these conversations would be impossible. Also, the number of cores was limited, and even if we wanted to produce more units, this was the limit, even Damien couldn't make cores. Leanne looked at my face, nodding a few times. It's a good thing to think of what comes next. Of course, it's all a tale of after you win it all. But even so, it isn't a period to think of war potential alone. You need to prepare a bureaucracy capable of handling office work. We're short-handed, so maybe you should take applications outside of nobility. Rather than searching for talent, suppressing it with numbers would be more important in our current state. I reached a hand for an urgent document, and reading through it I spoke. I know. Proceed with your education plan. The fact you're telling me this means you already started preparing, right? But I'd like it if you confirmed it with me next time. Leanne looked a little surprised. You're no fun at all. I thought I would surprise you. Ah, right. Wondering if there was anything more, I raised my head to see her making a serious face. I never heard who you would be making the legal wife. Can you decide sometime soon? I have to go suck up to them. With a dumbfounded expression, I dropped the papers, the third giving a joyful voice from the jewel. That's right, I was waiting for this. The fourth is just about the only one who would enjoy this boring desk scene. I was waiting for a topic like this. The seventh spoke in a serious tone. To crumble the equilibrium immobilized by check and restraint, could it be this princess of Fonbuse? I thought Galleria or Russworth, or perhaps the Queen of Cartafs would make their move. I was careless. It feels like a bomb was lobbed in from an unexpected angle. The third was the same. I'm the same. I thought this child would move after she made a faction to some extent. Well, it's fine if it's all muddled, but assassination alone you should avoid. Lyle, make sure you keep on your toes. No, if you say it like that, it's as if you're telling me to permit it as long as it doesn't reach murder, right? Rather, it looks like they'd grown accustomed to it these days as they blatantly enjoyed the carnage around me. These guys are the worst. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 16, Chapter 1, Faction. Faction. Bynes' Eastern Guild branch was functioning as the city's guild headquarters. Adele had borrowed a room to work on Bynes' revival, pretty much staying there every night in her daily life of work. That the guild had a public bath and lodging facility, and workable environment was a large contributing factor. Simultaneously, she herself wouldn't use the high-class lodging facilities, as while the place functioned as a workplace, it also had to deal with the visitors that came every day. Adele sat on the leather-coated sofa, talking with a former guild executive, a low table in between them. The other party was from the North Branch, the executive who once led adventurers in relation to the port.
Bime has always managed its port to now. What is the meaning of one-sidedly snatching it away?
Despite the thin rings forming under Adele's eyes, she used the tea with a harsh bite poured in her cup to maintain consciousness.
Really, please, just go away already.
I'm busy here, there are no seats left here for you guys.
Bime had fallen.
At the time, the upper echelon had swiftly pulled out. For that sake, and with the emotions of the city manipulated by Lyle's party, its impression of them was the worst. In essence, he had lied about his name to enter the East Branch functioning as headquarters. Maxim was standing behind the sofa, beside him a few female knights as well. They were borrowed from the Four-Nation Alliance, but as there were Valkyries around as well, Adele was relieved. I'm sure your people already understand, Bime no longer recognizes your order.
That is why you lied about your name when you requested this meeting, isn't? Adele saw her opponent's expression warp vexingly.
Rather than not having the leisure to care, this really was just a waste of time. What Lyle wanted was the guild's know-how, and the executives who held massive power, and abused it were unnecessary. I would like to plead acceptance for a portion of the merchants and guild executives who came to cooperate in the development of Bime.
It can even be South Bime. We haven't come empty-handed. You need information about the labyrinth the city managed, don't you? Sensing what Adele wanted, the executive offered information. But Adele uninterestedly supped her tea. No thank you. We already have the documents.
We're going to have a labyrinth-specialized party from South Bime come over here as well. And the Adventurers Guild will fall under the management of the country.
The Alliance had already preceded talks in such a manner. In Kartafs and Janpir as well, they've easily shifted it that way. Fonbuse has shown sympathy for our opinion. What relevance does that have to this matter? Adele drained her tea, leaving the cup on the table. Plenty relevance. To be blunt, you are unnecessary, a hindrance even. The executive stood.
His hair was a mess, and his clothes were a little dirty as well. It was evident he hadn't lived a decent life since his flight. That he came to Bime must have been because he was considerably pressed.
You can't mean you'll take our legal property at the port. Adele's expression didn't change. Well, let's see.
A reward was necessary for our assistance in this endeavor, so yes, we took away your property. Using reception and fees to set up shop at the port as a reason, there seemed to be quite a few people who found themselves quite exploited.
Why you lot? Here, Adele disclosed the secret of the trick. It not like everything went as we wanted.
But you and your merry friends danced on Lyle Sand's poem just as he thought you would.
We're already done with you. But? Seeing her opponent's mortified face, Adele spoke. If you plan on selling us the management know-how, we'll pay a considerable price for it.
If you accept that deal alongside your exile sentence, we won't have to make use of more violent means. The surrounding knights pulled their swords. And Maxim readied his spear.
What are? Adele stood. Are you the ones who exiled us first? And a few other executives have already sold their knowledge and left Bime.
If you hand over profitable information soon, we will have no choice but to pay an adequate reward for it. The former executive gripped his hair with both his hands and looked down. Regretfully, but while considering the sum he could get if he sold the know-how he possessed. Tanya had come to see off her former executive superior. Similarly, alongside a group leaving Bime, he had decided to move to the countryside with his family.
Tanya was the only one who came to see him.
Her superior smiled as he always did.
You sure are faithful. You didn't have to come see me off. You know what sort of treatment we're receiving in Bime, right? Tanya looked down. I'm still in debt to you for picking me up. And when you're the one who stayed in Bime to the end.
Her superior gave a powerless laugh.
There's no helping it. Even if it's exile, it's just from Bime, no, just the city sector of North Bime.
I was able to pull out those conditions. I'm not confident I can live too far off, so I do think it turned out fine. Tanya raised her face and made a serious expression. Clenching her fist, and she made a proposal. Thinking of your ability, you'll be necessary to the city from here on.
If you ask Adelsan, give her a sama.
She is substantially the representative ruler of Bime.
And if I'm there, the guild personnel will turn to me.
By my way of doing things, it's fated to revert to the old guild ways.
What I and they seek is fundamentally different. So it will eventually birth cracks, and I'm already tired. With my reward, I formed a pioneering corp. I think I'm going to take it easy, so think you could keep out of the way, Tanya? Tanya was Tanya's other name. Her name is a sweeper.
When her superior gave out orders he didn't want to, he'd give them to Tanya rather than Tanya.
I'm sorry. Sorry. But I can't stay here. And life out there isn't too bad.
Rather, whether Northbime can really be rebuilt or not, you're going to have it rough, Tanya. The two laughed lightly before parting at Bimesgate.
Ha!
I think I let out quite a stupid sound.
In the office of Reuven's castle, I found myself amazed upon hearing Novum's report on her arrival. No, as I was saying, about your maids. At present, the only one in a standing where they can look after you is Shannon-chan. But rather than look after, it felt as if I was looking after her. While she had gotten able to do this and that on her own, Shannon was fundamentally unsuited to battle. Listening to Monica, Novum, or perhaps Miranda's orders and helling out was the most she could do.
Even if she had demon eyes, she was junk who couldn't master them. I was surprised that Shannon was even being considered my maid, but... No, there's Monica and the Valkyries, they're much more skilled than any attendant. There, Novum's gentle smile suddenly turned scary.
That would be troublesome. Lyle-san, understand that we're short-staffed right now. Monica-san and the Valkyries have work to do. You have to leave what can be left to the maid.
And, there's already been pressure for the maid role. At my place, the topic has come out a few times transmitted through Eva-san.
I never heard of it.
There, the third let out an impressed voice from the jewel. In my era, maid was a role reserved for the talented girls and the daughters of our notable houses. It was treated as a few years of education and training for no charge. Though I ended up taking in the daughters of the houses that lost their bread earners in the war as well.
The seventh seemed quite intrigued by the third's take. It changes by the scale of the territory.
In my time, while there was still the education side to it, I also hired maids for the work. The daughters of vassals would work in the Walt house a few years, and that made for their bridal training.
But, thinking of the statue Lyle is aiming for, it has to be that. Definitely that. Mistress candidate's maiden name, or mistress assistants, right?
I've read it before in a book.
That one came out quite bloody.
When the third was letting out an unpleasant voice, he sounded like he was enjoying himself.
The seventh was the same.
Because women like those sorts of story, that sort of thing came out a few times.
From a man's point of view, it's nothing to laugh about, but...
I see, so Lyle's going to be burdened with such a muddy inner palace.
No, I don't want to. Personally, I'd like to refuse. Why, you mean like a helper, right? What sort of girls are the maid candidates?
Still with a serious expression, Novum.
At present, I can't say the outcome, but it is limited.
If it's going to be noble daughters, the first and second daughters of a count house in Kartafs have voiced their desire. Of the elven tribes, hunters and performers, some raised their names under the condition they would be helping Eva-san as well. Talks have come from dwarves and gnomes as well. At present, you do not discriminate against demi-human races, so they wish to use this opportunity to raise their status, or perhaps aim to maintain that status quo.
When I was being chased by Bonsium countermeasures, my own allies were bringing in problems. Isn't that definitely related to the factions? I don't like muddled factional wars.
There, the third laughed.
Factions form in the smallest villages, you know? If you've got 3 people, there'll be a faction. You've got to control them well.
Rather, we just talked about this.
The seventh was the same. They'll form regardless. It's often the case they form unintentionally. But Lyle, don't gather everyone in the jewel again. We've learned our lesson. We don't want that again. As I thought, one wife is enough.
Yep.
I wanted one too.
Yet with everything you guys have said, it's not only my fault it snowballed like this.
I think. Novum smiled. Give up. I'm trying to pay as much mind as I can to whatever would become a burden on you. But not just the maids. Yes? There are factions forming in the army as a whole. Maxim Dano pledged his allegiance to Adelsan, so the only ones who have actually sworn loyalty to you would be Baldwar Dano and Buadano. But Buadano is scraping up soldiers from Bonsium, while the others are gathering around Baldwar Dano. Baldwar was doing something like that?
The third sounded fed up.
As I was saying, they need a rival horse, so they got close to your close associate Baldwar Kuan.
I doubt the man himself wished for it.
Novum looked at me.
And within the Four-Nation Alliance, Lorphes is a bit of a problem.
There's more. Within the Alliance, Lorphes alone hasn't put out any woman close to you.
Because of that, its contributions within the Alliance are low, and its morale is lowering. When it's surrounded by countries on our side, I don't think they'll secede, but...
When we're so busy, why are they feuding over that?
I don't think I'm wrong for thinking it, and I think that isn't actually wrong.
But the seventh looked at my situation and noticed.
Lyle. When you get larger in scale, these sorts of problem will come out no matter what.
Give up.
Got it.
I'll do something about it. Is it that? We're short-staffed in various places?
Novum nodded with her smile.
Her smile was so cute I decided to forgive. Yes. To be honest, even if we win, we don't have personnel capable of maintaining the continent.
While we do have a considerable number of soldiers, rear support alongside looking after you. Monica-san has her physical limitations.
When we hadn't even won, why do I have to mull over all this? I'd like it if they concentrated on the war just a bit more. Clara looked at the mass-produced porter model taken from Bonsium. Gathering magicians, what's more, low-ranking ones, she was teaching them golem magic.
The practice mass-produced porter was truly made just as if it were a wagon with no horse.
Simple and sturdy. But it demanded competence from its user.
Sitting on a wooden crate watching her, Damien yawned. He had collected data from the Valkyries, and spent another night up analyzing it. Having returned to South Bime, Clara got into training personnel capable of using porter. Saying she wanted expert advice, she dragged Damien out. But the man in question.
This is no good. If you don't modify the golem, they won't be able to use it. Wouldn't it be better if you shortened the period, and remade it easier to control?
Clara corrected her misaligned glasses.
As I thought. If you already know, don't ask me.
You've already got a considerable amount of experience operating porter, and you already had talent from the start.
That's why you can control the current porter. When it comes to porter, aren't you better than me? Hearing that from Damien, who perfected golem magic, Clara was delighted.
But that truth conveyed a not-so-delightful truth to her.
Meaning to make it usable, we have to remake the golem itself, and make it easier to handle?
Having his back rubbed by automaton number 3 looking after him, Damien spoke. Or rather, this one was made terribly.
Like, let's just go mass-produce them or whatever, it feels like it was put together in a hurry. If you load with it too much baggage, won't it break? Clara looked at Bonsium's porter she had gone to lengths to retrieve.
Unlike their own porter, it was hard to develop any affection for the frame built with a demand on function alone.
What should I do? Adele was rejoicing at how we could reinforce the backline without having to pay extra. Damien looked at Clara. Who was that again?
Number 3 told him with a smile. The woman acting as Lyle Dono's representative in South Bime, Master.
Oh, that girl. She sure is loud when it comes to money. And wait, it's rare for you to drop the honorifics on someone.
Hearing Clara call her simply Adele, Damien felt it was rare.
I'm no good with Adele. Do you think it'll pass through if I ask for funding? To Clara, Damien smiled. Won't it be impossible even with the money?
I mean, old Letard is one thing, but the craftsmen of South Bime are all quite busy. I don't think they can hold down their own plans.
Clara made a serious face. Is that person really supposed to be good at internal affairs?
She complained about the absent Adele.
Damien tilted his head. Who knows? She seems good with money? That pink hair. Liansan. Number 3 made a suggestion, but perhaps Damien wasn't uninterested. Right, that person was more amazing.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Volume 16, Chapter 2, Marriage Interview. Marriage Interview. What have you done?
Before Baldwar's sigh, I fidgeted.
Was that no good? Baldwar's workroom was narrower than my office.
This also owed to the many items laying around, but my office had been made special from the start, I'm sure. I proceeded talks of Aletsan's marriage interview, and when I called over to Baldwar, he seemed fed up.
No, my apologies. If it's an engagement proposed by you, I cannot decline it. Anyways, the other party is the vice-captain of Lorphes, correct?
To speak to status, the Randburg house is a retainer house to the Waltz.
I don't think that quite matches. You can't decline?
While I was surprised, I heard voices from the jewel. The third spoke to me.
My time was the same. Declining an engagement from your lord is quite a task. Though precepts like those of the Walt house were taken into account by the house I vassal to.
In my case, it was a huge help the second searched out a bride for me, though. The seventh said something similar.
You need a considerably adequate reason to decline.
But at his age, I think it's strange if he didn't have a girl he liked.
Lyle, try asking. Following the seventh's suggestion, I tried asking. Do you have anyone else? Someone you like?
Baldwar's eyes moved a bit, but focusing on me, he opened his mouth as if he had given up.
You were under house arrest at the time.
You probably heard it, in knowledge alone.
I do have someone I like.
But she's a girl of a village I stopped by when suppressing bandits. Marriage wouldn't really work out. Hearing that from Baldwar, I recalled that before the bonds between houses, freedom of love was meaningless. In my case, I was engaged to Novum, but it seems Baldwar has someone separate in status.
So what do you plan to do?
I plan to accept.
Sure enough, we cannot ignore the problems of Lorphys.
If Lorphys withdraws from the alliance, we will need to put in sanctions. If we mistake the adjustments and go too far, the other nations will become nervous. If we're too light on them, frustration will build up.
I'm sure the reactions will vary by country, and it's a problem we can't leave be.
Right. In the case Lorphys withdrew, there was the possibility of sanctions.
If the other countries couldn't accept it, we couldn't leave it be.
In the worst case, before we settle things with Bonsium, I'd have to keep the crumbling of the alliance in sight.
But what would the other countries think of that? I wasn't going to lose.
That's how much power I had at the moment. However, even if I won, it would be a victory for that passing moment alone. While I waited for my fight with Bonsium, I didn't want to have to carry some strange explosives.
I'm sorry. I remember. My time as an adventurer was so thick, I was on the verge of forgetting my noble life. There's no helping it. Knowing something and experiencing it are different things.
As a condition, I did lay hands on her after the bandit subjugation, so I'd like to consider taking her on as a maid. At the very least, I'll have to recognize our relationship.
The seventh, in a bit of a low voice.
He really does treasure her.
Rather, he does what needs be.
If only Lyle had that sort of leisure.
There, the third spoke to the seventh. It's because you made the territory scale too large. You rarely ever dealt with bandits personally, did you? Even if you did, you were surrounded by retainers?
For a village rid of its bandits, it's a common tale for the best girl in the village to be offered. For someone with territory on Baldwar's level, he should be getting those offers quite often, but, from how it sounds, it's just one.
I asked the third's question. One woman? Or all the women you've had relations with?
Baldwar stared at me.
Lyle-sama, please don't think everyone is surrounded by women like you. It's one girl. One.
I was in her care when I was subjugating bandits a few years ago. At the time, I too had knowledge alone, and got through with excitement after that. But after that, I tried my best not to stay at that village.
The third gave a serious voice.
From the other side's point of view, that's just trouble. When they gave thanks for defeating the bandits, it's as if he refused it.
Well, I'm sure Baldwar Kuan has his own logic on it.
Was he so particular because it was his first woman?
I couldn't really understand. Baldwar let out a sigh. Well, I have feelings, and we had some relations after that. I at least want to look after her a bit.
So I apologize, but, in the case that I die, if you could prepare some assets for her.
I suddenly had a bad feeling about this.
But before Baldwar's serious face, it was an air I couldn't joke, so I decided to confirm the girl's location.
Alette hung her head in the waiting room. I should have brought something besides nightclothes. Why didn't I prepare a dress?
I'm such an idiot. The one looking at her was the knight who'd guided her corps through the castle. Rather than fed up, he tried to soothe her.
It's not as if Baldwar Dano has such a selection of clothing either.
You only have whatever you came here with. At the very least, as long as your appearance is in order, it shouldn't be a problem. It's something that was decided so suddenly, after all.
The fresh recruits looked anxiously at that knight. Is this fine? Our original objective was to. The knight shook his head. I know. But you all, if we let this chance slip by, then who's going to marry the vice-captain? Men are a rare commodity.
Even if she searches for someone outside of rank, a majority are already married. If this chance slips by, she's already in dangerous waters as it is. Originally, Alette's platoon's objective, or at least its official stance, was to elevate Lorphy's status.
In truth, they had been sent to establish an engagement between Lyle and Princess Anarin. Because if they didn't do that, their country's influence would be lowest within the alliance.
When the other three countries had relations with Lyle, Lorphes alone, what's more, they couldn't even pull out at this point.
Because the moment they succeeded, they would be surrounded by enemies.
The knight looked at the ceiling, before turning to Alette.
Vice Captain, do you have your marriage form with you?
Alette raised her face and nodded.
Yeah, I have it. The new recruits stood dumbfounded. The knight sent a look across them. Do you get it?
That's the sort of person she is.
She doesn't have another chance. The princess is still young.
But our vice captain is, she's a good person, but she has that side of her, so, as a knight of Lorphes, I'd rather proceed talks of Lyle Dono and the princess.
But as an individual, I want to support our vice captain. And
Alette was quietly simulating things to herself.
It seemed she was preparing answers beforehand to whatever would be asked in the interview.
If he asks what I do in my free time, I can't just say train my body, drink and sleep.
Last one got mad at that one.
Then here, I should cutely say I knit or something domestic. That's no good.
I've never learned knitting, I've never knit a thing in my life. If that's how it's going to be, I can just play it off with something vague like admiring flowers and... She was so desperate that the male knights around were taken aback. And...
This isn't such a bad talk. He's one of the leader candidate who'll be hard to get it later. Right now, he's just a retainer, but if Lyle Dono wins, he'll at least make count.
There's no doubt he'll stay close as an imperial noble. For Lorphes, for the country, it isn't so bad, right?
If it was just for their official stance, it would be a success.
Or so the knight explained to the recruits.
A few hours later. With all the preparations in place, at a round table set up in the palace courtyard, I sat across Ludmila-san. Perpendicular, the main cast of Baldoir and Alette-san sat across from one another. There were guards around, but they were kept to a minimum.
What's more, only female knights.
Monica prepared and such, but Alette-san hadn't touched it out of nervousness. As a few minutes passed without anyone saying anything, Ludmila-san put down her cup. A tink sound rang out as ceramic cup touched plate. It was quiet enough for it to ring out beautifully. But with the equilibrium broken, Alette-san spoke.
What are your hobbies?
There, Baldoir seemed level-headed.
I do a little horse riding.
Other than that, I've dabbled in a little painting and music, but I'm not at a level where I could call myself any good.
And if I could ask something?
Why yes. The two weren't so far apart in age, but it seems Alette-san's nervousness was terrible. Like she would make a slip of the tongue any time soon. The third was exhilarated.
You think her marriage forms will be coming out soon? If her name's already filled in, I think even Baldoir Kuan will be surprised.
The seventh evaluated Baldoir's level-headedness. I can't tell what he's thinking inside at all. But, this serenity, as I thought, it must be because he knows women. Lyle, you should seriously consider it.
A large battle is near.
It may not be a bad idea to know women yourself. With the two of you watching from the jewel, there's no way I'd even think of laying hands on anyone. Rather, learning Baldoir wasn't someone on my side was a shock. I thought I'd be able to have an enjoyable talk with him like with Damien and Maxim-san. Baldoir stuck his elbows into the table, folding his arms as he looked at Alette-san with a serious expression.
I understand that this marriage is important. But even though my house owns a town, it's just a small territory. Baronet scale. What's more, it's a retainer house.
For heirs to a feudal noble territory, if we marry, you will have to be marrying into my house.
And I'm the eldest son of a feudal noble.
Even if I come to love you alone, I cannot say I'll never lay hands on another. The receptions of saved villages, is what he meant. I saved villages in Bime, but such spicy stories never came up once.
This must be a difference in custom. In Bonsium terms, I would be from imperial noble lineage. Based on what I've heard. That would be troublesome. Baldoir's voice grew a little strong.
His face was the epitome of seriousness.
My home, the Randburg house, pledged loyalty to the Walt house since we became retainer knights. We're a house that is already entering its 6th generation. My greatest desire in life is for me to fulfill that role. Alette-san looked serious. I understand that. I have experience in battle as well. And my resolve isn't. Baldoir nodded. I see.
Even as a woman, you do have the status as vice captain.
Then you understand my meaning, right? You could do better.
And I cannot prioritize Lorphes. I already have a woman with whom I have relations. Yet her status is too low for me to marry her.
I plan on inviting her to the mansion as a maid. If you're still fine with that, I will take you as legal wife. Without even thinking about it, Aletsan. You understood.
The maid part was outside of my expectations, but I hear about those sorts of things a lot. If I let this chance slip by, I
ended up agreeing.
Really? I thought she would definitely be reluctant, but maids, she even approved of mistresses.
A maid or two, if I got angry because he laid hands on them, I wouldn't be able to get married anymore.
I'm serious here, please pipe down. I had imagined even worse conditions, and I've heard worse offers a number of times.
It sounded painfully heartrending. Ludmila-san, on the other hand. For a feudal noble, that's about the standard fare. If you step onto the battlefield, death is always a possibility.
For the sake of leaving successors, having a few women is a common tale.
Though there are plenty of tales of failure.
I looked at Alette, noticing her produce a form from her breast pocket.
I snatched it away from her. Why does this person always panic and set herself up for failure? G, give it back. B, but I still have more. You're making me draw back, please stop. I'll prepare some proper forms on a later date. Now hand over your spares too. Hurry up. No, but
I'll get anxious if I don't have them filled out soon, won't I?
It's stranger that you're always carrying them around, notice that already.
I seriously worry for you. Ludmila-san turned an eye to the document in my hand.
Her expression warped a bit. You're always carrying around something like that?
You'll repel all the men like that. I'm pretty sure Ludmila-san naturally repelled her share of men as well.
As I thought such a thing, Baldwar took the form from me. Pardon me. I see, it's a little different from Bonsium's form.
But I'd better fill out one for Lorfi's as well, thought. Saying that, he took out a pen, and wrote his name into the form where Aletsan's was already written in.
The seventh spoke. He's surprisingly unperturbed.
The third sounded a little bored.
It's kinda that, you know.
I'm happy it's working out, but I'd like some more ups and downs.
I looked at Baldwar.
Oi, are you sure you shouldn't consider it a bit more?
It's that.
Aletsan becomes really hyper in her post-growth and gets out of hand.
Aletsan stood and grabbed my shoulders. Could you stop getting in the way of my happiness? I'm begging you.
Seeing her desperately petition, I stayed in my seat, but inched a little away from her.
Ludmila-san looked a little disappointed.
Kartafs was aiming for Baldwar Dono as WEL, but, well, with this, I'm sure Lorfi's will quiet down a bit.
Baldwar stopped his pen, and looking at my face. Lyle-sama, please look in a mirror already. He said.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Volume 16, Chapter 3, Maisel Walt. Maisel Walt.
The Walt House Manor. There was a man with his gray hair all swept to the back. He traced his maintained beard with a finger as he smiled over the letter that came from Central. Leaving the letter on a splendid desk in his office, he turned a sharp glare at the crumpled report beside it. Turning his eye to his retainer Beal Randberg, who had come to check on him at the fall of night, the head of the Walt House Maisel Walt spoke in a fed-up tone. I heard the Eastern Front had faced defeat, but the scale was beyond my expectations. According to Seals and Claire in Central, only a lucky few were able to run away. That disgrace of the Walt House sure got us well.
To Maisel's loathsome expression, Beal's face remained serious. Isn't that fine? The fact only serves to prove even the Walt House's rejects possess powers far over the rest.
Maisel leaned his back against his chair, making a displeased expression.
Don't be foolish.
When Seals became the queen of that crown prince, just how far will that disgrace go to get in the Walt House's way? He should be eliminated with all due haste. It seems there are some traitors as well. We shall be tacking on a reason to march on Ruvens.
Beal objected to that. Maisel-sama, Seal-sama in Central is looking forward to your arrival. You shouldn't keep her waiting. Maisel laughed.
His smile was thoroughly filled with self-confidence.
It's something to be happy about. My cute daughter is looking forward to my return. But my pride as a father won't allow me to return to Central without a present. Tell Seals I'll be a little late.
Learning there would be no change in Maisel's verdict, Beal replied. Your departures to the front lines have increased in number.
And as winter sets in, there is a limit to the numbers we can mobilize. If we're moving anyone, it will have to be in the 10,000 units. Maisel, full of confidence.
Porter, was it? We have the technology seals brought back to the Walt house from Arumsas. Our logistical support is also in order. Have our vassals and their vassals mobilize as well. There are any number of men out there who'd become desperate in longing to see Seal's face of delight. In regards to Maisel, Beale gave his opinion. Then that would likely fall short of 50,000. It is believed a considerable number lie in Ruvens. It's even quite a trial to have spies infiltrate them. Why not wait and watch a little longer? Maisel stroked his mustache with his fingertip. I'm sure he used the Walt house's heirloom. That's all there is to it. But skills are irrelevant to me. It seems he's grown a bit stuck up, but that is meaningless before me. I'll have to reclaim the heirloom that thing made off with as well. In itself, it has little value as a gem, but it's a precious heirloom, after all. It's all because that dotterer hid it away and gave it to that thing. Good grief, how troublesome it must have been to my father as well. When Maisel said that, Beale agreed. Before Broad Sama passed, Zamwar Sama was the first to go, so perhaps he had lost himself in sorrows. Once the seventh, Broad came up, Maisel looked up at the ceiling. Seeing that harsh father of mine grow senile was a pitiable sight. When he told me to wake up, I wonder what he was trying to say. After a while of silence between the two, Maisel finally opened his mouth. Hasten the preparations. Even if taking that thing's head is impossible, I want to deliver Seal's news of victory. Through thick and thin, there was a difference in Maisel's treatment of Lyle and Seals. My father? No, I don't really remember. I gave a vague response, but in all actuality, I had lost a majority of my memory. For that sake, my knowledge on my father Maisel Walt was considerably lacking. The head of the house that had climbed up to be Bonsium's strongest. And right now, it was mercilessly crushing Seal's enemies. Within the jewel, the round table between us, I sat across from the seventh, my grandfather. Maybe the third didn't want to be a hindrance, as he had locked himself in his own room of memories. The third looked a little, no considerably conflicted. Lyle, you're my grandson, but Maisel is my son. So there are a few things I can say. I really didn't remember my father. In the meager fragments that remained, he truly was kind before my isolation. He had a harshness as well, but the kindness was definitely there. Thinking of his attitude since my alienation, I could see it well. Maisel never regarded the jewel highly. Do you know why? I tilted my head. As I recall, the blue gem became a jewel after it came into my hands. Even so, the skills the ancestors left behind all displayed performance you could call extraordinary. There's no way my father didn't know, so shouldn't he have investigated and found out old Zell had it? If he was up to it, he had any means to search for it. Come to think of it, it really is strange. He wasn't particular about heirlooms, also sounds strange. He held great pride in the Walt house. The Walt house's pride, because of it, he hated his own grandfather, Fines the Sixth, for sticking his hands into unwholesome trades. Then why did my father never hold the jewel? Maisel doesn't need the jewel. No, to be more precise, it has no value greater than an ornament to him. Because Maisel cannot use the jewel's skills. Can't use? Did my father have some sort of problem? It didn't look that way to me. Just like the ancestors, my father was a splendid man. I think. Before Seals twisted things up, he had his heart set on being a good lord to the people. The seventh began talking about my father. No, he was talented. And it's precisely his talent that made it so Maisel couldn't use the blue gem. Maisel has a skill to obstruct the use of skills. And his own skill is so strong, he can't even make use of magic tools. Hearing that, I finally understood why my father wasn't particular about the jewel. Lorphe's palace. With one of the Valkyries stationed in the country before her, Anarin body stopped just short of sitting in the throne. What did you just say? The other leader were gathered for the audience, and surrounding the maid-clothed Valkyries, they received the report of the unit they sent to Ruvens. As I was saying, an engagement has been tied between my master's retainer Baldwar Randberg and your country's vice-captain of the Knights Alet Baylet. It is a splendid result for both countries. Baldwar Sama is my master's close aide. As things are going, there is no doubt of his promotion, and at present, while they are apart in status, that relation will eventually flip over. Not that. Why? Why did Alet go off and get married without consulting me? It's only natural to talk to me beforehand, is it not? Those around were saying similar things. See, certainly. The vice-captain's marriage was beyond everyone's expectations. But it is to our benefit. But that shall not change the present situation.
Zayn and Galleria and Russworth are to wed the leading power. What's more, they've sent people of appropriate stature. While this is certainly to our benefit, now if we ask for any more, we'll get opposition from our surroundings. The Valkyrie moved her red eyes to take in the surrounding reactions. From Lorfy's side, the best result would be if Anna-Rin married Lyle. But that would leave the throne open, so Anna-Rin would have to stay within the country. If she had a child, they would be the heir. Such a situation was most desirable. If you wanted to call it selfish, that would be the end of the story, but Lorfy's had its own situation. When there wasn't even a marriage tying the forces, there were voices coming out questioning why they were cooperating to such an extent. Prime Minister Lonbolt shed sweat from his head as he spoke. They won't recognize a marriage with Anna-Rin-sama? Could you please relay the reason? The Valkyrie, disinterestedly. Because it is what's best for both sides. And Baldwardano is a distant relative to my master. If you express your dissatisfactions, even if master thinks nothing of Lorfy's, what of the surroundings? Of the Sixth's numerous brothers and sisters, one had married into the Randburg house. Because of that, Lyle and Baldwar were technically relatives. They had a relation of lord and retainer, and they paid little mind to their blood relation, but from surrounding eyes, denying this marriage would be a problem. There was a problem with Lyle's side's attitude, but many problems on Lorfy's side as well. Both sides were clattering, and even if they proceeded these talks, they'd only be running themselves into a bog. Lonbolt spoke to the Valkyrie. We approve of Alet Baylet's marriage. We shall officially send a letter giving our blessings. The Valkyrie held her skirt in her fingertips, giving a tidy curtsy. Much obliged. Gratitude to the depths of your country's generosity. But Anna-Rin alone. Hold. Hold it right there. Prime Minister, what about my marriage? You're the one who said it would be necessary for the country's sake. As she watched the princess act up, the Valkyries passed the message. Inform master, bomb disposal complete. As the Valkyries treated her as an explosive, Anna-Rin was carefully removed from the audience chamber by Lonbolt and his associates. Night. In a bedroom of Reuven's castle, I sat in a chair, looking at the night sky out the window. The inside of the room should have been warm, but I couldn't feel any warmth at my core. Holding the jewel's chain in my right hand, I lighted it up, and let the light of the moon shine through the blue jewel. Anti-skill, eh? That's going to be troublesome. A skill to obstruct skill use. To put it simply, my father was easily able to overturn my advantages on the battlefield. Information relay through skill. And on top of grasping the surrounding scenery, confirming enemy positions. It was precisely because of their ability elevations through my skill that a scraped-together force could fight on even footing with an army drilled together. With all of that taken away, it became a difference of base ability. Even if we had personnel proficient as individuals, looking at the whole, my father's Walt House army was united in will, with higher coordination. Training, equipment, on top of a difference in experience, thinking over various conditions, not being able to use skills was a considerably problem. And when the Jewel in Area's magic tool interfered with my skills and made them unusable, my line with Monica was cut. I couldn't count on Monica's performance. Looking on it like this, I had relied on them quite a bit. If I didn't have the skills, the current me would. As I said something so faint-hearted, the third called out from the Jewel. You sure sound feeble. It's true that it's because of the skills you were able to fight your way here. But I don't think that's all. In moving a large army, while ability is necessary, there are many other essential factors. If you had the skills and nothing more, you'd never have been able to make the current situation not. The seventh spoke to me. That's right. Have more confidence in yourself. It isn't just skills. It's because you had your power that you came all the way here. I felt a little happy to hear it. Gripping the jewel in my right hand, I muttered. Even so, skill interference, if I can't use the ancestors' weapons either, it's going to become something troublesome. When we're already quite hard-pressed here. The soldiers that ran away turned to banditry, and a portion of our members were subjugating them. Their numbers were extremely numerous. On top of that, a majority of the soldiers we could scrape up from Bine were volunteer soldiers, and had already returned to their civilian lives. Even if they had all remained, we wouldn't be able to support them, and the four-country alliance soldiers were beginning to return to their homes as well. The third thought a bit. I recommend you gather usable soldiers, and urgently prepare a main shaft. Based on the situation, I'm sure soldiers from our side will turn coat. Of the many soldiers I took in. Among them, I was going to select out only the trustworthy ones, and make an elite force. If I start training them now, how far can we go, and dealing with the enemy once they come? The seventh laughed. Lyle, broaden your field of vision. Just normally training the soldiers you can trust. You weren't thinking something as boring as that, were you? Was I not supposed to? The third laughed. Goddess, when you've made it this far as an adventurer, why haven't you noticed? At a time like this, there's something quite convenient at your disposal, isn't there? On the third's words, it hit me. The labyrinth. No, but, generally, the technical skills requested from adventurers and soldiers are different. In truth, that's how the forces of Bime fell. Using adventurers as the main shaft, they had lost to Bonsium's power of numbers. And they weren't accustomed to fighting humans. The seventh spoke. But isn't it just right for raising individual prowess while heightening coordination among smaller platoons? And also, Lyle, don't you think it's about time to put your constantly active skill to use? In the worst case, you need only train the commanders and their aides. Rather. The third took over his explanation. Let's say you want to have your own army fight in the labyrinth. If you want to send in a large quantity of soldiers and ignore every single bit of adventurer manners, now's the only time. As I thought, the seventh spoke. Learning how to communicate between and move forces is also training. Lyle, why don't you try getting others to build up experience and see what happens? If you're on support, they won't experience any large casualties. Have them grow some in a short period of time and strengthen the army, why don't you? While you're at it, you can supplement your insufficient general pool. I decided to abide their opinions. Understood. But in the case I take part, I can't really leave this point open. The third laughed. It's all right. Your skills have experienced a sudden strengthening with your growth. Is it because of the fifth and Malio-chan? Now let's get some Walt House-style army training started. It's starting to get fun around here. The only moderately sized labyrinth around was the one Bime managed. Thinking back, I've never actually entered Bime's labyrinth before. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 16, Chapter 4, A Deep and Quiet Distraction. A deep and quiet distraction. Let me say one thing first. No matter how strong the folks you gather together are, if you won't have a commander who can control them, they'll be weak as a group. In contrast, no matter how weak each individual, a good commander can make good use of them. As I listened to the third's words, I drafted up the program. In the office, an empty cup I had placed on the desk in the morning was letting off steam. This room's air that wouldn't heat up blew away my drowsiness. The seventh took over from the third. But groups are an interesting thing, you know. Just because the commander's proficient, that doesn't mean he himself is strong. But if he isn't strong, the soldiers won't follow the commander. There are no cowardly soldiers under a superior general is how the saying goes, and it means to say only an unreliable commander would let his man feel unrest. Anyways, Lyle, do you get what I'm trying to say? Monica took care of my appearance, and after she left to prepare breakfast, I was the only one left in the room. It's achievements. The third gave a delighted reply. That's right. That's just how large a power past achievements hold. You have to raise a commander with achievements their surroundings can recognize. In my case, I only ever experienced small-scale war. So this time you'll have to turn to the seventh if you need advice on your plan. The seventh sounded a little happy. Unlike the other ancestors, he had commanded troops on an even greater scale, so I'm sure he was confident. I waited for him to say something but... I'll say bluntly, it's practically impossible to raise a commander in an instant. He suddenly denied the whole plan. I don't need those sorts of jokes. Oi. Wait a minute, Lyle. Listen here, when the scale grows, the number of things you have to learn grows alongside it. The group's rules, on top of everything else the people up top have to, you can't think of someone who can command tens as the same type that can command thousands. Oh? But aren't the basics the same? I felt the room grow warmer, as I leaned my back into the chair. The foundation is just the foundation. But you have an overwhelming lack of time. You don't have the leisure to let them grow. So just take some leaders who already command a considerable scale into the labyrinth. Within the labyrinth, your role is nothing beyond support. Give orders but have each squadron send out messengers to communicate. Let them experience the Walt House way in the labyrinth, and have their bodies remember it. If I was to keep it nothing but support in the labyrinth, then I'd be having them fight without support from my skills as well. I brought my right hand to my mouth. If I do all that, how much will it raise my chances of victory? The third spoke in an aloof tone. Who knows? But if you don't, you're setting yourself up for loss. Because you're skill specialized. Maisel is the opposite, the type who achieves victory on his base strength alone.
What's more, the enemy is used to not using skills, or rather, it will be quite a disadvantageous situation. The 7th had his misgivings.
There's also the Walt house history we've piled up.
The soldiers will fight in the style dyed deeply in their bodies.
On top of that, it's an army specialized to Maisel's way of fighting. Unless you borrow some plumes, you'll definitely be pushed back. So if we don't train in the labyrinth, we won't be able to put up a decent fight.
I'll leave Baldoir behind, and take General Blois alone.
Perhaps the 2 thought so as well.
The 3rd put out some more conditions. I'm sure it'll be a nice opportunity to talk about this and that.
And there's no guarantee everyone you bring along will gain something. In the worst case, around 10 to 20% will succeed. There's no helping if it's nothing more than having entered the labyrinth for the rest.
The 7th, in regards to that opinion. You just need to give them a clear goal.
Just set a base level for them to meet, and say anyone who accomplishes the goal in the labyrinth will get a promotion. Ask not knight or soldier, just send them at it.
Not as individuals, if you evaluate them as a group, they'll become quite cooperative.
The 3rd, on that. Not as individuals, why not have the platoons compete? Yeah, that sounds nice.
Prepare a few people to command smaller units, and have them contest amongst themselves.
Yeah, that'll be interesting.
That'll bring our ridiculous disadvantage back down to just a plain old disadvantage.
Whichever the case, it didn't change that I was at a disadvantage, apparently. While Lyle was busy preparing to head for the labyrinth, Novum was within Rovin's territory.
Where the group sent out to develop villages and maintain the area was camping out. She beckoned her guest towards a certain tent. Originally, the gnome Innis should have been in South Bime, but she had tagged along with the supply convoy, and come to see Novum.
I never thought you would come to see me.
Because we hired Rano-san for a separate request.
Within the tent, Novum seated Innis and prepared a drink. There were numerous problems on Rovin's territory. Magic specialist Novum headed the force, hastening revival efforts.
To move an army, the time for the march would multiply if the roads weren't maintained. They also had to secure places for them to rest.
For that sake, Novum led the engineers.
Innis took the drink from Novum. They were training the transport forces in South Bime, so I tagged along with them. I was worrying over who to ask, but, as I thought, you're the person for the job, Novum-san. Novum sat in a chair, her expression unchanging as she looked at Innis. While she was smiling, Innis felt dread in her heart.
Not out of fear.
When she looked at Novum, she couldn't help but feel relieved.
Being liked by another without any reason. I can't think she has that sort of skill.
Innis' skill information was one that allowed her to use whatever information she had on hand to perform a prediction of the future. It had a high accuracy, and there were numerous times when Rano found himself relying on that skill. As a result of using it, Innis' request, no, in order to make Rano a knight, she had determined Novum's assistance would be necessary. Of the numerous women close to Lyle, she had chosen Novum. As Novum smiled, Innis spoke.
It's about Rano-san.
Rano-san is a former knight and he was a knight of Kartafs. He was charged with all the dirty work, and in the end was driven out of the country. Innis thought over what else to add, but in front of Novum, her words suddenly wouldn't come out. No, she was exhibiting a violent resistance to lying.
I see.
I did think there was something somewhat off about his conduct as an information dealer.
So that's how it is. And so, what are you asking of me, Innis-san?
When Innis looked at Novum, she could no longer take her eyes off.
You please make Rano-san a knight.
While he keeps saying he doesn't mind it, he still has some regret left over, and he sometimes grumbles about it, so for Rano-san,
I want you to act as a mediator with Lyle-sama.
After taking a sip of drink, Novum continued smiling as she spoke to Innis.
Do you understand what that means? Let's just say I listen to your request, and mediate with Lyle-sama. Some troublesome folk will come to me thinking anything will be possible if they bring it up with me. And there are other women around Lyle-sama.
There's also a possibility people will gather wary of my actions.
Meaning Novum didn't want to collapse the current balance. Innis understood that.
And that's precisely why she relied on Novum.
Just the fact I came to meet you here will create rumors. I'm sure. But I shan't mediate. If Lyle-sama deems it necessary, I'll actualize it. That's all. To Novum's unchanging expression. I have a skill.
It's a special skill, and it's one that doesn't develop to further stages.
It has no aptitude for battle. But my skill will prove extremely troublesome.
Novum extinguished her smile, going expressionless. Innes broke into a cold sweat as she spoke on.
Information. A skill similar to future divination. To use it, all I have to. Simply upon hearing the skill name, Novum made an immediate decision. Very well. If you'll use that skill for Lyle-sama's sake, then I shall take responsibility and actualize the matter with Rano-san. Her attitude was as if she knew all about her skill. And once Novum stood, she brought her lips to Innes' ear. As long as you use that skill for Lyle-sama's sake, I will offer you shelter. But even if you wish to use it for other purposes, know that the right to decide lies with me. In exchange, I promise Rano-san will receive a suitable status.
As if Innes had been grasped by a giant invisible something. Her body wouldn't move at all. She felt fear, but even so, she desperately brought her head to nod a number of times.
Seeing Innes like that, Novum backed away a bit. And by that on her release, Innes remembered how to breathe, rough as her breath became.
You definitely cannot tell of your skill to another. It's troublesome when used for misdeeds, but more than that, you'll become a target of assassination.
Innes-san, accompany me to Reuven's castle. Anne? Innes looked at Novum's face. She looked a little worried. Don't do something like this again. Rano-san is talented. Even if you didn't speak up, Lyle-sama would have took him in. Innes spoke to Novum. But he specializes in jobs you can't make public, right? I won't say that's wrong. I think it's good as long as Rano-san makes the best of his skill.
But for him to do such work in his standing, and without anyone behind him.
Novum understood what Innes wanted to say, and didn't say any further.
Arriving at Reuven's castle, Novum brought Innes to Lyle's room. She chose a route with as little pedestrian traffic as possible, but naturally as it was, getting to Lyle would mean you'd encounter guards. The Valkyries on top of knights and soldiers. And there were many civil officers racing hurriedly around the palace. To top it all off, she had met a troublesome foe. The one Novum and Innes encountered was Leanne.
Oh my, how rare. You're Innes the gnome, right? I thought you were in South Bime, you know?
She knew of Innes, and as a matter of course, it seemed she had investigated her ties to Rano.
Surely Leanne was gathering information on those around Lyle as well.
She requested a meeting with Lyle-sama, so I guided her to the castle. After Novum said that much, Leanne seemed to understand.
She looked a little disappointed. Is that so? In that case, that means Rano-san's also joining Novum-san's. How unfortunate. He was a talented one. If it wasn't so busy, I'd have been able to meet him directly.
She had likely thought to take him in. Innes didn't know what to say, it was troubling for her to make such an expression.
Seeing Innes like that, Leanne let out a light laugh. If anything happens, you can count on me, Innes-san. Saying that, Leanne parted from Novum.
While knowing Rano had come under Novum's umbrella, she stated she would take them in if something unfortunate happened.
To Novum.
Novum looked at her back as she walked off.
She truly is a proficient one.
But if I leave Innes-san by her side, it will become something troublesome.
Leanne was aiming for the legal wife's seat.
There were actually quite a few who weren't gunning for it, but the ones quite blatantly going for it were Leanne and Ludmila. Miranda had taken a step back, but if the slightest gap was opened, she'd come and snatch it away. While they weren't thinking too deeply into it, Gracia and Elsa were the same. With such an increase in personnel, maintaining the balance had become an exceedingly difficult thing to do. If she unskillfully let them gather around him, it would end up dragging Lyle's feet.
Keep it to a bare minimum, everyone was wary of it.
Leanne had seen Novum taking Innes along, but she wouldn't get any more involved.
Lorphe's princess.
It's a huge help we were able to prevent a marriage to that one. I wasn't in the palace, so I was worried on how it would turn out. It was rare to find Lyle moved by emotions. But thinking of the ties between countries, it was quite thinkable he would give in. No, the ancestors in his jewel would. Once she had thought that far, Innes called over to her.
By the time she noticed it, Leanne could no longer be seen. Novum-san? My apologies. Now let's go meet Lyle-sama. Novum walked off. And she thought. I can't let such a thing bother Lyle-sama. Now then, what shall I do?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Volume 16, Chapter 5, Lyle the Fortunate. Lyle the Fortunate.
In the court of Reuven's castle, I spoke with General Blois. It was a meeting about our challenging of the labyrinth.
Bime's labyrinth at this point in time? What's more, platoon heads and higher, well, I do think it's necessary.
Bime's army is one thing, but your army is severely lacking in mid-class commanders, after all. Holding a bundle of papers, General Blois had his adjutant by his side. On the other hand, I had Valkyries standing on both sides.
Our lack of commanders is something terrible.
I need to do whatever it takes to get some together in a short period of time. Knight or soldier regardless. I think I'll give a reward and promotion to whoever does well. On my words, perhaps the general understood, as he scratched his hair with his left hand.
So you'll have them compete. I do hope all goes well. There are plenty of people in the world who think of dragging other people down. Some caution is required in healthy competition.
Hearing General Blois' words, the third spoke to me. All right, if he already understands that much, then leave this matter to him. He's a person who stands above others by nature. Leave various tasks to him and you'll be able to prioritize your own work.
The seventh sounded delighted.
It sure is nice to have someone you can push work onto. As I said what I'd wanted to, I pat the good general on the shoulder.
Then I'll leave it to you, General. You can work out the specifics.
There, General Blois turned his eyes from his documents to me.
I have quite a bit of other work I have to do.
At that moment, Novum appeared in the court.
Lyle-sama, do you have a moment?
What's wrong?
It's a bit early for your return.
General Blois looked like he wanted to say something, but I approached Novum. Behind her was a small, short girl.
Ines-san.
While I thought it was a strange pairing, Novum said she wished to speak in a room with no one else.
As we moved to the palace's office, I heard from Novum about Ines-san's skill.
The third in the jewel raised a voice of surprise. That's a shocker.
Information?
For such a convenient skill to exist. The seventh was also surprised, but he seemed a bit more worked up.
If we have a skill like that.
Lyle.
I understood what they wanted to say. Ines-san's skill.
Information was one that could perform a prediction of the future if you fed it information. If I had that skill on my side, I had nothing left to fear. I decided to ask about the urgent and pressing matter at hand.
Novum told me Ines-san's request.
In exchange for her cooperation, Ines-san has requested a better treatment of Rano-san.
Lyle-sama, if you appoint Rano-san as a knight, and promise further. Before all that, there's something I have to ask.
Novum closed her mouth. Ines-san corrected her posture as she sat on the office's sofa. She looked nervous as she waited for what I was to say. The third let out a serious voice.
That's right. There's something we need to ask no matter what at this stage. But we also need to discern the skill's accuracy. The seventh was serious as well.
First, let's give her information and try a few experiments. By the result, we may have to tune the length of time we spend in the labyrinth.
I looked at Ines-san.
The truth is, I'm troubled by women problems. I'd like you to look into how I can resolve them.
Seriously.
I posed her the question in extreme seriousness.
After a little space of silence.
I heard blank voices from the jewel as well. The third sounded let down.
That one? That's what you're going to ask?
Lyle, I think you're a little mistaken here.
The one mildly angered was the seventh.
Lyle, now's not the time for jokes.
Isn't there something else you should be asking?
I made him angry, but if you'll let me have my say, my women problems were what required the greatest urgency.
An environment where problems would come out if I went further with anyone. These grating human relations.
I had nothing but anxiety for my future. Novum sounded a little trouble.
Lyle-sama, a question like that is a bit.
No matter how much cooperation she promised, Ines wasn't a person to whom I should divulge our internal problems so easily.
I know that, Novum. But at the moment, I wanted to do something about this field.
I'm sorry, but this is also a matter that demands the utmost urgency. I'm serious here. I believed in Baldoir, but he plainly knew women. My only comrades are Damien and Maxim-san, and yet I don't have anyone around me I can consult about my women problems. Baldoir was fed up with my female relations, or rather, there were too many. He was actually wondering how they managed it all.
Damien sought quality over quantity, and didn't understand my worries.
Maxim-san was put on guard whenever I approached Adele-san.
He didn't even trust me. Ines-san sighed. Were you listening to what Novum-san was saying? If I don't have a level of information, the accuracy of my predictions is low. Even if you ask me that all of a sudden, I'm unable to answer. I made a smile. That's all right. I'll offer the information. Ask anything you want. Ines-san looked between Novum's face and mine. Novum sighed and moved to leave the room.
I'm sure it will be difficult to speak while I'm here, so I'll be outside. As Novum left the room, I began filling Ina-san with all the necessary information. With this, I won't have to be troubled by women anymore. It's just as I thought. As I sat on the sofa, I continued passing questions to Ina-san in her skill-induced state. But I no longer held my hopes and expectations from before. Regretful, repentant feelings. The reason being, the result brought by giving the girl information and activating her skill, it gave a single answer. There is no possible way for me to live in peace, is how it was. So in the end, I decided to reflect and search for a resolution that led to the least amount of casualties. What will happen if I make Ludmila-san the legal wife? Ina-san let off a faint light in the room, speaking in a bit of a calm tone. The moment you announce the legal wife verdict, Fonbuse will likely offer a harsh objection. Lian Fonbuse will begin moving various things behind the scenes. Kartafs is the second largest country to Bonsium, but after Fonbuse recovers its landmass post-war as promised, it will lose its unchallenged national power. With intense resistance, there is a high possibility it will all degenerate to two factions. I sat cradling my knees on the sofa, letting out a sigh. Next. Then who can I choose for things to go well? Ina-san's answer. To speak from conclusions, there will be problems no matter who you choose. On the contrary, the ones who you should not choose by any means are the demi-humans Eva, May and Monica. There will be problems in succession, and none of the three desire that status. Eva and May aside, I made a dubious expression when Monica's name came out. Well, I agree those three are out. Then how about Aria or Clara? If you lay the groundwork, the others will accept them as legal wife. However, there is a high possibility one of them shall be made into a blatant puppet. Aria Lockwood, Clara Bulmer, even if the individuals are able to support Lyle Walt, it is foreseeable that problems will come out with them as Empress of the Empire. I held their images in my mind as I went on. Well, I guess it would be a bit hard for them to probe each other. But that side without ulterior motives is looking more appealing by the second. The third sounded a little disappointed. That's right. It's best if Clara-chan supports Lyle from behind. Ha, I had always imagined them together, reading through books in a giant library. The seventh spoke. It's a problem if you can't choose Ludmila or Lian. In that case, as you suppress the factions, won't a puppet, or rather public empress, be necessary? Or perhaps, if a third faction exists. Miranda's face came up. Then what about Miranda? It is thought that she will be able to suppress the two greater factions, and exhibit ample prowess as an empress. However? When it sounded nice partway through, Ina-san dropped the bomb. In order to strengthen her own faction, there is a high probability she will increase the number of mistresses. Between Gracia Galleria and Elsa Russworth, she will try to take one of them into her faction, but that won't be the end of it. She can't take them both? They used to get along well. Gracia and Elsa had been exchanging letters between each other. And yet, at this point, they certainly did have a dubious relation. It will be difficult to put the two of them into the same faction. On the contrary, if you make one of them the empress, there is a high probability the other one will start up their own faction. From the jewel, I could hear the third's voice. Now this is getting messy. Why did it come to this? Is there no peaceful option? Ina-san spoke disinterestedly in regards to me. Everyone possesses considerable ability. If any one of them got serious, they have enough talent to set various things in motion. I must ask the contrary. Why did you ever think this would end peacefully? I ignored Ina-san's question, and moved on to my next one. Then what about Vera? She was a merchant daughter, but despite this and that, she had quite a kind side to her. Could this be a surprisingly good selection? As I was thinking that. Vera Trace is the daughter of a merchant. Regardless the wishes of the person in question, it can't be helped that in a continent where noble blood is highly valued, it will be considered a poor move universally. It is foreseen that the individual will try to take those sorts of troubles onto herself, ending up in tatters in the end. When that happens, her father Fideltre shall use all means at his disposal to get revenge on. Really sorry. No good after all. Yep, I don't want to see her in tatters. I didn't want to have her push herself to not show her troubles on the surface and take it all in. Ina-san continued. Good or bad irrelevant, making an empress of a merchant daughter will increase the power of Bain you sought to chip away. Merchant power all across the continent will increase, alongside that, the status of knights will fall, and the number of mercenaries is expected to rise. Even if you succeed in conquering the continent, it is expected that the empire's glory will cease in just a few generations. It would increase the power of money and make paupers of knights, said Ines-san. Because of that, the feudal lords will turn to hired swords, mercenaries, and there will be a worsening of public order, she said. The seventh spoke with all his might. Lyle, you have to give up on Vera. It'll get even worse than it is now. Well, even if the girl is decent, the greedier merchants will use her name to do whatever they please is how it is. When she was such a nice girl, what a terrible future. For her sake, I concluded that I would never be able to give her the legal wife status. The third spoke. In that case, that leaves Shannon-chan. Well, there's no way that one will work out. What if I just settle for the worst one, Shannon? There, Ines spoke. Shannon Surkri, is it? In the case she becomes empress, you will earn her sister Miranda Surkri's support. If you can hide her handicap of being blind, she has enough ability to make it as an empress. With her demon eyes. Ludmila Kartafs and Leanne Fonbus will be wary of her seeing through their plights, and the faction wars will likely quiet down. The seventh spoke. What's this? That was the most favorable response we've heard all day. The third seemed surprised. How unexpected, for that uselessly cute girl to actually be so skilled. I tried asking the last one. Then what about Novum? But in regards to that, Ines-san spoke. There is too little information to conduct a predictions. At the current stage, prediction is impossible. However, at the current stage, there is a high probability that Lyle, Walt and Novum Forxus will be unhappy. She said. A few days later. Arriving in Bime, in the middle of reconstruction, I led an army of 5,000. I left Baldwar behind to defend Ruvens, and starting with Novum, I left Arya and Miranda as well. No matter what happened, we wouldn't lose at once. The surrounding rubble had been removed, and nothing had yet to be done to the places that weren't in use. The inner wall made of ages past was now enough to contain all of North Bime. The largely shrunken Bime didn't have its past prosperity. But it was moving towards reconstruction, and with the results in sight, smiles were returning to the people's faces. There were soup kitchens run out of the intact buildings, supplying food to the refugees and those that had lost their place to live. Entering such a city, Bime's residents took some distance from us. Riding a horse, General Blois awkwardly scratched his hair. Good grief, you sure are hated. Without changing my expression. Well, it's the first time something like this ever happened to Bime. From an outsider's point of view, it was inevitable, though. The discontentments of the four-nation alliance towards the city were especially large. Zayn and Lorphys had suffered heavy casualties because of Bime. For those who experienced Bime fan their flames and send in mercenaries to devastate their lands, it was natural retribution. This'll leave some marks. If all goes poorly, once they're done with their rebuilding, there's a possibility they might proclaim their independence. I answered to General Blois' anxiety. Bime's a commercial city. I'll permit it to have an extent of authority. But not more than an extent. I'll prepare different people to manage the surrounding land. On those words, the general rubbed his chin. You split Bime in two, and held down their surroundings. With this, Bime's only means of obtaining food will be to buy it. When did you think of such a thing? No, since when were you considering it? I laughed a bit. From the moment we arrived in Bime, the ancestors in the jewel were instantly put on guard by its assets and authority. If I had to say, we thought to chip at their assets from the moment we got here. With my slight laugh, perhaps General Blois sensed something, as he didn't continue his line of questioning. But he did make a comment. What a scary person. I offered my take. I've still got a long way to go. Was all I could say. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 16, Chapter 6, Natural Enemy of Labyrinths. Natural Enemy of Labyrinths. North Bime. If you said the word Bime some time ago, it would only indicate what was now North Bime. But right now, it was the ruins of where a city stood, of piles of removed rubble, and continued reconstruction. The one waiting for me in such a city was Adelsan with bags under her eyes. Maxim-san accompanied her, and to welcome me into the city of North Bime. When I thought you'd finally distributed men to help in the reconstruction, you're going off to the labyrinth, eh? No, it's nothing. You're as free as ever, I see. I do hope it leads to something good in the end. But, please send some hands over here. Like Clara. Or that straight-laced Clara. Or Clara. Or maybe even Monica-san would be fine. I really couldn't. No, perhaps she was aware of that. But her stress building up by the day was being strongly directed against me.
Maxim-san gave a shrug of his shoulders. Sorry. Adele-sama is reaching her limit. If possible, it would be a huge help if you could send some help over here. Hearing that, I looked at Adele-san and Maxim-san. No, as long as you rotate and circulate work around the people currently stationed here, shouldn't it work out? Why can't you get yourself some moderate rest? As I said that, Adele-san. I want to rest. But, day after day, complaints calling themselves requests come directly addressed to me. What's more, no matter what I lay hands on, they complain. They complain, I tell you 1 inch. Watching her on the verge of tears was General Blois standing beside me. He seemed a little perplexed. Well, we have to get in some urgent reorganization and training, and if Rubens is breached, reconstruction would be the least of our problems. To be blunt, we didn't have the leisure to send anyone. Rather, while it's true Baim had come under my protection, Adele-san's people were pushing themselves too far.
No, just complete the work in moderation. The way you're doing things clearly seems to be impossible.
If you don't want to be negligent, you'll need some moderate rest. The third in the jewel spoke in a gentle voice. Ah, it's that. Adele-chan is a kind girl. Or maybe too earnest. Reconstruction is a story of a decade, maybe even 2, so she should really learn to take it in stride. If she presses everything too hard like that, she'll collapse. What I learned upon coming to the site was that she was trying too hard. The supplies were prepared, and she was doing what needed to be done. Even I wouldn't be able to process any additional requests. In truth, if we allotted everything towards Baim's revival, we would definitely lose against Bonsium. More than that I even left them Adele-san was an act of kindness. Reconstruction won't end in a few years.
We have 10 or 20 years in our field of vision.
So exert yourself in moderation. Without any negligence.
That's how it is, so Maxim-san, force Adele-san to get some rest.
Ah, you can take a day off with her.
Leaning she should have rested, Adele dropped her shoulders. And from her knees, her entire body dropped as well. And no way, so it would have been better off if I rested.
No, go get some sleep already.
It'll be nothing but trouble if the top collapses. It will be impossible to resolve everything in a short period of time. Maxim-san put an arm around her shoulders and led her off.
I exchanged a look with General Blois. There, the general. Ah, youth. Earnest and full of a sense of responsibility. That child's the adjutant type.
But if you put her at the top, she's the archetype where the ones below her don't grow. It seems she was the type that wouldn't delegate enough work to those below her. I had received that sort of warning in the past before.
Come to think of it, I was cautioned on that in the labyrinth.
Arumsa's labyrinth, and awkward as we were, I was given the objective of breaching the 30th floor.
She'll just have to learn from now on.
She's a valuable civil officer. I'll have to let her get in some experience and learn from it.
General Blois laughed.
It's truly a good thing when you have a lot of people capable of working.
Makes our lives a lot easier.
The 7th mumbled.
This guy's the typical commander type.
The troublesome type that grows lax after delegating work to others. I removed my gaze from General Blois and focused on the entrance to Baim's labyrinth. It was the entrance of a cave that proceeded downwards. The area around it was in order, and it was regulated by a gate. In the past, it had many guards and people passing in and out. I'm sure there were plenty of food stalls and bazaars around. I could see the vestiges. At this point, a few stands had restarted their business.
Now then, shall we be off? Blois nodded.
I had passed all the specific jobs onto him, and he had passed it onto his subordinates, and that's how all the preparations were done.
Now all that's left is to see the results we can drag out. Reuven's castle.
Novum had stationed guards for Innis. At the same time, she had left a message to the Valkyries in South Baim. With the network the Valkyries held, it was possible for information exchange without taking any time.
That Innis was in Reuven's.
And Rana was done with his work. She told him to come to Reuven's as well. Novum was busy in various ways, and in order to reunite with the engineer squadron she had left at the site, she had to depart from the castle. As she prepared to set off alongside her guards, a person called over to her.
If it isn't Novum Dano. You look busy.
Turning towards the voice, she looked at the individual walking towards her.
Making a smile. It is a pleasure, Count Bagdia. What business do you bring? Count Bagdia. Raybel Bagdia was a Bonsinian feudal noble in his early 20s.
He had only just taken over his house, and the invasion of Bime had been his first large-scale war. Losing to Lyle, he became a prisoner of war, and after promising his cooperation, his standing was one where he'd lead forces under Rano or Baldwar. However, the man was still young, scorning Lyle who was even younger than he.
It only intrigued me a little.
Our leader has made for the labyrinth, leaving such beautiful women to do his work.
Would that not be a problem to his standing as leader?
His tone was gentle. And his words were sound. True enough, thinking of Lyle's standing, he didn't have the leisure to head off to the labyrinth. While he did it because it was necessary, how his surroundings saw it was a different problem.
Novum answered with a smile.
It is necessary for the coming battle, so Lyle-sama merely put it to action.
If you have any dissatisfactions, why not bring it up with him directly?
Raybell touched his green bangs with his fingertip as he spoke. A newcomer such as I haven't the right to say so much.
I only thought I'd hear out the opinions of his female camp. The nobles of Bonsium look down on adventurers. Yet now they've fallen to mere adventurers and are doing the same.
Oh, I'm just voicing the majority opinion here, you know?
I have no part in it. The nobles of Bonsium wouldn't help but look down on adventurers.
Former noble adventurers, from their points of view, were targets of disdain.
That tendency grew stronger the higher you went up.
Lyle Dano was driven out of his house, fell to adventurerhood and climbed up from there. I'll evaluate him for that.
However, with his current stature, is it really alright for him to continue fighting as an adventurer would?
He lifted Lyle up as he criticized.
Novum spoke. So a fair and upfront battle. I see, that's important and knightly. Next I meet him, I'll be sure to bring it up.
Of course, those important sort of talks should be kept to the important sort of meetings.
Raybell smiled.
Yes, I'll be careful. I haven't yet grasped my standing, so please forgive me. Saying that, leading his following knights along, Raybell walked off.
Novum watched his back expressionlessly. Leanne's office.
Outside, the ramparts, and the castle town under repair could be seen. There were few people who'd made the move over here, but even so, from the lodging houses the soldiers lived, a sort of liveliness was coming out. Looking on the scene, Leanne took a glimpse at the figure reflected in the window glass.
There was one maid uniformed Valkyrie in the room.
And at the door, a green-haired, blue-eyed youth. Raybell stood. He had status as a count, with adequately splendid clothing over his body.
Leanne didn't turn around.
I see, so Novum-san has made some suspicious movements.
And you came all the way here to tell me that?
Raybell spoke. His attitude was soft, his tone as if he was worried. But Leanne felt something stuck on the side of his words. Yes. I don't really like doing this sort of thing, but I thought it best to tell you. You have an engagement tied with our leader. Personally, I think you a much more worthy existence for him than that daughter of the Forks' house.
Leanne raised the corners of her lips, turning ever so slightly. Oh my, are you sure you should be saying such a thing? My standing isn't clear. And I do think you're worthy the status of Empress, Leanne-sama.
Coming all the way to Rovens from the soil of Fonbus, and your form supporting our leader will surely make many lower their heads. Though in the past, the one who betrayed me was a crown prince of your country. I hate roundabout talks. Say your business. Clearing his throat at his words interrupted partway through, Raybell opened his mouth again. I'm sure General Blois would accept it. And Retainer Baldwar was formerly a knight of the Walt house. I'm sure he has some to think over, but he'll approve. But when it comes to the knights like us you pick up on the way, a pure meritocracy will come into question. There will be many to hold dissatisfactions. Is that so? Leanne muttered, turning her whole body towards Raybell, heading to her desk, and taking a seat. We believe our leader may have scorn for us knights. Despite being born to a high house, his failure to understand may be reason enough for his exile. Oh, this is only rumor, mind you. Yes, I'm aware, but it would be troublesome if you went and made rumor of such a thing.
Count Bagdia, will you continue to report to me?
Raybell gave a delighted smile, touching his right hand to his chest. Yes, with pleasure.
Leanne looked over Raybell with a smile.
A corridor in Rovens Castle. One of Raybell's tag-along knights spoke to him as they walked. In a small voice, they held a conversation that could be taken either way as they moved.
Raybell Dano, who are you really aiming for? On the elder knight's question, Raybell laughed a bit. Really aiming for, eh? To be completely honest, I'm not. Women problems are easy to get muddled.
And once they start to crumble, the rest will just work itself out.
The other knight laughed.
His smile was miles away from refreshing.
We're counting on you. From our point of view, we'll need some insurance. We'll be fine no matter which side falls. Even so, heading to the labyrinth at this point in time is. Whoops, don't say any more. After silencing the knight, Raybell laughed a bit. And looking around, he found there was no one. Sorry.
No, everyone can build up frustration.
If you've got underemployed placed under you, even more so. Well, it's just a little easier to move around while he's away.
As Raybell said that, he walked to the front and smiled a bit.
Bime's underground labyrinth. On its 15th lower level, we were camped out in a large room.
There were guard knights around, as well as Valkyrie Unit 1 fully equipped on standby. On the board General Blois watched, Valkyrie Unit 2 kept moving pieces about. Seeing them, the general touched a hand to his chin and nodded.
No wonder we lost.
From the start, the accuracy and sheer amount of information we had was too far apart. My trump card that struck down the armies invading Bime, seeing it, General Blois offered a line about my skill.
In a sense, it's the strongest there is.
But there was something I had to add.
That strongest skill can't be used in the next battle. While we need to drill sending messages and relaying precise order into their bodies. In that large room, a messenger raced in. Message. The second company took an attack from monsters and cannot advance. They request reinforcements.
On that messenger, General Blois looked at me, so I nodded.
There, Blois.
We'll send the reserves of the third company as reinforcements.
Until then, focus on defense and block them. When the reinforcements arrive, step down.
Messenger, relay that message to the third company.
The passage is.
The runner heard those orders, and another messenger in the room went to convey the message to the third company. Unit 2 moved the pieces on the map, and indicated the second company gradually being pushed back. I looked at it, mindful that I should only open my mouth when it really got dangerous.
The second company sure is frail.
Perhaps General Blois knew they were weaker compared to the others from the start, as he nodded and explained. They have a lot of talented personnel, but perhaps I should say their gears don't mess.
If they learn to work together, I think they will perform spectacularly as a unit.
If that's what the general thought as he formed them, I'm sure I shouldn't open my mouth on it.
I'll count on it. But if that doesn't work out, please think of another means. Splitting them up or losing them is something I'd like to avoid. General Blois nodded. They'll put out results.
Now then, the situation's changing again, a portion of third company has gotten lost. The pieces Unit 2 moved reproduced a unit of the third company getting lost in the labyrinth. The 7th and the Jewel sounded a little fed up.
To not even be able to follow a line. Their drilling is way too low. The 3rd gave out a large laugh. A talented group that doesn't mesh. A group of the lost. You've got some problem children here.
Yep. It's because these sorts of things never go as you expect that they're so interesting. General Blois held a hand to his forehead.
Call them back.
Without saying anything particular, I watched the pieces move across the map. Unit 2 was only reproducing what I was seeing, as we thought over what to do next.
If we can't send orders at once, I guess it's best we change our approach.
If I used skills, I could immediately send the third company, and have them meet up with the second one before they were pressed into a hard battle. But the messenger only brought the information once they had already run into trouble. What's more, time had already passed since then.
Starting tomorrow, I think we'll be putting away the pieces.
Our situation where we could constantly obtain the latest information would disappear, so I decided to train for what was to come.
Unit 2 caught my mutterings, looking a little sad that she was out of a job.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Volume 16, Chapter 7, Not Knowing Is. Not knowing is.
The 3050 floor.
A few weeks since we came to Bime.
The training of the 5,000 men who entered the labyrinth had come to a single large stop.
Our lack of time was one thing, but we weren't able to advance any further. The plan of overwhelming foes with numbers was losing its applicability. However, we were able to output an extent of results.
A number of the small platoons were able to bring out individuals with the ability to lead mid-class forces. Standard soldier to platoon leader, we were able to find a lot of those talents as well. More than that the platoon's General Blois had his eyes on were able to exhibit their results was a large contributing factor. In order to prepare to withdraw, Unit 2 was using the pieces on the map to reproduce the movements of the labyrinth in real time, but
it's amazing. For their momentum to be so different from the others.
They'll probably be able to make it fine on the floors beyond.
As I praised them, General Blois sounded delighted. I never thought they would be able to put out results to this level. More than that, the lost platoon you were lending an eye to is looking nice as well. The lost platoon.
When we first challenged the labyrinth, they were a gathering of problem children who separated from the main body and found themselves lost.
After that, they got lost 3 more times.
All things considered, I thought it best to just dissolve them, but I could never find the time, so we continued putting them to use. I did lend an eye to them, but I never thought they'd grow to such an extent. How should I put it? Their habits are too strong.
Like the unit you were paying mind to, when they have strong characteristics, or rather.
There's also that the platoon was inadvertently a harem platoon, so within my heart, I want some more comrades who can understand how I feel, or so it's true I held some impure incentives. So I did support them as an individual, but I never thought they'd grow so much. General Blois shrugged his shoulders. All their members have experienced growth twice.
It was beyond our expectations for that platoon to get this far. But their characteristics are so strong, we'll only be able to use them as a raid unit.
Raid unit, how cool, or so I held such a simplistic impression as I watched Unit 2 move the pieces across the map.
And folding my arms, I asked General Blois.
From my eyes, it would be fine to call this labyrinth training a success. We had fulfilled our goal, so there wasn't a problem. But I was curious how the general felt about it.
By the way, this time's training, how do you evaluate its results?
I think it's a success. There, General Blois put both his hands on the table, supporting up his body, as his gaze didn't shift from the map.
I don't think it's a failure.
But even if you call it a success, we're up against the Walt House army called the strongest in all of Bonsium. If we wanted to be able to stand up to them, then I'm sure it's a success, but if you have victory in mind, it's insufficient.
We've got a unit with momentum, and a unit with an unexpected nature.
I do think the overall quality has improved. But what our enemy has built up is different.
For some reason, the 7th and the Jewel sounded happy.
So he does get it, this kid. I sure he was delighted to have the Walt House evaluated highly, but they were our enemies now. I'd like him to think a bit more before speaking.
Unlike the 7th, the 3rd fought a little. We're not at an overwhelming disadvantage anymore.
Well, it's a good thing. What's left is to withdraw, return to Ruvens, reorganize, and train some more.
From Innischan's predictions and our thoughts, that's about when Mazelkuan will start to move, but 7th, do we have any prospects of victory?
The 7th once led the Walt army. And he had also made a prediction of the timeframe my father would move, confirming its general scale and goal with Innischan's predictions. It's not in Mazel's personality, but at present, I do not believe he will be able to defeat us and take Ruvens back. Sparing that amount of soldiers will be difficult for the Walt House. I'm sure he wouldn't want some scattered landholdings, and his goal is Lyle's head. If he's thinking of getting a present for seals, then after fighting and burying us, he'll head straight for Central, won't he? According to Innis' future predictions, using the 7th's knowledge and experience, the enemy's goal was my head. What's more, as a present to seals. That such a reason was accepted for moving the army was proof of how twisted it had become. But as some cruel joke, twisted as it was, their ability was the real deal. There are a number of military formations Mazel specializes in. We've prepared the formations to counter them, but the problem is whether the soldiers will feel unrest on a special battlefield. They can't use the skills and magic tools they normally depended on. For that sake, we had restricted skill use in this training. But from the Walt House eyes, it was nothing more than putting on a show. Copying what they were trained to do for their military careers. The 3rd muttered. If they're coming to take Lyle's head, we can think of abusing that fact to crumble them. The
7th understood his implication.
Normally, he'd likely avoid chasing the boy too far. But if seals twisted him, the possibility exists.
How ironic.
That we would be fighting the Walt House army using seals, having been twisted by the girl, that was becoming the Walt House's weakness.
An army with strength and the ability to overcome, Bonsium's strongest army. So the best bait would be me.
Hearing my murmur, General Blois raised his face, so I shook my head, and said I was just talking to myself. As I stretched on the spot, I became curious as to how things were going in Ruvens. It'll be paperwork hell once we get back.
I do hope nothing's gone awry on that side.
As I said that, General Blois smiled and agreed.
Inside Ruvens Castle. An underground escape passage used by the Royal Line.
It led into a waterway, and there was a group raising a sheet of spray as they ran through that passageway. With Count Bagdia at the center, the gathering of nobles were running from something. A few of the knights had prepared magic lights on their left hands, the soldiers constantly looking back as they ran. Surrounded by guards at the vanguard, Raybell made a panicked expression.
Don't screw with me. Don't screw. I only made a proposal. A simple gathering and they stand to their feet. The Bonsinian nobles in Reuben's castle.
Mainly those who'd surrendered to Lyle had gathered, and while it wasn't a secret get-together, Raybell had drafted up a banquet. They had held a few drinking bouts beforehand, and he even got permission. But the banquet hall was suddenly surrounded, and they were about to be apprehended on the suspicious of treachery. Albeit, they had planned to do so, but they were still at a stage where everyone was moving discreetly. At the present stage, he hadn't even voiced the word rebellion. He had just gotten those building dissatisfaction together, and was building friendly relations with them. After that, based on how things went, even if they were taken in by Lyle, he would be able to make a large faction. Defeating Lyle and going independent, or perhaps handing him as a present to Bonsium. He was at a stage where he was still considering the specifics. Count, we should be able to get out. By the escape ways we confirmed beforehand, the exit should already be. As the guard knight without any decent weaponry as he'd been taking part in a party said that, he collapsed and sprayed water onto Raybell. The guard knight no longer moving, those around turned their lights onto him, revealing a few arrows pierced into his chest and vitals. Seeing the knight floating in the water, Raybell pulled the sword at his hip. The others went in front to protect him. The other guards pointed their swords towards the tunnel's exit. If an arrow had come flying, it could only have come from there. Without any lights about them, a group wrapped in robes appeared from the depths of the passage. Something lit up at the center. Under the glow of the magic light, Miranda's green hair was revealed. Her armor on her body, in her right hand, the blades of 2 daggers were held between her fingers. Yes. This way's a dead end. Too bad for you. Behind the group in black, fully armed knights lay in wait. There were a few dozen of Baldwar's Iron Pipe Corps among them, directing their gunpoints. Raybell looked at Miranda. Do you understand what you're doing? If you kill me, the other nobles won't keep quiet. And I'm close with Lyle's other betrothed, is that what you wanted to say? What an innocent man. I'm here because they asked me to be. When I was busy all around, it sure was a bother. Well, I'm sure Arya isn't suited for this sort of thing, so the duty naturally goes to me. As Miranda said that and laughed, a shock raced down Raybell's spine. On top of goosebumps, he was breaking into a cold sweat as he swallowed his breath. I have to get through this, looks like breaking through with force is impossible. Then negotiate, and lower their guard. His thoughts were accelerating, but outside of that, the black-clothed group around Miranda fired their arrows regardless. The knights and soldiers around him fell one after the next. Wait. One of his guard knights cut down an arrow flying at him, firing magic from his left hand. Fire bullet. A smile fireball headed for one of the black robes, causing its wearer to discard it and show his concealed figure. What came out was the form of a dark elf. Seeing that, Raybell muttered. You should be with the elf woman, speaking to factions, that would be Novum's. Miranda spoke without any interest. I borrowed them. There were rats who increase our workload when we're so busy, so I was asked to exterminate them. When I said I wanted some helpers, she prepared them at once. Raybell knew Lyle's fiancés did not get along by any means. Especially Novum and Miranda, she had investigated that they always kept a distance between themselves. He couldn't believe they would ever work together. Why you tricked us? In order to bait us in, you played. Miranda cut in at once. Wrong. I hate Novum, and I pretty much hate everyone else. But that doesn't mean I'll try to kick them down when there's so much work to be done. We won't drag each other down. I mean, of course we won't. Lyle would be troubled. If there are a few noisy rats, we'll hand them some bait and let them be, but, you were trying to change for Lyle's sake, weren't you? As Miranda went expressionless, she swung her right hand to the side. The daggers flew, sticking into the heads of the 2 knights that were before him. Looking at the 2 men collapsing before his eyes, Raybell smiled a bit. I had misread. If I knew, I'd have seriously tried seducing someone. He was serious. While he did hate him, for the sake of the goal, for Lyle's sake he acted, and evaluated the women he cooperated with at times. And he learned Lyle was more wary of foe than he had imagined. If you knew, it's too late for that. Miranda shrugged her shoulders. If you restrained yourself a bit more, perhaps one of us would have gotten in contact with you. How unfortunate, Count, your choices were mistaken. Miranda raised her right hand and lowered it. Arrows and shells discharged coming down on what remained of Raybell's forces. Deploying a magic shield in front of him, Raybell laughed. But this won't be enough to end me. Saying that, he gripped his hilt and started forward, the knights and soldiers close to him following behind. Miranda smiled. I actually like this sort of idiocy.
has that boyish feel to it, but this is the end. Miranda leisurely clenched her right hand, starting with her pinky. A number of spears appeared from the walls of the passage. It looked as if there had been a trap prepared there from the start, but all of the spears had been made by winding wires from her skill. Successively pierced by wires and cut apart, it became that Raybell was only attacking Miranda with a handful of men. As he lowered his sword at her, Miranda pulled the dagger hung at her hip with her right hand, parrying it. With the dagger in her left hand, she sliced open his stomach. As Miranda was forced to undo the magic light in her left hand, the surroundings went dark. And once the light was lit once more, Raybell was floating in the water. The training over, we pulled out the army and returned to Reuven's. So I was left to look upon the mountainous pile of papers in the office. The third took in the scene. It's because this sort of work increases that I'd rather have a moderate amount of territory to laze around in. Well, Lyle's already beyond the point of no return, thought Dot. I touched my right hand to my face, looking down a bit. I knew this would happen, but there was too much work. True as it may be that it was best I participated in the training. I wanted to believe that my constantly active skill experience had some sort of effect, and in the case the absence of adventurers had caused an extreme increase in monsters, I had to manage the labyrinth. I understood it wasn't a complete waste of time. In the office, an armored unit 1 locked both her hands with Monica's, testing her strength. What a dirty girl to try building a market for yourself with the chicken while I was away, Master would never be satisfied with a scrap like you. Hand over your position already. I heard a strange grating noise from both of them, but are they all right? I addressed Monica. Leave it at that. And did anything happen while I was away? Monica kicked Unit 1 aside, corrected her posture, and directed me a smile. There were a few minor problems, but because of Ronodano and Baldwardano, everything went off without a hitch. Some disturbing elements slipped in, but it was safely resolved. So we are in the middle of preparing a conspicuous reward for those two. As you have returned, it may be best to hold a ceremony for them alongside the knights to be promoted from your training. Was it anything serious? Well, if it was safely resolved, then all's well. Baldwar's quite capable. And I'm always being helped out by Rano-san. I guess I'll use this occasion to officially appoint him as a knight. So who made a move? Monica smiled. It was centered around a portion of Bonsinian nobles. It let us put a nice, tight hold on the rest of them. Don't say it with a smile. That's scary, is it not? As I thought that, I rolled my shoulders and made for the piles upon piles of paperwork piled on my desk. Monica tried approaching with a smile, but Unit 1's arm came flying over, pulling her away from me. Why, you deteriorated defect. I'll scrap you on the spot, scrap metal. Perhaps not to cause any trouble for me, they took their battle outside. Their faces were identical, so couldn't they get along a bit better? Or rather. Why can't any of our women get along, I wonder? I couldn't help but mutter it. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 16, Chapter 8, Not a Problem. Not a problem. The room granted to Rano in Reuven's castle. Rano Bandelphia sat over the sofa, removing his coat, tossing it over the sofa's back, and loosening the collar of his shirt. He had been officially recognized as a knight, but it's true there was some part of it he couldn't accept. Goddamn. The most irritating part was how he assisted in apprehending the ones moving suspiciously through Reuven's castle. The assistance itself was all well and good. However, knowing it would be used like this made it a different story. Ines in the room hung her head near the wall. Covering his face with both hands, Rano on the sofa called out to her. Why did you move on your own? It's true I had a lingering attachment to knighthood. But now that they know about your skill, they'll definitely. Holding the skill information that let her carry out future predictions, she had a skill in demand not only from those in authority. As based on her information, it was truly able to tell the future in every bit of detail. Rano had concealed her skill. Ines looked down. I know. But having you become a knight was my dream as well. Hearing that, it was difficult for Rano to refute. For he had told Ines about his lingering knight attachments in his own complaints. He had done so because even if he didn't tell her, she would be able to learn it from whatever information she had on hand. Rano worried for her. In palaces and castles and places like that, when the power struggles get intense, people change. Do you think the current them will be the same in 10 years' time? They'll definitely move forward. Miranda's the same. As a client, she pays well. While she gives jobs of high difficulty, she pays enough for it. As an individual, she's a good person.
But she'll definitely stick her hands into shady dealings.
That's just the one we know. Thinking of what's to come, Ronno's forecast was on the mark. If Lyle took Bonsium down, it would usher in an era of his rule.
From there, problems of succession would come, and what awaited was a power struggle among the female camp. If Innes requested Novum's help, Ronno was on Novum's side. No matter how you looked at it, it would mean Ronno had Novum's backing.
And that meant he would be dragged into power struggles and faction wars. Innes sounded apologetic.
Even so, she's a person who honors promises. And she isn't one who'd take the initiative to start a war.
It isn't so simple.
The world isn't so naive where doing nothing means you won't be dragged into a war. While he didn't show it on his face, having witnessed such power struggles himself, Ronno felt terrible. And he knew Novum was a woman who came through when push came to shove.
That in mind, when the time came, who would be requesting his services? It was an elementary calculation. It's true she won't move on her own. But you know what happened in this case, right?
The moment the Count gathered allies, she immediately ordered their disposal. Rather than making use of them, she thought of what was to come, and cut them off.
Without consulting Lyle, even.
She's a person who'd do that much. If those around her begin to move, she'll use whatever means. After saying that much, Ronno cut off his words. And he turned to Innes.
Sorry. You did your best for me.
But please, don't do this sort of thing again.
Your skill is too dangerous. And Lyle's already made use of it, right? Innes made a dubious expression as she nodded.
Why yes.
Twice. 2 times, huh? What sort of things did he have you predict?
On Ronno's words, Innes first said something decent.
But after that,
when will Bonsium attack, and how can I avoid the marital pandemonium to come? Ronno raised his face, making a dubious expression himself.
Bonsium's a problem, but pandemonium is serious business as well.
If it's already come to that, the faction and power struggles are already on their way.
Ronno held his head. South Bime. The guild at the labyrinth's entrance was a little more in order than it was before.
Newbie adventurers were beginning to come out, and as the first-rate party had moved their home back to North Bime, Erhardt's adventurer party had become the greatest adventurer party in South Bime. Their numbers were twice that of before, and including new recruits, they had grown to almost 15 in number. Showing his face at the guild counter, Erhardt headed to receptionist Rua's desk. Of course, that was the only reception's desk, so there was nowhere else to go.
Ah, Erhardt-san.
Turning to Rua as she waved her hand, Erhardt awkwardly waved back. Looking around, the newbie adventurers were glaring at him. As Rua was a cute-type receptionist, she naturally had high popularity among the adventurers. She had once taken on newbie rearing at Bime's East Branch, and she was used to her work by this point.
She dealt with adventurers skillfully, and was the admiration of the new recruits.
Why-yo.
Sorry, but could I confirm a few things?
Entering the labyrinth is fine and all, but it's about time requests to go outside came in. As Erhardt wasn't particularly a specialist in collecting magic stones and materials in the labyrinth, he wanted to turn an eye to the requests of South Bime's surroundings and the nearby villages. For inexperienced as they were, Erhardt's party was the #1 party in South Bime.
South Bime's guild and merchants, those higher-ups were assertively petitioning him to do so as well.
Meaning such orders had come from Lyle. Erhardt hadn't been called out by name, but as there were only new recruits around, in the end, Erhardt's party had to be the one doing the requests. Scratching his head, he ignored surrounding eyes as he talked to Rua. But he could still hear them. It was a small guild compared to Bime's. It was only natural for sound to travel.
What's with that tank-top dastard? He's the #1 adventurer in South Bime, because there's no one better.
I'll surpass a guy like him in no time, and then Ruachan will. Hearing those voices, Erhardt felt somewhat embarrassed for some reason. Damn it, Lyle, he watched over my outbursts with such warm eyes.
So this is why. That guy definitely has a terrible personality.
Having calmed down a bit and managing to look at what was around him, Erhardt recalled his past self and felt embarrassed. For outside requests, we have the pre-highway maintenance cleanup. During the actual work, they'll have soldiers and guards, but they've made a request for the guild to sweep away the area's monsters beforehand.
But I feel a bit anxious leaving it to the other parties.
From the request's contents, in South Bime loaded with newbies, Erhardt's party was about the only one capable of fulfilling the request.
Erhardt nodded.
We've taken a few newcomers on, and we're training them, but it'll be some time before they start to take shape. Even if I put them on odd jobs, they'll grow lax without anyone to watch them, so it'll be some time before they can stand on their own. And wait, I'm little more than a newbie myself.
There, Rua frantically started complimenting him. What are you saying? When the first-rate labyrinth specialists were here, you volunteered for odd jobs, and taught everyone all about them, didn't you? I think someone who can do something like that is amazing. Seeing Rua's face turn a little red, Erhard could only say, all right. Why is it? Why is it that women are noticing me now? They used to run away even if I tried chasing. Filled with conflicted feelings, Erhard let out a sigh as he received the form and confirmed its contents. How many to take, who to take along, and who to let rest? As he was thinking over various things, a voice called over from behind. A group of some around the same age as Erhard. Freshly recruited adventurers had formed a party, wearing a confident attitude. Hey, Ruachan, could you give that request to us? I think we're just about capable enough to do it. If we're stuck on cleaning and odd jobs forever, it'll build up stress, or rather. He wanted to take on the request going to Erhard. But Rua gave a serious reply. Please say something like that after you've gotten at least a C evaluation on an odd jobs request. And your equipment isn't adequate for the request. You have to get together at least the bare minimum equipment before you go into battle. As the newbie adventurers stood vexed, eyes gathered on Erhard. But just look at how this guy's dressed, and his party is. He started complaining about Erhard, but as those around watched, their evaluation of the new adventurers only dropped. Regardless of how they wanted to show off their good sides to Rua, seeing them move so fruitlessly made Erhard so embarrassed he felt his face would burst into flames. It was at that moment. Worrying for Erhard, who had yet to return, one of his party members entered the guild. A female adventurer. Erhard, are you done going over the requests? Then come shopping with me. Remembered how a new shop opened on the way? I wanted to check it out. An adventurer once charmed through skill by an adventurer of Kartaf's named Lark. On the appearance of that talented and beautiful woman, Rua stared at her jealously. Erhard-san is in the middle of confirming his request. If you're going shopping, why not do it on your own? Interfering with your leader's job, what does that make you as an adventurer? On Rua's thorny words, Erhard's heart began racing. The newbie adventurers were also troubled. The female adventurer spoke. I'm not trying to get in the way. If he's in the middle of it, then I'll just wait. Isn't that fine? And this a problem within the party, so I don't want a receptionist inserting herself into it. Erhard thought. Damn, why didn't they keep her away? They should have known I was going to the guild. They were the youths from the same village as he, accompanying him as adventurers from his earlier days. They had come to Bime with Erhard, and were the ones who raised problems with Lyle after becoming adventurers. He had told his comrades to keep the female adventurers away. But the result was, as he could see, it was getting on in the guild. In the first place, Erhard-san is the #1 adventurer in South Bime. Because of that, he has to concentrate on his work. Since you girls are so skilled, why don't you make a new party or something, and take on a few requests yourselves? On Rua's words, the female adventurer spoke. I caused some problems in Kartaf's. Erhard was assigned to watch me, and thinking of a party, it's unthinkable to divide our fighting power. That's why it's said that receptionists can only see their own circumstance. We've got quite a few troubles of our own. Enough that we'd even want some more hands. In such a rowdy guild. From the stairs in the depths of the guild, Marianne descended with a bundle of papers in her hands. Oh, another fight? Rua, could you leave your little tiff there? If you don't work the reception's desk, you'll trouble our dear adventurers. Marianne cautioned Rua. There, Erhard awkwardly looked at Marianne, scratching his hair as he awkwardly gave his greetings. Pleasure. Yes, it's been a while. Erhard Kuhn. I've heard you're working hard. I'm happy for you. She smiled as she responded, but there was a peculiar air between the two. Seeing it form, Rua puffed out her cheeks, while the female adventurer touched her chest to Erhard's back as she spoke. Hey, confirm the request already. I will. So get away from my back. Erhard hurriedly turned his eyes back to the papers. The newbie adventurers watched with their mouths stuck open. Inside Reuven's castle. Jumping up and down nearby, Shannon tried to make a meal of the pudding I held out of her reach. Hey, give it back. That's my flan. Bullocks. No matter how you think about it, this is mine. And wait, you've already eaten too, haven't you? The empty plates are proof enough. When I left the office and headed to a dining hall separate from the general one, I found Shannon eating. Eating the flan left on the table. There was only one flan left, no matter how you looked at it, that was my flan. You're a man, so show some self-control. And they said I could eat anything that was left over. And I'm right here, so it won't be a leftover. Even I like sweet things. Rather, you already ate too, why don't you show some self-control? No, restraint. Realizing she couldn't get steal it with her height, she grabbed my clothing and began to shake me down. Today's flan was especially good. I couldn't eat any desserts these days, you hear. That's because you kept making mistakes in your work. They're your mistakes. It's your fault for dazing out. The dining hall, even if it was called that, our dining hall could only be used by a select few. Only me and those related to me. For that sake, there wasn't anyone around besides Shannon and me. So we could shout as much as we wanted. Stingy. Stingy Lyle. Greedy. Greedy Shannon. I think the stress from work had flipped a strange switch. As we were acting up, the door to the room opened. The dining hall had been set for 4. One was probably Leanne, but I didn't know the other. The moment my attention was taken, Shannon pulled down my arm, causing the flan to fly through the air as I pulled it back. The flan continued on its trajectory towards the woman with red hair. Aria's face. The scene played back to me as if in slow motion. The flan's form fell apart, sticking and splattering across Aria's face before falling limply to the ground. Aria stayed silent for a while, but... You can understand what I want to say, right? I immediately. And no. That was Shannon. Shannon violently shook her hand to deny it. That's wrong. Lyle did it. Licking the flan stuck to her face, Aria's eyes gradually grew sharper. Looking at the table, she noticed there was no flan left. Where's my flan? I'm Suowari. Saying that, Shannon raced out of the room, and a little delayed, I leapt out of the room as well. Oi, don't kid me. Why are you running away alone? This is all your fault, you hear, Dot. Catching up to Shannon, who was only quick on her feet when it came to things like this, as we ran through the hallway, a red blur of something passed through the space between us and manifested before us. Shannon stopped in her tracks. How unfair. Using a skill is unfair. Aria looked at Shannon. You're one to talk. I heard you used your skill to mess with Miranda in various ways. Anyways, who's the one who stole away my enjoyment? As Aria cricked the fingers of her hand, I pointed at Shannon. Why you sold me out, Lyle? No, you're the one who ate it. What's more, you ate a second one too, right? This is definitely your fault, I'm telling you. You angered poor Aria. As I said that and laughed, Aria placed a hand on my shoulder. Then Lyle will have to repent for smacking me with his flan. I did see that one. Yep, I knew it would come to that. That's why I ran. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 16, Chapter 9, Ms. Leanne. Ms. Leanne. Around the time Lyle was arguing about flan. The source of this feud, who'd eaten 3 whole flans herself, Leanne had her pink hair tied back as she chewed on the end of a pen. The pen's tip bobbed up and down, a document before her eyes. She dealt with papers off her massive pile one after the next. And as she speed-read through it, confirming its contents in an instant, she offered a word. This one's no good. She searched for the name of the officer who'd filled out the form. She looked through countless pages every day, and it was a name she'd seen numerous times. Perhaps the officer wasn't aware, but the price of goods was inflating. Leanne had a general grasp of the prices, and she would overlook discrepancies to an extent. It wasn't guaranteed that every single civil officer knew the exact price, and there were times the price was raised for purchases. They were in a hurry to gather goods together, so it was fine if they were overcharged a bit. However, clear fraud was a different issue. Even to commit fraud, when it's so clear, it's an indication of their ability. They'll be a bother even if we work them to the bone as a grunt, so, do you have a moment? Her office. Calling over a Valkyrie automaton who's brought tea, Leanne removed the pen from her mouth before she spoke. We need to make an example to straighten out our officers. Make arrangements to station this person somewhere random. As she handed the document to the Valkyrie, Leanne was chuckling. Accepting, the automaton could guess the general gist of the issue. Random, is it? I shall make the arrangements. And taking the next paper in hand, Leanne confirmed its contents in an instant before signing her approval. She continued processing them one after the next, but at times, her work would stop, and she'd think to herself. Clara-san, was it? Since she couldn't get any funding from BIME, she made the request to us. Good grief, the optimizing the transport force is indispensable. The document in her hands was from Clara. It was also written that Adele had rejected it. It was document on the Porter unit, meaning the unit formed to transport supplies.
Leanne quickly did the calculations in her head, and could say nothing other than that it would be difficult to procure the necessary funding. Generally, we'd have to rely on tax yields. We're somehow managing with the treasures sucked up and offered from BIME. The Valkyrie placed a cup of tea on the table.
Offered? I am sure the merchants intended it to be a loan, correct? That's irrelevant. I plan to stick on some reasons to counterbalance.
From end to end, Lyle's too soft. Developing South BIME free of charge, conceding the rights to the ports, it would be troublesome if they took all our cooperation as a given.
Verisan, was it?
When he's got a merchant house girl with him, I can understand why he'd grow soft.
But there are no ends to a merchant's demands. You have to keep them in order. Lyle had given considerable favorable treatment to the merchants of South BIME, with Fidel as their representative. But Leanne could only see it as soft. Even if you favors to them, there should be a limit.
When he has some strangely downright nasty sides to him, he's still soft here and there.
How did he get all the way here?
Determining it was possible to secure the funding, Leanne hurriedly drafted up the form. She had to give orders to all the relevant offices, but she also started drafting one for Adele and BIME. The reason she'd stop all other work and go so far was because she had determined the transport unit's optimization was an absolute necessity. Lowering the number of horses required meant that just as many horses could be repurposed for other things. Horses for cavalry, horses for agriculture, and other such uses could create some financial leisure. Adelsan has to broaden her field of vision a bit more. I'm sure she'd be fine on a feudal lord level, but perhaps it will be hard for her to manage an entire country. Well, she'll just have to get used to it. Her work speed exceeded Lyle's, and she processed them precisely. Now that Fonbuse was their ally, she was a necessary personal to Lyle's party.
However, more importantly, how is Lyle faring? I left enough flan for everyone to have one.
Without stopping her working hands, she ran her mouth and awaited a response from the Valkyrie in the room.
The monotone response was,
on top of a battle over flan ownership, that flan struck Arya on the face, it seems.
Right now, they are arguing in the corridor.
I have received a few reports from my sisters. It's the worst. As she relayed the reports of the Valkyries in the castle, Leanne chuckled to herself. Oh, how terrible. While I did take a generous portion, I did properly leave 3 for 3 people. Monica-san did say she made too much, and it was fine if I ate it. That they're arguing about it is their own fault.
No, perhaps Shannon's fault? When I left the room, she was on her second flan.
The Valkyrie asked her.
Do you hate my master?
Looking at the circumstances behind your engagement, I do feel it a little impossible to ask you to love him.
Leanne made a bit of a perplexed face. She took a sip of tea.
I don't hate him.
I can't say I love him.
Even like this, I've been engaged once before, so I can't change over to another man so skillfully. Well, the seat of Empress is quite appealing, and I'm sure my home is supporting me for it, so I'll make it my goal.
Hearing the seat of Empress, the Valkyrie tilted her head. Is it really so appealing? From a woman's point of view, is it not happiness to be able to marry the one you love?
The Valkyrie was made with an automaton's core at its base, and its perfection was based on the standards of the ancients.
Hearing that Valkyrie's opinion, Leanne laughed. You do have a point.
But nothing ever goes exactly as one hopes. If I truly loved Lyle from the start, then I'd have done my best to move and eliminate all the other women.
The Valkyrie expressionlessly watched over Leanne's laugh. But perhaps Leanne felt she didn't want to be misunderstood, as she offered a revision.
He was surrounded by women from the start.
What's more, I personally am not particularly interested.
I'll put some effort into loving him, but that's a work in progress.
Nothing I can do to speed it up. Then at the very least, isn't it fine if I set my sights on the Empress seat?
There, the Valkyrie spoke.
Is that how it works?
Very well, then this Valkyrie Unit 34 shall do her best to facilitate the two of you.
Leave it to me. To be honest, I could care less who ends up becoming Empress.
As long as my master is happy, I did not really have interest in the others. But it must be some sort of fate that I was stationed to serve at your side.
I promise assistance to the best of my ability. First, to get a step ahead of the other women, why not build a physical relation with him?
I shall open the lock of my master's bedroom for you.
Valkyrie.
34 showed her motivation. With her long black hair bundled with a ribbon near its end, Unit 34 expressionlessly lifted her clenched right fist towards the heavens.
Eh?
Seeing the Valkyrie like that, Leanne seemed largely confused. The Walt House Mansion. At his desk, Maisel was writing a letter to his wife Claire, and one for his daughter Seals. Its contents stated his apologetic sentiment that he would be late to come to Central. But in each letter he wrote, "I'll definitely bring back a present that will delight you." Looking at the letter's contents, it was easy to surmise that meant Lyle's head. While he waited for the ink to dry, he prepared an envelope. An envelope for Claire, and an envelope for Seals. A knock came to his room. "Come in." The one who entered was Beale. A knight with the position of Maisel's trusted adjutant, and a reliable man on the battlefield. "Maisel-sama, the preparations are in order. We can depart any time. A letter?" He looked atop Maisel's desk, and Maisel nodded. "Seals sent a letter telling me to come quickly. Claire said she would be heading to Central first. It's no good to make a woman angry. I've prepared letters and some presents." A number of letters had come from Seals and Claire saying they wanted him to come to Central. Normally, the only one Seals would do something like that for would be her parents. In the case that someone else kept her waiting, treatments ranged from disposal by the surroundings to a personal torture and execution from Seals herself. That's just how important of an existence Maisel was to her. While other people held value akin to nothing, her parents alone were separate. "Currying favor with so men? It's because even you're like that I feel ashamed as a man." To Beale's joke, Maisel laughed. "I think it would be scarier if they stopped showing any reaction at all. Now then, we must be off." "And what happened to the Randburg House's participation in this war?" As Maisel rose to his feet, Beale's expression grew stiff. "They cannot send out troops. They used casualties from bandit subjugation as a reason, but how sorrowful a tale to hear from my own home. My brother's grown old. And for my nephew Baldwar to suffer injury at the hands of a bandit." Seeing Beale's apologetic face, Maisel spoke. "Based on how things go, you may be succeeding the Randburg House. Well, it's something we can all get together and decide once we get back." The two left the room. The Walt House was finally beginning its march on Reuven's. Inside Reuven's castle, the main members had gathered in the meeting room. Of course, the only ones able to gather at once were General Blois, Baldwar, Liane, and Monica. The others were off working elsewhere, and they wouldn't be back for a few days. I turned to those gathered in the conference room as I spoke. Word came in. It seems the Walt House began to move. Around 80% of their vassals are tagging along, and on top of that, the neighboring lords have moved. Their numbers are 50,000. Their pure fighting force is around 35,000, apparently. General Blois touched a hand to his chin. "That's a bit much. If it were 50,000, I thought their fighting troops would number below 30,000. The Walt House seems to put a firm effort into rear support, after all." Monica relayed the contents of the report to everyone. "They are making use of the porter developed in Arumsas. They have the personnel gathered, and it seems they've greatly optimized their transport." Liane listened to the report. "We've made some progress there as well. If the enemy comes to invade, the battlefield will be our territory, so we'll be at an advantage when it comes to resupplying, but, let me ask bluntly. Are the preparations ready?" What Liane asked was about the military. Were we ready? I was a little discontent, but I spoke the truth. We'll be fighting near the border, so the preparations are underway. But that's at 70%. We have a grasp on the terrain, and the preparations to intercept them, but there's a slight problem with the troop formation, Baldwar took over my explanation. Our horses and equipment is insufficient. We have more troops than the enemy, but it is not an overwhelming difference. In pure fighting soldiers, we can mobilize 50,000. Liane put it plainly. So while we win in numbers, we can't reach double. If we put out too many casualties, even if we win, it'll be a huge problem. It will be difficult to supplement our troops. Right. It was difficult for us to secure troops. There were no inhabitants of the ruined land of Reuven's. Baim was quite exhausted. Regardless of whether we lost, or won at great cost, there would be a problem with securing troops. General Blois let out a sigh. More than simple numbers, there's a problem with quality, you see. The Walt House, it has an adequate reason to be called Bonsium's strongest. How should I put it? Even among the soldiers, there are many stronger than the average knight. It's a bit hard to understand why they'd have to train them to that level, but... There, the 3rd and 7th in the jewel gave voices that indicated they didn't feel sorry at all. Sorry Buakuan. See, the 2nd told me to do it. I just followed his words. Really sorry. A single large reason is that Central kept relying on the Walt House, forcing us to build up the know-how.
Well, it's the Walt army we raised up. There's no way in hell it would be weak.
Starting with our founder, the army passed down to my father, the 8th generation head Mazel Walt. I knew it already, but how troublesome. The dead men led by Braid was one thing, but this time, on top of being resolved for death, they were Walt House soldiers. What's more, skills were unusable.
Though I'm not sure to what extent. Leanne, in regards to us.
At the very least, to bring about our final battle with Bonsium, we'll need at least 100,000 troops. You're all more knowledgeable on battle than me, but the problem stands that if our leader Lyle doesn't have enough troops, the surrounding countries shall make light of him.
It wasn't that all would be well if we won. And I had to fight my father under that situation. I looked over everyone. To speak to the contrary, if we grasp victory here, we will be that much closer to taking Bonsium down. Surrounding it with enemy countries, rendering Bonsium's capital Centrale immobile, will be able to approach with ease. Bonsium lost troops in the previous battle.
If we can defeat the Walt army here. General Blois shrugged his shoulders.
It's been nothing but rebellions within the countries. I'm sure you'll get loads of feudal lords who'll cooperate if you do.
In a sense, this battle seized the light and dark of my fight with Bonsium. If they inclined once, it would be hard for Bonsium to recover.
Even for seals. And Baldoir addressed all.
The Walt house is a threat, but the other lords taking part are a threat as well. Among our former friends, I think we should be plenty wary of the Forks's house.
Hearing that Forks's house, Leanne. That would be Novum Sand's house. Are they really so threatening?
I recalled the Forks's house.
Novum, tribe of the evil god.
Novum, who was strong even among them, was at my side, but that tribe was included in my father's troops.
Baldoir spoke.
Of course. They're akin to master and servant with the Walt house, so while they're often spoken lightly of, having seen them myself, they're an ample threat.
Especially their family heirs, they have always been first-rate experts at magic. I believe you will understand if you look at Novum, Sama's ability. In a battlefield without skills, magic would become a vital point.
At such a time, the Forks's house excelling in magic would become a threat.
How does Novum feel about fighting her home?
I thought, as I issued orders around. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 16, Chapter 10, The Goddamn Chicks.
The goddamn chicks. Those deteriorated defects, no matter how you think about it, looking after the chicks is my job as well.
Oh, before those idiots get here, I'll have to switch out the lock for that damn chicken's bedroom.
Night.
Producing a tool from space between her skirt and apron, Monica hummed as she dexterously switched out the lock to Lyle's room.
Having misgivings at the Valkyries suddenly getting heated over looking after the chicks. Lyle's children, she had made her move.
The exchange complete, she opened the door and offered a line. I've also installed iron plates in the door, so it won't be breached so easily.
If you force your way in, the chicken will be shocked awake, and the night crawling will end in failure. You fools, all of those goddamn cute little chicks belong to me.
After bursting into maniacal laughter, she tested the lock and iron plating installed on the inside of the door before closing it.
She moved to hand Lyle his new key. The one clinging to the wall of Reuben's castle was Valkyrie Unit 9.
She had seen Monica's relieved face at changing the lock from outside the window. On top of her black clothing, her form stuck to the wall looked like a suspicious intruder from all angles. Covet what falls through your petty hands all you will. You may have the higher specs, but you do not seem to understand our superiority in number.
An important person of the past once said it. War is numbers, brother. TL, this is a quote from Dazzle Zabi, commander of Xeon Space Forces during the One-Year War.
Unit 9, in an attempt to work on Lyle's room's lock, entered in through the window. But as the glass quietly opened, and she landed in the hall, the other Valkyries dressed in black appeared before the door as well. One had climbed down from the ceiling, another appeared from the corner.
Why you all?
As Unit 9 stood and entered a battle stance, Unit 32 took out the tools she planned to use on the lock as a weapon.
It looks like we are all thinking the same. But I have already instigated Arya-san, so I cannot step down. Holding up her fists, Unit 51 said showed no signs of letting up either. I could say much the same.
According to Unit 34, she'll institute a rotation system with looking after the dear chicks.
I cannot be standing down here. Unit 9 looked at the two of them, and offered a proposal. Wait a minute. Don't you think we can work together? There is no meaning in us fighting amongst ourselves here. For everyone's sake, let us join hands and...
There, three maid-clothed Valkyries rushed onto the scene.
I will not let you. What are you doing in front of our master's room? Intruders. Eliminate.
Even if they are sisters, they are strangers to me the moment they put on such strange attire.
Rivals shall disappear.
As the 3 units said such extreme things, the Black Dawning 3 went into negotiations.
Please wait. Can we all just get along?
There, the maid-clothed Valkyries spoke.
How unfortunate. We are on the Shannon ship.
Even if the others gain chicks of their own, it will surely be in the distant future for us.
That is why we have determined you are merely in the way. I shall not let the chance to obtain a uselessly cute chick slip away. A chick that inherits Shannon Sand's uselessness. I think it is simply wonderful. How cruel. Pulling down the others in your plight. I feel just a little mad that I am jealous of you, but...
The automaton maids that were once supposed to be proficient were carrying on quite a disappointing conversation. Before the door, they stood stanced with their various pieces of hardware and cleaning tools without moving an inch. The one watching them from afar was Lyle, who'd finished his work. Seeing them at a distance, he silently turned towards his office.
I guess I'm sleeping in the office tonight. Already have blankets and all.
And with that, the Valkyries before the room to which Lyle would not return continued facing one another, holding their positions until morning came.
These days, you know. I haven't returned to my room. Monica handed me a new key, and there were Valkyries holding their weapons? And facing one another before the door. Whenever I ask, they say something about chicks or something. Rather, isn't it strange that it's already been set in stone my children will be called chicks? What's this? Doesn't that mean while they don't say it, everyone's already recognized me as a chicken dickwad?
From that day, I began sleeping in the office, or some other room.
At times, I'd slept in General Blois' office as well. After talking about work, he would let me sleep on his sofa. Why do I have to run around like this?
As I gave some complaints, the third laughed.
Isn't it cute? You know, chicks? Still, it's true it's a problem you can't leave be. But right now, the timing's too off.
The Walt house had moved, and the inside of the castle was so frantic, and yet these Valkyries keep raising up unnecessary trouble. Those cores were definitely influencing them in a strange way. As I thought that, I couldn't help but feel the implacability of the creators who carved those cores out, those ancients. In the palace courtyard, I looked over the knights and soldiers who'd finished preparing as I thought over such trivial things. But the 7th spoke seriously.
If possible, it would be best if you had at least one child. This coming war will influence what's to come. In settling things with Bonsium, you could call it the turning point. The
3rd cautioned me.
In the fight with Bonsium, that is. Seals is a separate problem, Lyle.
Even if you asked me about children, with the embarrassment and all the various problems they would bring, I couldn't give an answer.
There, the 7th spoke.
Lyle, come to the jewel tonight.
We have to talk a bit. You were raised in a bit of a special environment. So it seems you don't understand, but to tie with blood is an extremely important thing. I could understand what he was trying to say.
I gripped the jewel to show my approval as I looked around.
We were ready to march, and the main members were gathered.
The forces of North and South Bime had joined, and reinforcements from the Alliance had come.
Kartafs and Janpir weren't able to participate, but even so, we were ready.
Wearing my armor of blue and white, I held my helmet in my left hand as I looked up at the sky.
The sparse white clouds flowed through the bright blue sky.
The morning cold had let up a bit with the emergence of the sun.
I could feel the warmth of the light of day. Novum sauntered over to me. Lyle, we are ready to march. There are some units who have already begun to move. We have to hurry. You need to give an address once we arrive. As Novum spoke of my schedule, I answered a little tiredly. I just gave an address yesterday. Well, that's also my job. Novum, the Forks' house is moving too. You don't have to force yourself to.
When I said that much, Novum shook her head to the side. I tried to make her step back a few times, but it seemed she had no such intent. From the moment I left Louis' territory with you, I cut off all ties to my house. Even if they're against me, I'm sure my father and brother won't hesitate.
Of course, I won't be hesitating either.
With eyes that didn't show any wavering resolve, Novum looked at me.
I see, I said and walked off.
The main members around followed behind.
Fighting family sure is painful.
I thought I had muttered it so no one could hear, but it seems Novum caught it. And the words she sent back were, "I'm sure you'll be able to overcome it, Lyle-sama.
Please be more confident in yourself." Perhaps I should call them Novum-esque words. That's what they were.
Carrying on memories, the Forks' house that served the Walt. The tribe that carried the power of Novum, the one called an evil god. There was much to think about, but before that, I needed to concentrate on my father, Mazel Walt. Night. Lying down in Porter's loading tray, I sent my consciousness into the jewel. I was called there by the seventh, and I could somewhat understand the reason he called me over. If he wanted to talk, I only had to find a spot I could talk to him alone. If that wasn't the case, there was something he wanted me to see. It meant the time had come for him to show me his memory. The seventh waited across the table, the third wasn't anywhere around. Where's the third? He left his seat. He probably thought it wasn't necessary to watch over us. Of all else, the memory I'm going to show you it would be faster just to show you. Saying that, I chased after the seventh as he walked towards his room, and followed into his room of memories. There, the scene I saw was the seventh in his younger days. The young seventh. Broad Walt was in tears. Auntie. It was the parlor of the Walt house mansion. Stopped near the door was an extravagant carriage, and a wagon for the luggage. The wagon had a roof strung over it as well. What's more, there were knights accompanying the horses around. It seems the wagon had something valuable loaded onto it, and the 6th generation head Fines, and even the 5th generation Fredericks had come out. Fines patted Broad's head. Don't look so sad. To Millie, this offer was her last chance. It would be pitiful to see her alone forever, damn it. I looked at the 7th standing beside me. Doesn't the 6th sound just a bit rude? The 7th nodded. You right. Well, he's the sort of person who can say such things and be forgiven. Malia-san laughed. The 5th, Fredericks had taken a bit of distance, not trying to add himself to the conversation. Brother, you make it sound as if I'm an old hag who missed her chance for marriage. Well, I won't say you're wrong. I do understand that this is my final chance. Well then, Broad-kun, I'll be off. Malia-san leaned over to match Broad's eye level, her golden eyes gazing at the boy. You'll find someone. Someone better than me, and be sure to avoid twisted people like me. Because you're quite the earnest one, Broad-kun. As she laughed a bit, Fines came in from the side. What's up? What are you two whispering about? As Fines sent a smile, Malia-san smiled back and said, It's nothing. How fitting of her, I guess. And without looking at the 7th's face, Could it be your first love was? Probably my aunt. Though I didn't understand at my age. When I was in the mansion, she was a conversation partner. Father was always busy, but more than that, the only one who ever understood my troubles was Auntie. The surrounding scenery went gray, and once it faded away, a different scene took its place. In it, Malia-san and Broad were doing something in the yard. Preparing something like an enemy, Malia-san was holding a gun that could only load one cartridge. Regaining its color, the scene slowly began to move. It's painful to be compared to my brothers? That's a poser. I'm sure my brother is just pushing the halberd onto you because he's eager to teach. I doubt he's thinking as far as having you surpass him, or anything like that. Hanging his head, Broad raised his face a bit, and looked at Malia-san's gun. Even if that's how father feels, that's not how the others will think. Could you teach me how to use a gun? Malia-san looked a little surprised, trying to say something. But she stopped, shook her head, and gave Broad a smile. Well, there's nothing to be lost in learning something new, so I'll teach you. When you get to my level, you can even do something like this. Saying that, she took a stance without even looking at the target, and discharged a bullet right into its center. On the other side, the bullet embedded into the wall. This is it. If I have this, I can perform like my father. In regards to Broad's joy, Malia-san gave a bit of a troubled smile. I don't think you have to be so mindful of it. Even my brother isn't a perfect head, after all. I think it's best you try to become the sort of Walt house head that suits you. But even hearing her words, Broad cast his eyes downwards. I'm studying a lot. I've piled up loads of training. But everyone around simply keeps talking about how amazing my father was. I know he's amazing. I'm proud to have him as my father. But I am not as strong as him. Malia-san consoled him. The previous generation Fredericks was small-built, but even so, he used his own way to. But he was still strong. Everyone says father and grandfather were amazing. Generation after generation, the Walt house has always been a strong lineage. But I looked at the 7th. There, he looked a little embarrassed. At the time, no matter what I did, I could only see my father and grandfather's, the 6th and 5th's backs. I thought of them as a large wall I'd never get past. I mean, everyone around kept praising them to high heavens.
And also, the Walt house continued to grow. I could feel it weighing down on me. I got the feeling I understood him a bit. My father Maisel Walt was the same.
He pursued what it meant to be a noble.
Thinking back on it now, he pursued it too far.
Different from me, who came into contact with the memories of the 1st through 7th, and came to a conclusion from that. Grown on the beautified hearsay of his ancestors, the 7th stood within a great pressure.
It grew heavier by the generation. We have to leave stories for the next one. And how are they going to speak of us?
The obligations and responsibilities grew heavier the larger the house grew. The more my father won, the more the Walt house's fame increased.
But what about me? I often found myself thinking it.
As I was listening seriously, the 7th gave a purposeful clearing of his throat.
Anyways, it's that. If you're asking what I want to say, I want to see my great-grandchild's face. After I opened my mouth and stared blankly a while. That? Just how was that related to the story?
Rather, what are you even talking about? As I stared at him fixatedly, the 7th tried justifying it.
Throwing in hand gestures. No, I mean, right.
This and that happens with the generations pile up, but it isn't all bad things.
And also,
if you don't have children, the house falls to ruin.
He does have a point.
But when it was such a serious talk, who was to think it would suddenly turn to that? There, the 7th muttered. Lyle, if you fight Maisel, there's a chance one of you will die.
No, I'm sure one of you will. And Maisel's Zenwar's boy. Just as you were talented, Maisel was talented as well.
So originally, I was just thinking it best you left a child before you go off to battle.
I spoke to the 7th.
If we lose, everything's lost regardless.
Even so. There's a large problem. But if you don't have any children, you've no one to carry it on.
No matter how high you raise your enterprise, if there's no one to succeed it, it only remains a mark in history.
I'll be blunt.
Legal wives and factions, having all those problems is better than not having a child at all. As I stood unable to answer, he went on. My honest feelings are I don't want to see you and Maisel fight. But there's no turning back. It seems my fight with my father had invited a sense of crisis onto the 7th.
From that, I could anticipate my father was definitely strong. Enough that the 7th had misgivings about my victory.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Volume 4. Volume 16, Chapter 11, Broad and Maisel. Broad and Maisel.
It was the memories of my grandfather the 7th, and Maisel, the 8th. Son of Grandma Zenwar, the 8th generation head was extremely talented. Broad didn't choose his father's halberd, instead pursuing his own style with the gun. He said it came from his desire not to be compared with his own father, the 6th. In the Walt house closest to the one of my memory, Broad confronted Maisel and spoke.
Guns are nice, Maisel. Just by pulling the trigger, you can hit enemies far away. And unlike the bow, these days, their output has also.
As Broad told tales of the gun's appeal, the young boy Maisel tilted his head.
Is that really so? On top of the limited bullets you can carry, replenishing ammunition costs a lot of money. And it's possible to block them with ease. Against soldiers is one thing, but I think the effect will be low against knights. If that's the case, even a crossbow would be better.
Broad had bought the boy a nice gun, but after being told such a thing, it was impossible to hand over the present, it seems. Hiding it behind his back, he made a troubled face. As Broad laughed with that troubled face, he gestured around with one hand.
Really? But right now, they're sporting cool designs as well. You should carry at least one on. I'm sure this Maisel hadn't even turned 10.
Yet at that age, he seemed quite reliable. He was looking up at his father Broad.
No, I'm fine. I've already chosen a weapon that suits me.
I discussed it with my martial arts teacher, and decided to pick up the saber. As I'm good at magic, my means for long-range attack are already flawless. I felt like covering my eyes, as I took a glance at the 7th beside me. The Broad of memories dropped his shoulders.
I see. Then I'll get you a nice saber.
No, I've already put in a request for one to be made. It was a tad expensive, but Mother told me that a little quality goes a long way.
I looked at the 7th. Unlike I'd ever seen him, with quite a hesitant look.
There, he covered his face with a hand as he spoke.
Why yeah. Truly talented. Maisel himself wasn't trying to make fun of me or anything, I think. I hope. In all actuality, his courtesy was perfect. But personally, I'd like to have pampered him more, or rather, if he wasn't so reliable. I thought about it a number of times. He had experienced a youth anguishing over whether he would be worthy to lead the house, yet when he tried to make sure his son never had to go through such a thing, he was brilliantly shot down. I looked at the young my father. Come to think of it, that's right. My father carries the blood of Septem. The seventh sighed. But he could have at least been a bit cuter, or so there was no doubt he thought. He was so proficient, perhaps he put an unnecessarily greater pressure on the seventh. I do understand it's a problem of the rich. But even if I didn't teach him, Maisel would learn well. His tutors would all sing praise of him. Though it seems he didn't actually inherit any of Septem's memory, apparently. My father was talented. I thought I understood that, but I couldn't quite remember what sort of person he was. And as the scenery changed, Brod was sitting on his bed, hanging his shoulders. His hands held the gun he had intended as a present. Looking tiredly upon him was Grandma Zenoir, the seventh's wife, and the one who passed Septem's blood into the Walt house. Wearing a red dress, she looked at Brod and sighed. What are you so down about? How pitiful, the head of the Walt house. Why, you may say it like that, but I've only just returned from Central. I was away from the territory a little too long this time around. So I thought I had made Maisel a little lonely, you see. He had prepared a present with that in mind, and yet for it to be denied, no, it looks like Maisel seriously didn't want it. There's no way Brod could have handed it over. Grandma Zenoir spoke. You should have just handed it over first thing when you saw him. If you did, there'd be no need for you to be too mindful or anything. And it's your fault for loitering around Central. It's not as if Maisel hates you. He looks up to you strongly. You're the advisor to His Majesty, for Pete's sake. On the words, His Majesty, I felt a bit of annoyance from Zenoir's voice. This and that had happened between her and Bonsiam royalty, so I'm sure she had much to think over. Brod lowered his shoulders further. I see. So he looks up to me? Then I've got to try harder. Dear. Put an end to this nonsense already. Pledging loyalty to such a monarchy, if the Walt house had cooperated with my home, you'd have obtained an appropriate status by now. Looking up at Zenoir as she said such things, Brod spoke. We hadn't even met back then. And my hands are already full with my current status. If you'll let me be honest, I think it'll be fine if Maisel's child or grandchild becomes a marquis or prince. While Brod usually carried himself boldly outside, it seems he was fatigued inside. Grandma Zenoir spoke. Have some more ambition. If you got serious, then even Bonsiam would be in the Walt house's hands by now. And with that, by Maisel or his son's generation, you could even get the continent together. Brod laughed. Zenoir, to be blunt. I'm completely uninterested in such a thing. As long as you're by my side, that's enough for me. He made a wonderful smile. As he proclaimed his lack of interest with such a smile, Grandma Zenoir began to cry out. It's the dream of my house. So why did this, when it comes to the Walt house, you're the strongest in Bonsiam, are you not? Show some backbone. When I want to pull that vile fiend down from the throne, you went and became his damn advisor. The seventh touched a hand to his chin as he watched the scene. His expression was soft, and he looking nostalgically at Zenoir. If Zenoir was here, I'm sure she'd break into song and dance if you told her you were aiming to unify the continent. And wait, looking back, she's still as cute as ever. The one shouting was a woman perfectly fit to the Walt house's precepts. Her appearance and form and order, she was definitely a beauty. But why are you calling her cute only after she starts shouting? If my harem members started crying out like that, I'm sure I'd have nothing on my mind besides how to flee the scene. With all my might. With everything in my body, I'd run. There, the seventh's smile turned a little sorrowful. No, if she were here, she'd have to witness you and Maisel fight, huh? I guess that's no good after all. As I thought, he was mindful of my battle with my father. So I said to the seventh. Seventh. No, Grandpa. When I opened my eyes, it was dark in Porter's loading tray. I'm sure the mild cold I felt on my skin came from the windows Monica had opened to ventilate. It rapidly grew colder, and I could feel a cold air touch the other side of the blanket. While sensing the heat robbed away from the inner side, I raised my torso to see Clara wrap the cooling blanket tighter around herself. I thought it was quite cute. Oh, you're already awake. Having stolen away my job of awakening a damn chicken, I will not permit that sleepy mug of yours. Now lie back down. I'll sleep with you, and we can start the morning by surprising you awake. What's with that troublesome waking? I'd prefer something normal. Each and every one of you, learn a bit from the automatons at Damien's place. There, Monica turned towards me, stroking her twin tails in succession, and striking a pose with her hand on her hip. It was so excessive that watching was irritating. You've been deceived. If you think those three are normal, you're way off. Just as the other deteriorated models, just how nasty do you think they are? The only one who can serve you with such devotion is I, Monica alone. That's definitely wrong. I carried out such a pointless conversation with this morning's Monica. Feeling some sleepy tears on my face, I wiped my eyes with my left hand. Tears when you haven't even yawned? Hearing that, I nodded. That's right. I'm yawning. Before Maisel's march, one of his men came on his. A message had arrived, and it seemed to contain some sort of important notice. Maisel called him close to hear out the report. What happened? His stance on horseback not changing, Maisel waited for the report without a shred of impatience. Yes. The unit that went out for recon discovered enemy forces near the border. Their numbers are 70,000. They outnumber us. They are already lying in wait, and the terrain will make it difficult to get the drop on them. Maisel nodded. So instead of inviting a siege, they came right out. Well, I'm sure that thing at least had the knowledge to be a feudal lord. But to challenge me to a field battle, driving him out was right after all. The one riding the horse beside Maisel was Beal. He was wearing his armor, with his helmet in his hands. Maisel-sama, do you intend to fight them up front? Maisel's expression didn't change. If we cannot circle around, then the main force will proceed straight onwards. It will be easier than initiating a siege. But only the main force couldn't circle around, and other small forces could take action. Or so the messenger knight informed him. Send the raid units around. The enemy may be on guard, but if they have any negligence, a surprise attack is possible. The Walt House vanguard can. Maisel-sama, could you leave that duty to me? The one who interrupted Maisel's words was a baron. Beal showed some discomfort as he glared at the old man, Jared Forkses. The man with thick streaks of gray through his long hair and beard was the current head of the Forkses house. Maisel quieted Beal with a hand before he could make an outburst. That's quite a rare sight, Jared Dono. As far as my memory goes, this is the first time you've said such a thing. Something on your mind? Unable to contain himself, Beal ignored Maisel's quieting gestures, sticking his mouth in. Maisel-sama, that man's daughter accompanies Lyle. He may have intentions to deceive us. Normally, Beal was the Walt House's retainer. And Jared was a baron, a mid-tier feudal lord position that served under Bonsium's royalty. If one had to say whose standing was higher, that would be Jared. But Jared himself didn't seem mindful of that. This was one of the reasons they were called the Walt House's dogs. Jared treated Maisel as his only lord. That would usually be considered a considerably disrespectful attitude towards the monarchy. That is precisely why. My daughter Novum's talent in magic is a godsend, even within our line. I thought it best a person of the Forkses house be the one to suppress her. There, Maisel looked straight ahead a while, opening up some time before he answered. We do not know where Novum is. Not even whether she's on the battlefield or not. We'll send you based on whether she's found or not. Yes. As Jared lowered his head and abided Maisel's orders, Beal looked unsatisfied. To him, Maisel laughed a bit. Don't be so angry. It's a magic talent the Forkses house recognizes. There's no doubt it's a threat. But in that case, it was a waste to make her that thing's fiancé. Jared Dono, if you can take her alive, you're free to do so. There's no necessity to kill her. While Maisel was trying to be mindful in his own way, Jared refuted it. No, your tact is unnecessary. If we're to fight my daughter, fight Novum, we cannot stand to hold back. I recommend fighting with the intent to have her dead. The surrounding knights looked a little surprised, but Maisel spoke as a representative of them. To such an extent? I'm surprised such a woman of talent chose to follow that thing. I hold responsibility for acknowledging their engagement. If she is discovered, I will report it to you, Jared Dono. Novum's own father was considerably wary of her. And the collision of two armies was drawing closer as they spoke. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 16, Chapter 12, Address. Address. At the Walt House camp, Maisel was giving an address. We number 50,000. On the other hand, our enemy has 70,000.
Thinking of pure war potential, I'm sure our enemy has twice our troops.
But, what of it?
Raising up his right hand, Maisel wrung out his voice atop the temporary stage.
A mere rebel army.
What's more, they were only able to amass twice our numbers. The training we've built up, and our experience is the greatest in the continent. We need only kick down that gathering of weaklings, and raise a bloodbath of the fools who dared challenge us on the open plains.
The knights and soldiers raised cheers at his address. Maisel did have enough charisma for that, but the greatest reason was his achievements.
Just as the other Walt heads of history, Maisel had raised up numerous victories. From his first campaign to now, he had never lost once. When it came to losing on the battlefield, experiencing it once was enough to cause a great loss. It was difficult to rise from there, and if you don't keep winning, all will crumble. Within that environment, for Maisel, who kept winning on, the Walt House's name, and the morale of the Walt House army he trained up were high. We shall win this battle, and return triumphantly to Central.
Earn your merits. Grasp fame in those hands. Money. And make a name for yourselves.
The Walt House that's fought through all manners of battlefields shall give you victory. While their enemy was Lyle, who hailed from the same Walt House, and was raised by its ancestors, such a thing was irrelevant to Maisel and his company. What was important was to raise morale. An army of low spirit was frail. And Maisel understood the enemy held the advantage in numbers and terrain.
That's precisely why he had to raise morale in his address. Now, brave heroes, enjoy your battlefield.
Spreading out his arms, ringing out his voice, Maisel was answered by the cheers of several tens of thousands.
The Walt House army was close. While we were lying in wait for them, I stood atop the provisional stage. It was early morning, the sun yet to rise, making for a radiant scene. Within all that, I looked behind to see Eva lightly raising her hand and waving. I'm sure she was signaling that the preparations were ready. Or perhaps she was cheering me on.
When I gripped the jewel, the third let his voice out. Now then, we can't give any advice beyond this point. It wouldn't be any fun if Maisel Kuan threw us into a disarray, so skill use ends here.
Lyle. I pray you'll be able to hear our voice next time.
Well, there are no absolutes on the battlefield, but the same goes for both sides. Normally, you'd be doing this after some more preparations. No, any more is just complaints.
Now raise some morale. Addresses are important.
I let go of the jewel, and spread out my arms. I spread them as if holding a giant plate, and behind me, Eva supported with her skill all mine language.
A skill to deliver your voice across.
It was a skill fitting of a singer like Eva, but the girl in question didn't want to rely on skills, so she rarely ever used it.
It was really helping out my cause, though.
Even with a shoddy address, my voice would get across to my allies.
The strongest army of Bonsium is upon is. The enemy numbers 50,000. 50,000 elites who've crossed countless battlefields.
Entering in with a talk to stir up their unease, I clenched my right hand to form a fist. And I swung my left hand from the inside outwards.
But we are the same. We've continued our victories as well.
There are many who've joined our cause. I'm sure you, the ladies and gentlemen of Bime, may feel insecure.
But worry not. You need only ask your comrades from the Alliance just how much victory I've brought. At times, I've overturned war potential 10 times our own. It wasn't a lie. In the battle in Zayan, I rose to action with 100.
After that, we were running from place to place, but in the end, we won and took back the country.
I have never seen loss. I've continued to win.
There are plenty here who stand as a testament to that fact.
And the gentlemen of Bonsium shall understand as they fight. I am strong. We are strong.
We've fought enemies several times our size and continued to win. I've been avoiding battle on disadvantageous circumstance, but in the end I still won, so it wasn't a problem.
I'm sure you could say we breached an enemy with a small force. Though never once had I actually fought a foe with more soldiers than us. This time our numbers are greater than our foe. To add to that, we have the locational advantage. Truly our enemies are powerful, however. Whether our enemy is the strongest Walt House of Bonsium or not, we are the ones who shall win. As long as everyone does what they should, we can achieve victory. This battle isn't anything so difficult. Anyways, we can win, but don't let your guard down. That was the level of address I gave. You can't be too negligent. But you can't let them think they'll lose. So I made them think that victory was possible, but made them feel a sense of crisis that the difference was only a slight one. It was something the seventh taught me. By your work, I shall make the goddess of victory turn to you. If we can accomplish that, the title of the continent's strongest is ours for the taking. Win and get everything in your hands.
I heard the cheers. And I recalled the seventh's words.
Within the jewel.
The seventh was taking a journey through his memories. A journey through Brod's life, and a journey for Lyle to know his own father Maisel. Young and overflowing with talent, Maisel was surely a radiant existence, even from Brod's eyes. There was no saying Brod had no talent himself. But when compared to Maisel, it couldn't help but fall short. Brod, perhaps it was precisely because he was the seventh that it troubled him.
The first wouldn't think anything of it. The second would frankly accept it.
The third would rejoice. The fourth would have accepted it as well. The fifth may have handed down his title earlier.
The sixth would surely have bragged about it. But Maisel's father was Brod. There was a small crevice between the two. With talent that he never thought too deeply about, Maisel couldn't understand that trench.
In the mansion courtyard, Brod spoke with Maisel. Maisel, I've gotten the guns together, but this is quite difficult.
Even if I'm to use them in a unit, I would have to leave it to someone I can trust.
While they have a high output, to make use of them, we'll need knowledge we've never taught before, and
the experience Brod built up.
It was around the time he was to pass it to Maisel. Looking closely, the still young form of Zell was there as well. Lyle looked at Zell.
Old Zell, he muttered. The seventh looked at Lyle.
I left one of our gun-equipped forces to Zell.
He could have handled a gun as well as me.
Whenever I went hunting, I'd often take him along.
At the end of the seventh's nostalgic eyes was the saber hung at Maisel's hip. But Maisel looked truly perplexed.
He tilted his head.
Father, why are you so particular about the gun? Even with this house's scale, we cannot assemble very many gunner units.
On top of costing money, you'll have to station proficient personnel to them. In that case, it would be more efficient to assemble a well-equipped cavalry. He seemed genuinely curious.
Brod looked at him and cleared his throat. It's true it'll be a unit with some problems. But there's no doubt when we properly implement it, the power it exhibits will be great.
I was thinking of focusing on these sorts of units in the future. Especially when we have a line of elevation. Wait, Maisel. As Brod hurriedly reached out his hand, Maisel had turned his back and began his way off.
It's unnecessary for me. And how many years do you think it will take to make practical use of the gun? Brod became frantic.
And no, it'll take some time, but making magic tools of them, we're slowly getting the numbers together. If you make them magic tools, it will cost even more money.
The maintenance will be an extraordinary amount as well.
Even if they carry on to my generation, I'm sure it will be a small scale. While there's definitely some light to be found, its influence on the funding of other fields is simply too great.
The seventh sighed.
And he explained to Lyle. As I compensated for my own strength with the gun, that had become my weakness. Sure enough, for a knight with a bit of a name to him, hammering in a few rounds wouldn't have any effect. My skills box and warp were necessary to make up for that flaw. I was delighted when the skills manifested. Lyle looked at his father Maisel.
If I didn't notice, I wonder if that's how I would be. When I first fought Arya, I was making everyone angry. Ah, that's right.
Yep, you're easier to get along with compared to back then.
Well, it's not like Maisel was wrong.
Even in your generation following my death, it would be hard to say they've been put to practical application.
And? Lyle and the seventh's eyes turned to Maisel. Maisel gave a tired reply. Father, my skill is anti-skill.
Meaning magic tools hold no meaning. There's no reason for me to fuss over the gun.
Watching Maisel walk off, Brod made a conflicted expression. The main camp. I climbed the watchtower and looked afar.
To where we waited, I could see Bonsium's army, with the Walt house's flag at the center approaching. By the time they came into sight, they were already in formation as they leisurely grew closer.
To my side, Monica looked at our foe. Looks like a formation that focuses on offense.
They plan to break through before we can surround them.
No, perhaps they're to make a straight line for our main camp? In numbers, we were winning. In theory, we only had to surround and strike them down.
But before the force driving the Walt house, that was a fool's errand. The movable watchtower was carefully made sturdy.
I spoke to Monica. Looks like our line was cut.
Around the stage the army came into sight, a light haze started to come down, was how it felt. I felt a slight irregularity in the flow of mana, causing my line with Monica to sever itself.
It was similar to the sensation when I forcibly used a magic tool.
Monica purposefully made a show of wiping a tear with her finger. For the line connecting me with the chicken dickwad to be severed, but our hearts are always connected, so it'll be just fine, right? She sent some fleeting glance as if requesting something from me, and as I remained silent, she repeated the line, "Our hearts are always connected, so it'll be just fine, right?"
Right.
Her tears were gradually becoming real.
That's right. We're connected. So you've got to properly keep watch.
You won't be able to move around too much this time around.
Delighted as she was, Monica's twin tails began bouncing up and down. Good grief.
There's no salvation for worthless chickens.
Very well. I, Monica, shall show how useful I can be on watch.
I shall prove that the one who serves you more than any is none other than I. She sounded gung-ho about it, so I have an unmotivated reply of, "Good luck with that," as I leapt down from the tower.
Issuing orders around, I headed for my tent. Baldwar's on standby, right?
Don't let him come out until all the preparations are in order. We're starting off with a flashy exchange of magics. We'll show them how firm we stand to put them on guard. Tell the magicians to hurry and get ready. As I said that, the messengers ran off. Novum walked over to me, leading a platoon of Valkyries.
Clara was standing on Porter's roof, looking into the distance. The other members weren't here. Lyle-sama, I think I should go out onto the front lines. My father and brother should be there. In that case, the one who can properly take them on is. I looked at Novum as I waved my hand to the side. I know. But you see, when you say you'll fight your family so disinterestedly, I hate that attitude of yours.
There, Novum opened her eyes a little wider, bursting into laughter before long. It was a chuckle, a cute sort of laughter.
Those words fit you nicely as well, Lyle-sama. But if you find it unpleasant, shall I make myself a little more sorrowful? If it'll be a lie, then to hell with it. In my case, I don't think I can help it though. But for you, didn't it come to this because you tagged along with me? You can't persuade them?
I asked if she could bring the Forks' house over to our side, but Novum would only shake her head.
My father will never betray Maisel-sama.
It is just as low a probability of me betraying you.
So the outcome will have to be settled on the battlefield. Even so, are you sure it's fine to station so many Valkyries with me?
Turning around, Novum spoke as she looked at the Valkyrie platoon. I spoke as I stroked my hair.
Because I can't move. Well, I treasure you, and, oh, looks like it's starting.
As I said that and looking in the direction of the enemy camp, lights were coming our way. Our side deployed a magic shield, and as the sky was enveloped in a faint shade of yellow, the magic collided with it. It exploded as smoke rose from a destroyed portion of the shield.
Luckily our side didn't suffer any casualty.
The important points were heavily protected. In order to efficiently use our valuable knights and magicians, I had put some mind towards their placement.
Then I shall be off. Be careful. I'm sure you'll have it harder than me, Lyle-sama. Saying that, Novum got on the move.
Looking at the sky, I say magic fired from our side towards the enemy camp. They deployed the same shield as us, blocking all of the magic. It looked like a pointless exchange, but the enemy was using such an action to search out any unrest or weak points in our side.
My father Maisel could get in the way of skill use.
More or less, when it came to the seal of an army, there would be people possessing special skills. If you relied on suck people, it felt possible for things to erupt into chaos all at once.
It's because of the 7th.
We can deal with them without crumbling.
Now father, the fun is yet to come.
Saying that, I glared at the enemy camp as they launched their second volley of magic. At Maisel's camp, those who gathered to see the enemy hadn't collapsed were looking surprised.
Beale looked at the enemy movements.
They seemed quite calm. Based on our information, they gave the impression of an army specialized around skills, but it doesn't seem they've suffered from it.
Seeing his allies block the magic fired by Lyle's camp, Maisel laughed.
If they crumbled from something like that, it would lose all the fun.
There were many armies that relied on some sort of skill.
There were many using them as means of communication, or making use of people with skills to conduct recon from afar. When moving an army of 10,000s, there would be a considerable number of people with skills. For that sake, when Maisel activated the initial stage of his anti-skill, there was a relatively large number of armies that would crumble. Armies that did not were those with a firm foundation.
I don't plan to waste any time. Continue closing the distance. March forward.
The army began moving to cover the distance.
Lyle's camp was the one in position, with stockades and such of trees in place. For that sake, they remained immobile, slowly waiting for their foe to arrive.
While there were flashy exchanges of magic, in truth, quite a plain battle was about to unfold. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Volume 16, Chapter 13, First Show of Hands. First Show of Hands. The battlefield ruled by magic. Contrary to its appearance, it had a relatively plain start. While each side shot flashy magic at one another, they each defended as the Walt house camp plainly closed in the distance. On top of the intense sound of explosions, the smoke that rose was a spectacle that looked as if it would create a cloudy sky of its own. Neither side thought the victory would be settled with this magic exchange. But they did think if they could cause some damage, or crumble the enemy formation with it, it would be quite an earning. The skill my father held was anti-skill, a skill that didn't let others use skills. But at the same time, it was a double-edged sword. Because it wouldn't let his allies use skills either. So to speak to the contrary. For all its flashiness, it's quite a subdued build-up. The one who said that from atop the watchtower was Monica, who wouldn't have much of a part this time. I looked at the Walt house closing the distance. It would be troublesome if they suddenly made a flashy approach. If skills are cut off, isn't this just about what you get? Well, I'm sure they're putting on a show for our forces. Telling us that they can't use skills either. What Monica informed me of was the enemy deployment. Report. The enemy has a cavalry at the vanguard. There are foot soldiers on both flanks, and archers stationed as well, but... Hearing that, I spoke to a nearby runner. You heard her. Move our cavalry to the flanks. Yes, sir. Watching the messenger run off, I muttered. Now then, I'll have to depend on Clara's hard work. Receiving an order on the back lines, Clara used Porter to transport soldiers. Leaving the large-scale porters to the magicians with talent, it was possible to transport war potential all at once. However, there weren't too many large porters. To match enemy deployment and restation troops, they could only carry it out to a certain extent. The ability to move massive amounts of troops at once was Lyle's camp's strong point. In contrast to the old model porters the Walt house used, their side had the original developer Lyle, alongside Damien and the craftsman of South Byme. Receiving the order, Clara boarded one of the large-scale porters to operate it. We will commence transport of the cavalry. Please begin moving promptly. Match the timing to the enemy's arrival. As a few porter units began moving, the loading doors opened. One after the next, the knights boarded with their horses. Make sure to load your spears and equipment onto other porters. While Clara wasn't good at giving orders, she couldn't quite go about without giving them. There weren't any to be found better at operating porter than she. Her adventurer life up to now had specialized her to operate the machines. When she thought over how she could make herself useful, the answer was already clear. I have to give my thanks to Liansan. It's because my request went through that I can pull off the job given to me. Thinking of it like that, Adele really is useless. Thinking of how she couldn't get along with Adele, Clara confirmed the surrounding work was complete before she began moving. The right flank. In contrast to the enemy's offensive formation, coming out with a plan devoted to defense, Lyle's camp took a formation spread over a large area. Under normal circumstance, Lyle's army had greater numbers, so they should have been able to fight advantageously with that formation. However, Arya stationed on the right flank watched the enemy approach as she complained in her helmet. No skills, this is going to be rough. Holding up her spear on her horse, Arya led a cavalry. There were stockades set up around, and it wouldn't be so easily to breach. Commanding a similar force was Gracia leading soldiers of Galleria. The right flank's composition was centered on these two. Equipped with black armor, Gracia lifted the visor of her helmet as she spoke to Arya. Sorry, but I can't fire off anything too flashy. It looks like rearguard skills are no good either. Gracia had a skill specialized to magic, a rearguard skill. She could freely manipulate flames, and posed quite a threat. While she was reliable to have as an ally, her skill had been sealed as well. Even so, if you can fight normally, I'll give it a warm welcome. More importantly, are you sure it was alright to hand the commanding rights to me? By our standing. By our standing, the worthy one is you. That's all. If I don't have to see my own soldiers be crushed, I don't mind following your command. Well, you're the one who knows our soldiers and this army's style better than me. Seeing Gracia so level-headed, Arya thought. You have my thanks. While that's all she said. Why can't she be that calm on a regular basis? When she's in front of Lyle, she goes into a hot haste and does strange, let's put that aside for now. Arya wanted her to show this level-headedness in places besides the battlefield as well. The left flank. Granted a few thousand soldiers, Miranda followed the left flank's main force commander Maxim's orders to attack the enemy's flank. The Walt House army had been added onto by forces of other territories, and it wasn't as if they were all too powerful. For that sake, she had circled around with her forces to stab into the enemy's weak point, but
These guys are surprisingly capable. Holding her daggers on horseback, as an enemy knight thrust his lance at her, she used the dagger in left hand to repel its tip to divert its direction before throwing her right hand's dagger into a gap in his armor, his neck. Falling from his horse, the knight writhed around, while the horse raced off into the distance. Looking around, with the enemy's resistance, she could see her own allies grow disheartened. Their surprise attack had failed, and Miranda wanted to somehow pull back her hesitant unit, but the enemy wouldn't allow it. There, a knight of large build dismounted his horse, held up his halberd, and began waving it around. Rebel forces! Curse your ill fortune to have come out before the goddamn Lord Caslade. Gah, gah, laughed the single knight as he swung his halberd. Miranda's surrounding allies were being cut down by it. It seems his large build wasn't just for show. Is he leading the enemy raid force? I'm no good with these types. Saying that, Miranda raced on her horse, reaching her free right hand into a bag hung on the horse. She took out a crossbow and pulled the trigger. She shot aiming at his head, but Caslade turned his left hand towards it and deployed a magic shield. While the arrow pierced through the shield, its momentum had long been killed, as it bounced off his armor. They've got people of this class littered all around. Looking at the enemy that wasn't completely devoted to brute strength, Miranda put away the crossbow, and took out a short spear she wasn't accustomed to. Caslade shouted out. What conspicuous armor! And that slender frame, you're a woman. Curse your ill fortune for stepping out onto the battlefield. Taking a grand stance with his halberd, he swung down with enough force to bisect her, horse and all. But Miranda laughed in her helmet. You sure like cursing people. But the accursed one is you. Caslade's halberd was kicked by May, who appeared to his side. To Miranda's eyes, it looked as if she had suddenly manifested to send the halberd flying. His weapon knocked out of his hand, Caslade's stance crumbled. Following right into that, Miranda moved her short spear, with a gimmick added in. The spear's tip shot out, and pierced into Caslade's abdomen. As May landed on the ground, Marina was pummeling enemy soldiers around. Weren't you in trouble back there? As May said that, Miranda took a dagger in her right hand. That's right. So I'd appreciate your further assistance. But perhaps May wasn't in peak form as she shook her head. Please cut me some slack. It's somewhat noisy, and I can't get any power into my body. More importantly, you've successfully agitated the enemy, so shouldn't you pull back? As Caslade had been struck down, the surrounding enemy soldiers were flustered. Miranda confirmed their movements. Retreat! Follow after me. As Miranda declared retreat, her allies parted from the enemy forces. But inside, she thought. I'd have liked to shave away at them a bit more, but any more is impossible, I guess. As she withdrew, she felt she couldn't be negligent with non-Walt House enemies as well. Battle began on both flanks before the rest, as unlike the Walt House, our center was stationed further back than our wings. From the watchtower, I heard Monica's voice. She wrung out her voice over the battlefield. Battle has commenced on both flanks. The enemy is being held in place. I couldn't tell the specifics from afar, but I was relieved it seemed to be going well. However, our center vanguard has come into contact with the enemy. The flashy magic has ceased, but we're being pushed back. The center army was clashing with the enemy's elites and being pushed back. I looked over my allies. We anticipated it, but they really are making for a straight line. I hope our morale doesn't crumble first. Before the first line of stockades was easily destroyed and breached, I immediately called for retreat and gave orders to my allies to fight a defensive battle. By standing at a high point, I was making it clear our main camp was here, as I looked over our pressed forces. It's about time. There, the line between me and Monica was restored. Monica called in a large voice. They're coming. Right after, the sound of bells came from the enemy forces. My father Maisel wasn't just skilled in sealing skills. Even if we know beforehand, I've no ways to defend against it. For now, we'll just have to endure. Thinking over it loathsomely, I watched their driving force suddenly increased as they breached another stockade. They entered into battle with allied forces. Their driving force was clearly brought about by some sort of skill. What Lyle recalled was his conversation with the 7th. The tactic my father is best at? It isn't just sealing skills? That's right. The place he conversed with the 7th was the Room of Memories in the Jewel. The courtyard of the Walt House mansion. In it, Maisel was smiling as he discussed something with his wife Claire. Lyle's mother Claire was stroking her enlarged stomach. What Maisel specializes in is sealing enemy skills and attacking in their confusion. He can't keep it up for too long. But what he can accomplish by cutting off skills is Understanding the seventh's implications, Lyle spoke the continuation. Making skill use possible, and giving the signal to his allies alone.
Does that really go well?
It lets the other side use skills as well.
The seventh and Lyle's eyes were directed at the two basking in their delight.
Within that, they continued a mismatched conversation.
Well, from the enemy's point of view, they've convinced themselves their skills have been sealed.
Even if they can use it temporarily, it would just be confusion right after they recovered from their initial confusion. Even if you know it's going to happen, you can't help but be flustered. The seventh looked at the young, somewhat thorny Maisel's happiness as he made a bit of a sorrowful face himself.
Lyle approached the side of his face, looking down a bit.
Perhaps Maisel was right for not choosing the gun. With his skill on and off like that, it would become complicated to give orders. In the case the guns were used as magic tools, there was a probability his skill would interfere and cause them to discharge. Expensive guns would have been damaged every time.
The seventh gave a bitter smile, but it was as if he was telling it to himself.
Lyle raised his face. At the stage where the enemy uses skills, will it be possible to use them ourselves? I won't say it's impossible, but it will be chaos. If that's how it's going to be, it's best you train your forces to fight without skills at all. You pass the message to a few of them, but, if you act in accordance with it, Maisel will naturally have some countermeasures up.
Lyle let out a sigh. How troublesome.
But it's not all trouble. For even if they get some force from using skills, only a few elites will be using them, looking at his army as a whole. Right after they've used their skills, there'll be quite a few whose driving force backfires, leaving them isolated.
Maisel seemed quite mindful of it.
Hearing the seventh's advice, Lyle was curious to see what sort of countermeasures Maisel had put up in the over 10 years since then. On the battlefield, through the temporary use of skills, I could spot some units running amok. When our allies on a defensive battle were growing faint of heart, some enemies had thrown apart their rank and taken independent action.
Mainly young knights, leaping out in lust of achievement.
When that happened, while a portion of the units had obtained a driving force from their skills, they kept their station, or even began to retreat.
He has made countermeasures, but they aren't perfect.
It seems my father is troubled by those reckless young knights as well. It was impossible for all to go well on the battlefield. It wasn't just for us, the same could be said for our enemy. And my line with Monica was severed once more.
Monica cried out from the tower.
How many times must you cut my bond with my chicken dickhead?
God damn it.
She was the same as always, but I looked at my allies and smiled a bit.
Even for elites, once they're isolated, the rest is easy.
When skill use became impossible, there were some who found themselves stranded within our forces. They were surrounded and beat down. I had given such orders to the commanders, and my father's first show of hand was successfully sealed.
And at the same time, should I tell him thank you for undoing his restriction on skills? Monica atop the watchtower immediately reported to me.
The Valkyries around the battlefield aimed for this timing, and sent their reports one after the next.
Meaning information immediately gathered in my hands. There are no problems on the right flank. However, the left flank is losing heart. There are signs that a powerful unit is stationed there. From the information, perhaps it is the Forks' house's forces? I looked at Monica. Any contact with Novum? Already done. I looked at the left flank.
With just my eyes, I couldn't tell the specifics, but if Novum had set out, then it would be fine. No, perhaps it wasn't fine at all. Once Monica finished her report, she returned to her station.
I turned an eye to the enemy camp. A fifth-generation style defensive war.
I'll let you bear witness, Father, Messenger, throw out our reserve forces at once.
The location is.
Passing orders to a messenger, I sent reinforcements to only the parts that needed them of the places that needed them. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Volume 16, Chapter 14, The 8th Generation Head. The 8th Generation Head. The first day.
On that battlefield where tens of thousands of men clashed, as the day drew to a close, the battle was resolved with the Walt House's withdrawal. All the main members were gathered in the Walt House tent, as they held a meeting. But while the Walt army had put out casualties that couldn't be called small, they did not seem flustered.
Maisel looked over the faces gathered.
Now then, this has been proof enough. Lyle holds the gem passed down for generations, and is able to use it. The first through third skills are full of fault, but fourth through seventh will be more troublesome than anything on the battlefield. In a battlefield of restricted skills, for someone not to crumble upon experiencing it the first time, Lyle was the first Maisel had ever seen.
But that wasn't any reason for panic. Beale gave his report.
The units of 2nd and 3rd Sons impatient for merits projected out, and have come out with numerous casualties.
It isn't low, but it is still within the realm of our expectations. Casualties came out. That meant that humans had died.
However, the gathered members didn't seem inclined to brood over it.
Maisel spoke a little sorrowfully.
Sons unable to succeed their houses see dreams of gaining achievements on the battlefield to stand on their own feet.
There's no helping they be reckless. But it wasn't a waste.
With their bodies, they have proven that Lyle can handle the gem.
Jared gave a report. Maisel-sama, Novum's form was confirmed on the right flank. But I have not properly clashed with her. The enemy is matching our formation, moving units around at will. It has been determined their rear support is more capable than ours. Beale agreed to that. The left flank was the same.
When it was supposed to be a field battle, they focused on defense and prepared stockades.
It felt as if we were in a siege. The disadvantage of numbers is a great one. Hearing that, Maisel nodded and laughed.
Well then, I gave them a chance to earn their stripes. With this, the young uns should keep quiet for a bit.
And showing them a bit of pain will firm their spirits. Because it's been nothing but one-sided battles to this point. One of the vassal knights offered Maisel some advice.
There is a feudal lord who suffered heavy casualty on the right flank.
He should retreat.
And if you'll let me have my say as a Walt House vassal, if you keep us stationed on the back lines forever, our members will eventually.
I know.
Now then, we've gotten the chance to learn the troublesome ones. Let's get our battle array in order. Like that, Maisel's group conducted a discussion about the following day. They are concentrating on our right flank.
Hearing Monica's voice from the watchtower, I was able to know why the left flank didn't seem particularly pressed. So they'll attack from the right. Send reinforcements. Even so, we're winning in numbers over there. If they do something like that, the result should be numerical advantage. Terrain advantage. In regards to the advantages we held, my father had decided to concentrate on the right flank. There was some leisure in the left and center, giving us some reserve force.
At the very least, the enemies in the center's quality of equipment was falling short of yesterday's. What's more, they weren't assertively attacking. When I came to the decisions to send reinforcements, I ordered a messenger at once.
Does he plan to take the right flank first?
As we had fortified ourselves in our position for defense, we had a fault such that we couldn't easily change our formation. For that sake, we were specialized in stopping the enemy's advance, but our means of offense were lowered. In order to compensate for that, we constantly held reserve forces to send around, but at that moment, Monica reported the movements of the center.
The enemy has retreated. But, they're scattering and dispersing.
Just a glance, and it seemed the enemy was blatantly trying to lure us in.
Ignore it. Right now, we need to reinforce the right.
But before anyone could hear my verdict, the unit before my eyes jumped out of their own accord. It was as if our positions had been reversed from yesterday. The vanguard has crossed over the stockades, and gone on the offense.
Why, what is General Blois doing?
But the units nearby the general hadn't moved.
A portion had taken independent action.
And following suit, a few more had followed along. I immediately sent a messenger to tell them to pull back, but immediately following, another messenger raced over.
A portion of the units have ignored orders, going AWOL and beginning pursuit of the enemy.
They have ignored General Blois' command, and crossed the stockades. General Blois has put in an urgent request for reinforcements.
Facing the messenger, I issued out some irritated orders. I'll send them. Tell them to endure until then.
Looking closely, the enemy's lightweight equipment implied they had formed with running as the premise. When I thought they had concentrated on the right flank, their scattered and dispersed soldiers cleanly regroup and assail our soldiers coming at them.
In order to help them, some more units leapt out of the center. What are they doing?
With enemy and ally in such disarray, support through magic and arrow was impossible. Simultaneously, they were taught the difference in drilling between our forces. While they had the shape together, what they had built up was different.
The enemy has pulled out of the right flank.
They have begun an advance towards the center.
Coup. Will reinforcements make it in time?
At that moment, a large magic flash of light came from the left flank.
At the left flank, the enemy's substance was different from the day before.
With the enemy forces centered around the Forks' house army, their magic attacks had become something severe. Lyle's camp had taken a defensive formation, but even so, the enemy had become even more aggressive than before. Novum was protected by surrounding Valkyries, as she held up her staff and activated her magic.
Block it, dot. With nothing but words, a pale yellow light appeared before her allies on the left flank to form a shield.
But they had concentrated their magic on only one place, to make sure Novum was nailed to the spot. Because of that, in another part, the enemy had breached the stockades and infiltrated. As Maxim and Miranda, as well as May and Marina were there, they hadn't crumbled. But it was an extremely harsh situation.
For their allies were prepared to flee.
The especially terrible ones were the soldiers they took in.
Rather than the Bonsinian soldiers, the main problem was the number of soldiers from Bime on the left flank. When we're outnumbering them here.
As Novum muttered that, a unit that had a magic shield deployed started an attack aimed at her.
He's here.
Looking at her foe, she was able to confirm the form of her brother who delivered her staff, Elbert Forxes. As Novum had to keep her shield up, preventing her from using magic, the Valkyries produced guns from their binders and began their own attack.
However, the bullets were completely blocked by the shield Elbert had deployed.
Rounds bounced off, and the attacking cavalry began to accelerate with the stockades before them. The accelerating horses destroyed the stockades as the magic shield rammed into it.
What brute force!
Novum thought, as the Valkyries moved to action.
Taking weapons in hand, they set themselves on the enemies that were focused on Novum. Elbert jumped down from his force, landing before Novum with a hint of flight.
How long it has been, oh little sister of mine. Her brother with his long brown hair tied behind was in full body armor, his hand clenched around a sword. He cut at Novum, but she parried it with the staff in her right hand. It's been a while, dear brother.
If you're here, that means this offensive is father?
As I thought, his bad habits are coming out.
The timing is too easy to read. Seeing Novum's expression fail to change in the slightest, Elbert started to sweat. Don't think bad of us. Just as you've sworn loyalty to Lyle-sama, we've sworn our own to Maisel-sama.
Novum gave a light nod, turning her left hand to her brother.
I understand.
So I'll try to make it painless.
Now disappear.
She shot her magic, sending him flying through the air.
Elbert had immediately deployed magic shield, making it so he got out just with being shot backwards. He looked around.
He should have been able to see his guard knights fighting the Valkyries. But the Valkyries had pulled them down from their horses, and stuck in the finishing blows.
They're not human. But if that's how it is.
Wary of the Valkyries, Elbert raised his left hand high.
Enemy knights gathered around him.
Novum showed not the slightest quiver, and to protect her, the Valkyries stood up front, deploying their wing-like binders out front like shields. With Elbert at the center, a storm of fire swelled up, brushing the surrounding stockades to oblivion. Immediately following, a large-scale magic rained down aimed on Novum, to which he added his fire to raise a violent explosion.
Did that get her?
As Elbert said that, he looked at the tattered Valkyries around. While their bodies were torn up in all sorts of ways, the skeletal structures remained. As they had been constructed of sturdy materials, they were able to escape with that extent of damage. And Novum was where she stood, completely unharmed. Elbert looked at Novum, and made a bit of a fed-up face.
These children were quite precious, you know. Lyle-sama went as far as to assign them to guard me, but...
Having deployed a magic shield so there wouldn't be any surrounding casualties, Novum looked tiredly over the Valkyries littering the ground. She returned her eyes to her brother.
Elbert smiled a bit. Father and I have nothing greater than that to offer. That was an attack great enough to blow away the right flank in its entirety.
As I thought, you really are outside the norm, everyone retreat. Watching Elbert's tired expression, Novum held up her staff in her right hand. It was a splendid attack.
However, don't think I'll let you get away.
Blocking that joint attack of Jared and Elbert, Novum had also contained ally casualties. But the battlefield was inclining a harsh direction for Lyle's army.
Night. I held a meeting in the tent. Gosh, our position from yesterday was totally reversed.
Having crushed the enemy's outliers on the first day, one of our units got a little stuck up and leapt out.
General Blois gave his report as if it were a joke, but his expression was worn out.
Saying they couldn't abandon their allies, it seems it was a situation where the commanders in charge weren't able to give out any decent orders. Military regulations exist for things like this, but the difference between the regulations each part of our army learned was becoming blatant here.
Within the tent, I gathered out main members and confirmed the casualty count as I muttered.
Station our reserve forces at the vanguard. Send the injured soldiers to the back lines.
General Blois looked over the units he'd be sending back. That's a bit much, but there's no helping it.
As Blois said, they had grown lax over their victory on the first day.
I should have straightened them out. Eva made a tired expression as she spoke. Give me a break. On top of rushing out of their own accord, we got injury after injury trying to save them. There are plenty with their dissatisfactions. How about some punishment? With allies about to die before their eyes, ignoring it would lower morale. The reason some jumped out driven in their righteous indignation was to save their allies. And in the case they were unable to save them, their complaints would turn to their other comrades. To me and General Blois, that is. And once they calmed down, their next dissatisfaction would go towards the unit that jumped out. I really want to ask just what they were thinking. I'll have them sent back, and punish the commanders. That's disregarding orders, and acting beyond authority. Well, I'll prepare a chance for them to redeem themselves, though. Eva still looked unsatisfied. Just as she ought to. In order to save them, deaths had come out in Eva's unit. They were war deaths that would originally have been avoided. That's not enough. And Elsa, also in attendance, looked unsatisfied as well. At first, she was stationed on the left flank, but with a change of battle array, I had her take Novum's position at the center. Of course, looking back at how things were going today, perhaps it would have just been best if I kept her on the left from the start. It was a clear invitation. Yet there were fools unable to see through it. Bime's soldiers truly are weak. Elsa's unit had attacked and rescued as well. But she had managed to keep casualties down, and you couldn't say she suffered anything too severe. General Blois shrugged. It would be harsh to compare them to those that go through the everyday wars of Russworth and Galleria. Well, the responsibility's mine either way. I sighed. It's also my responsibility for not straightening them out on the first day. I couldn't see through the enemy's objective. There, General Blois shook his head. I wonder. From their point of view, if the center didn't crumble like that, they would have simply continued concentrating on the right flank. Even so, the explosion on the left flank was a surprise. It seems the casualty count was low, but to be honest, a chill ran through me. Let's move the right flank back. Hearing my words, Blois' expression turned serious. That would put the center up front. But originally, we'd hold them in place a few days to bleed them out more. Moving both sides back was part of the original plan. And I stood as I spoke. Let's have our engineers work on strengthening the stockades at night. From tomorrow, the center's going to be the harshest war ground, after all. This battle was already forcing itself into its midst. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 16, Chapter 15, First Joint Effort. First Joint Effort. The right wing of the center will pull back. I believe it best you withdraw the left as well. Listening to Monica's voice, I watched our allies desperately enduring at the front. The center under General Blois was solid. But its armies, its right and left, were crumbling. On top of the Walt house's harsh attacks, they showed their tenaciousness as quite a plain battle continued on. I had stationed the left and right flanks further back, continuing the war with the center protruding out, and we were already entering our 10th day. It was a rare sight on an open field battle, but in a sense, the situation was as if we were carrying out a siege. We could only endure. Send out a messenger. Have them pull back, and send the injured to the rear. The units and soldiers recalled to the back would be reorganized. Even if we kept sending reinforcements, we got more injured than usable forces coming back. Monica turned to me and spoke. Chicken dickwad, I recommend retreat. It is my belief any more is impossible. I clenched my fist. The Walt house camp. Nearby the tents, Maisel watched over the battlefield. It looked as if the war was largely turning in his favor. Even if reinforcements continued to come from the enemy's backlines, they were sending even more enemies back, so running out of strength was only a matter of time. Yet Maisel seemed somewhat unpleased. How strange. I can't feel the same level of resistance as on the first day. As he sat in a chair and muttered, Beale, who also served the role of his adjutant, gave his take. Is it not because we largely sliced away their fighting spirit on the second day? And the Forks' house is fighting amongst itself on the right flank. It's a flashy exchange with many having to pull out. They've also pulled back their left flank, making their center project outwards. Maisel nodded. In a sense, they've got a fortress. In order to keep it up, they're having difficulty with changing formation. So they've lost control of their movements. I know that, but I can't help but get caught up on something. Changing formation to fit the situation as they fought, an army that moved precisely to Maisel's orders. Bonsium's strongest wasn't just for show, the army moved as if it were a single living thing.
For that sake, everyone could see victory was approaching. And while everyone could see it, Maisel felt something was off. If the Forks' house's Jared were here, perhaps he'd be able to give advice, but at present he was fighting his own daughter on the right flank, unable to leave the battlefield. Beale felt his dissatisfactions. While it's true one of our detached forces was crushed by the enemy, looking at the whole, it's but a minor problem. If we continue pushing the enemy, they'll have to leave the lands that built for themselves. If it gets into a battle of pursuit, victory will be a simple matter, won't it? Maisel touched a hand to his chin as he nodded. That's right. That's how it should be. But after reading our hands so thoroughly on the first day and dealing with us so, the way they're battling, having soldiers fight by your orders is definitely a difficult thing, but if that was the case, they would have crumbled sooner. On the sensation it was more like attacking an enemy fort than a plain battle, Maisel recalled his father's face. Come to think of it, when it came to bringing down castles and fortresses, there wasn't anyone better than my old man. Why at this point, did he recall his father? Maisel felt just a little curious. Night. Watching my army as it began its retreat, I looked up at the night sky. Eva approached me. Sorry to interrupt while you're busy stargazing, but I've some things to report. I'm not sure if they were a raid force or recon, but we turned something back. Eva was an elf, her legs much stronger than the average soldier. What's more, she led the Dark Elves, and those Dark Elves were a tribe that lived in the forest. On top of being strong in the dark of night, they specialized in jobs that required them to be swift on their feet. Sorry. I pushed such tedious work onto you. It's fine. I'm demanding collateral. For the Dark Elves assisting us as well, rather than doing it for you, they're doing it for their own sakes. I laughed a bit. Well, if that wasn't the case, it would be contrarily suspicious. The forests around South Bime, right? If they're going to manage it properly, they can have it for all I care. But that can't grow too unsociable. Eva shrugged her shoulders, staring fixatedly at me. In this era, we can't make a living by holding ourselves up. South Bime's close, and they'll need some intermingling. But are you sure? Thinking of South Bime's best interest, it would be best to clear away those forests for access to the watering hole and such, or so Adele said. According to Adele-san, if we were going to give the elves a forest, we were better off finding another one. There was a possibility they'd impede the development of South Bime, was the reason apparently. From my point of view, slowing South Bime was a necessity. It's fine. Looking at Bime alone it's a problem, but looking at the continent as a whole, it's a necessity. And I'm a man who honors my promises. Eva, upon hearing my words. But you only make promises you can honor, right? Well, then so be it. It seems the chief was worried about it, so I just had to ask. Everyone took action in pursuit of their own profit. I won't say that's bad. But when it comes to using people, you would have to know what the other party sought after. If I didn't aim for emperor or anything grand like that, I'm sure I wouldn't have to mull my head over such things. However, there was no turning back. Eva, do you have a moment? What is it? I'm on break, so go ahead. I turned to her and spoke. I want to talk a bit about the 7th generation head. Broad Walt. I'm supposed to give you some info for your songs. When I said that with a smile, Eva laughed a bit. Rather than reluctant, she looked interested. It seems she thought I would just be bragging about my ancestors at first, but listening to the good and bad of my ancestors, Eva seemed to enjoy it quite a bit. Why not? I'll complete it for you one day. But in that case, that leaves your father who we're fighting, and the third person, right? I nodded. Yeah, that's right. I'll tell you about the third next time. It was the day Lyle headed for the battlefield. The scene projected in the 7th room of memories was one of Maisel and Claire holding a child. Claire was making a tired expression, but she looked delighted. Maisel had bags forming under his eyes. You did well, Claire. It's a boy. Maisel rejoiced. And Claire was the same. That's just how much meaning there was behind birthing a boy. Yes. As long as this child grows up safely, truly, thank you for being born, Lyle. Lyle, it was a scene of when he was born. An elderly Brod and Zenoir were at the scene, deeply moved as well. And my grandson. For him to turn out so cute. But my grandson is still a child of the Walt house. We must raise him strictly. Dear, when you've already bought so much for the child, you have absolutely no persuasive power. What was it again? Enough clothes and toys to get him past 3? Those are things you're supposed to purchase after discussing it with the family. Zenoir, don't be so angry. See, when I just happened to stop by Central, they just happened to be on sale. The merchants caught wind of the fact you were going to have a grandson, and made sure to catch your attention. You fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. As Brod and Zenoir conversed, perhaps Maisel hadn't gotten a wink of sleep to that point, as he collapsed on the spot. The attendants in the room and Brod were quite flustered. Maisel! Get a grip on yourself! As Brod grabbed his shoulders and violently shook him back and forth, Zenoir hit him on the back of the head. You're the one who needs to calm down. What are you doing to my Maisel? Carry him to his room at once. Claire panicked with the baby in her hands, while the young boy held tight nearly gave a small yawn. Lyle looked at the scene, giving a bit of a sorrowful smile. Thinking back on it now, it's a little surprising. There was a time like that, you know. There the seventh snapped his fingers. Following that, the surrounding scenery faded to gray, and changed to show a different scene. It was the Walt house mansion, with a small Lyle running about. Around him were some boorish knights, and... Please wait, young master. As Lyle ran around all smiles, the maids and knights gave chase. There, a still young Beale grabbed the boy, and held him in his arms. Lyle, you can't go around troubling everyone. Baywu. Ah, it's Beale, Lyle-sama. He had a lisp. But thinking of how he was a child that hadn't even turned 2, being able to run around like that was something amazing. The seventh laughed as he spoke to Lyle. Back then, you matured real fast. You energetically raced around, and full of curiosity, you'd try looking all around the mansion. As Lyle looked a little awkward, he gazed about a little sorrowfully. The people of the mansion were all directing smiles at him. Back when I was alive, you were definitely our heir. Everyone was counting on it. And you had it in you to answer their expectations. The seventh turned to Lyle. Now then, Lyle, on to the main subject. As the two faced one another, time stopped for the surrounding scenes, as they turned gray and crumbled to dust. The next day. Enemy forces have abandoned their camp, and begun their flight. Jumping to his feet on the messenger's words, Maisel immediately strapped on his equipment as he issued our orders. Prepare to give chase. I was negligent. I never thought they'd flee in the night, but as long as we can press them all the way to Rovens, it isn't a problem. No wait. After his men hurriedly outfitted him with his armor, a fully prepared Maisel left to the outsides of the tent. His subordinates hurriedly gathered before him. Maisel-sama, the enemy has yet to fully run away. As Beale approached to report, Maisel cried out. Ready my horse. Put all of our forces on pursuit. But. Maisel-sama, you don't have to give chase yourself. He refuted Beale's words. You've seen how thorough our foe can be. Once they return to their territory, they may strengthen their defense. We can't follow them into dangerous waters. I don't think we'll lose, but it will increase our casualties. We'll chase them partially, and withdraw after that. Judging that any more would be dangerous, Maisel believed that Lyle favored formations that leaned towards the defensive. In truth, when fighting him, he rarely took up an offensive stance. In that case, perhaps he had considerable preparations set up in Reuben's territory. If he gets too far away for my skill to be effective, our own standing may become doubtful. Don't forget the enemy was reported to be specialized in skills. Don't worry, we'll just lightly hit them around a bit. I leave my guard to you. Yes, sir. Under Maisel's orders, the army moved to pursue. Maisel mounted his readied horse, entered the advance party headed towards the enemy camp, destroying stockades along the way. Without putting up any resistance, those defensive walls of boards were burned away. And the Walt army began its chase. Breaching the fortress, what their units found was an enemy unit in the midst of its flight. Seeing a portion of fleeing forces from afar, they began moving in that direction. Luckily, there weren't any side roads or shortcuts, so the commanders concluded they weren't a lure, and continued the army on. Maisel proceeded onwards surrounded by guards. But this is strange. Maisel muttered as he looked around. This gradually contracting path something purposely prepared. On top of that, he could barely feel any tragic sentiment from the fleeing enemy. Turning to Beale, Maisel spoke. We're turning back. Proceeding on is dangerous. And erect a magic shield. It was the moment Beale was about to issue orders. Gunpowder ignited, letting off quite a nostalgic sound. That sound that shook the air brought memory of his father Brod. What's more, the explosion had come from behind them. What happened? As Maisel turned, it seems his allies couldn't maintain control of their horses, as they weren't stopping. But if they didn't stop and change direction, they would be defeated. Finally turning around, what came into his sight were two units encamped on areas of light elevation, discharging their guns towards them.
Guns, you say? As Maisel shouted out, Beale cried out as well.
Maisel-sama, be careful, they even brought cannons out.
And cannons?
Why are we unable to block something of that level?
There wasn't anyone who could answer Maisel's question. The units that hid. Those 2 units were positioned to pincer the path the enemy would treat.
They had fired their guns for their lines of fire to intersect,
so as not to hit any allies, and to immobilize their enemies.
While there was a magic shield put up, they added on the attacks of the cannons and improved guns brought in from Bime. What's more, with sheer numbers, it was a rain of bullets. The enemy gradually became less capable of defending against it, their casualties slowly rising.
Commanding one of the units was the happily married Alette.
Borrowing some forces from Lyle, and receiving instruction from her husband Baldoir, she took command of a firearm unit.
Did you see that, soldiers of Bonsium? This is my husband's.
Our first joint effort.
The unit's adjutant side by her side.
He was a yeoman Baldoir had brought from the Randburg house, who had splendidly become a knight in this endeavor. The reason such a man was stationed by Alette was because she had become the bride of his master. Milady, there are loads of soldiers in this unit who hail from Bonsium, so please watch your words.
I am sorry. And no, that wasn't my intent. The adjutant shook his head, before directing his eyes forward again. We've managed to divide them well.
The horses of their cavalry have been startled, and it doesn't look like they'll be listening. Unable to make a sudden stop, they're pressing on ahead. Alette made a purposeful clearing of her throat as she corrected her posture.
That's right. Just as planned. The enemy had been neglecting guns and cannons. So we used that to pincer. Wrong. If we don't use them well, they won't show any effect. Even now, we weren't able to defeat as many foes as expected. They had a magic shield up, so they weren't able to damage their enemy as much as anticipated.
But it was a huge success as a surprise attack. The chaotic Walt army gradually began to recover, as it began dispatching soldiers towards Alette and Baldoir's units.
They're coming.
As Alette pulled her sword, a mounted Elsa leaned her staff against her shoulder as she spoke.
You all continue your attacks. We won't let the enemy get any closer.
On the other side, Gracia was protecting Baldoir. And that was most convenient for Lyle's camp. As the forces split and the cavalry protruded out, the main force led by Lyle was going to try and attack.
Elsa spoke. We're going to keep splitting up the enemy.
As long as we can take the general's head, this battle will be our victory.
And I won't let them get in Lyle's way. Now let's get on with it.
As Elsa turned her staff towards the oncoming enemies, arrows of ice began to manifest around her. Their numbers exceeded several hundreds, and when they shot all at once towards the approaching enemy, they pierced the magic shield, and fell foe after foe.
Lyle's counterattack had begun.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Volume 16, Chapter 16, Father and Son. Father and Son.
The sound of gunshots and cannons rang through the battlefield. It was a plan to divide the enemy, and with the use of skills restricted, that was the greatest possible use I could muster for those guns with their meager firepower.
Divide the enemy. Use the sounds to throw off the horses.
I see, perhaps saving them away for this time was the right answer. Well, if we had them, we'd have been able to hold the enemy back some more in our defense. General Blois nearby shrugged his shoulders as he said it.
But it's not as if there weren't any faults. I mean, rejected.
Having gained funds from Bime, even with so many craftsmen under our arms, there's a limit to how much guns we can maintain and supply ammunition for.
Rather, if I wasn't able to obtain them in Bime, I'd definitely never use these means. Because of their limits, I can only use them at the best timing.
Even each ammunition rounds had to be made one by the craftsman, and even if we had the money, we wouldn't be able to have enough made. The reason my father didn't choose the gun was surely because they were no good if you thought over the battlefield. But if you looked at the internal front as a feudal lord, they were a valid option.
The divided and confused pursuit unit before me, I lightly pat May's neck.
She was in her Kalin form with a harness over her back, ready to go at any moment. If I turned around, I'd see my enemy. I purposely had retreat. Showing the enemy we had retreated, I had changed the location of the battlefield. Normally, they'd doubt it, but the enemy was a group taking the name of the strongest. They were used to their own victories and the enemy's retreats.
I have to be careful too.
Now then, prepare for our assault.
Looking at war potential, there's no doubt we're the superior.
While they're still dispersed, we're taking Walt's head. As I pulled my katana and held it high, the surrounding voices answered in cheers. Mounting May's back, I took the head of the unit and got in position for the assault. General Blois made a troubled expression. I would rather not have the Supreme Commander go out on the front lines.
I'm sure you already have enough fame. I pulled down my helmet as I spoke to the general. It's because I have something I want to say. I won't concede this place to anyone. Maisel grit his teeth as he watched his rear lines unable to keep up. He got me.
For him to be able to prepare so many guns and cannons.
For him to. The practical problem lay in that Maisel had never experienced the might of Bime.
Bime, that had grown so large even Lyle and the ancestors felt a sense of danger from it, its productivity was beyond his expectations. On top of that, while Lyle had destroyed Bime once, he had secured its funds and craftsmen, using a majority of their power to prepare for battle. He had put hands into a usually impossible measure to prepare for victory.
Maisel had been making light of Lyle. Maisel-sama.
Beale gathered the surrounding knights and soldiers, trying to regain their formation, but hearing a tremor and looking about, he noticed the enemy starting their attack and cried out. Maisel pulled his saber and directed his voice at Beale.
We shall not surrender.
We'll tear through them here, aim for Lyle's neck.
Beale headed for the other knights. You heard the man. Show them the backbone of the Walt House's elites. Offense formation.
As Maisel's divided and lessened unit looked as if it was going to be surrounded, they set their sights on the place the enemy seemed most numerous. Because a flag presumably belonging to Lyle was hung there. Maisel turned his saber's blade forward.
Splendid work driving me so far. You have my praise. But I'll definitely take your head. Charge. My father's surrounded unit regained its formation and began its own assault. Riding on May's back, I watched it as I issued out orders. I had Arya and Miranda on the flanks, with numerous elites at the front. The Valkyries were mounted, with units 1, 2, and 3 guarding me. A frontal attack. Fitting of father, I guess? Well, I knew it would come to this. As I drew my katana and we clashed straight up with the enemy, our unit had a magic shield up. The enemy had deployed one as well, meaning magic, arrows and bullets were rendered meaningless. Our armies collided. I lightly hit my foot against May's stomach. We're going to the front, right? Are you sure? I really will go, you know. Don't worry about it. We don't have the time to hold back. What May worried for wasn't me getting serious. The ones before us were elites of the Walt House. Meaning there would be people I knew. Then I'll take you to your papa. As May raced forward, she left the other forces, as she leapt to the lead. I was gripping the reins with my left hand, but it felt as if I'd be shaken off. With such acceleration, May sprouted a horn from her forehead to discharge electricity. As the discharge interfered with the magic shield and a protective wall of lightning was formed, I looked at the enemy knights before my eyes. Trample them down. I can't say I didn't hesitate. For I had seen them. The Walt House soldiers, knights and servants who had rejoiced at my birth. In the Seventh's memory, everyone was truly laughing. But now they were enemies, and I didn't have the means to free them. Clad in lightning, our unit collided with the enemy, and they were shot back. While she was usually going around eating and sleeping, as expected of a K'lin. If a K'lin was heading the assault, we wouldn't be brushed away so easily. If she applied herself like this on a regular basis, or so it's probably best I don't mention. May spotted something. Lyle. At the end of her sights, there, I confirmed my father. Arya, Miranda, make sure no one gets in the way. Use the Valkyries however you want. May raced on. I cut down the incoming knights with the katana. Their armor cut through, the knights fell from their horses. Without looking back, I continued straight for my father, the surrounding enemy troops flocking around me. But I won't let them. Miranda came out front, taking on a knight. Anne, you're in the way. Swinging around her spear on horseback, Arya trampled and scattered knights and soldiers in the truest sense as she prepared a path. They were being supported by the Valkyries. While May galloped down the open path, I jumped down and lowered my katana at my father. Parrying it with his saber, his stance crumbled as he fell from his fourth. But he immediately rolled to his feet, stood, and took his stance. Looking at his left hand, I could see the wind blowing and distorting around it. Coming out before me, I'm being looked down on here. But you've saved me some time. That nostalgic voice was as cold as I expected. It wasn't one to direct at one's son. Frigid all the way through, he was looking at me as nothing but an enemy. Taking a stance, I similarly prepared lightning in my left hand. It's been a while, father. No, Maisel Walt.
Disgrace of the Walt house. You should have just died in a ditch somewhere. As my father took a step in, Beale on his horse cried out.
Maisel-sama. Someone help Maisel-sama.
But Arya rushed out before him. Pulling her from the right to the center, there was a meaning behind taking her to such a place.
I won't let you get in the way.
She swung her spear to stop his great sword. Our allies were catching up around, the number of hindrances slowly going down.
Aren't you embarrassed, being protected by a woman?
You washout. Turning his left hand to me, a mass of condensed air headed for me. I immediately ran to the side to avoid it, but my father had beat me there, thrusting out his saber.
Its blade was full of ill will.
When I parried it with my katana, sparks ran down the blade.
And I refuted. Who's the embarrassed one here?
I'll just throw this out there, but the Walt house is a family line that's been protected by its women for generations. If you think we've gotten so far by protecting them, you're completely off, damn old man. I kicked my father back, but the feeling on impact was extremely heavy. I couldn't push him back as I wanted, the man instead taking another step in to decapitate me, so I parried it. But as my father suddenly stepped back, my stance crumbled a bit. Continuing on in his motion, still gripped around his saber's hilt, my father's fist impacted my head. As it shot my helmet off, I made a fist with my open left hand, knocking it into his face. As my father's helmet flew off, faint as it was, I could see blue lines of light racing across his body. That light, as if to form an insignia, reminded me of what I saw in my fight with Lyle. While a cloud of dust rose over the battlefield, we both held similar weapons, using similar styles as we took distance from one another. It was the first time I'd seen my father in a while, but as I thought, perhaps it was blood in his veins, but he resembled the ancestors. If I had to say who he was closest to, perhaps the fifth? As those thoughts ran through my mind, my father disappeared before my eyes. Raising his physical abilities, I'm sure he was going to attack from my blind spot. But I'd already received countless such attacks from Lyle.
Time after time. Perhaps he was showing me various things for this moment.
As I caught the saber thrust with the katana, the distance between us was extremely close. I could see his face well. On top of irritated, perhaps that was his special move, as he looked surprised.
You could react to that? I've already done it too many times to count. And you see, I was trained by some strong people.
If I lost to something of that level, I'd never be able to look them in the eye. Butting his head to make him falter, I brushed my left hand to the side to make lightning.
My father leapt back, touching his left hand to the ground. You whelp! Sand wall.
As a wall of dirt rose from the ground, I contrarily held my hand to the sky.
Thunder clap.
Thunder roared through the battlefield, lightning struck the earthen wall, scattering it to bits. Noticing my father circling around it, I tried cutting at him. Parrying my slice, he knocked my katana aside, attempting to pierce his saber through my head. I tried to avoid it, but the blade moved as if it were a living being to attack me.
However, softer than the fifth's. The fifth's Galient blade truly was the worst.
Even if you dodged or parried, it would try to draw blood. If you took his attacks too many times, it was more often you'd be rendered immobile by blood loss. I diverted it with my left hand. The metal protectors on my arms were custom made, something old Latarda prepared for me out of special metal because I didn't carry a shield. But even that special metal was dented.
Coo! How hard is that? I rolled along the ground to take some distance. As I did, my father cut at me.
And I parried it with the katana, but... You called me soft, did you? I'll send those words right back to you. Slipping through the katana, the tip of his saber stabbed into a gap in my armor, piercing into my right shoulder. It wasn't deep, but I wasn't able to tell what had happened. I hurriedly tried to separate from him, but those phantasmal stabs continued in succession.
What's wrong? Try parrying these.
Was he raising his physical abilities, subtly altering his blade's direction to create an optical illusion? I circled my left hand around to my back, pulled my gun from its holster and unloading a round into my father. He put his left hand up front to deploy a magic shield. The bullet didn't even pierce into it. Something of that level won't pierce through my shield. You and father rely too much on guns.
But this is the end to that. My father stepped in, and in that instant, I felt my line with Monica recover.
The saber in his hand let off light, and as I tried to take his blow with my katana, it easily shattered. I tried causing a diversion with the gun in my left hand, but his movements were too fast for me to hit. Fool! Did you think all I had was restricting skills? When I showed you on the first day how easy it was for me to release it. Undoing the restriction, he likely planned to use whatever skill was in that sword to attain victory in an instant. As the gun ran out of bullets, I tossed aside the katana hilt and gripped the jewel. I heard the third's voice. Now, Lyle, deliver it to Maisel Kuan. The seventh's gift. The jewel's silver ornamental decorations swelled up, coiling around and furnishing my right hand. I felt a hot flow through my body as the lines of light Lyle put in order formed an insignia on my body similar to father's. I directed my right hand at him as I recalled. It was the happenings in the seventh's room of memories. Learning his past of being loved, what the seventh asked was. Now then, on to the main subject. Lyle, telling me to disappear means you've already got all you wanted from me? You don't need my teachings anymore? The seventh didn't look too displeased. More than that, if that was what Lyle thought, he would obediently fade away and entrust Lyle his skill. But Lyle shook his head. That's not it. To speak my honest feelings, I don't want you to disappear. There's still too many things I want you to teach me. And, you're my grandfather, after all. As Lyle said that, the seventh. In that case, why do you want me to pass on my skill now? I doubt there will be a stage to use it in a fight with Maisel. Thinking of his son Maisel's skill, there wasn't much meaning in handing down his skill at the present stage. The seventh's third stage skill was shuffle. It allowed him to alter the placement of himself and others. To be honest, the skill isn't my reason. Seventh, I've been troubling you. You mulled over my father all the way, yet still you did your best. From the seventh's point of view, both his father and son were proficient. Sandwiched in between them, he tried to accept it and dote on Maisel. That's precisely why Lyle came to his conclusion. I do not want to show my grandfather the deathmatch of myself and my father. As Lyle said that with a sorrowful smile, the seventh was pressed for words. I'm already resolved. There won't be any change in my decision to support you. Even if Maisel is our foe. Lyle turned to him. I will kill my father. But even if your form is but a memory, I don't want to show that to my grandfather. At least at the very end. I want my grandfather to be smiling, it's just my own selfishness. But won't you listen to my last request? As Lyle let out a wrung-out voice, the seventh looked up at the sky. The sky of memory was a serene one. I see. So I'll be mindful of my grandson to the end. I'm no good as a grandfather after all. I left problems to your generation, and couldn't clean up after them. When there's no helping if you called me the cause of all of this. Lyle, you're talented. And kind. You already surpassed me long ago. Giving a powerless laugh, the seventh turned a smile to Lyle. But there were tears streaming from his eyes. Don't worry. Any problems you left behind will be sorted out by your grandson. Because you taught me how to. Well, at the very least, I've grown a bit more twisted than before. On Lyle's joke, the seventh chuckled. You right. At the start, you were unreliable, but you were a meek and nice kid. I was a little happy, you know. Maisel was so talented I never got to do anything for him. All I wanted to do, the advice I wanted to give. Lyle, you granted it for me. I truly was glad that you relied on me. The two exchanged smiles, and the skill was passed down. The seventh began breaking into grains of light, his form gradually fading. Lyle, you're a grandson so well put together, you're wasted on me. To me, you were a splendid grandfather. Kind and strong, you're my pride. I see. Then I'm no longer needed. Now go on. You just have to do whatever you want to do. Go wherever you want to go. As the surrounding scenery crumbled like sand, the area around the seventh let off a pale light. There, Zenwar drew to his side. Her mouth moved. While Lyle couldn't hear it, it seems the seventh could. You right. I've got to properly put it to words. Lyle, you're. The jewel I held in my right hand took the shape of a gun. That silver gun with the jewel embedded in its grip let off a blue light. Its muzzle was large, with a knife furnished on it. It somewhat gave the impression of the seventh's and Malia-san's gun coming in union. And I got the feeling I could hear the seventh's words. Lyle, you truly were loved. You were born with everyone's love. Your mother Claire loved you. Anne. As I directed my gunpoint, as he had been closing in on me, my father looked surprised. I'll bet he never thought I'd pull a second gun in close quarters. But he immediately adapted for it. Perhaps thinking he wouldn't be able to avoid it, he put his left hand out front and deployed a magic shield. I've shown you time and again, guns cannot pierce through my. It's true, perhaps it would be blocked. Even this silver weapon wouldn't be able to pierce Father's magic shield so easily. But there was no need to pierce to begin with.
You panicked. If you kept skills sealed off, you'd have had a higher chance of victory. This gun is the seventh himself. You, Father, you've lost to us, no, to Walt. Father? What are you talking? My father looked confused, but I'm sure something came to his mind. Tactics that used firearms. And what I pulled out at the end was a gun as well. Anne? Maisel truly loved you as well. I pulled the trigger. A blue light burst from the muzzle, the pale, glowing bullet heading for my father. Hearing the seventh's words, I recalled my father and mother of his memory for an instant. But it was after I'd already fired. Warp. Using the seventh's second skill, the bullet teleported itself to the other side of the shield. And piercing a little below my father's chest, it opened a large hole. The bullet went on to fall to the ground and pop out of existence. For a brief moment, the battlefield was covered in silence. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 16, Chapter 17, Father. Father. What I shot with the silver gun was a blue bullet, a round made of mana. As I pulled the trigger, it used the seventh skill warp to surpass my father's magic shield and pierce through his armor. Rather than the pit of his stomach, it opened a hole a little below that. Staggering on his feet, my father unhanded his saber. In the battlefield that had gone quiet, I could hear the sound it made as it hit the ground. There was still battle raging on afar, but it gradually grew silent. Slowly falling over, my father used his left hand to touch his body and confirm the blood. I see, so I lost to my father, and to you, Lyle. He looked at me as he said it. I didn't know how he was seeing me. Perhaps the sight of me holding a gun was overlapping with the seventh. And as I reverted it to its jewel form, I put the revolver in my left hand back into its holster, still gripping the jewel as I walked towards my father. There. Maisel-sama. Beale Randbird began to panic. The surrounding information came to me through the Valkyries. As I could use skills, the surrounding terrain alongside the placement of enemies and allies were displayed in my head. The Valkyries were spreading word of my victory through the battlefield. But agitated knights and soldiers like Beale were beginning to move. Step back. Perhaps Beale used a skill, as he approached us with inhumanly swift movements. It was stopped by area skill. I told you not to get in their way. As the fact they could use skill spread, Miranda didn't remain silent. With this, I can get serious, now stand down or you'll die. Producing wires from her fingers on both hands, she began tying and severing soldiers. By the time the battlefield grew noisy once more, I had reached my father. Leaning over, I looked at his face as he held the hole opened up in his body. With all the blood he was losing, rather than pale, I would call him dark. His face was sullied by the dust clouds of the battlefield, and it looked like he was having a hard time to move. But he was making a face of relief. I wonder why. Right now, I feel quite liberated. That's good. Lyle, how old are you? I turned 17 this year. It was around spring when I left the house. Thinking back to that, it had been almost 2 years since I went outside. So much had happened. It felt as if it had been so long, and yet it had passed in an instant. I see. 17, eh? Then you'll have to have your first campaign. Wait, did I buy a horse for you yet? I've got to prepare equipment. If I put in the order at once, and preparing a bride. No, were you engaged to Novum? I can't seem to remember. His memories were muddled, as if he had forgotten all that had happened to now. My father was seeing me as a son. It felt like I was going to cry. But as I extended my arm, I saw the blood that stained his left hand. So it wasn't a dream. I see, I lost. As my father spat up blood, I turned to him and nodded. Reaching out my right hand, I grabbed both of his. I'm sorry, Father. I didn't have any other means. For being such an inept son. I'm sorry. And my father got his breathing in order as he closed his eyes. He smiled, just a bit. What are you talking about? After troubling you so, you still call me father. I'm the inept one. But it seems that's over as well. My body won't move. I want to apologize. To you, there's so much I wanted to say, but... He coughed up blood, the red soaking into the parched earth. As he cleared his throat, and I gave his right hand a strong grip, the jewel let off some light. There are things I want to say. But what you need to do for now. Lyle, declare your victory. You won against me. Finish me off. And, put a stop to Seals. That one's my daughter. The Walt house, hack. As he coughed blood and stopped talking, I nodded. And spoke. Rest at ease. I'll definitely stop her. So? I didn't know what I was supposed to say. My father laughed. My apologies. I'll be going first to get a scolding from my father. You should take your time getting there. Seals, once she comes to this side, I'll have some choice words. My father took one deep breath and stopped moving. I stood gripping the jewel. Maisel Walt was defeated by me, Lyle Walt. Stop this battle at once and surrender. The jewel let off a pale light. The third in the jewel spoke up. Is this anti-skill? No, it's not. Blue grains of light rained over the battlefield, and the enemy soldiers that touched it suddenly collapsed on the spot. Beale, locked in battle with Arya, opened his eyes wide and stood stock still. Holding up his weapon, he looked at me. Lyle Sama. The left flank. The one holding up the troublesome Forks' house was Novum, a Forks herself. Holding up her staff, she had it take up the form of a scythe as she pointed towards her father and brother. While she was taking on both opponents rushing at her, she still had the leisure to look up at the blue light raining down. Those specks that came down like snow. Novum held out her right hand and gripped one. Lyle Sama, my condolences. She muttered sorrowfully. The Valkyrie by her side reported the situation. Novum-san, the enemy has become powerless. It is likely related to this light, and some have begun to flee. But a majority of them seem unable to grasp the present situation. Novum looked up at the sky. Her father Jared and brother Albert, with weapons in hand, were the same. Jared spoke. So Maisel-sama is gone. Father. Jared removed his helmet and touched his own sword to his neck. That's enough. I served the previous generation and Maisel-sama. As the current head, I'll take responsibility. That's all there is to it. You should surrender and follow Lyle Sama's orders. Whether you're executed or taken as a subordinate, move as a member of the Forks' house. Albert looked down as he nodded. And sheathing away his sword, he tossed it towards Novum. Novum. I surrender. The kindness Novum directed to Lyle wasn't directed towards her family. She took her brother's sword in her right hand, and simply gave a nod before turning to her father. I'll leave brother's sword with Lyle Sama. Anything else you wish to leave? There, her father Jared laughed. Rather than not bearing his impending death, he had a few things to say about his daughter. Novum, you really are honest. Your family's dying over here. Show a bit of sorrow. Otherwise you'll creep Lyle out. Hearing that, Novum. Then I shall do that when Lyle Sama is around. Jared cut into his neck and spat up blood. At the end. Whatever the case, with this, the Forks' house's role is nearby the tent at the main camp. Stepping onto the loading deck of the porter parked nearby, I watched the forms of the surrendering soldiers. They all made expressions as if they couldn't believe it. Hanging the jewel on my neck, I confirmed it with the third. I wonder what happened. I thought we would have to fight a while longer, but light suddenly flowed from the jewel and rained down on the battlefield. Recalling that previous spectacle, I asked the third. There wasn't anyone around me. No, they just weren't coming close. They were being tactful, guarding me from a little away. Like hell I know? Well, perhaps this is the jewel's power as well. The one who made this jewel was the powerful Septem after all. An existence over Agrissa. Would it be a luxury to shout at her saying if she could do something like that, she should have done it sooner? But perhaps it was the influence of Maisel Kuan's skill. I can't make any conclusions. Good grief, it's precisely at times like these that I wish Malia-chan was here. The third gave a joke-mingled answer, but I got the feeling he was being tactful. Now wanting to show my teary, swollen eyes to the others, I forced a laugh. You've got a point. Lyle, I understand if you want to cry, but endure it a bit. Sorry, but that's just the sort of position you have right now. But make some time for yourself later. If you do, you can go on as things were. I'm sure it'll just keep getting busier. From the jewel that once let out so many voices it could be called noisy, only the third's voice would ever come out. I found it a little lonely. Third, was my father freed from seals at the end? Let's see. I think he was. But even so, for the means to release a charmed soul to be killing them, and Maisel Kuan put some sort of influence on the jewel. Because of that, you might have a means to free the other charmed folk, but who knows.
I would have liked to have obtained it before it came to this.
What should I do about my mother? Even if she's released, I think she'll be punished.
It all depends on you, but it will be harsh, considering what's to come.
Those around will definitely demand a heavy punishment.
If you go soft, you'll be telling everyone how soft you are.
Well, I don't think you should use any torture.
They'll wonder why you'd go so far against family.
It sure is a hard problem.
That's right. It's hard. In this world, finding balance is a difficult thing.
Well, that's just how it is.
You should learn your own way to find balance.
To be honest, whatever comes from here onwards is an unknown world to me. To add on to that, there's no such thing as absolute right.
I wanted to make a bit of time to sort out my heart.
If it was someone I hated, perhaps it would have been easier.
But in the seventh's memory, I truly was loved.
I was able to learn that. I learned, but that only saddened me more.
There, the third spoke.
At times like these, you should rely on women.
They're stronger at these sorts of things, and more than anything, you've got plenty of those sorts of children around you. As he spoke in his usual light tone, I refuted. I've got too many of them that even if I rely on someone, I'll raise some thorns.
Good grief, whose fault do you think this is?
Oh, so you've finally grown the balls to say it. The third laughed,
and comforted me in his own way.
Baldwar made his way to Beale, who'd become a prisoner of war. His weapon removed, unlike the soldiers who were gathered in one place, Beale had a standing with some responsibility.
When Baldwar showed up, he was alone.
In the prison of iron, he sat with proper posture.
So you've come. I'm glad, Baldwar. Uncle. I'm sure Lyle Sama will be here soon. Please ask whatever you want when the time comes.
While Beale's expression was tired, his eyes were serious.
I can't say I don't have a face to show him. But could you make some promises? If it's within an extent I'm capable of.
Beale looked at his nephew Baldwar, smiling a little.
I'll take responsibility. Otherwise, I'll be dragging Lyle Sama's feet. Execution is most desirable. But I seek a lenient punishment for the others.
And, as a man of the Randburg house, continue serving Lyle Sama from here on. I'm sure that was my brother's intent when he sent you to serve under him, right?
Baldwar looked at Beale and nodded. Yes.
I came with close to 300 soldiers from the territory.
Beale laughed.
As expected of my brother.
He's nothing like me.
Right,
completely different from me. As Beale looked down regretfully, Baldwar posed the question. Uncle, what exactly happened in the Walt house's mansion? Didn't you ever feel Lyle Sama's cold reception was unnatural? Beale gave his answer as he was. It will only amount to an excuse, but I thought it was right.
No, I moved just how I was told.
I never questioned it. That Seal Sama was the one worthy of the house. When I think back on it, why did I try to make Seal Sama the head? Even I can't explain it. But even I once had my hopes on Lyle Sama. There were many like me.
We really expected great things of him.
Baldwar had seen Bonsium's suicidal soldiers in her cage.
And even with his family freed here to talk to, there weren't any means to save him. For the world wouldn't believe such a tale.
Uncle, you could change your name, and as a single knight, serve Lyle Sama. I have my own pride. And I think it best Maisel Sama have more company.
The Forks' house head killed himself.
I'll take responsibility and follow after.
It seems he was already resolved, and Baldwar wasn't able to persuade him any further. Within the jewel, the round table room. There were only 2 seats with doors behind them. Of the 8 chairs, 6 had been lost, with silver weapons floating over where they once were. The first's greatsword, the second's bow, the fourth's dagger, the fifth's scalient blade, the sixth's halberd, and the 7th's gun. I wonder if my sword will fall short. Even if he spoke to himself, there was no one to respond.
The third thought. How ironic.
The only Walt to die young is the last to remain. If I had gone and disappeared earlier, it would have been much easier.
But they each had a meaning.
The third could think back on it like that come this far. The first granted Lyle change. The second strengthened his heart. The sixth taught him how to conduct himself on the battlefield and express himself, the fourth mainly taught internal affairs, the fifth gave Lyle his feelings. And the 7th gave the truth he was loved. What I can leave? I really don't have anything besides my skill. Good grief, it really is troublesome if everyone arbitrarily gets their expectations up.
Since the second left,
they had discussed who would stay in the jewel to the end. But in the end, because of the level of difficulty behind their skills, the 3rd and 7th remained.
I barely have anything to teach him. Should I just hand my skill over and end it already? Even if he said his usual jokes, no one responded.
The silver weapons merely floated above the round table.
I want to watch over him to the end, I guess thinking that way is no good.
But it looks like the end was entrusted to me, so I do hope I have something to leave to him. Not in his usual aloof tone, the third spilled his true feelings. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Volume 16 Epilogue. Epilogue. The Bonsium Kingdom, Central.
In a private room of the castle, or rather, a room too large to call it as such, Seals was selecting a dress. Taking her favorite dress in her hands, she prepared to receive her father who was coming to Central. But on the words of the maid who entered the room, Seals froze. Seals's mother Claire, who had been selecting out a dress beside her, touched both hands to her mouth in surprise. Seals, with the dress still in both her hands.
What did you say? What did you just say?
Her favorite clothes ripped, and she took her own rapier concealing staff from automaton Bert, who stood nearby. The yellow jewel buried in its hilt let off a faint light.
The maid spoke. By the reports, the Walt army invaded Bime.
But, the Walt house head, Count Mazel, was killed in action.
The army has surrendered, and faced defeat. Seeing the kneeling maid, Seal's body began to shake. It couldn't be, why? I mean, father is strong.
There's no way he'd lose to leftovers like him.
There's no way that small fry could. Novum. I see, Novum did it. That damn bitch.
Clenching her molars, the force she used to grip her staff increased. There, she heard Agrissa's voice.
Poor girl. You lost your dear father? But you can't just stay angry. Shall I guess what you're thinking? Let's see. Novum did it. That's water on your mind.
Seals hit the maid who delivered such detestable news away with her staff. She dragged the dresses left around the room with her, flying all the way to the wall. While she barely survived, she was at death's door. Seal's breath was out of orders, her eyes open wide.
No. Mazel was, that man can't have.
Seeing her mother crumbling at the knees and hiding her face with both eyes as she wept, Seals embraced her.
Mother. I'm.
Seals. Her mother Claire clung to Seals. And the two of them shed tears.
Watching over them, Bert issued orders around.
Carry the injured off and treat her.
And vacate the area.
The maids moved just as ordered, while the Kalin in the room, Rummel, just stared absent-mindedly at the ceiling as she sat on the floor. Agrissa spoke to Seals.
Unfortunately, I doubt Novum laid a hand on Mazel.
While she may have been indirectly related, that thing wouldn't lay a hand on him.
In that case, the one who defeated Mazel was.
Seals lost the light in her clear blue eyes, a wrinkle gracing her brow.
That damn bastard. I even spared him because Novum told me to.
He went and killed my father, when he's just washed up leftover, mere kitchen waste. Agrissa contained her urge to laugh as she called out to Seals.
Do you detest him, Seals? Then why not grant him all the pain of the world? But before that, you'll have to carry out your dear father's funeral.
You need to prepare a splendid grave for your beloved father. Right, to make sure your father isn't lonely, you should bury quite a few with him.
Let's bury 10,000 people together. If you do, your father will never be lonely. Hearing that statement, she couldn't think sane. Seals noticed. That's right. I have to hold a memorial service for father.
I have to keep a grip or else, mother?
Give me a minute, Seals. A little is enough. Let me cry for now.
Seeing her mother like that, Seals took action that would surprise any other.
I understand. I'll wait.
Seals will wait as long as you want, but if anyone beside her parents told Seals to wait, it would become something terrible. And she felt no discomfort being told that by her mother.
Why was that? It was simple. The existence called Seals had a tendency to adhere to its parents.
It was the same for Agrissa. But with Agrissa and Seals colored by madness, their thoughts diverged from the common man.
Seals, do you want to be with your mother forever? Of course I do. If we're not together forever. I'll. Agrissa laughed in the jewel.
Her mouth warping, she spoke to Seals. Then just keep her by your side forever.
Mazel didn't make it in time, but as long as you collect up his corpse, there won't be a problem. You've already gotten full control over that skill. If you use it, you'll be with your mother forever. I'm envious, Seals.
Agrissa, who really did feel jealous, was obsessed with the thing called parents as well.
It wasn't as if Septem alone had an abnormal adherence.
Seals looked at her mother embracing her.
I see. Eureka. That's right.
Mother, with this, we'll be together forever.
Father will be back in no time.
Seals, what are you? Seals made sure not to cause her mother any pain as she pulled her rapier and sliced through her neck. Clinging to her mother's head, she let the blood pouring from her neck dye her body as she made a delighted face.
Together forever. Forever, I see. We have to collect my father's remains. Then should we put the funeral on hold?
No, I haven't seen one of those in a long time.
Seals, reclaiming Maisel's remains is important, but could you proceed the preparations on the funeral for me?
I have an urge to see 10,000 humans in pain. Bathed in her mother's blood, Seals tapered her mouth. She wanted to complain to Agrissa, but she was a foe Seals couldn't go against too strongly.
Yeah, got it.
I'll do it, geez.
Well, reclaiming a portion of Father's corpse comes first. I'd like the three of us to get together for a party soon. A party, eh? I never get tired of you.
Seals preciously held her mother's head as she activated a skill.
Mother, now come back to me.
Her mother's head floated through the air, her own body and blood nearby recycling itself and reverting. No, it couldn't be called a reversion.
She wasn't alive any longer.
But Claire regained her former form.
Seals, why are you so dirty? Oh, there's no helping you.
Let's go to the baths together and get you all cleaned up. There stood her mother, the same as in her life.
Seals smiled. I'm sorry, Mother. But with this, we can see Father at once. I'm so relieved. Claire smiled as well. That's right.
It's a relief, Seals. Agrissa let her voice out from the jewel.
It sure feels nice to do a good thing. I've a longing for some cries of death and agony, Seals. And
Lyle, was it? For him to climb up from there, as I thought, he's got something to him.
Seals pretended she didn't hear Agrissa's voice. Your feelings won't change? In the underground dungeons of Reuven's castle, I faced Beale.
An individual I once admired as a knight, but now he had thinned down a bit. In his cell, he kneeled towards me with proper posture. This body of mine can no longer serve you.
I cannot forget anything and pretend not to know as I work under my liege.
The Randburg house pledges its devotion for life.
I'm sure Baldwar will serve you well.
It seems his resolve wouldn't change. He spoke of everything pertaining to Bonsium's internal affairs, and left loads of info with me. But when I proposed he change his name and serve me, he refused. Baldwar does do good work. I have considerable goodwill for the Randburg house, and
that's unnecessary.
And with your current position, if you don't hand judgment to those responsible, you'll sow seeds of discord.
I cannot trouble you any further. By all means.
Why was he so hurried to rush to his grave?
Can't he live a little easier?
The third let out a voice from the jewel. Good grief, the Randburg house is way too earnest.
He should live his life just a little bit easier.
He sounded a little sadder than usual.
I have no grudge against you as an individual. That's simply how great a threat Seals was. And that one is my sister.
A person of the Walt house. I think you've only been troubled by our affairs.
Beale spoke.
Your words are wasted on me.
I am already resolved. Whether it be torture, or an incredibly brutal execution. I'd like to think we're different, but in the end are we the same? I always held such a question in my mind.
I held it, but even so, I thought to challenge Seals.
I'm sorry I couldn't save you. It's my responsibility.
It's not as if my life was the only one twisted by Seals. Starting with Beale before my eyes, many humans were driven mad. I truly apologize, Lyle-sama. Beale let his tears flow, letting sobs leak out. Going out to the terrace of my room, I looked up at the sky. The morning air was cold, but right now, I wanted the pain it stung into my skin. Normally, I would have shivered at this temperature, but I didn't feel anything right now.
I felt some warmth behind me.
A coat had been draped over my back.
Oh, it's just you, Monica.
When I said that without turning around, Monica sounded all high and mighty.
Trying to look cool, immersed in your sentimental shit isn't fitting of a chicken like you.
For covering you up before you exposed all your bad points to the world to the extent you catch a cold, I don't mind if you offer me some more words of love, you know.
I love you, is enough. I'll answer your call with all I have.
This Monica will answer a chicken dickwad's love at full force.
Shut it. It's because you keep asking me to say I love you that I never get to say it. Why don't you learn the subtlety that comes with that field?
There, Monica's twin tails swayed in the wind as she looked at me with a serious gaze.
It's the deer. The chicken dickwad has finally shown his deer. I won.
As I thought, this Monica will be the one to win in the end after all. Spreading her arms out wide, Monica happily raced around the terrace.
The winner? What are you talking about?
There, Monica acted bashful.
Oh, surely you jest. I'm talking about the chicks. Who you'll love the most, and who you'll entrust the first chick to.
The Valkyries are having a factional dispute, quite an intense quarrel over who's going to look after them. The third in the duel was surprised, and I covered my face with my left hand as well.
And the automatons have faction wars as well? What a pain. Can you guys stop calling my children chicks? Or rather, why did it come to that?
If I touch anyone right now, everything will take a turn for the worse. Monica jumped for joy as she spoke to me.
Unfortunately, it's a road you can't go down by going around.
Well, since I'm your number one, your first night and looking after your chick should obviously be left to.
Monica's words left me staring blankly, but it truly was a road I couldn't avoid. However, I wanted to evade the carnage. I gripped the jewel. It seems the third inferred my feelings as he laughed.
Sorry, I've got no advice. I finally noticed it, your harem's already exceeded the maximum permissible dosage.
You should see a doctor. Isn't it considerably bad that he's only noticing that now? When I was sensing my limits long ago, it's no joke if he's just looking back now. The third spoke as if reading me. I opened my eyes. As I thought, rather than a harem, I'd rather love a single woman. Laying hands on numerous women is a brute's path.
You're the one who pushed the harem onto me. I endured shouting that out as I calmed down my heart.
Calm down, it isn't anything I can turn back. I can't change this flow anymore. Ina-san told me.
It's impossible to avoid the carnage. The important thing is to make it as small as possible.
Dang it. No matter what I do, nothing but carnage awaits. What a life. At that moment, I had an awfully bad premonition. This sort of feeling of loss I felt with my father. What's this?
I didn't feel anything as I looked around.
The skill showed no reaction either. Monica looked at me. What's wrong? Ah.
If you're worried about your first night, then rest at ease. This Monica was initialized with various.
Don't joke around. No, I feel this sort of sense of loss. Perhaps I'm feeling a little sad with my father's death. I'm going to rest.
Saying that, I returned to my room.
Monica hung her head. Treating me as a joke? Not lusting after me as he keeps me by his side?
This is the best. Seeing as she was as tenacious as ever, I looked out the terrace.
Exactly what was that sensation?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.